Today was the day of the 10th annual elite recruitment drive, and every graduating student at Lithium Mine Middle School was gathered in the gymnasium, waiting for the elites to arrive with the medicine that would decide their fate. The elites were the idols of the Golden Dragon Nation, superhumans with magical abilities that were born from the divine injection that the students were going to receive today. None of the children of the miners had ever seen one before, unless you counted the mayor, who gave speeches a few times a year, and the excitement of having them right here in their school had been all that the students could talk about for months. So, one could imagine the disappointment they felt when it was not some famous idol, but a group of elites from the military that showed up to perform the injections. But although these weren't the singers or movie stars that they all knew, it was no secret that these military elites were saviors that protected their nation against hostile armies and the ever-present threat of magical beasts. The television in the cafe and the teachers at the school both told them so. While they had never seen an elite in person, they had seen magical beasts, and quite often. There were earth mice hiding all over the mining town, and the farmers nearby had been raising monstrous boars for generations. But until very recently, it was only the power of technology and the holy magic of the church's high priests and priestesses that could keep the wild beasts at bay. However, when the more powerful monsters came, you hid, or you died. That was the way of life for the humans of the Golden Dragon Nation, and indeed, most of the humans of the world. Carl fidgeted in his seat as he waited for the nurse to come and administer the serum shot. Today was the biggest day of a young student's life, the day that they would be administered the Mana Awakening Serum, better known as the Divine Serum, and find out if they would gain the sort of abilities that could change their lives, or if they would be stuck as common workers in a lithium mining town for the rest of their lives. This was also Carl's last day at the government-run school before he either started working full-time, or with any luck, left this decrepit mining town. If he was compatible with the serum, he would be off to the Golden Divine Academy tonight, and ready to train his new skills as a defender of the Golden Dragon Nation. They had already sat through an hour of speeches by the principal, reminding them of their duty to the nation, the glory of the elites, and the importance of this chance that they were given. After all, they were just the children of common mine workers, dirt floor poor and unlikely to ever be anything else. Carl closed his eyes as the nurse rolled the cart with an open briefcase on it next to him, and then a violent pain shot up his arm and the world briefly went blank. Agony spread to every cell in his body, like he was being torn apart from the inside, and blood clogged his lungs, leaving him drowning while sitting in the metal folding chair of his school's auditorium. This was wrong, the shot was only supposed to hurt as the needle poked you, not like this. As his consciousness faded, Carl realized that he was likely to be the 1 in 100, the rare fatal reaction to the shot which sorted out the defenders of the nation from the common people. But after a few seconds, his breathing cleared, the pain began to fade and his eyes fluttered open. A few seconds after that, Carl regained consciousness, with pain still coursing through every cell of his body. The nurse's deep crimson eyes, a side effect of her own serum injection, were staring directly back at him, and a slight smile was on her face. "There you are. I thought that we lost you there for a minute. It's a good sign, 0 casualties at this stop always means there is a powerful one in the bunch." The woman moved back, and Carl took in the smartly pressed green military uniform, pencil skirt and heels. It was all familiar, but all wrong. Did he lose some of his memories after the injection? Or was there something wrong with his eyes? On second thought, there was definitely something wrong with his eyes, the world was still a little blurry when he didn't have someone to focus on. He flinched as his head began to pound again and a new wave of pain racked his body, but the military woman with the strange red eyes seemed unconcerned as she stepped to a chubby young girl near him and took a large needle full of a glowing golden liquid out of the briefcase on her cart. Without a word of warning, she jabbed it into the girl's arm, and the young girl directly fainted, then slowly recovered her composure. A quick glance down at his hands showed Carl a familiar bronze tan, but the scars and peeling skin from a childhood spent working in the mines after class were mostly gone, replaced with a deep red mark that looked like 3 long claw marks running the length of his forearm. As he silently stared at the marks on his arm, they became more pronounced, and more realistic, as if the flesh had just been torn open, but the skin was smooth and undamaged under his fingers. After a few minutes, the sound of frightened children fell silent, and Carl looked up at the front of the room, where an officer in the formal military uniform was standing behind a podium, waiting patiently for the process to end. The red-eyed woman joined him, along with the 6 men in doctor's coats, before he began to speak. Thank you all for your cooperation. This year's choosing trial has completed, and those of you without the mark may return to your classes as usual. But for the rest of you, congratulations. You have been chosen as the prodigies of the Golden Dragon Nation's new generation. The blessed ones who will lead us to victory over our enemies, with the benefit of supernatural powers bestowed by the divine serum. Soldiers poured into the room, twice as many as there were children, and Carl began to panic. His mind still hadn't quite grasped the fact that he was one of the fortunate ones yet, the children who were compatible with the artificially induced superpowers, the ones who would become mages, mighty warriors who could split a mountain apart, or even legendary healers that could even raise the dead. At first, the children resisted the idea that they would be grabbed and taken away by soldiers, especially the ones that had failed the choosing. The problem was that they actually needed the help to walk after the injections. The situation was only making Carl more confused, but he didn't dare ask what was going on with his body, in case they determined that something had gone wrong with whatever the serum did to the newly awakened elites and disposed of him. Or worse, sent him back to work in the mines. According to the lessons that they had been taught in class, he should be a mighty hero by now, not a below-average-sized teen boy racked with pain and so weak that he couldn't get out of his chair. You look a little disoriented, kid. Just let us carry you, and you'll be right as rain after a few days' sleep. Just don't forget to do the homework before we arrive. One of the soldiers who stepped up beside Carl instructed. That was how he found himself carried into a luxurious train car and placed in a private room complete with its own desk and a call button on the wall that was marked with room service. Unfortunately for his plan to understand why this process was so painful, the moment that his head hit the pillow, Carl was asleep. How long he was out, he had no idea, but when he finally awoke, there was a stack of papers on the desk, along with a small textbook waiting for him to read it. So, You've Awakened Your Powers, was the title of the book, and the cartoonish cover made it clear that it was aimed at children. Not that he was old, he would only be 14 this year, but being the last in his class to hit puberty, his body was much younger looking than average. All he had going for him was a handsome face, and even that had gotten him beaten up a time or two. But now that he had the divine serum on his side, everything would change. Slowly, he opened the textbook to see what was inside. So, you've awakened your powers. Congratulations, and welcome to the upper echelon of society, the elite 5% that have been found compatible with the awakening serum that will soon activate the latent magical powers in your bloodline, passed down from the time of our nation's founding by the immortal Golden Dragon itself. Though you have all learned about it in class, there are a few things that you don't yet know. First, your powers won't fully awaken until you use the first skill related to your specialty. Just follow the guidelines in this text, and you will discover the primary awakening method for your abilities. Once you have finished that most basic task, you can begin the homework assignment. Carl read the first page 3 times before he flipped the page. Next up was a listing of different marks that the awakened classes should have, and most of them seemed self-explanatory. Ice shards, fire, blades, shields, paws, bows, and even an ornate fan were all detailed with page numbers that would lead the students to their awakening methods. But there was nothing that resembled claw marks. So, instead he turned to the homework assignment, hoping for answers. But that was even more useless, it was all about the students' abilities. How strong they were, the description, activation times, speed, energy usage, side effects. In short, he couldn't fill it in at all. All the marks seemed so obvious as to what sort of abilities they represented. Even the red aura around a pair of axes was clearly a berserker in Carl's mind, but the claw marks didn't make much sense. There was a similar one with an animal paw that was some sort of druid shaman, but nothing that was as simple, but confusing as his. Was he supposed to be a punching bag for monsters? That didn't sound right at all. The book said that these marks represented superpowers. But after a few hours, there still wasn't any clear answer as to what he was supposed to do. It was time to call for one of the soldiers and get some answers before the train reached its destination. While Carl was trying to find a way to awaken his powers, the guards were making the rounds, checking which new students were already awake. Those with the most powerful bodies always woke up first, but it had only been half a day of travel, and they weren't expecting anything yet. "Sir, there is one active room already. Room 12A, a boy named Carl, no family name recorded." The patrol guard reported back to his commander in the front of the train. "What is his class? Have we seen him activate any skills yet?" the general asked. "Nothing yet. He appears to have a non-standard class marking, 3 claw marks," the guard replied. The general gestured for his assistants to go look for the details on this class, but even after a few minutes had passed, there was still no news. Other markings in their records were close, but nothing exactly like that one was found. "Well, then he will have to awaken on his own. I hope that the boy has good luck or thick skin. He's going to need it if he turns in a blank sheet for his assignment when he gets to the academy." It wasn't unheard of for a student to get the mark but fail to awaken their powers immediately, even if they followed the instructions. Some would have gotten a non-standard starting skill, and some were just worthless at using the power that had been given to them. The general even recalled a case where a child had awakened the mage class, but didn't have enough mana to cast any spells until nearly the end of the first semester. In the end, that student had proven to be a dismal failure, and had run away during a school outing to live the life of a commoner without ever getting past the beginning of the first level of his training. That was the fate of many of the students who never learned to awaken their skills. Either because they were completely unsuited to the abilities that they had received, or because they had a marking that no guidance could be issued for, like the 3 claw marks boy in room 12A. The divine serum was a modern invention, created after extensive research of an astonishing archaeological find at a holy site under an ancient world. Dragon Cathedral had detailed the inner workings of an ancient divine device known as the System Stones. The device itself was broken, but an initially unidentifiable power within it remained. Using the stones as a guide, and after decades of study, the serum had been created to attune humans to that power and give the Golden Dragon Nation a chance to overtake the military might of their neighbors and change the fate of their citizens. What did it matter if the ocean people had water magic to guard their ships against the rockets and guns of the Golden Dragon fleet? Now, they had mages of their own. Even if the untamed monsters of the beast lands attacked, they had warriors and guardians with powerful skills that could cut down the most ferocious magical creatures with ease. That was the strategic value of the divine serum, and the reason that every student who was found to be compatible was taken in by the military and intensively trained in the duties and responsibilities that came with being a protector of the nation. Life wasn't all military training and duty, though. If it were, there was an absolute certainty that the serum-compatible and freshly empowered future guardians of the nation would rebel against authority and either turn traitor or stage a coup. So, they were treated as the legendary resources that they were, able to live in luxury all their lives on the condition that their power was enough to justify their salary. Once they could pass all the tests that the Golden Divine Academy placed before them, they would even receive official titles from the church, and a collection of legal and social benefits to match. Society had always belonged to the rich and powerful, but now the phrase had taken on an entirely different meaning. Carl was blissfully unaware of the topic of the observers' conversations, and while they were discussing the likelihood that he might not be able to awaken his powers in time to keep up with his classmates, Carl was preparing to ask the passing guards for advice. "Sir. Pardon me, but my skill marking doesn't seem to be in the book. Could I be missing a page?" he asked as the uniformed guard passed by again. "Not in the book, eh? Tough luck there, son. The book only covers the common markings, the ones that 90% of the new students get, but there are others possible. The injections are a mysterious divine force, and sometimes they give out results that nobody understands. The best I can tell you is to try everything, and whatever feels right probably is. If you're lucky, you'll awaken some powers before your classes start. Between me and you want to awaken those powers before you get to the academy, the elite students are particular about the power rankings, and if you don't, you'll be starting school from the very bottom. Thanks. But have you ever seen a marking like this? Carl asked curiously. The guard rolled up his sleeve and showed off the picture of a bare paw, the mark of a druid, and according to the guide, a nature magic user with an affinity for animals. Since it's a little like mine, and seems to involve animals, perhaps try things related to either animals, or unarmed combat. There isn't much you can do to attune with nature on a busy train, but the windows open a little if you need some fresh air. That's what I had to do. I couldn't awaken my powers without some attachment to nature. In fact, I didn't awaken them on the train at all, they woke up as soon as I touched the trees on the way to the academy gates. The guard explained. Thanks for the help. Carl called as the guard walked away. He didn't seem to be big on talking, or perhaps he just didn't want to get Carl's hopes up. But the advice gave him something to go on. Carl flopped on his bed and looked out the window, to see if there was any sort of hint as to what his powers were supposed to be. The guard had a point, and the claw marks definitely had to refer to some sort of animal. Humans didn't leave marks like that. So, the first thing that he tried was focusing on adding claws to his hands. Claw. Nope, yelling out skill names isn't going to do it. How do the other classes activate their skills? Carl complained, unaware that the board supervisors in the main car were watching through hidden cameras and laughing at his antics. Page 2, Magic Classes. Open the box of casting assistants under your bed using the thumb of your left hand, and extract the appropriate casting medium to begin attempting to activate your first spell. This doesn't look like the sort of marking that a spell caster should have. Next page. Page 3, Combat Classes. Open the box of practice weapons under your bed with the index finger of your right hand and choose the most appropriate weapon for your desired skills. That sounded more likely, so Carl knelt on the ground in front of the bed and unlocked the upper drawer, where he found a collection of simple weapons, and even some more obscure ones, like throwing knives, single-handed crossbows, and some sort of axe on a chain that looked like it would be more dangerous to the user than anyone else. He was, unfortunately, not yet among the physically gifted, so Carl picked a short sword from among the weapons while he cursed being the last in his class to enjoy the full benefits of puberty. He had never actually held a sword before, but this one felt right, and Carl gave it a few tentative swings before trying for a more meaningful strike toward the door. Pet skills not available. You must record a pet. Carl blinked slowly as he worked to process the idea that had come to him as if implanted in his mind. It was a message directly into his thoughts, obviously from the effects of the marking, and now he somewhat knew what he needed to do. But how did he record a pet? It couldn't be as simple as just writing it down, could it? Or maybe he needed to do something to memorize it. But first he would have to find some sort of animal. This was a shiny new military train, not the company houses at the mines. There weren't going to be any mice. If he had to touch the animal for the skill to activate, this could be much more difficult than he had been expecting. The obvious choice would be to try writing something down, and to see if that worked. Maybe there would be a book in the spell casting equipment. The drawer of tools slid open, and Carl stared in amusement at the wide variety of strange items held inside. He had absolutely zero clue about how these were supposed to be used. Some of them didn't even look like they were anything special, like this silly snow globe with no base. What were they going to do with that? Sit and ponder their orb. Carl picked the surprisingly heavy glass ball up in his hand, and suddenly, it lit up with a bright white light. Taming space viewing is not available. Please record a pet. At first, the message that appeared in his thoughts made no sense, but after a few seconds of focus, Carl could feel the change. In his mind, a vast emptiness was forming, giving him a sense of eternal power beyond anything he had ever imagined. What about a dragon? Can I have a dragon? Carl thought, trying to will one into existence in the taming space. Nothing. Of course, it wasn't going to be that easy. Carl was deep in thought when someone touching his arm brought his attention back to the present. Did you have any luck? The patrolling guard asked, looking at the two open drawers, and the sword on the mattress. Yes and no. I get the feeling that the blade is the right choice, but I'm lacking something to activate the skill. None of the other weapons I looked at are really appealing, though. Carl sighed. Well, keep at it, you'll find something that works for you soon. If you've already got an idea, you're ahead of the others. Most of them are still asleep. That's something, at least. Maybe I can figure this out before we get to the academy after all. I don't suppose there is a kitchen here. I always think better on a full stomach. Carl asked hopefully. The guard smiled and gestured down the hall. You woke up before the main kitchen for students was ready, but they won't complain if I lead you out of the room for a little something. You'll learn soon that the food at the Golden Divine Academy is somewhat special, compared to what you are used to. The magical abilities that the elites use put a huge strain on the bodies of their users, and they need the energy of magical plants and beasts to recover quickly. Trust me, you're in for a treat this time. They walked down the hall to another train car, past a half-dozen rooms identical to the one Carl was in where other students from his class were sleeping soundly, and into an empty dining room, past which a kitchen could be seen. Just grab what you want and set it by the grill, I'll get to you in a minute. The cook called from the freezer, not realizing that there was someone other than staff in the room. Carl didn't mind though, it wasn't like this was some fancy restaurant, it was more of a common area for the staff to serve themselves, with an actual cook on duty so that those who shouldn't be allowed in a kitchen didn't starve. Carl collected a pair of small steaks, a bowl of rice, a collection of assorted vegetables, anything that looked and smelled good. Then he noticed a small pile of oversized white eggs, and grabbed one to add it to the plate. Suitable pet target found, hatching. The egg directly vanished from his hand, leaving Carl staring at the food in confusion and wondering just how long it would take for a monster egg to hatch in a magical void in his mind. Would it even hatch? The thought said so, but they weren't giving him many details. A small straw nest slowly appeared in his mind, with a single large white egg inside. Over the course of the next few seconds, the egg trembled, and then cracked open, shocking Carl into taking a step backward, though the sight was in his mind. He bumped into the guard, who thought he might be faint from hunger, and stabilized himself. Sorry about that. Carl mumbled, while the guard gestured to the cook and led Carl to a table. Don't worry about it. Everyone is a bit off for the first few days after they wake up. Especially some of the magic classes, the power can really scramble their brains. Just focus on solving those strange markings of yours, and you'll be fine in no time. The cook looked their way from behind his grill. Having a hard time with a non-standard marking? That's a rough one. What does it look like? 3 claw marks on the right forearm. Big ones as well, not one of those wimpy little marks like the nerd classes get. The guard laughed. The cook smiled and turned his hand toward Carl, who didn't understand what they meant. They should be talking about a class marking, but with the dozens of visible tattoos, Carl had no idea which one might be the one they were referring to. The cook tapped a small stick tattoo, and Carl realized that it was a mage-type class marking, a wand with sparkles at the end. It was on the top of his hand, and only a few centimeters long. If he hadn't seen it in the book, he would have never noticed it at all. There is a theory that the size of the tattoo has some relationship to the talent of the recipient, but I don't believe that's right at all. Unless it's not related to the mental compatibility, but just the ability itself. Have you got any clues about yours? The line cook asked. I felt right with a short sword in my hand, and the marking seems to have something to do with animals, so perhaps I'm a hunter of some sort, or a park ranger with bad luck. Carl joked. Well, you'll find out once you get your first-class skill to work. After that, you can just think the word, status, and get an impression of how your magical abilities are growing. At least, that's how it is for mages. The cook informed him. While the cook got his meal ready, Carl closed his eyes and focused on what was happening in the strange spot in his mind. The result wasn't words, but a somewhat detailed impression of the status of the bird. He had to translate it himself, but the actual information was pretty basic. Beast space activated, 1 occupant. Pet number 1. Name, Wind Speed Hawk. Rank, Common. Connection, Low. Skills. Claw, Rend, Supervision. Carl felt an indescribable power flow into his body as the status was completed, and a second round of physical impressions came to him. Beast Master, Carl. Rank, Common. Bloodline, Human. Skills. Beast Skill, Supervision. Beast Attack Skill, Rend. That didn't quite mesh with the knowledge that he had from the booklet. Wasn't he supposed to get some sort of instinctive guideline on how to progress? Maybe a little something about how he was doing in his training of the skills. How does the power rating of the system work? Is there some sort of level, or grade, or something? How can we tell who has real power and who is like me, a newbie waiting on his skills? He asked the 2 older men. Older being a relative term, as they likely weren't much more than 20 themselves, but older than him and finished their time at the academy. That's the fun part. You don't. Unless they directly tell you, or you have some special skill to sense energy fluctuations like some of the mages, you just have to go with your gut instinct or the public rankings. The problem with the rankings is that they're all subjective. You see, I'm a wand class mage. I can use the fire element. If I was an orb class mage, I could use 2 elements at once, but that still doesn't tell you anything about my power. The important part is that I never made it past level 1 in my spell book, I just don't have the talent for it. But the druid here, he describes his powers entirely differently. The guard nodded. I'm a level 6 mortal grade druid. My grade has never changed, but I can use much more powerful nature magic than when I was starting school, and I can even transform into a bear. Because everyone's internal measurements are so wildly different, we judge everyone on the same scale as magical beasts. From common to mythical in rank based on what they can defeat in battle, or how effective their healing and support skills are compared to beasts at the same level. So, while the cook is still considered to be in the common grade, I have made it 1 rank up to the awakened grade, and I can fight awakened magical beasts on my own. At least in limited numbers I can. But I was near the bottom of my class, all the way through. My skills are varied, I can heal, fight, transform into a bear, even help plants grow, but I can't do any of them worth a damn, so I'm stuck at the awakened grade. Carl nodded, understanding the concept if not the actual power level. Sometimes focusing on too many things would lead to you never getting good at anything. There was a guy like that in his neighborhood, a jack of all trades. He could fix your car, your sink or your fridge, but only the common issues. If it were really broken, he would refer you to someone else. I think that I follow the idea. How powerful were the top students of your class? He asked. Have you heard of the Archmage Mia, that new idol spellcaster? She was in our class, and she reached the awakened rank in the first year. By the end of the second, she could defeat ascended beasts with ease, and by the time we graduated, she was already a commander-grade mage. Then only a few years after that, she got some super-secret resource from a mission, and it pushed her to the royal rank. That's when everyone started calling her the Archmage, and the fame started to get to her head. She doesn't answer our messages anymore, but we can still proudly say we went to school with someone super famous. Royal-grade monsters were a terrifying thought to Carl. Even one of them could level the mining town he grew up in without breaking a sweat. The strongest fighting force in town was likely the mayor, a commander-grade warrior, and in Carl's opinion, he was getting too old to be picking fights with monsters. Plus, the town didn't have any sort of armed guard, other than the handful of police. If it came to a fight, the old mayor would definitely not have a good time proving he still deserved his rank. Carl sat in silence for a moment as he ate, then smiled at the 2 senior graduates in front of him. I suppose that I should get back to my room and see what I can do about awakening some sort of skill, then. If not, we will all be shut out of the class idols phone list in the future. The cook laughed. I like the way you think, a bit of motivation goes a long way when you're trying to find a reason to get through the most grueling parts of your training. Carl thought a lot about that as he walked back to his room. The hardest part of any task was seeing it through to the end. It was easy at the start when you were motivated, but somewhere in the middle it became a dreadfully dull grind, with no reward in sight and very little progress to be made. That was when you would lose sight of the goal and start to slack. If you were lucky, you recovered from it, but if not, you would end up in trouble and behind schedule. Even the mine foreman had said the same thing to the students when he came to talk to them on career day. Not that anyone truly listened to him, with the prospect of the divine injection coming up only days later. But the others, the ones who returned to class afterwards, would be thinking more about it every day. Once the door to the room closed behind him, Carl stared out the window and tried a skill for himself. Supervision grants the beast tamer the sight of the contracted wind speed hawk. The forests in the distance were suddenly crystal clear in his eyes, and everything in his peripheral vision became just as clear as what was right in front of him. A bit of movement caught his eye, and Carl noticed a quill beast moving through the grassland over a kilometer away. It was incredible, and the world was so much more vivid, with colors that he didn't even have names for. As he recalled, not only could the wind-speed hawk see into the ultraviolet and infrared spectrums, but they were also accomplished nocturnal hunters, with excellent night vision as well. While Rend was the much cooler combat skill, supervision was incredibly overpowered in Carl's estimation. Just being able to see where you were going at night would give him a great advantage over other students in the practical tests. Maybe the written tests as well. He could easily read other papers from across the room without moving his head or looking straight at them. Cheating on a written exam would be simple, if he weren't already certain that none of the other students from the mines were smart enough to cheat off. With the issue of activating his very first powers settled, Carl could finally rest easy for a few seconds. That was all it took for him to see the homework assignment on the table and realize that there was still a lot for him to do before they reached the academy. Alright, let's get this done in advance, and then I can relax. His silent motivational speech had very little effect, but Carl sat down with a pen and the homework assignment in front of him. Name, Carl. Age, 14. Skill name. It only had one spot for a skill name, and that made him assume that it was normal for a newly awakened student to only have one skill. But which should he put in there? Beast taming, supervision or rend? This homework would be posted for the class, he was certain, so he didn't want to give away the extent of his abilities to the other students and become the target of other students' envy before he could defend himself. Plus, the contracted pet might be a magical beast, the wind-speed hawk, but it was still a gosling, and wouldn't grow into its full power for months or even years. Wouldn't he just become a new target of bullying if he showed everyone a baby bird as his power? Supervision seemed like it was much cooler and more useful, but it wasn't a combat skill, and for the elite, combat strength was king. So, he went back to the bed and picked up the short sword again, determined to make rend work. Activating the skill was incredibly easy. A single thought lit up the blade with a dull red light, and when he swung it toward the portion of the wall that was marked testing area, a crescent arc of destructive power was thrown out and absorbed by the high-tech alloy. Drawing the blade through the air when using rend was like mixing thick dough. He could barely move his arm, and the blade's speed was slow, but the skill formed as the blade moved, so with a bit more training, it should be faster to activate. Rend would definitely make him friends in class. With a bit more effort, it could slice a wide swathe through enemies, and allow him to target an entire group. Carl hurried back over to the sheet and filled out the questions about his skill, including the restriction on movement speed when using the attack, which limited how fast it could be activated. If he thought about it, there might be a way around that if he was already moving when he activated the skill. Wasn't that how hawks hunted? They didn't rely on strength, they came in at high speed and took out their prey in a single strike. If he could determine how that skill was supposed to be used, his combat power would increase drastically. But other than the skill, the questionnaire also asked about the user. Any headaches, feelings that you had forgotten something important, physical increases or decreases? Carl tested himself, and other than the supervision, he had definitely also become a bit more flexible. Not by a lot, but it was clearly noticeable. In the end, he decided to leave that portion of the questionnaire marked with none. If the agility increase improved in the future, he could blame it on something else from his training. After all, some of the elite were said to be true superhuman monsters, and some were just as frail and human as always, but with mind-boggling supernatural powers. One of the idols had even sprained an ankle after stumbling to go on stage for a meet and greet event. That seemed like pretty conclusive proof that the injection's skill distribution system did not distribute physical enhancements in a fair and equal manner. Once he was satisfied that the answers would be enough for the academy to rate him fairly highly among his classmates, Carl carefully slid the paper into the envelope provided and placed it in the tray by the door. That was everything that he was expected to do until they arrived at the academy, but he couldn't help wanting to try out more and better ways to use the rend skill. What if he tried to be more like the hawk? There should have been a clawed gauntlet among the equipment there, as well as a trident. Both would replicate the 3 claws of the mark on his arm, but the trident was a stabbing weapon, which didn't seem well suited to how the skill worked. He opened the drawer again and put back the sword before taking out a pair of gauntlets with clawed tips on the fingers. As a weapon, they weren't too impressive, but they looked like they would work with the skill that he had. They were a bit big on his hand, as Carl was slightly smaller than average, but after a few buckle adjustments, they fit well enough, and he tried the skill again. With his hand extended out in front of him, the way a hawk would when swooping down on prey, he flexed his fingers, and 4 small streaks of red light tore through the air in front of him to hit the wall. Each of them was much less impressive than the one created by the sword, but the speed was incredibly fast, and they would hit multiple areas on the target. Against lightly armored targets, that seemed like the better path. The more attack blades they had to dodge or block, the better. Each time he used the skill, it seemed to drain some of his energy, and after only a few more swings, Carl could feel his arms getting weaker, and he had to sit down and catch his breath. This was going to become an issue very quickly while doing combat training. He had spent plenty of time in the gym, but he was trying to improve his physique, not build his stamina and endurance. But that was what the school was for. All he had to do was focus on his training, and it would definitely work out in the end. As Carl massaged his sore arms, the first of the other students were only just beginning to wake up and begin reading the guidebook. It wasn't much of a head start, but the first awakened elite of the batch was already determined. All new students, gather your preferred weapons, your school uniforms and wait for the notification to disembark. We are now 5 minutes from the Golden Divine Academy. The train's announcement declared just after breakfast on the morning of the second day after Carl woke up. He packed the snacks he had obtained in advance from the train's kitchen into the provided backpack along with the spare uniforms and shoes, then put on the black metal clawed gauntlets and hung the short sword from a scabbard at his hip. There was no rule saying you couldn't prefer more than one weapon, and the guards hadn't mentioned it when they saw him practicing in the room that way, so it should be all right. The cook and the guard had both mentioned the walk into the academy on the first day after he woke up, so the train wouldn't be stopping at the gates. This was probably some sort of test, either to see how the students would solve a problem or get along or some nonsense, Carl decided, but whatever the reason, he was packing a lunch. As expected, the train came to a stop about 1 kilometer from the academy, at the far end of a grassy field with a few well-maintained hedgerows along the way. This is your stop. The last bit is up to you. I will see you all in the academy tomorrow after the train is cleaned and repaired. A slender man in a guard uniform announced. The students mostly stood by their open doors with looks of confusion, but Carl walked out into the hallway and stepped down from the train to take his first breath of the clean country air. Without all the dust from the mines, it smelled strangely like trees and flowers here, and he could feel the power of the academy in the distance, like a tingle in his bones, warning him that it was something abnormal, something magical. The first student out was like a beacon to the others, and slowly the new students started to leave the train, mostly still exhausted from practicing their new skills and a lack of sleep, but the sun was directly overhead in the sky, and sleeping under the scorching morning sun wasn't going to be easy. The slender man in the guard uniform stepped in front of them again once everyone was off the train, and raised his voice to address the crowd. Welcome, everyone, to Golden Divine Academy. As a special welcoming gift to all of our new students, we have prepared the traditional walk across the grounds to the front gates for you. Every year, the new arrivals make this trip, entering the gates as awakened elites to begin their new lives. Now it is your turn. But be warned, the grasslands look empty, but that isn't always the truth. He wasn't lying. Carl could see that the train tracks circled the academy at a distance of roughly a kilometer, passing through these grasslands, a large portion of forest, and even through a swampy bog around a river. They must drop every group off at a different point, so they could watch them come into the academy. It seemed like a strange tradition, but when he looked out over the field using supervision, he could tell that there was a huge population of earth rats, a common-grade magical beast with incredible digging skills, and the ability to throw small stones using magic. They were mostly harmless, and Carl had dealt with them using a slingshot as a kid, but in large numbers, they could be a real menace. In this case, it was likely to be a nuisance, just an amusing prank by the seniors to watch the new kids get pelted with rocks as they ran to school. Mice, hungry. A voice sounded in Carl's mind, coming from the space where his wind-speed hawk was kept. It was incredibly insistent and eager to taste the mice, so Carl stepped forward into the field to see what they would do to the students who tried to pass. He might have hunted them before, but that was with a slingshot and in the house where they couldn't use the earth to escape. Getting a clean kill shot here would be much more trouble, but he was fairly certain that he could do it with the speed of the rend attacks. He just had to time them right. Carl stepped forward into the grassland battlefield, against an unknown number of the weakest magical creatures, armed with a single untested combat skill and a baby bird as a pet. Not exactly the most glorious of first battles as an elite, but it would have to do. The response to his invasion of their territory was immediate, and the 10-centimeter-long earth mice began to hurl small rocks at Carl, highlighting their position, and making the starving hawk in his beast-taming space go insane with desire. A flick of his fingers, and 4 sharp red energy arcs flew out into the battlefield, taking out one of the mice before it even knew there was a danger, and then the other hand took a second. Supervision really was a remarkable skill for both eyesight and hand-eye coordination. His second attack hit a mouse as it was attempting to go underground to evade, and then his third reached its target as it tried to run. Carl jogged forward and picked up the bodies, then moved them into the taming space for the hawk to eat before continuing on toward the academy under greatly reduced levels of attack from the earth mice, who had sensed the presence of a predator in their midst and began to target the other students. Only a few brave ones would still throw rocks at Carl from a distance, all of which were easily swatted away with the armored glove. That glove is such a cheat code here in the open field. A dark-haired girl with a wand in her hand complained from directly behind his back. You're a mage, a real magic user. Just blast them if they throw rocks at you. Carl reminded her after seeing the magical casting device. And pass out again in the middle of a field? I'm not sure if you're aware, but magic is hard. I can only cast like 2 or maybe 3 spells before I collapse from exhaustion. The girl complained. That was what had happened to Carl the first day as well. But once he got a bit more used to it, the consumption seemed not to be as bad. Just stay behind me then, and undo your coat so you can hide your head. Earth mice aren't smart, and they won't target your face if they can't see it. The other students quickly saw the tactic that Carl and the mage had come up with and began forming groups. From what Carl could tell, almost all of the newly empowered students were some sort of magical warrior class, and carrying various melee weapons. Not many of them had chosen shields, but those who did have shields took the lead in a group to push forward, while the ones with ranged skills fell in behind, encircling the mages and others who got no physical attribute enhancement. 2 more classmates fell in behind the mage, following the example of hiding their faces, though they didn't know why they were doing it. The sight frightened the weak-minded earth mice. One scary guy with claws leading 3 headless humanoid monsters was terrifying to the small creatures, and they began to flee instead of attacking Carl on his way forward. That let him set a brisk pace through the field, and put the field full of mice behind him right until they made it to the first hedgerow, where they took a short breather for everyone to recover some stamina. Magic uses far too much energy. How long does it take you guys to recover after using your skills? One of the boys in the back row, a warrior class with a large axe, asked. I can use mine 3 or 4 times, as long as I don't go all out. But then I'm tired, and I need to eat or rest. I haven't tried to time it yet. Carl replied. The mage nodded her head. I'm the same. 2 spells, and I'm at my limit and I need a breather. But if I sit down for 15 minutes or so, I can cast another. I saved my magic this time, so I can at least use one and keep going, or I can cast both in an emergency, but then I'll slow the team down. The boy with an axe frowned. I can only use mine once, and then I'm done. But I'm a woodcutter's son, and I can swing the axe for hours if I don't use the skill. That's good enough. So far, it's just been earth mice, and only an idiot would chase them with an axe. But if there is something bigger and slower up ahead, you can go ahead and fight it without using that skill. Did the injection make you stronger? It was one of the questions on the homework, so it must be a thing. Carl suggested. Yeah, a lot stronger. He agreed. The other warrior smiled. I'm not so strong, but I was alright to start with. Unfortunately, my first skill is defensive, see the shield in my marking? The silly thing is, I have no aptitude with a shield. I tried everything with the one in the storage box, but nothing worked. However, if I use a 2-handed sword, I can activate the skill no problem, and keep it active all the time. The only problem is that I can't swing the sword fast enough to block those rocks the way that you do with your gloves. Carl nodded. So, we've got a super strength axe man, a durable swordsman, a mage and me with my claws. That's not bad, and it looks like the teachers wanted us to group up to fight our way through to the gates. Not that it's been a tough fight so far, more of a practical joke by the seniors, but be prepared for something like water moles or quill beasts in the next field. After a short breather, they moved forward in the same formation, but without the coats pulled up over their heads. If there was something more dangerous than earth mice in this field, they wanted to see it coming, and not find out when it reached them. Carl's supervision scanned the field, but currently it appeared to be empty and easy to pass. Likely, whatever lived here was just sleeping or going about its daily business, unaware that something was about to invade its home turf. Do you think that we should move through the trees? That would bring us to the academy without crossing the field, we just need to go to the side a little. The mage suggested. Carl scanned the tree line and shook his head. There are at least 2 iron tusk borers in those trees. I can see the torn tree bark at different heights. It might be a different species, but those marks are pretty distinctive. He quietly informed the others. They were a long way from home, so it might be an entirely different species of boar, but if the tusk markings were similar on the trees to the ones he knew from home, then the animal likely was as well. Then onward, valiant scapegoats of the freshman class. Let's amuse our seniors and get ourselves inside that gate before it gets dark. The woodcutter's son laughed. They moved forward at a fast walk, not wanting to make too much noise or vibration underground that might disturb the beasts living there, but not wanting to waste time and let the others behind them catch up either. None of the other groups had entered this field yet. Most were resting, some were still struggling with either a lack of courage or the mice, and some had decided to go the long way around, under the assumption that the direct route was a trap. That group probably wasn't wrong, but that didn't mean that the other routes were any better. They were halfway across the field when the next group moved forward, jogging to catch up to the leaders, and the field erupted with activity. Vines sprung up out of the ground around the feet of the new group, trapping their ankles and pulling them down onto the soft dirt, while loose vines whipped at their faces. It was some sort of plant monster, what sort, Carl had no idea, but the loud footsteps had awoken it. Keep moving gently, it hasn't attacked us yet, it's just active in our area. Keep moving and we will get out without much trouble. Don't attack unless you're actually trapped, and don't step on the vines. Carl instructed. You're the boss. But if we end up stuck in the middle of the field, I'm totally blaming you. The mage whispered with a rueful smirk on her face, fully expecting the worst. Soft steps got them almost to the end of the field before a sudden twitch of a vine put it right under their sword fighter's foot, and not only did he stomp on the vine, he tripped, and his blade sliced a dozen of them clean in half. "Get him up and let's run. The vine monster will not be happy about that," Carl shouted, before beginning to dash toward the relative safety of the hedgerow. The woodcutter hauled the other boy to his feet, and the four of them took off running, hoping to make it to the edge of the field. Entangling vines grabbed at Carl's legs, but fast steps kept them from finding a good hold, and he was nearly out of the vine's range before he was pulled to a stop. Coming up from behind him, the young mage used Carl's immobile figure as a springboard, running across his back as Carl was getting up and leaping toward safety, only to be caught in midair and dragged flat to the ground with a puff of dirt and a pained groan. Good plan, poor execution. The swordsman laughed from behind them as he hacked his way through the vines. Carl sliced himself free with rend, and then did the same for the mage, who frantically scrambled for safety in the trees. The last to reach safety was the woodcutter, but he was also the most lucky, as he had experience with entangling vines in the woods, and knew how to smack them with the back of his axe to keep them from grabbing his ankles. "Sorry, it takes too long to explain the trick, or I would have told you all," he mumbled as he reached the trees a few seconds behind the others. "It's all good. We each have our own knowledge base to work on, and there was no time for some long lecture in the middle of the field." Carl agreed. The mage seemed like she was about to say something, but then reconsidered. There were only a few seconds between the stumble and the escape, there really was no time to explain. All that was left now was a section of freshly mowed grass, with a single cobblestone path that led to the gates. If they could make it through that, they were safe. Well, relatively safe. From what they knew of the elites, the culture favored the strong, and they were not yet the strong. But they were all well suited to their class, and in time they might be. Stay off the grass. I learned that from my mum's workplace. Fancy people hate when you walk on their grass. The mage mumbled as they got ready to move. Good point. I was looking forward to soft grass under my feet after growing up in the mines, but using the path just seems right. Carl agreed. These other three hadn't gotten on at his stop, but they should at least understand the concept of the mines. There were 10 other middle schools in the nearby towns, so even if, like Carl, they had never traveled, they had at least seen the mountains over the mines in the distance. Triumphantly, they walked down the path, with the swordsman doing his best to hide a slight limp and the mage brushing the dirt off the front of her uniform to look a little less like she had been rolling in the field for fun. They reached the gate, where a pair of teachers were waiting to greet them with a large bag full of textbooks and a table full of drinks. "Welcome to the Golden Divine Academy, students Carl, Dana, James and Kruger. You are the first to make it to the gate today, and therefore the first to get to pick your rooms in the dormitory. The map is on the table, and you may pick any room on the second floor that is not currently marked as occupied." They rushed over to collect a drink, and then gathered around the map. "This layout makes no sense." Kruger, the axe wielder, mumbled. "All the rooms are random. Look at this one, it's tiny, but with a huge empty balcony, who would pick that?" Dana, the dark-haired mage, agreed. But a long, narrow room caught her eye. There was supposed to be a training target at the end which she could fire spells at from a distance, which would be great for practice. "I want the balcony room." Carl shrugged, then picked up a token from the table and placed it on the map. "Right, you have a wide area attack skill. If you want to practice, you need more space. I'll take the training room here, with the Murphy bed that folds against the wall." Dana explained, picking her space. The other two went for the largest pair of dorms, with a training dummy in the main room and a separate bedroom. Each of the rooms was a bit special in its own way, but Carl noticed that there was one selectable option that seemed quite inferior. Someone could actually pick the supply closet as their dorm, it was marked as an option, and might be left to the last person to complete the trials. The wind-speed hawk in Carl's taming space looked out through his eyes and squawked in appreciation of the choice. The big balcony was one of the few rooms that had proper outdoor access. In fact, it blocked a half-dozen other rooms' access to the outside, unless they had a window that opened onto the balcony. It was perfect for the bird, and once it digested these delicious earth mice, the tiny monster was convinced that it would have the energy to grow enough that it could fly around outside. Baby monsters didn't stay helpless for long, even in this situation, where it was being nourished by a human beast tamer and not its mother. "Are there more mice?" it asked hopefully. It was strange to hear the bird's thoughts as words in his head, but unfortunately, Carl didn't have anything else for the beast right now. "Just wait until dinner and I will get you as much meat as you can eat. I hope they serve mice." "Interesting choices. I can see the others, but why did you pick the balcony?" "The room itself is barely a bedroom." The teacher in charge of reception asked Carl. "I can always set something up on the balcony, but mostly it's for training. I have an area attack skill that I can't train indoors easily. But the room is fine, it's bigger than mine at home, and it's got both a bed and a desk, with its own shower and water closet." The others quickly double-checked to make sure they had picked rooms with their own facilities and sighed in relief. Not only did the rooms they picked have a full bath, they also had a small kitchenette with a fridge and hot plate for cooking in the room while they were studying. "In that case, I will give you all your keys, and wish you well in your studies." The teacher's smile told them all that they had probably screwed up somehow, but they had no idea what they should have done differently in that situation. Unless the juice was poisoned, they had just picked the rooms that seemed the most appropriate for their class. Or the biggest ones, in the estimation of James and Kruger. They took a few steps, and students from the senior classes, wearing badges with white, black and bronze symbols on them, fell in beside the group. White for common grade, black for awakened, and bronze for ascended, according to the text on the badges. The badges on the new students' uniforms were all white, so Carl hadn't noticed until now that they represented anything but the academy. "Welcome to the academy. We will show you to your rooms. It's always fun to see the newbies' first experience of the dorms, you see. It's a completely magical building, so whatever you were expecting, just put that out of your mind right now." The student with the bronze badge, the strongest of the three, explained. They didn't say much more until they got to the main doors of the dorm. On the right is the cafeteria, open from 4 in the morning until midnight. On the left are the laundry facilities, they're a drop-off service, just give them the basket, and they'll launder it and bring it back to your room. This isn't a hotel, there are no maids, but the cleaning supplies are right here. Don't forget to keep your room clean, everyone gets punished if too many students fail the dorm inspections. That way is the supply room, you can go visit him later, when you have academy credits, to get essential supplies and things you want for your room or your studies. Now, there is no elevator, but there are 3 staircases. The main ones are the best, as they're 5 meters wide, and you don't get jammed up with cross-traffic. Your year is lucky, you got rooms on the 2nd floor, mine is up on the 4th floor, and these 2 are on the 5th floor. It's a long walk down to get to class, but I heard that the rooms are nicer at the top than they are on the lower floors. The boy's smirk told Carl that he was definitely pranking them. Either there was an elevator, or the rooms were all strange, no matter where you went. The 3 older students put their hands on the shoulders of the newbies and led them up to the 2nd floor with a smile. "You 2 are right here, since you picked the square internal rooms." The leader of the senior students informed them, gesturing to the doors on either side of the stairs. That was a factor that they might have forgotten to consider. Being right next to the stairs could be loud. But the hallways were decorated with thick red carpets, hanging tapestries on the walls, and plenty of decorations that should prevent echoes. The 2 warriors opened their doors, and looked at the bare rooms. Stone walls with multiple scorch marks, cut marks and absolutely zero furniture in the main room greeted them. They stepped inside in shock, and found that the bedroom had a simple single bed in it, unmade, but with quality linens and a comforter emblazoned with the school's crest folded at the foot. The main room had a stone golem standing in the middle, the training dummy that the diagram had informed them the room included, and the older students whistled in appreciation. Now that's a nice bonus. They left you the training dummies from the last senior class. Those are commander class, you'll never break them in the first 2 years, maybe not at all. I think it's a good trade-off for the initial cleaning you'll have to do. The student with the black badge laughed. Carl gave them a suspicious look. Are these just as the students left them, or is there some system to it? The others just smirked and shrugged. Why don't we let the others get settled in and see where you and the mage are staying? Dana sighed and gestured down the hallway. If I remember the map right, I'm that way. Room 17, the long training one. The student with the bronze badge nodded in appreciation. I'm also a mage, so I picked the same room on my floor. Let's see what you got. They opened the door and looked at an incredibly long hallway. Far longer than the actual dimensions of the building should allow. But at the entrance was a small bedroom, restroom and a kitchenette along the wall, followed by the vast stone expanse of the training hallway. It was spotlessly clean, and there was a single potion sitting on the table with a welcome note from the last occupant. Congratulations, you got a decent senior. Check out your welcoming gift, we will get Carl here settled into his room. The balcony room was just around the corner, and at first, Carl almost missed it. The supply closet room was right next to his, so the doors were narrow and very close together, but the older students knew which one it was. Right here. Let's see what it's like. The balcony on our floor is empty, we didn't have as many students as you guys do, so some of them aren't in use. The door swung open to show a very plain room past a short hallway with a bathroom on the left. The main room was just a metal desk and a large bed, trimmed in black leather, with drawers underneath. The walls were painted dark gray, giving the room a very odd feeling, but the curtains were the Academy logo gold ones that presumably came with the room. Well, this must have been the kitchen witch's room. Creepy goth girl. You can repaint once you get some credits to buy the supplies. Good luck with that. The gold-badged student sighed, obviously disappointed that there wasn't anything special about the place. But they had forgotten the most important part. Once they left and the door closed behind them, Carl opened the curtains to the balcony and stepped outside, only to find himself in the middle of a greenhouse. There were plants everywhere, blocking his view, and Carl smiled. He had never had plants in the house before, his parents couldn't even keep flowers alive. But the wind-speed hawk was overjoyed at the potted trees, flowers, and vines that were scattered all over the balcony. Carl didn't recall seeing this from the entryway, and he should have, as they passed right under it on their way in. However, the more he walked, the more Carl realized that the balcony was not normal. It was at least 3 times the size that it should be, and nearly filled with plants, until he got to the far end and found a gazebo with a hammock, a curved bench, and a small table that contained a well-worn notebook. Care and Keeping of the Balcony. Abridged version. Carl smiled at the title and flipped the notebook open. While I don't know if you will appreciate the legacy of the greenhouse, you will find that it is effortless to care for, and every plant here has a purpose. You see, they are all edible. Most of them are for humans, to help your growth, but I have personally added a few important ones of my own. This is the catnip plant, the feline-type magical beasts love it, and you can use it to keep them from reporting you when you sneak out at night. This one is the honey berry, which is popular with bear-type monsters. If you smear the pulp of this plant on the shoes of other students, it will attract the giant grizzlies to them in the woods. Be sure to wash your hands before following. The final one is only edible in a limited quantity, the clear mind fruit. Use it before the major exams to help you focus. But keep in mind that it only works a few times, so use it sparingly. The rest of the book was just a watering schedule for the plants, and a note that the magic of the balcony would take care of the rest. So, the last resident planted a fruit to help her cheat on exams, one to sabotage other students in the woods, and catnip to bribe the security so she could sneak out at night. This senior was definitely an interesting person. Carl decided. There are still no mice. The baby wind-speed hawk complained. He was right, even with supervision, which could see into the infrared spectrum and would pick out urine trails of rodents. There was no sign of mice. That should probably have been expected of a magical dorm, but it was a great tragedy in the mind of the bird. "All right, buddy, we will go to the cafeteria and find some meat." Carl headed for the main floor again, and made his way to the buffet of the cafeteria. "New student? I don't know you." The old woman behind the counter asked. "Yes, ma'am. My name is Carl." "Polite, that's not bad. All right, grab what you like, but only the white plates are allowed to be taken back to the rooms, and must be returned during your next meal. Eat all you like, magic affects all you kids differently, no need to be shy about your appetite." "Meat!" The hawk shouted happily in his mind, drawing his attention to a pile of raw fish set along one side of the long counter. It looked like a grocery section, where you could pick out your own ingredients to take to your room, while the first half of the counter was prepared dishes. "Then, pardon my hunger," Carl replied, and took a pair of white plates to fill for their dinner. Pasta and meatballs with cream sauce, roasted pork, some sort of vegetable that gave off an incredible feeling of energy, and then an entire plate of raw meat for the hawk. "Well, that's one of the more interesting plates, for sure. But if you're in a room with a kitchen, you can cook it as you like. In the future, you can just ask the cook to prepare it if there's a special way you like your food," she explained. "Thanks, I'll keep that in mind." Carl retreated to his room while the hawk pleaded pitifully to be fed. If this was how adorably needy all baby birds were, no wonder their mothers would go to the extremes of even chewing food for them. Fortunately, the wind-speed hawk had an extremely sharp metallic beak and could bite through bone with ease, even as a newborn. The meat chunks were all boneless, which the bird found disappointingly lacking in crunch, but the meat was all monster meat, high in nutrients and energy, and its body was growing at a visible rate under the pile of nourishment. It somehow managed to chew through 5 times its body weight in 10 minutes, and it was still pleading for the meatballs on Carl's plate as he finished his meal. "Fine, 1 meatball. But after that, you need to wait for dinner." "When is that?" "I'm starving." The bird complained, then burped loudly and fell asleep. That certainly didn't seem like starvation to Carl. By the time that it woke up, the wind-speed hawk had grown to the size of a sparrow, and was happily flying around Carl's mental space, an exuberant distraction as he cleaned the balcony of leaves, which were set aside to be sorted for drying, and then watered the plants. Everything here should be a magical resource of the most basic level, so even the leaves would likely be worth something if they were properly dried and preserved. The problem was that he wasn't sure if this garden was sanctioned by the school, or if they would view all the resources here as looted school property. "Is it dinner yet? We should get crunchy food this time," Hawk suggested. "Sure, let's go down and see how everyone else is doing after I finish writing a letter." The bird was confused by the concept of a letter, but Carl wanted to write home to his parents to let them know that he was all right and settling in well at the academy. The students wouldn't be home until the end of the school year, but he didn't recall any rules saying that they couldn't send a letter or a text message. Not that either Carl or his parents could afford a cell phone, but that wasn't the point. Maybe he would get them one once he was finished training and started to get the elite stipend. If it was enough, he could probably even move them out of the mines and let them retire. It only took a few minutes to finish the letter home, and Carl put it in a box by his door, which could be accessed from either the inside or the outside. That was where he had received and left the paperwork on the train, and it was where letters were picked up if you had to send them at home, so it should be the same here, Carl assumed. The dining hall was packed with new students, mostly in rather rough shape, with torn clothes, covered in mud and grass stains, and a few sporting visible injuries. Carl joined the line to grab dinner, then took a second plate, scooped an entire roast chicken on it, and transferred it to the beast taming space while nobody was watching him. Then he took another, added a collection of cheeses and snacks to it, and brought it to an empty table. "You were the gauntlet guy from the first group, aren't you? I didn't get a good look at your face earlier." A girl with blonde hair and a heavily bruised face asked as he sat at the table next to hers. "Yeah, might I ask, what happened?" Everyone looks like they were beaten half to death. Carl asked. We were. I went with a group that understood going together for safety against the earth mice, and our lead warrior chased them off with a skill, but when we got to the second field, the plant monster was already going insane. So, we thought it would be safer to go around, and we decided to try the tree lean to the right. She paused and gently touched her face, then flinched. The one with the monstrous boars? Carl asked. Oh, you already know. Carl nodded. That's why we went through the field. I saw the marks of the boars on the trees, and recognized them from outside the mining town where I grew up. The girl laughed. It's me, Jasmine. I guess you really didn't recognize me with my face like this. That explained why she didn't introduce herself when she started speaking. He should have already known her. Carl looked her over again. He was absolutely certain that when they left, the Jasmine that he knew had not been a blonde, and that she had been at least 20 kilos heavier than she was now. You look different. It must be the hair. Carl mumbled, not wanting to insult his classmate by mentioning what she used to look like. Maybe it was puberty, but he should have noticed a change like that, he was sure of it. There were a few other familiar, but also not familiar, faces in the crowd. It was like everyone was a bit different than he remembered, and most of them had improved in the best of ways. Come to think of it, he didn't remember sitting quite so tall at the table, and his uniform pants didn't quite reach his shoes anymore. That wasn't right, they definitely did this morning when he got off the train. Maybe his academy experience wasn't going to be a bad one after all. A little more height and he would catch up to his classmates. The next morning was the official start of their training, but there were no scheduled classes. Instead, everyone woke up to announcements that they should wait in their rooms for the teacher in charge of their group to come inform them of their new routine. That sounded like a much more relaxed class atmosphere than any school he had heard of before, and Carl became a little more jealous of the elite lifestyle. Perhaps he would even get lucky and have a kind and gentle teacher who didn't shout at students for wrong answers, or believe that laps around the school were the cure for inattention. At breakfast, he gathered another roasted chicken for Hawk, along with a collection of raw meat, but the beast's consumption had temporarily slowed as the bird had grown overnight. They weren't a large predator by the standards of monstrous beasts, just a deadly one due to their eyesight and attack power. As they grew to maturity, most of them would perfect the knowledge of the rend skill, allowing them to take down much larger prey with a single strike. That might not sound too impressive, given that the full-grown bird only weighed a few kilograms, but when the proficiency reached a high enough level, a monster could actually ambush and kill monsters a rank above its own, using the power of the mastered skill. It wasn't a feat that many beasts could accomplish, and it was entirely a result of the wind-speed hawk's incredible rate of skill growth. It was well after noon before the teacher showed up to talk to him, and Carl was getting bored with just standing around in the garden and waiting. He had practiced his rend skill until he wore himself out, trying to improve his accuracy and activation speed, and then had a short nap, but he wasn't really sure where to go from here, and none of the information in the bag of textbooks he had received told him anything on that topic. The sharp knock at the door woke him up, and Carl rushed over to open the door for the sharp-featured female soldier that was waiting outside. Good afternoon, Carl. I am your combat skills professor, you may call me Sergeant Rita. In addition to teaching you martial arts and essential skills for the elites, I will be your personal guidance professor. The Academy has determined that your class is too different from other warriors for the standard class schedule to be useful outside the daily battle training courses, so we will be working together for the time being. Did you have the space here to take lessons, or would you like to move to a classroom? He had almost gotten his wish. Rita certainly wasn't ugly, but her nature was about as far from kind and gentle as was possible, and laps around the Academy didn't seem like they would be outside her list of preferred teaching methods. There is a spot on the patio that should be suitable. Please come in, Sergeant. The gazebo seemed like the best learning space, and with the weirdness of magical training golems, staircases that only went to your floor and everything else in this dormitory, Carl couldn't see how the plants left to him by the senior would be an issue. Sergeant Rita followed him into the unit, then onto the balcony with an intrigued look. But it was not the number of plants that shocked her. "Are these all freshly watered?" she asked. There was a watering guide included with the room. "Most only need it once a week, and I didn't know when they were watered last, so I did it the day that I moved in. They seemed fairly dry, but everything is still in good condition." Carl replied with a shrug as he walked to the gazebo. "This is a nice unit, very outdoorsy. I'm not sure if it will rain on the patio, with the magic that's in effect, but other than that, you lucked out. Now, I need to know everything that you know about your powers so that we can start a proper training plan. How are the physical improvements? How has the power of your skill adjusted with a single day's practice, and are there any other hints as to what you can do with it? I won't lie to you, the classes that can send a golem or magical construct into battle for them are in much higher demand than any of the others except the mages who can use unique spells. But with a ranged attack from the start, you're not in a terrible spot." The sergeant informed him very sincerely. Her honesty startled Carl, and it felt like she genuinely had his best interests in mind as a guidance counselor. Hiding too many things from her wouldn't do him any good, so Carl decided that it would be best to just put everything out in the open for her to understand. Maybe she would know how to help him and Hawk grow. Carl focused and brought out Hawk from his beast-taming space. "We should start from here. This is Hawk, and my skill awakened him from an egg in the kitchen. It allows him to live somewhat comfortably in a space inside my mind, and our thoughts are linked. Once I contracted with him, I gained the ability to use, rend, the same attack skill that all wind-speed hawks have, and my senses gained an incredible improvement." Sergeant Rita stared at the tiny bird for a few seconds, trying to process the information that she had received. "So, your ability lets you contract with monsters and what? Use their abilities? While that sounds pretty cool, it's still a high-risk path to fight against other monsters," she asked. "Well, I guess that's true, but we both know what the other is thinking, so with a bit of training I shouldn't have to fight alone. I'll have Hawk with me," Carl offered. Sergeant Rita smiled. "How about we see if we can't find you another beast cub? If you can get something that's a better fighter than the wind-speed hawk, you might have a real chance to become one of the more powerful elites." Hawk squawked in indignation at the suggestion that he would be replaced right after being born. Does this woman have no shame? Looking down on the wind-speed hawk. "Fully grown, I am sure that I can make it to the commander rank, and she's just an ascendant warrior. Give it a month, and I'll bet I could beat her up." Hawk's mental communication was accompanied by audible screeching when he was outside like this, and the sergeant smirked at the irate fledgling. "What is he saying?" she asked. "He says that when he grows up he will be a commander, and you'll still be ascendant." Carl gave her the abridged version. The sergeant glared at Carl, who raised his hands in defeat. "You asked, and he said it, I'm just the translator here. So, it really is intelligent enough for coherent thought at that stage. Interesting. I know it's the first day, but we should go to the training grounds to see what you two can do when working together." Sergeant Rita led Carl down to the main floor and out across the grounds to a large open coliseum. "This will be our venue for the day. You'll love it, at least when it's empty. With nobody here, you can send your hawk as far out as you want, and we can spar with the training gear. Don't worry too much, it's capable of withstanding the attacks of commander-rank magical beasts, we won't be in any danger from the practice," she explained. The Coliseum was actually a football stadium that was converted to an arena when the facility was repurposed as the Divine Golden Academy a decade ago after the injections were developed. It was huge and open, with more than enough room to fight, and plated with a powerful magical barrier and armored plating to keep the battles from affecting the crowd. "Call out your bird, you two can make the first move," Sergeant Rita suggested as they walked to the middle of the battlefield. "Hawk, fly up high, and attack from the side, she will be expecting you to go behind her," Carl instructed as he checked his gauntlets and drew his sword. As soon as he released it from the mental space, the hawk flew up 50 meters in the air and began to circle, waiting for its master to be ready. "Go!" Carl instructed as he slashed forward with the blade, activating, rend, halfway through to create a small arc of power that Rita blocked with ease using one of the two daggers that had appeared in her hands. Then she dodged to the side as the attack from Hawk streaked towards her, and parried again as a flick of Carl's fingers sent more rending energy her way. Then she counterattacked, surging with energy and rushing toward Carl. He had no actual combat experience, but a sword was bigger than a dagger, so he sidestepped and swung his blade, which she easily parried, but while she was distracted, Hawk's next attack hit her in the back of the neck, leaving a bright red welt. "What do we do? Her neck doesn't break when I attack it?" Hawk asked in a panic. "Just keep attacking. She's stronger than us, but she is going to teach us how to fight." Carl frantically blocked the daggers with his gauntlet, but he could see that she was holding back, pushing him to see his physical limits. "That bird's accuracy is deadly. I can see how you would have confidence against a common-grade monster with a companion like that. If I were one of your classmates, I would likely be in the infirmary right now after that strike to the neck." The sergeant congratulated them. She had underestimated how fast that bird was, and hadn't realized that it had time to come in for another dive-bombing run so soon. Rita turned to keep them both in her line of sight as the bird continued to circle overhead, then launched a flurry of attacks that knocked Carl to the ground just in time for her to block Hawk's attacks. "All right, I know where your weaknesses are now. The first thing that we need to train is your fighting skills. While the bird is equivalent to a repeated sneak attack, low output but incredibly difficult to dodge, you will have to face the wrath of your enemies until you can find a second pet or a group mate to take their attention." That made a lot of sense. In a way, he was still a warrior class, just a pet warrior, who could fight alongside a magical beast. Learning an entire combat system wasn't going to be easy, but at this point, his life literally depended on it after graduation, unless he gave up on the dreams of becoming famous and powerful in exchange for doing some cushy job for the ultra-wealthy and somehow never get the reserve force call to battle. But if he did that, he wouldn't be much different than where he had started. He'd just be at the bottom of a much fancier pile. Even most of the music and television idols among the elite were known to go and fight to improve their strength or deal with attacks. They just did it with assistants and cameras following, so the world would know how awesome they were, not like some bureaucrat or lawyer who got sent to an attack that didn't even make the news to fight alone against a rampaging monster. "All right, what do we start with? Sword fighting? Martial arts? Some sort of secret magical body training art?" he asked. Sergeant Rita laughed. "First, we start with basic physical conditioning. Your body is adjusting quickly to the mana injection, and it triggers an awakening in place of your natural growth. That's why we give the shots at the end of middle school, so that all the recipients are still in the rapid growth phase and can adapt more easily to the changes. As your body adjusts, you should be able to move from a common physique to an awakened physique fairly quickly, and then you will be able to actually fight at an acceptable pace, closer in speed to the movements of your hawk." Carl sighed. He knew it, there were definitely going to be laps around the academy. "Follow me to the gym. There will be a bunch of agility-type fighters there now, so your standards should be suitable for the equipment that is out. I will lead you through a basic routine today, and then we will set your baseline for improvement. Within the next month, I expect that you will be able to make the minimum awakened standard, but you have until the end of the semester before the official tests are done." "So, most students take that long to make it to awakened?" Carl asked. That didn't sound so bad. "No, many of them will make the minimum standard within the next few weeks. The true geniuses will be getting close to ascended by the end of the first semester, and make it there either late in the year or at the beginning of the second year." Just like that, Carl's dreams of easy days as an elite were crushed. When they got to the gym, the attendant issued Carl a workout uniform consisting of sneakers, shorts and a shirt in the academy's white and gold color scheme, and sent him to the locker rooms to shower and change. That was their policy, shower before and after using the equipment. Apparently, new students didn't wash enough on their own, and they needed to shower when they arrived. Or perhaps, like he was that day, they were expected to be sweaty already. It didn't take long to get ready, but Sergeant Rita was already there, changed into a black tank top and a different pair of green cargo pants with clean boots. Did they think that she might be mistaken as a student if she didn't wear green? Or perhaps it was a military rule. Carl had heard that the elite soldiers weren't officially military, but their own branch of the government. However, they didn't come to the mines, there was no reason for them to be there, so he had never actually seen one before the injection day. The agility-type warriors, as Sergeant Rita called this class, turned out to be almost entirely female. That made Carl wonder deeply about what sort of bias the mana injection had for the skills that it awakened in people, or what that said about his current physique. He might not be the most macho man ever, but being subtly told that you currently have the physique of a 14-year-old girl was hard on the ego. Then he looked through the glass wall and saw the strength-type warriors from the senior classes training, and the class was full of muscle-bound meatheads with arms the size of his torso. Maybe he was in the right place. Alright, first up, upper body strength. That skill of yours puts a lot of resistance on your body, and you need to be able to power through it, but without building up so much bulk that you can't evade anymore. Rita began. What followed was 2 hours in hell. By the time that Carl limped back to the showers, he was sweaty, exhausted and ready to fall asleep right where he was. He was about to collapse when Hawk pushed a piece of cold roast chicken out of the space for him to eat as a form of emergency energy, or a survival ration, wind speed Hawk style. A very deeply missed survival ration, even though the bird still had a quarter of a roast chicken and plenty of raw meat left. Once he was changed, Carl made his way back to the dorms for the afternoon, and straight to the cafeteria for some much-needed sugar and caffeine. If this was going to be the daily routine, he was going to have to start eating much heavier meals than usual. Somehow, despite feeling like death, he still managed to look like he was in better shape than the next few groups to arrive. They were holding each other upright, and mostly bruised, cut, scorched or dripping with some sort of mystery liquid. "What happened to you?" Carl asked the mage sitting at the next table, startling him so much he almost fell out of his chair. Skills training. All day long, the magic classes undergo skills and theory training. I have one spell, Lightning Bolt, and they had me drink supplements over and over to cast it 30 times today until it stopped hitting me and everyone around me. He complained, clearly in agony, and so tired he was about to pass out. What about you? The other mage at the table, a girl with charred sections on her uniform, asked. I had a combat class with the instructor, then 2 hours of fitness routine with the agility-type fighters. I think my legs have started to turn into pudding already. Carl sighed. 2-hour fitness routine. What did you do to the instructor to deserve that? Even the newbie warriors only get a 30-minute intensive weight training session and a 30-minute cardio session along with their weapons training. The girl asked. No idea. I think that she's got high hopes for me, though, because she's already talking about forging me into an awakened body this month. The mages winced. We need to get our mana levels up to awakened levels before the end of semester exams, but that's way harder than it sounds, and we need to meditate whenever we're off, but you can't do it when you can't focus, and we're all too sore today. Well, almost all of us. I think that she might be fine, that woman is a demon. The boy Carl had spoken to first complained, gesturing toward a woman covered in slime at the next table. Slime girl? Carl asked. Don't let it fool you, she's a water mage, and her first spell is, refreshing water slime. It helps her recover stamina and mana, so she's been wearing it like that all day. That was almost a cheat ability. From what these two said, the mages trained their aptitude by maintaining and controlling their spells, and hers refreshed her stamina and magic while she wore it, so she could do it all the time without getting exhausted. She would almost certainly grow quickly. That was the sort of luck that a true protagonist should have, Carl decided. Slimes suck, you can't even eat them, they just squish. Hawk had a point, not only was he an excellent combat assistant, he was also edible. The students slowly made their way to their rooms, and Carl let Hawk sleep off his overindulgence while he lay in bed, too tired to sleep, but too sore to do anything else. He wasn't sure when that changed to blissful slumber, but he was very aware of his alarm going off the next morning, alerting him that he had 15 minutes before Sergeant Rita arrived. Carl took a quick shower and changed into his uniform before the sergeant was at his door, impatiently knocking and holding a breakfast tray in her other hand. "You're running late, so I brought food. Let's go to the gazebo so you can eat while you study," she instructed. Once they sat down, Sergeant Rita took out a small stone, and set it on the table. "What do you think of this?" she asked. Carl looked it over. It wasn't an egg, it was just a rock of some sort. He even poked it, first with the handle of his spoon, and then with his finger. No response. "It's definitely a rock," he replied. "Interesting. So the psychic stone has no response to you, but you can communicate with your bird," Rita noted. "Now, try this one." Again, Carl put his hand on the stone, tried to make it do something, but it was just a rock. Then another, and another. But when she put a small golden coin on the table, an ancient monetary instrument from the Golden Dragon nation they lived in, Carl immediately felt an affinity for the object, and when he touched the dragon on the coin, a sense of power filled him. So, that's the answer. That coin was blessed at the Dragon God's shrine during the last Dragon Festival. It appears that your powers resonate with the dragon energy. Since that's the case, I want to try something else. Rita took out a small vial filled with shimmering red liquid. "Oh, I want it. Ask the evil lady to give me that," Hawk demanded. "You should be glad that she can't hear you. Hawk thinks that will be useful to him if he can have it." "What is it?" Carl asked. "It's mana-infused monster blood. It's the most basic of common-grade resources for physical cultivation-type elites. Drinking mana-infused monster blood strengthens the body and can induce mutations. Without a proper method to handle and guide the process, it is often fatal, but for a monster or magical beast, it should be perfectly fine," she explained, with amusement sparkling in her eyes. For a moment there, she almost seemed like a happy young woman, but then her serious face was back as she gestured toward the table. "Call him out so that I can see the process. If it works, the Academy will get you more resources for the bird until it can grow into a proper combat unit. According to this morning's briefing, leadership feels that trying to turn you into a frontline fighter with just one rending attack is pointless, and the senior professors think that we might have more luck training the Hawk, with you as its backup and leader in a support or scouting role," she explained. Carl sighed. "Day 2 and I've already been sidelined." Rita gave an honest laugh at his disappointment. "All the mages are being cultivated in this direction as well. It is a measure to reduce casualties. The more people that we can have fighting behind golems, summons, barriers, and in your case, monsters, the better we can resist the magical beasts, and the more success we will have against the armies of the other nations. They know that we have the advantage, and this relative peace won't last for much longer. If you don't want to be cannon fodder, you need to act quickly to gain strength. So, strengthen the bird, and when you feel that you are strong enough to take on another pet, let me know and the Academy will find something suitable for you." That was a sharp change from yesterday's regimen of focusing on building his physical strength as fast as possible, but if they didn't know any more about his powers than he did, there wasn't actually much they could teach him, other than methods that had worked for others with different powers. But Hawk was already out on the table, and happily lapping up the mana-infused monster blood while radiating an amount of power that was far beyond what anyone would expect of a common-grade beast. After a few seconds, the effect seemed to fade, but the former swallow-sized Hawk was now much larger, and while it was still a common-grade monster, it was getting much closer to fully grown and awakened level power. Then, something truly strange happened. Carl felt energy flowing from Hawk to him, clearing his mind, sharpening his eyesight, and leaving his muscles feeling fresh and strong. He had no way of subtly testing it, but Carl was almost completely certain that his physical strength had suddenly increased as Hawk grew. Most of the people he had seen these last few days were changing rapidly after the mana injection, so it might just be that, but the fact that it happened so suddenly after Hawk was given the monster blood seemed incredibly suspicious. Carl cleared his throat and looked at the empty vial on the table. So, I resonate with dragon energy, and Hawk likes monster blood. That second part isn't exactly a surprise for a hawk, but do you think that there is a known technique that will let us grow stronger more quickly? Well, we are limited in dragon-type energy, there just isn't a lot of it floating around, but there might be another way. Carnivorous magical beasts grow stronger by killing and eating, absorbing the life force of other beasts. I think that moving the two of you to the practical courses as soon as you can finish basic skills and survival lessons would be for the best. We can't just send you out of the academy without getting you trained enough to defend yourself. The public would riot if they found out that one of the elite had died during training. The mana injections are great for us, we get the superpowers of all sorts, but to the average people, they are the promise of a safer future, without the nightmares of impending monster invasions or being left helpless during a war. Carl rolled his eyes as she got into the official propaganda. While she wasn't exactly wrong, most of the students here would never fight in any war. Heck, half of them would never develop a skill that was actually useful during a war. No matter how cool a sword skill was, artillery still existed. Unless your sword could deal with an airstrike, it was not suitable for use during a real war. But some of them really could deal with artillery using sword techniques. The mages were a different story. But also, if his beast got powerful enough, or he managed to bond with a particularly powerful monster, he could also become a deadly fighting force. The hide of a powerful magical beast could stop bullets, and many types of beasts could breathe fire, call down lightning, or even slice apart armored vehicles with their claws. He was already headed down that last road, with Rend, and if he could get it past the awakened level of the power scale and into the ascended levels, there was no reason that he couldn't tear through an armored vehicle on his own. But for now, that's mostly hypothetical. We're not at war with anyone, and the magical beasts are being held at bay throughout the Golden Dragon Nation. Carl replied. For now. Just trust me, Carl, you want to get in as much combat training as you can, and I will apply for improved resources for Hawk. I know that birds are usually fine with whatever sort of meat you feed them, but if we want to force it to grow faster, it will take a detailed plan. Rita informed him. Carl thought about that. A wind-speed hawk was full-grown at 4 months old. But at that point, they were only low-awakened level beasts with a common-grade physique. It would take time and hunting stronger beasts if they wanted to grow past that strength level. Without some sort of reference or plan, he could be stuck at a very low level in his second year. Rita started to take textbooks out of her bag, but a very different set of books than Carl had been issued his first day here. These were all about magical beasts, their diets, traits, abilities, and other factors that might be relevant to Hawk. I will leave these for you, and come back tomorrow morning. What I want you to do today is come up with a care and feeding guide for the bird, and justify it with the information from the books. If it's good, and it follows the information that we have in a logical way, I think that I can get you some more resources. At the very least, I can get some more of the mana-infused monster blood. We stock quite a bit of that for the warriors and other classes who need an instant physical power boost. She informed Carl with a smile. Rita left Carl alone with the stack of books on monster data, which were all written from the perspective of a hunter. At best, they noted what the beast's usual diet was and where it could be found, but that was much different than a guide to help him properly raise them, much less one to raise them faster than usual to compete against wild beasts and magic users. Fortunately, he only needed a care and feeding guide for Hawk to complete the homework, which was a perfectly reasonable level of workload for the day. Plus, he had a cheat. Hey Hawk, what sort of things do you think would make you stronger? Something that you could eat, or keep near you to grow extra fast. Carl asked the happy bird, who had settled down in the space inside his mind to rest. I like meat. And the red juice from the evil lady, and those blue fruits over there. Can I eat those? Give me a second while I see what they are and what they're for. Carl replied, before opening up the notebook for the balcony greenhouse. Mountain gooseberries, Tasty treats for both humans and animals. Used to make monster bait. No nutritional value that I know of, but the smell will attract all sorts of monsters. This berry contains a high mana content, suitable for creating mana potions of the weakest variety. Even in concentrated form, it is not as strong as a normal mana recovery potion. Carl read the description twice and then went to pick 3 of the berries. You can have this many, 1 time a day. If you eat too many, you will get sick. He warned Hawk. Really, he just didn't want the hawk pigging out on junk food when he had a whole pile of meat in the taming space. The hawk took the berries, looked at them with longing, then spread them all over the raw meat and began to tear it apart with renewed vigor. Carl added a note to the papers for his homework. Wind speed hawks will use the mountain gooseberry as seasoning on their preferred raw meat diet. Once the hawk had finished eating for a moment and lay down to let the influx of mana and nutrients settle into its body, Carl started with the questions. Why do you call Sergeant Rita the evil woman? He asked. Every time I see her, she wants me to work, but there is never food. What else could she be except evil? That made a lot of sense. The baby hawk was still a magical beast, and his stomach was a primary driving force for his behavior. Whatever bond they had forged made Hawk friendly to Carl, but that consideration didn't extend to anyone else around him. All right then, where is the most comfortable spot to rest? Carl asked. Right here, maybe the branches of that tea tree. Those ones smell good, and they hide your scent from prey. Tea trees are good trees. All afternoon, Carl quizzed the bird and wrote out a report with the answers. Then he started to go through the textbooks, looking for supplements that might help monsters, or even elites with rend-type skills. The first group didn't have much research on it, but the second one was pretty common. All sorts of warrior classes had a rending attack after a bit of training, and it was among the skill techniques that the Golden Divine Academy taught its warriors. Naturally, they had supplements that were designed to increase the ability of the warriors to explode with inner power. The question was if they would be effective on Hawk. Neither of them could tell from looking at the description, so Carl began to flip through the standard textbooks until he found the alchemy text. That one was more productive. Once they had the list of potential potions and treatments, Carl just had to check the ingredients and see if it was something that Hawk might like. Most of them were all herbal-based, but once he got to the strength potion, he found something promising. It was made from monster blood, infused with the dust of a gemstone that gave off strong magical energy. The two together gave the human imbiber a long-duration burst of energy. That stone was the promising part. He didn't really need something that would give Hawk a burst of strength. It was a bird, not a gorilla, but the stone that it was made of radiated power that might help him grow more quickly. After that, Carl kept searching, but only found one other resource, a wind magic stone of the same sort. That one wasn't a natural resource, it was created by mages as a mana storage device. Hawk loved to absorb mana, and since it was air magic, Carl had some hopes that it would be able to work with that stone to improve its own abilities. That was 4 potential resources. High-energy monster meat with berries for seasoning, the infused blood, the strength stone and the wind stones. If he could get all 4 of them, he might even be able to get Hawk through to awaken strength in the next few weeks. The next morning, Rita returned to collect Carl's homework before breakfast, and then came back with a small bag for their class work. All right, I got you what I could to see if the resources actually help a pet beast grow faster than the average. This isn't going to be a short process. The wind speed hawk is going to need the whole semester to make it to awaken naturally, so if you can do better than that, you should get good marks on your training. We will still work on your martial arts skills, though. If you get targeted by the opponents in a mock battle, you need to be able to defend yourself, and you do have at least one attack method of a magical variety. She informed Carl with a smile. Well, at least I'm not expected to run and hide while someone beats up Hawk. What did you manage to find us? Rita dumped the contents of the bag on the table, and Hawk went crazy in Carl's mind. There were 2 strengthening stones, an entire liter of infused monster blood, and 6 blue wind stones that were giving off an incredible aura of power. The wind stones were made by the headmaster personally. He was part of the first batch of successfully injected elites, and he is now an overlord grade mage. He says that if the wind stones really can be a cultivation resource for the wind speed hawk, he will gladly make you more, and look into ways to awaken more elites in the same direction. Rita explained. I take it back, evil lady is actually nice lady. Hawk screeched as it stared at the buffet in front of it. Carl ignored the bird's antics in his mind, and placed one of the strength stones in a small dish full of monster blood. The energy seemed to seep from the stone to the soup, but Carl wasn't sure what to do with the wind stones. You can't crush the wind stones, it will break the spell. But if he just sleeps beside them, or wears one as a pendant, the mana should help. Assuming he can use it, anyhow. That's how the new air magic users do it. Carl called Hawk out, and the bird immediately went to the soup, and licked the entire bowl clean before turning its head to the wind stones. Each was no bigger than the diamond on a wedding ring, but the energy contained inside was immense. Sleeping next to them shouldn't be a problem, and Carl could even make a little pouch to carry them around Hawk's neck. But the bird immediately ate one, and swirling winds began to build around the balcony, tearing leaves from trees and nearly knocking over planters for the smaller varieties, before Carl pulled Hawk into his mental space. What are you doing? He demanded of the tiny bird that was now radiating magical power. It's food. Amazing powerful food. What else would I do with it if not eat it? Inside the space, winds whipped and power flowed constantly from Hawk to Carl, strengthening his body as if he were the magical beast. But from the outside, from Rita's perspective, everything was calm, and Carl was meditating or distracted by his thoughts, with no sign of external stimulus. All she could do was patiently wait until an hour later, when Carl finally opened his eyes and gave an exhausted sigh. The wind stones are indeed an excellent resource for Hawk. Come on out and let her see you, my friend. The wind speed hawk appeared on the table, looking exactly as it always did, with cream feathers covered in mottled brown patterns that matched the common trees of the forest. But now it was much larger, as long as Carl's forearm, as a nearly full-grown wind speed hawk should be. It was also giving off the aura of an awakened grade monster. Well, we can say for certain that feeding a wind stone to a wind speed hawk will cause an immediate growth breakthrough, and it will progress from fledgling to a young adult state within a few hours. He's also starving again, and he has eaten everything I stored, so I'll pour him some more blood into the dish. Carl offered as an explanation. It really worked. There actually is a way to cultivate tamed monsters. How do you feel? Is it a strain on your body? Did you gain anything from the process, perhaps more mana, or a new power? Rita asked, ready to take notes for the academy. I feel stronger, but I don't know how to check my mana levels. Is there a device for that? Carl asked. No, the mages know instinctively, but I'm not a mage. We can bring you to one later, and they can give us a reading for the records. But meanwhile, you can try to use your abilities and see how long it takes for you to get tired. Carl ran off to the closet in his small room to get the gauntlets, and came back out. A quick flex of his arms gave him a sense of great power, and once he got to the railing, he found that the resistance of the rend spell on his actions was negligible. He had more than enough strength to move his arm normally, and the four thick arcs streaked through the air and out over the academy courtyard. Impressive. That is definitely at the awakened rank in power, but how many times can you do it? If there is no stamina, the academy will classify it as a common class burst ability on your part, where it is an awakened ability for the hawk. Rita explained. 3 more at full power was enough to leave Carl panting, but he had an idea. Give me a few minutes to recover, and I think that I can do better. A short break, and a bit more to eat, had Carl back up to full strength, while Rita quietly made notes about his recovery speed. Carl tried again at half strength, and the drain on his energy was negligible. The feedback from Hawk was enough that Carl felt he could do this for hours, but instead he did it a dozen more times, alternating hands and directions of the cuts, as if he was shadowboxing with rend as the strikes. 15 minutes at half output. That's still common grade strength, but on the strong side of it, and it looks like you are improving as the hawk improves. Once he is stronger, you should really become an awakened level fighter, or rather beast tamer, with the advantage of an awakened level beast to help you. Not bad for the first week, right? If you leave those resources here, I think that we can do better by the end of the month. We might even have enough strength to fight with some of the second-year students by the time the exams come around. Rita laughed at Carl's enthusiasm. You had better make time in your day for combat training then, or even with Hawk, you'll get beaten to a pulp. She had a point. This whole beast taming thing would be a lot easier if he had a giant rhino or something scary in front of him. Hawk went straight for the wind stones again, once nobody was paying attention, and grabbed another. But this time, it didn't integrate into his body in the same sudden rush. Instead, there was a steady flow of wind magic from the stone to the bird, and its body seemed to be adapting to the excess energy at a much slower rate. Does it only work that well once? That was a pretty high-level resource, compared to Hawk, so perhaps it damages the body when it is used in such an abrupt manner. Rita suggested, while flipping her short black hair out of her eyes. That's possible, I can't really tell, and Hawk doesn't understand either, he just wants the stones. I will ration them out for him, so he gets a new one when the old one is absorbed. Carl agreed. That would be a while, as after he ate the second stone, Hawk was begging to be let back into the mental space to sleep off its overindulgence. Food coma. Carl explained, when Rita gave the disappearing bird a confused look. She sighed and shook her head. That's not part of a proper training regimen. But today, we can forgive it, since he had such a large breakthrough. I approve of your diet plan, and the infused blood will be brought to you regularly, along with a new strength stone, in a few weeks. Hopefully, this one lasts because that's as fast as we can get another. It looks like your abilities are very fast-growing, but equally resource-intensive. Perhaps if you grew naturally at the rate of the contracted beast, you could do it with only food resources, but from what we know of the wild magical beasts, they also need to eat some rare objects, or absorb strange energies to reach the higher ranks naturally. What Carl really needed was a way to improve the hawk so it could beat other monsters at its level, and not just keep growing. They were likely to have to face beast packs and invasions in the future, and one monster on their side against 10 on the other would mean very little to their chances of winning. Being able to work together was a nice start, but not enough to be considered a truly powerful sort of existence on his own. Hawk snorted in amusement in his mind. What other hawk of my level is so good with its magic or so majestic in flight? I know you're the best, but I'm trying to think of ways to make us even better. Carl countered. Hawk went quiet as he thought about it. Hawks only needed one skill, the ability to kill their prey, but he supposed that more ways to kill his food wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Maybe if he watched other birds do it, he could find ways to do it better. The wind speed hawk wasn't sure that was even possible, but it wanted to make Carl happy, so it was willing to try to use rend in new ways. Can we go down to the training areas? I think that the more we see actual combat while we're training, the easier it will be to come up with ways to make ourselves better. Carl suggested. Hawk wasn't going to be coming out for a while, so he might as well train himself while he had the chance. Rita led him out of the dorms and out into the field on the opposite side from his balcony. There was a large training area there, with stone squares in the open field, and a large group of students were training unarmed combat techniques there. They were all second-year students, and very good at what they were doing, but just watching them gave Carl ideas on how he and Hawk could work together to overcome them. We're going to try something different today. Since you have a ranged skill of sorts, I want to start you on defensive basics. If you're fighting from a distance without magical armor skills like the mages learn, then you need to have a way to block. Today, we will practice blocking incoming attacks with your claws. The more you practice, the better you will get. Think of it like learning to play catch. Just hit the incoming attack with your own. Somehow, That friendly description sounded extremely sinister to Carl, especially when she led him away from the unarmed combat field and toward a huge bunker. There are mages at your level training here, stronger common class students that are close to breaking through to awakened. They might have a bit more stamina than you do, since they've been practicing longer, but it takes less to deflect the attacks than to form them. Now, at first, they will be firing down the training hall above your head. Don't worry, they shouldn't miss the target entirely at their level. Just do your best to deflect them off target. The mages nearby glared at Sergeant Rita as she said those words. Who was she to come in here and interfere with their training? They were already at the bottom of their class, but now she was bringing in some newbie hotshot just to mess with them. All right. Seniors, I apologize for the inconvenience. Carl apologized as he felt the glares directed his way. It is training for the mages as well. It's one thing to just hit a target, but in the real world, targets will defend themselves. Being able to work around the defense to land a solid hit is also a necessary skill. Rita added. In the end, she was a teacher, and they didn't have any say about her intentions for their training, but the thought that this was a real-world exercise, while they had been mostly abandoned to their own devices as the weakest of the elites, was somewhat reassuring. Rita led Carl to the other end of the training grounds, where a dozen targets were lined up. All right everyone, here is the goal. You just need to land hits on the targets, the same as always, but this time, Carl here will be doing his best to deflect those shots and keep them from landing. With a dozen of you and one of him, it shouldn't be hard, but he needs the stamina training to help stabilize his foundation. Have fun, and don't be afraid to push yourselves to find new ways to get to the target. They started casting as soon as she finished speaking, and Carl frantically began to cast rending blades at low output, letting them crash into the various spells. Some were deflected, some were only slowed, and some pushed through on their own with only a slight loss of power. It all depended on the element and the power of the spell as to what happened. Fire and water were the hardest to deflect, they just passed over with a loss of power, where ice, earth and other solid objects could be easily knocked off course. The next time, he only used one rending claw per attack to save mana, but increased the power of each as he swatted aside and nullified the attacks. Carl panted with exertion and sighed. That was a mistake, the power needed was an exponential increase compared to the increased output. It was better to hit a target with multiple small attacks than one big attack. The mages were actually beginning to enjoy themselves, as they realized that he wasn't some wonder genius sent here to humiliate him, and that he was a newbie working on his mana control, just like they had been all last year. With everyone limited in stamina and magical power, there were constant breaks, which also became part of the game that was played between Carl and the mages. He would sit down to recover, but still swat at attacks if someone got lazy and an attack was particularly weak or slow-moving. In the eyes of the supervisor, the lone teacher assigned to watch over the dozen mages in this class, it was the best motivation that they had seen in months. None of these students were good at self-motivating, and their abilities weren't strong enough to get them a personal instructor, even one at the low level that Sergeant Rita had reached. To his trained gaze, the warrior with the rending claws was likely to overtake her in power by the end of his first semester, while she had taken 3 years to make it to the middle of ascended rank combat power. Sergeant Rita was no genius when she had to learn magical powers, but she was a great martial artist, and from what he could see, a superb teacher. Not only had she motivated her own student, it was motivating his as well. Carl and the others trained together until lunch, after which the mages would be moving to theoretical training to help them learn new spells, and Carl would be moving on to either close combat training or theory classes on how to care for a magical beast and research assignments on the chances of increasing its power more than its species would normally allow. Come with us for lunch. It looks like you awakened a pretty cool combat ability right from the start with the ranged claw attacks. Most warriors are boring until they're at least reaching the end of the awakened rank, and they can start to hit targets more than 2 meters away from them. One of the mages informed Carl. She was a tall and buxom blonde, but with the growth spurt that he had undergone the last few days, she was only a little taller than he was now, and Carl had hopes that he would reach an acceptable height before he had enough classes with others that his reputation as a shorty would precede him. At the very least, everyone seemed to respect his abilities. None of them seemed to notice that Carl covered an entire plate of raw meat in a drizzle of mana-infused monster blood, or that it simply vanished into thin air. They were all more eager to discuss the ways that they had thought of to use their spells to get around his defenses. I think that if we increase the speed and fire them as double balls instead of a single, we can get at least one through to the target. One of the mages was suggesting. Better if you send them a few meters apart, so that the other claws don't hit. Or better, at slightly different speeds, that will make it harder to guess when they will arrive. Another mage sighed. His specialty was ice, and he had a terrible time getting the ice shards to hit the target when they were so easily knocked off course. This is a different cafeteria than I'm used to. Where are we? Carl asked. Oh, this is the cafeteria in the mage district. There is another in the warrior training area as well, for students who were a long way from the dorm cafeteria at lunch. The foods at each are totally different because they are specialized for the different groups. The warrior one has more nutrition-based options, designed to build muscle, while ours is more mana-rich. The one at the dorm is a mix of everything, but mostly it's used by the students who study in their dorms all morning, the non-combat elites. The tall blonde explained. That's good to know. I have to train everything, but today, I definitely need the extra mana. I'm Carl, by the way. Molly. The blonde replied. Formerly known as Gertrude Dingwall. One of the boys teased. But now I'm Molly. It's on my ID card. The blonde replied in an annoyed tone. You don't have to put your real name on the sheet, you see. She asked if she could change it when she was on the train, and the guard said they'd call her anything she wrote there. Legend has it that some prankster a few years ago was known as Tater Salad for an entire year before he could get his card changed. One of the other mages informed Carl with a giggle. Hawk sighed in contentment as he feasted on the upgraded lunch package, courtesy of the red sauce that the not-so-evil lady had left for him, and Carl sat and joked with the mages for an hour before Sergeant Rita came to inform him of his next training task. We will see you all tomorrow morning, but for the afternoon Carl has actual combat training to do. He might have a ranged attack magic, but the academy has determined that he is still a warrior class. The mages made praying motions, wishing Carl the best of luck on surviving warrior training as well as ranged casting practice in a single day, then slowly made their way to theory classes with a renewed motivation to learn new spells that would get past his defense. Carl had been getting better all morning, but they all had thoughts on how to evade his defensive abilities. As they walked out across the grounds, Rita smiled at Carl's concerned look. Relax, it won't be so bad. We're going to the first-year unarmed combat classes. It's just basic martial arts, and most of them have very little skill. Your physique is miles beyond most of the other newbies, so you shouldn't have too many problems adapting. Plus, I brought you one more resource that I scooped from the mage class instructor. It's a memory drop, a condensed focusing spell that makes it easier to memorize things. It's not powerful magic, but it's incredible for studying. The mages get them as a reward when they do well on tests. Ah, Rita, welcome. It's good to see you back here as a teacher instead of a student. Who is this that you've brought with you? The instructor, a small but muscular man in his late 40s, asked. Chances are he wasn't part of the elite, he was too old to have been chosen even a decade ago, but if he was a martial arts expert, he would be the perfect person to be training new recruits. They wouldn't be stronger than he was, and they knew basically nothing, unless they happened to have some special training at home, with the hope that they would be in the lucky 5% that managed to gain an affinity to mana from the injection. That was a fairly big risk to take, but some would surely have done it, just in case. This is Carl, he's an agility-type warrior with a ranged magical attack that utilizes the claws on the gauntlets. It has proven quite versatile, and since it's a gauntlet-type weapon, he should fit in fairly well in your unarmed combat classes as well. Rita explained. Well, that sounds like it's a properly versatile skill set. Alright, let's see what you can already do, and what you still need to learn. The instructor agreed. Carl laughed and Rita smirked. They both knew that he knew nothing, but with the enhancement that he had been getting from Hawk, at least he might not embarrass himself. The instructor noticed his uneasy look and smiled. "Don't worry too much, it's unarmed combat. Just leave your gauntlets over there, and we can spar a little. If you're a complete newbie, just do what feels right, and that will tell me what way is best to help you develop. Yeah, swoop down from above and break his neck." Hawk added. "Not helpful, I can't fly." "Then jump or something." "I don't know." Hawk pouted. Carl set his gauntlets off to the side and took a combat stance that he had learned from Rita on the first day. At least he now knew how to throw a punch without hurting himself, but they would have to see how the actual match went. The instructor threw a sudden punch, and Carl swatted it aside as Rita had told him, then counterattacked with a punch of his own, which the instructor simply sidestepped to evade. For a man who couldn't be an elite, he was insanely agile, and Carl's follow-up punch also missed, making him think that Rita had been taking it even easier on him than he had first suspected. The instructor's knee caught Carl in the midsection, forcing him back, but he swung his leg out in a sweep, trying to knock the instructor over. He misjudged the range, but being down low let him block the next knee, and tackle the instructor, who was only a little taller than Carl was. That turned out to be the wrong move, as the man caught him, and then suddenly Carl was spinning through the air to land on his back. Dust puffed up around him as the wind left his lungs and Carl gasped, but rolled to his feet. "Not bad, kid. I've got a good idea of how you like to fight now, so we will put you with the mixed martial arts group. Those stand-up fighters do well against soldiers, but it looks like you will be better in bar brawls and nastier fights against monsters. It might seem counterintuitive, but with your speed and power, a punch to the head will stun many common monsters, and grappling skills can be adapted to keep their claws away from you. It's not an offensive art, you have your ranged attacks for that, but if they get past that, I think we can teach you to defend yourself." Somehow, punching a magical beast in the face seemed like an awful idea, but if the option came down to that or being bitten, he supposed it wasn't all that bad. "Rita, come over here and give us a hand. Your student needs to learn the basics of the style, and we've already got an even number of students." Sergeant Rita looked like she had been prepared to sit this class out, but when she was called, she didn't resist. Not many of these new students would be Carl's match anyhow, and it would just be bullying for him to spar with the ones who didn't receive a large initial physical boost. Once again, Carl found himself headed back to the cafeteria for dinner, totally exhausted, sore in every muscle and barely able to walk. But the memory water was working, and he could recall each of the 50 techniques that he had been shown that day with perfect clarity, along with the proper way to use them. After a few more weeks of training, so his body remembered it as well, he might even be able to consider himself a trained amateur fighter. Carl sat down alone at a table, but he was soon joined by other members of the unarmed combat class. "Man, you won the lottery with that awakening, didn't you? It's the first week, but you're already so fast, and you even got a personal trainer." One of the boys from the mixed martial arts group greeted him. Carl laughed. "I got a personal trainer because my marking is different from any of the others, and they had no idea what sort of skill I was going to get. So, I was tossed a personal trainer, and we're just guessing our way through it. Most of you guys should have gotten the grappler or monk marks, right? The open hand or the staff over the fist." The small group at the table nodded. "Yeah, the initial skills are crap, but at least it was easy to awaken. All you need to do is punch something, and I managed that before I even got out of bed. I gave a fist pump in joy and hit the shelf, and that was enough to awaken my mark. Plus, we get a load of extra stamina. Even if we can't get to the most powerful ranks, we can at least grow up to be popular with the ladies." One of the other boys laughed. "It's better than nothing. But sitting around all day talking about magic symbols like the mages sounds like much more fun than working my butt off learning martial arts and body strengthening skills." One of the other students laughed. "Your head hurts trying to do basic math, you'd never survive as a mage. It has to be easier than getting beat up every day. I'm a lover, not a fighter." The boy complained. We all know you've never done that either, so you might as well learn to fight. While Carl lay in bed, wondering how he was going to deal with the mage class in the morning, Hawk was busily finishing absorbing the wind gem that he had been given. With the level difference between the hawk and the stone, it should be giving him all sorts of benefits, but after the first stone, which brought him to the awakened level, there wasn't much change. His mana levels were steadily growing, which was pulling Carl up with him, but nothing as shocking as the first stone. It was with great regret that the generous offer of resources was wasted that Carl fell asleep, only to be awakened before dawn as a surge of magic flowed through his body. Skill gained, Wind Shield. The absorption of the stone had granted Hawk a new skill, though the new spell was unavailable to Carl, at least for now. Now that's more like it. Another spell for you, and that is one that a normal wind speed hawk wouldn't manage to learn. Congratulations. Carl cheered for the bird, who was already settling back down to sleep. It had managed to comprehend better magic with the help of the stone, and now it had no intention of being awake while it wasn't hungry. Unfortunately for Carl, he wasn't so lucky, and the excitement kept him awake for hours, letting him get back to sleep just before the alarm went off to get ready for breakfast. You're looking chipper this morning. Aren't you sore? One of the boys from the combat training class asked. I recover pretty quickly. It's all just a matter of eating enough to keep up with your needs. Carl laughed as he pointed to the plate in front of him. After the breakthrough yesterday, his appetite had grown much larger, and again this morning, his clothes were a size too small. Before he went for training, he was going to have to go to the supply room and get new uniforms that actually fit. Carl made his way to the laundry room, where the sign said they could apply for new uniforms, and was greeted by a very large woman in a raincoat. What do you need then? A bit early in the day for laundry, it won't be ready until later, and I'll put it in your room. She announced. Actually, I need uniforms that fit. I've been growing like crazy since I arrived, and neither of the ones I was given fits anymore. I can't even do up my shoes, I'm standing on the heel. Carl replied. Ah, right then. I'll get you sorted out. Just bring the others down to me later. The laundry woman came back a few seconds later with 2 uniforms in fresh plastic bags and a pair of boots, plus a pair of shoes and sandals. If you turn out to be one of those giants, then you might need the sandals later. Just try to keep things in good condition, so I can issue them to the other students once they're all washed. Once you're settled through the growth phase, you should be fine. Carl returned to his room to change, and then went down to meet Rita for their morning visit with the mages. Hey Hawk, which one do you think is more mana efficient, Rend, or Wind Shield? He asked. Rend, of course. But Wind Shield can block big things, and water balls. Stupid water balls. Hawk replied. Carl wasn't sure what the water had done to him. The bird had been sleeping most of the morning yesterday, but there was a chance that the young bird was just moody and needed more attention. Why don't you come out and sit on my shoulder for the morning? We can block water balls together. Carl suggested, and Hawk was instantly out, sitting on the shoulder of his coat while impatiently rocking, waiting for them to get to work. I take it Hawk is going to join us for the day? Rita asked. He was feeling a bit caged in, waiting to be able to do something other than sleep and wait. I think it will be good training for him as well, and there are plenty of spells for him to block. Don't worry, he knows to block the spells, not to attack the casters. Rita laughed as she led them to the training grounds, where the mages were already assembled and waiting. You have a pet bird? That is just awesome. Will he be watching? That's a male windspeed hawk, right? One of the girls from the mage class asked. He is. His name is Hawk, and he will be helping me out today with the blocking duties. Carl agreed. The mages looked extra excited. They were wondering what a magical beast would do to block their attacks, but they didn't want to go find a wild one to find out firsthand. This was much safer, and they would be able to learn if the hawk's logic on what should be blocked was different from what a human's would be. The barrage began again, but with faster attacks, variable speed attacks, and multiple castings to try to get around Carl's defenses. As soon as the fight started, Hawk leapt up into the air and circled behind the target so that he could attack downward, the way that he was used to, and began targeting the water balls. Nobody else noticed at first, as there were only a couple of water mages, but they were quite certain that the bird had something against them. Hey, did that hawk just cast a wind shield? I swear that it used a barrier spell when my water balls split to go around the rending blades. The water mage complained. It's a wind speed hawk. Since when do they have a barrier ability? One of the other mages laughed, and then saw his fireball simply dissipate against an invisible shield. Damn it, they do have a wind shield. Alright, I've got a counter for that. The fire mage raged, while the other mages laughed and the hawk screeched happily. His next attack was 3 fireballs, split in speed so they wouldn't be easily blocked. Hawk spread his toes and swung his foot, sending a trio of rending blades out to intercept. They hit all 3 fireballs at once, and the other mages cheered. Man, he's good. No wonder people tell horror stories about trying to get away from bird-type monsters. After the skills training with the mages finished, and they had all managed to drag themselves to lunch, exhausted but satisfied with their progression, Carl began to mentally prepare himself for the afternoon skills training. Hawk was happily resting on the table with a chunk of roasted meat, but Carl could tell that the bird's mind had already wandered to the monster blood-treated delicacies that had been stored in the taming space for him to snack on all afternoon while his leader learned how to fight. Do you think that they will let you go out with the newbie training patrols? I know that you're training alone, and on a different learning program than everyone else in the first-year class, but we also heard the teacher talking today about how they might black badge you soon, and then you'll be able to lead a group into the woods. The actual classes always have wilderness assignments, but they can't go without an awakened or stronger team leader, so most of the first years have to beg for favors from the upperclassmen, or wait until the teachers organize an outing. One of the girls asked. She was also a black-badged awakened mage, but looked older than many others in the Misfit Mages class, so she might be in her 3rd year, not her 2nd. I will have to ask Sergeant Rita about it. I didn't know that the others had to leave the academy grounds to do things in their 1st year, so it's all news to me. Other than the combat training class, where I don't actually spar with many of the other students because I'm physically strong and untrained, you guys are the only student interaction that I have. Carl explained. Oh, that makes sense. This early in the year, you wouldn't be doing much of anything but learning the basics. It's mostly the alchemists, druids, garden witches and such that have to go outside into nature to train. Their skill set requires it. The mage agreed. Yeah, and the more esoteric mages often don't leave the library for more than an hour or 2 a day for their entire time at the academy. They just learn as much as they can about spells, and then never actually use them for anything. I should have worked harder to be one of them, it would be less exhausting. One of the boys added. If you can, you definitely want to go outside, though. There are all sorts of good things out there, especially for a meat lover like Hawk, and you'll get extra credit for leading the group, which you can spend at the supply room. Sergeant Rita's voice came from behind Carl. Are you lot trying to steal away my student? He's got a long way to go before he's ready to go out into the wilderness unaccompanied. The mages laughed and everyone pointed at the bird on the table. Did you know that the wind speed hawk can use wind barrier? With that and rend, it's already tougher than most of us. Plus, it's a magical beast, and there's still a whole Carl to go with it. One of the mages explained. Rita gave the mages a stern look that said she wasn't going to be changing her mind on Carl going on wilderness outings, no matter whether he got the black badge or not. Your plates are empty, and Hawk has finished basking in the attention, so pack him away and get to the training class. We will be testing your memory today. Rita ordered, then left Carl to clean up and follow behind her. Looks like the mention of going outside got her upset. I'll see you all tomorrow. Carl laughed as he transferred Hawk back into the taming space. He could do that from a distance, but he wasn't sure just how far it worked from, as he hadn't tried it from more than across the room. That was another skill that he would have to practice with Hawk eventually, once their bond and bodies were strong enough that they could operate individually and didn't have to rely on each other for everything. Well, maybe they wouldn't wait on the bodies to get stronger. Wind speed hawks were better known for their skills than their durability, but the sentiment was the same. Carl jogged down to the training area, where Sergeant Rita was waiting for him with a few older students, and the regular class was just beginning to assemble in the locker room to get changed. "Give me 2 minutes and I will be back out," he called as he saw the sergeant already changed and waiting. "Bare feet and shorts, shirt optional," one of the older students called back. That was the normal sort of training outfit for the mixed martial arts class, so Carl didn't think much of it as he got ready and came back out. Not bad, still young but a good bit of muscle mass, lean and solid. One of the older students noted when Carl returned without a shirt. It would just get in the way while sparring, so he was carrying it with his towel and water bottle, both sourced from the shelves in the changing room along with the training outfit. Rita looked over Carl and the training group. "Alright, first we will start with a quick sparring session to see how much of your training you actually managed to remember. I remember giving you some resources that will help you retain knowledge, so I have high expectations." Carl couldn't tell how strong these students were supposed to be when everyone was in training outfits, but the boy he was paired up with was only a little larger than he was, and slightly more heavily muscled. None of the students in this training class were pure bodybuilder physiques, it would interfere with their flexibility. That didn't mean much when there were supernatural abilities involved. Many of the warrior classes got strong physical enhancements as they practiced, as good or better than the feedback that Carl got from Hawk. "This will be a 3-minute round. Now, start," Rita announced. His opponent darted out a jab to test Carl's reaction speed, which he blocked while moving forward for a knee strike. Being smaller, it was to his advantage to get as close as he could, where the other boy's reach advantage didn't mean anything. He had learned that yesterday while getting beaten up by Rita. He only knew a few strikes, punches, knees and elbows, along with a few blocks, but hopefully, it would be enough to get him through the next 3 minutes. The older boy aimed a strike at Carl's head, which he ducked under and punched toward the stomach. This opponent was fast, nearly as fast as Rita, and he danced out of the way instead of blocking, which allowed him to move out of Carl's punching range. It put Carl on the defensive as the boy counterattacked, but either he was weaker than Rita or he was holding back, and he didn't manage to land a solid hit for the next minute as Carl threw a few kicks and tried to get back in close again. It wasn't working. The boy had figured out the trick to keeping Carl away with knee strikes, and the two were at an impasse when the round ended. "Not bad. But neither of you could land a hit to save your lives," Rita admonished them. "He's short, and stupidly fast. If you want someone who can beat him up in a sparring match, ask the monk classes, not me," the boy complained. After 2 hours and a dozen opponents, Rita finally stopped calling more people to the ring. "Alright, I have the combat data that I need. It looks like Carl here has a pretty good memory and instinct for someone who has clearly never won a fight before in his life. That's good enough for us to get started on the next round of instruction," she announced. "The next round? What exactly are we going to have to do next? I'm already struggling to win a fight here unarmed. I'm not sure that throwing more knowledge at me is going to help," Carl asked. Rita laughed at Carl's concern. "No, we're not going to force you to learn even more in the next few days. Instead, what we will be doing is tying everything that you have learned into one practical lesson and then grinding it into your brain until it is impossible for you to forget it. You need to be able to block attacks while fighting, and work with Hawk at the same time. Like a mage that has been tasked with both offense and defense, you'll be working overtime, and you need to build your situational awareness." Carl nodded like he understood, but Rita saw right through his subterfuge. "What I mean is that you must be aware of where all threats are at all times, or either you or Hawk could get yourselves into a lot of trouble. You're not indestructible, and enemies will try to lay traps for you. That means you can't let the Hawk act freely on instinct, they will know what to expect from that. You have to guide him while also protecting yourself and maintaining a solid offense so that you can fight your way out of trouble if it finds you. Rita explained. Well, that sounds like a lot of work, so it must be important. How am I going to do that? Carl asked. Practical skills training class. You will have accuracy and speed training with the mages in the morning, martial arts training in the afternoon, and then an entire day of practical skills training every week. Now, tomorrow is normally the odd day for most students, where they take their elective subjects instead of their core training. For you, that means practical skills. Then the day after is an off day, so catch up on rest and healing, and you'll be back with the mages on Monday morning. At least there was still an off day. Now, you can call it an early day and go get something to eat. Tomorrow will be a long one, and the first time is always the hardest. But trust me, this class will be important for you, especially if you start collecting more monsters on your side. Rita added, then walked away. Carl wanted to argue that he could do perfectly well like the mages that he worked with, just doing theory for half the day and practical skills for the other half, but that didn't seem to be an option now that he had been singled out as having a unique skill. The fact that he was currently one of the strongest freshmen briefly entered his mind, but as Carl hadn't actually interacted much with the other new students, his skills could only be compared to the second-year students, where even the misfits of the class could probably take him in a fight. It didn't feel all that impressive as a title. When he showered, changed and finally got back to the student cafeteria for an early meal, there were a lot more students than usual hanging around, chatting and laughing. These were the other freshmen that Carl didn't usually see, who were still undergoing mostly theoretical training for the non-combat skills that they had awakened. Unlike the scorched, frozen and bruised freshmen who would show up later, these looked surprisingly cheerful, though Carl could see that whatever they were doing was wearing them out, and they were mentally exhausted. Oh, it's the first through the field. Why don't you come and join us? One of the girls asked as Carl stepped into line behind her. It looks like I already have a reputation. Carl laughed as more people turned to look at him. A boy a few places in front of him nodded. They use your group as the example of what sort of courage and caution we are supposed to have. You all managed to make it all the way without any issues, other than the ones caused by other groups that weren't as good. The teachers want to make sure that we all know it too, and the others from your group, Dana, James, and Kruger are already living the celebrity life in class. Well, mostly James and Kruger, since Dana disappeared into the library to do her mage training on the first day and doesn't really come out much. The girl who had greeted Carl laughed. That's because she wants to find a way to reduce the casting cost of her magic until she can use it for a whole fight. I told her that it's not realistic, mages are burst damage sorts, blast it hard and hope it dies, but she's bent on being able to fight for longer without switching to area effects, which don't work well in a group. Carl shrugged. We've all got our own style, I guess. But being able to work in a group is important as well. I heard that later in the year everyone gets a chance to go out on missions for extra credit, and that is normally done in a larger group with one of the seniors. The students in line all nodded eagerly as the girl replied. We're looking forward to it. The extra credit isn't about marks in class, it can get you all sorts of special privileges. Well, it can get us all sorts, but I heard that you already have an assigned tutor and customized classes, so you don't need to worry about the two biggest ones that everyone wants. It's not all sunshine and rainbows. A full-time tutor means full-time customized classes on their schedule, not yours. I would love to be able to slack off. Carl laughed. The students around him snorted in amusement. Even without them, the teachers are right on top of anyone who tries to slack. It's like they know the instant that you're not working as hard as you could be, and they're trained to jump on you and make you catch up. The pure amount of homework that we all got the first few days because we treated class like school was insane. The next morning Carl was waiting at the training grounds just as Sergeant Rita had instructed, when a large group of first-year students arrived together, and a handful of senior students with black badges came walking in with casual smiles on their faces. Looks like we've got a new addition. Which group are you here to join? One of the black-badged students asked. No idea. Sergeant Rita just ordered me to be here. Carl replied with a shrug. The students all gave him an assessing look, trying to guess what his skill and power level was at, but even with his recent growth spurt, he just looked like a handsome teen boy, not yet old enough to be called a young man. Then the teachers arrived, 2 mages and Sergeant Rita, who had a bundle in her arms as she walked over to Carl. "Flip your coat inside out. You will be the flag carrier for Team 5. Here is your actual flag for the mission, wear it as a cape, and I wish you luck. As I said, the first day is always the hardest," she informed him with a smile. "Oh. We get a rookie for today's training?" one of the senior students asked. The larger of the 2 mages, an old man who must have been a natural mage and not one of the injected elites, cleared his throat and everyone fell silent. "Most of you know the rules. Odd-numbered teams are on defense, protect your flags as well as you can. The flag carriers are your team leaders. Even-numbered teams are on offense, your senior will lead the team. This is a group training exercise, as you alone won't be able to face down every threat that comes your way during training. Sergeant Rita will hand out the tokens at random, while the seniors know their numbers already. Senior Jeffrey is out on a mission, so Carl will be taking his place for the next few weeks." Rita walked through the groups of first-year students and passed out tokens, which everyone pulled from a bag, then the students grouped up based on the token they drew. The fact that it was completely random, and that they wouldn't have any guarantees of a decent grouping, was already giving Carl a headache, but it looked like the others were well aware of the situation, and they were already making plans for how they would work with what they had. That was the point of the lesson. When there was an emergency call, whoever was close to the emergency answered. You didn't get to pick and choose a front guard, healer and mages, you just fought with what you had, and there was no extra time to figure it out. Carl's group was Dana, the mage girl who was behind him on the first day, along with 7 large boys that all had shields and hammers or spears. "Oh, come on." One of the other students groaned as they saw the group forming. "How did Group 5 end up with every defender in the entire class?" One of the mages agreed. His group was 5 mages and 3 boys with short swords and daggers. If they were attacking, it wouldn't be too terrible, but they were Group 3, and they would have to defend a flag without anyone who could take an attack head-on. The flag carrier for Group 4 laughed and pointed at his group. 8 first-year mage girls, which left a grand total of 2 girls not on his team. Dana, and a warrior in Group 2. But, they had picked the numbers out of a bag, so if there was any trickery going on, it was not easy to detect. It looks like today's game will be an interesting one. Sometimes the luck of the draw means that you have to improvise. While Group 5 has the shields, they don't have a lot of mobility, and they only have 1 spellcaster. It's not impossible to overtake them and capture the flag, you just have to get creative. Carl draped the black flag with the Golden Academy logo on it over his shoulders as a cape and tied it off, then joined his group to see what they could do. You will have 2 minutes to prepare, then we will move everyone to their starting positions. The older mage announced, while the other mage started to lay out a mat on the ground that had all sorts of fancy symbols drawn on it. Alright, what can everyone use for skills? With so many mages it will be difficult to just turtle, they will target me pretty quickly. Carl asked. The joys of being the new guy. They'll all be gunning for you because you're the only leader who doesn't know what he's doing. I'm assuming that you've been training for this since we got here, but the other leaders are all in the 2nd and 3rd year. As far as skills go, I can create fog, or magic missiles. Dana explained, then swept her dark curls back from her face to tie them in a ponytail. We're all common warriors, and we've all got the same 2 skills. Slash, and, guard. It's a thing that apparently happens every year because guard is the most common skill, and slash is easy to teach. One of the warriors explained. Alright, what does, guard, do exactly? At your level, that is. I'm not worried about how the dragon bulwark uses his in the movies. Carl replied. The students laughed at the thought that they might eventually manage to use the guard skill at the overlord level to create a barrier that could extend a whole city block. It covers an octagon about 3 meters across. It will take a couple of spells for the others to knock down, but if the attacking team leaders target one of us, we're pretty much screwed. The boy explained. Carl nodded. I expected as much. Does everyone remember the Gladiator movies? The triple line formation and the turtle shell? When we're attacked, form up to create an overlapping wall with your shields, and only when we're in trouble, use guard to block them out. Staying close together will make us harder to find, as long as we're not in an open field, while Dana and I will have to be the offense unless they charge us. Dana sighed. You know, magic missile uses a lot of mana, I can't do it much. The fog is easier though, I'm pretty good at the fog. Is there natural fog where we're going? Carl asked. The others all shook their heads. Then save it until we're under attack. I don't want them to find us because of the fog itself. How fast does it cast? Dana frowned. About 10 meters radius per minute, slowing as it expands. If we want to use it effectively, it will take time. Time is up. Everyone, prepare to transport. The mage shouted. Suddenly, they were standing knee-deep in swamp water, with a slight mist on the surface, and thick trees all around them. Dana, begin the fog spell. Everyone else, crouch down in the water near that stand of trees. Carl whispered. Nobody was happy about being neck-deep in swamp water. It smelled of rot and something even more foul, but they obeyed Carl's order and hid in a circular formation, with Carl and Dana in the middle. Carl released Hawk and let the bird stand on his shoulder for a moment. Hawk, go scout the area for attackers, they're the groups with nobody wearing a black cloak like mine. Don't let them see you, and come back within 5 minutes. He whispered, speaking out loud so that the others could understand what his plan was. You have a pet bird? Dana asked. I do. It's part of my class skills. But it's also a real bird, so I don't want him hurt. Carl explained. The bird scouts the area, to let us know when someone is likely to find us so that we're not ambushed. The fog hides our exact location, even if they can figure out right away that it is unnatural. Being in the water makes us difficult to target, and gives us the chance to launch the first strike. One of the warriors deduced. Exactly. Dana, don't make the fog as thick at the edges, make it get thicker as you approach the trees behind us. If they are targeting by the center of the fog, I want them to miss us by at least a few meters. If we're lucky, they'll find each other first, and we can face weak in groups. Carl added. Dana softly chuckled as she worked. This is such a dick move. What's next? Tearing vines from the trees to hide under. Carl didn't even have to say anything, the warriors immediately got to work pulling some vines free. Not tearing them from the island, but pulling them up so that they could sit a blanket of vines over the group and pretend they were part of the island. The fog cloud was growing quickly, but the groups were spread out over a square kilometer of swamp, and they weren't alone. There were common grade monsters here as well, bullfrogs and beetles, who made a lot of noise and distracted the groups that were trying to search for the defenders. A few minutes in, Hawk swooped down from the sky, landing on the vines that had been pulled over Carl's head, and then disappeared into his taming space. I'm full. I'm going to nap now. He announced. Did you eat bullfrogs instead of working? Carl asked. I worked. Nobody is coming this way. 2 of the other coat people are close together, and the others are all going that way. The bird replied as it settled into the nest. Hawk says that the other 2 defender groups started close together, and everyone else is headed that way. So, it's 3 on 2 on the other side of the area. They likely won't come looking for us until that fight is over. Is there anything that we can do to help Dana keep up her energy and expand that fog? Carl whispered. Nothing. It's not too draining though, I just need to keep focusing on it. By the time that they come looking for us, it will be big, but if they don't lose people, they will be able to just walk in a line and find us. The warriors shrugged. That was actually fine by them. The ranged attackers wouldn't be able to see the fight from more than a few meters away, and they were close combat fighters anyhow. Being found at the last moment was just what they wanted. Hawk, go rest up in the trees. Keep an eye out for the other groups while you rest, since you can't keep your appetite under control between meals. Carl instructed. Fine, I will go watch. The bird was going to need some sort of discipline training soon, Carl decided, but he had no idea how to train an intelligent monster, or what would even work to keep the food-motivated creature working hard and not gorging itself at the first opportunity. The fact that it had managed to hunt a common-grade creature without any issues and return unharmed was a good sign that the wind-speed hawk's power was growing quickly, though. Much faster than was normal for the species, and Carl was quite certain that it had to do with their bond. There was far too much that he didn't know about this power, but as Hawk settled into the tree and began diligently watching the ongoing battles with his keen vision and relaying the play-by-play back to Carl, he began to understand a little more. Hawk did what he wanted and whined constantly for more food, as was the way of all baby birds, but when Carl actually gave him an order, the bird obeyed. It was just that Carl didn't give enough orders, or enough details, so Hawk could take full advantage to twist them in the way that he wanted. Like the first mission, to scout and return. He did exactly that, and probably didn't miss much during the seconds that it took to ambush the bullfrog. Then he promptly tried to take a nap because it wasn't forbidden, and that was what a hawk naturally wanted to do after eating. When they were training with the mages, Hawk never acted up, but Carl was giving him instructions every few seconds to keep him in place to block the sections that he couldn't cover himself. Without the open-ended orders, the problem didn't exist. The fight on the other side is almost over. The old one has taken away most of the people, but there are 4 young people headed south now. They're not coming this way yet, but they're looking for something. Hawk informed him. Hawk says that the others are headed south after their battle. Only 4 are left, and they're following the edge of the designated area. Carl whispered to the others. Only 4. One of the warriors behind Carl asked. Yeah, I'm not sure which 4 yet. I will try to get details, but for now, I have an idea. Carl added. The rest of the group eagerly waited for anything that didn't involve crouching in a fetid swamp to become the new plan. We will keep up the fog expansion from the same point, but we are moving. They know where the extent of the combat zone is, so we are going to hide and wait for them to search the fog, then return and let the time elapse. Defending the flag doesn't have to mean fighting at all, we can frustrate them to death. From a comfortable chair in a small hut on the edge of the academy grounds, the old mage watched the scene in the training grounds in a crystal ball. That new leader is sneaky. I like the way that he thinks, but he might be too afraid of combat. He noted. Sergeant Rita snorted and shook her head. No, he's just avoiding any extra work. See the hawk he's got up in the trees? The 2 of them can communicate. He's playing cat and mouse with the other team because he knows there is a timer, and they won't double back on an area they've just searched. If they don't catch the trick, the time is going to run out with his people just sitting in the swamp. She explained. The younger mage nodded. His task was to protect the flag for the duration of the match, not eliminate the attackers. It is a valid strategy. It reminds me of when we collected that grimoire from the Thalian temple, and then just sat on the beach for a week drinking margaritas until the search teams moved on. The older mage laughed softly at the memory. Their world had a rich history of magic to go along with the dangers of the magical beasts that lived in it, but as cultures shifted, the magically adept had gathered into their own enclaves, and left large parts of the world to rely on developing technology to survive. When they did survive, that was. Many of the magical societies in the ancient past had believed that the human population shouldn't exceed a few million for the entire planet, in order to keep the game preserves and rare species that they used as hunting grounds and reagents for their spells intact. So, when those left behind with no magic and insufficient weapons were eliminated, they didn't take any action to prevent the disasters. That bit got glossed over in the history books, described as a failure of allied nations, rather than magic users banding together to the exclusion of everyone else, but that was mostly because the few powerful magic users who stayed in places like the Golden Dragon Nation were instrumental to helping the civilization survive while they developed enough technology to stand on their own. Carl led his team south through the swamp, hiding behind trees as the attackers moved through the fog, and then waited as Hawk relayed their efforts to double-check the area, as the foggy area in the swamp was not only suspicious, it was the perfect hiding place for a group of warriors who didn't want to engage in ranged combat. Among the 4 attackers, there were 2 group leaders, who were both warriors with ranged attacks, and 2 first-year mages. It was a well-balanced group of survivors, but they were outnumbered by the defenders and couldn't afford to be caught from behind if they missed someone. "They've moved. I don't sense any life here larger than a bird," one of the leaders whispered. "If your skill says so, then we can keep going. But I think that they will return once they believe that we are gone, so let's circle back." The other agreed. The mages weren't particularly happy about wading through swamp water all morning, but they got extra credit for just being part of the special training program, a reward for top-performing students, so they weren't going to complain and risk getting switched out. The attacking group headed north to check for the hiding spot of the last defenders, and Carl prepared to give the order to move again. "There are only 15 minutes left," one of the warriors whispered. "In that case, we wait right here. Hawk says they're going north, so they're not likely to find us at all." The group silently waited as the attackers moved north, then with 10 minutes left in the match, they turned back south, moving more quickly and searching for the last defenders. "They're coming back. Hawk says they're almost to the fog now," Carl relayed as their scout explained the change. They were deep in the fog when one of the 2 leaders noticed the disturbed routes and groaned in frustration. "They hid here at the start, but they must have heard us coming and moved. They're not north or east, this is almost at the western edge, so they have to be south," he whispered to his team. "So, we search for them in the fog again?" one of the mages asked. "No, they should be outside of it, the fog hasn't spread that far. Just don't let them ambush us because they might have split up to set a trap instead of being in a tight formation." The attack group moved cautiously, but they were moving directly toward the spot where Carl had hidden the defenders. Unlike the first spot in the swamp, they were not in the water here, they were lying among the thick foliage on relatively dry ground, counting on Hawk's warning to prevent them from being caught in a disadvantageous position. "Hawk, once the fight begins, you attack with Ren from above, but keep your distance. They can attack back, and I don't want you getting hit." Then Carl whispered to his team. "Once we spot them, everyone to their feet, turtle formation. Dana, prepare your attack spell, and I will as well. Go for the leaders first, they're the real threat. We will leave the mages to Hawk, since they likely can't take a hit." The warriors smirked. They hadn't seen Carl in action yet, but he had to have something going for him if he had been picked as a substitute team leader for the day. The attackers came into sight, and the defense group rose to their feet, forming up and lifting their shields. "They're in a full circle formation. It looks like they're on to your tricks," one of the warriors quietly joked. The other had managed to master a movement technique that would allow him to move with incredible speed for a few seconds, so he could attack from unexpected angles. Carl, of course, had no idea. He had set the turtle shell in case the mages had tricks up their sleeves so that the team could create a full dome of protection with guard. Now. Both team leaders ordered at the same time, and, guard, barriers went up at the same time that 2 blinding sword lights tore across the intervening gap, and 6 red streaks came down from the sky toward the mages' backs. Carl slashed an uppercut toward the attackers, sending his own, rend, attack into the incoming sword light. The collision dissipated the claws, but dimmed the light of the sword attacks, before the second, rend, stopped them entirely. The warriors on Carl's team smiled in victory as Hawk's attacks took down both of the mages, activating the defensive charm on their uniforms and sending them out of the battle. "Son of a bitch, what just happened?" one of the attackers shouted, unaware that they had been ambushed. They looked around frantically, unsure of where the next attack would come from. Hawk was still in the trees behind them, unwilling to fly out and make himself a target if he didn't have to. It distracted them for just long enough that Carl could launch 2 more attacks of his own, forcing them to defend, while Dana prepared her magic missiles. She took longer than most to cast them, but when she did, her strength was much better than average. The attacking team leaders couldn't do anything about the magical projectiles, as their blades were already out of position from trying to parry Carl's rend. They took the hits, absorbing them with their enhanced physiques, then jumped sideways to dodge the next attack by Hawk. That's just low. How did you trick the monsters into being on your side? The boys complained, while Carl's team laughed. Didn't they warn you? Carl has a pet hawk, it's the talk of the first-year dorms. Dana joked. Their banter was interrupted as they were all surrounded by glowing magic, and moved to the staging area where they had started the battle. The match is over. I let you chat for a moment, but the victory goes to Defense Team 5. The older mage announced. How did we lose? The attackers demanded. You might not have noticed, but there were more than 2 sets of rending claws in the air when you evaded. You jumped right into the second set, and my defensive magic absorbed it for you, so it didn't flay your backs open. You, Carl, was it? How long will it take for your hawk to get back here? The mage added. Carl focused on his taming space, and Hawk appeared, disgruntled about having been left behind. The training area was part of the circle around the academy though, so he had only been a kilometer away, and could have been back in a matter of minutes. If I didn't call him, only a few minutes. We were only transported a kilometer or so. That is an incredible spell, by the way. Carl replied. The younger mage smiled at Carl's enthusiasm. It is a magical item that came from an ancient ruins. The ability to transport more than 1 student at a time allows for a much more immersive experience, but the protective magic is entirely the providence of the senior professor. Well, we should get you all washed off. It's not often that a team decides to actually hide in the swamp, normally they choose a more stand-up fight on the dry land. But I must say, that ambush was masterful. They didn't even realize that they were under attack until the mages were already eliminated. Sergeant Rita added. Yes, while the laundry team might not appreciate your ingenuity, the execution was flawless. I think that the young sergeant has made a wise recommendation, adding a scouting and ambush specialist to the team leaders. Simply having warriors and mages who knew each other's style was a bit dull. The old mage agreed. Sergeant Rita nodded. All right, everyone, get cleaned up. The bonus will be added to your student cards before you're back to your rooms. Good work everyone, it's been a long time since we had so many winners and such a challenging fight. Carl's team walked a little more proudly as they returned to the base. The extra credits could get them some cool stuff for their rooms, little luxuries, or even more special treatment in the academy. This group didn't really need that, they were already recognized as worthy of the extra training, but they were quite intrigued as to how the academy had known that Carl was going to be so outstanding right from the start. It had to be that rending claw skill. That was deadly, and he could block the attacks of 2 awakened rank team leaders at once, without exhausting himself. The fact that there was also Hawk, who could do the same, was just an unfair advantage in the minds of the other students. What sort of class gave you a combo set right from the start? But if they got to be on his team again, there was a good chance that they would get the extra bonus at least once more this semester. So far, all of their battles had ended in a Pyrrhic victory, with the attackers only having a few remaining students when the fight was over. The bonus wasn't cumulative, each winning student got the same, unless the teachers decided that they didn't do well enough to deserve it. So having all 9 of them get the bonus was a huge victory for their pockets. How about we meet at the study hall after we shower? There are some good places to relax and study for the afternoon, if you'd like to join us. One of the warriors asked. Dana smiled at Carl. What theory classes do you have? I haven't seen you in any of the magic ones, so it must be a physical attack skill that you use. Carl tried putting on his best innocent face, but the others caught it immediately. You don't have any theory classes handing out homework, do you? Are you in all practical classes? Dana demanded, with jealousy showing on her face. I have skill interception training in the morning, martial arts in the afternoon, and then Sergeant Rita assigns me lessons as she sees fit. It's not really a class, just a bit of study on things I should know, like monster anatomy. Carl explained. One of the boys laughed. Well, you've got it better than Dana. She's got theoretical magic and practical skills in the morning across from our classroom, then she's in modern dance and cosmetology all afternoon. Dana blushed, while Carl gave the cute mage an assessing look. She wasn't the sort of stunning beauty that would grow into a supermodel, but even covered in mud, he couldn't deny that she was the sort of adorable that you just wanted to hug on sight. How he had missed it the first day, he had no idea. Perhaps it was one of the side effects of the divine injection, like his extra height. There was only one reason that she would have to take dance and cosmetology so early in her first year. They wanted to train her to be an idol, whether she had previously wanted to or not. Just be glad it's not you. Those teachers have a lifetime of shattered dreams that they want to live through the students, it's hell. Dana muttered. I'm not sure that I'd look good in eyeshadow and lipstick. But I will join you in the search for a good study spot. I've got a bunch of books waiting for me to read them. Carl agreed. Once he was finally freshly showered, and the filthy uniform was sent to the laundry room, Carl headed down to the designated meeting spot, where he found only Dana waiting. It looks like the other two cancelled on us. Their combat teacher met them on the way down, and he took them for some additional training after he heard that they were getting so good with guard skills. She explained. Well, then there will be more room for us to study. What do you have to work on today? Carl asked. Mana theory. It's one of the big ones for the mage-type classes, both to grow our own mana pool and to reduce the casting cost of the spells that we know. At first, we're really inefficient, but it gets better all the time. The idea is that as we get better, most mages will get some insight into new spells or skills, it's just part of the mage class. Then we can use that to expand our spell book without having to learn the spells in class, which is way faster, and the ones you get from insight tend to grow faster and more powerful, which will help rank up. She explained. That actually sounds like a lot of work. Mostly, I just need to practice my fighting skills and my physical abilities so that I can keep up with my growth. At least, that is it for now. They don't know anything about the class marking that I got, so unless I get an insight like the mages do, I will only have the one skill, but it grows more powerful as Hawk does. My body does as well. The stronger he grows, the stronger I grow. Carl replied with a smile. Well, that's both a tough break and a huge win. You get stronger just by existing and training your pet. No intense study needed. But only having one skill would be a bit limiting eventually. They walked in silence for a few seconds, then Dana pointed to a pathway that led into a garden. That's where we're going. There are a bunch of gazebos with tables there, and we can do our study. Once I get a few more credits, I am totally getting one of the academy laptops, or a tablet. It will be so much easier than handwriting these notes all the time. I don't think that I've used a pen that much since I was in elementary school, but the mages on the teaching staff are all ancient, and they think that tomes are the way to go. Just book after book of handwritten knowledge. Carl laughed. The majority of electronic devices had only come about in the last 20 or 30 years, so anyone who was over 60 tended to favor pen and paper, and some of the mages from the old tradition, before the divine injection, were hundreds of years old. They were not going to change their ways any time soon, even if printing pages made for much more legible tomes, and diagrams that everyone could clearly read. Part of the mystery was trying to sort out the bad handwriting, secret codes and shorthand of the author. It kept magic inaccessible through the ages so it wouldn't be misused. Now that there was such a huge influx of elites, with a dozen or more new mages every year, that mystery was being lost, but the old mages were in their golden age, teaching spells and skills they thought might never be passed down to people who would be viewed as heroes, not potential traitors to the magical nations, or wealth hoarders. Like anyone else with power that the nation needed, many mages had only ever been loyal to themselves, demanding exorbitant fees and living in luxury. They weren't viewed horribly, but more like the oligarchs of the tech revolution, as detached by their wealth and power, and not entirely trustworthy if you weren't on their social level. Actually, having a laptop sounds wonderful, but I don't know how to type. I came from the mines, and my family couldn't afford a computer, so I never used one before. I know most of the kids from the city use them all the time, but not us. Dana smiled and nodded. I forgot that you grew up there. My family ran a clothing shop in the city, so we needed computers for everything. Taking orders, tracking inventory. That was just one of the many downsides to living in a rural mining town. Infrastructure spending didn't make it to them, except for the railroad improvements that got the coal and metals to town. The twin mines were a core asset of the nation. One was a massive coal seam that ran the power plants, the other extended the other direction across a fault line, and held a load of precious metals. It was everything that a growing nation could need, but it belonged to the government, and none of that wealth made it back to the people actually doing the mining. Dana led them to a small gazebo tucked into an alcove in the hedge maze, and when they sat down, the enchanted bushes grew around the small building, blocking them from passing students and giving them privacy to study. This is wonderful, and it smells so good. Carl sighed, thinking of both the coal dust at home and the filth of the swamp. Yeah, lilacs are my favorite to begin with, so it's difficult to beat this place. Dana agreed with a smile as she set out her textbooks across from him. Carl set out his current study guide on common monsters around the academy. This was the book that all the student groups who got to go out on expeditions were required to memorize, and Sergeant Rita had demanded that Carl learn it as well, even though she had no intention of letting him leave the academy grounds so soon. What she wanted him to learn was all the abilities of the monsters so that he could formulate a plan for his own growth. Once he had that, Carl assumed she would make good on her promise to find him another monster cub to try to add to his collection, one more durable than Hawk. Studying monsters was fun, but between the smell of lilacs and whatever shampoo Dana had used, Carl was finding it difficult to focus. Hawk didn't care at all, as he found his nest more comfortable than the lilac bushes were likely to be, but Dana smelled wonderful, and her presence in this private gazebo had Carl more flustered than he would care to admit. But, he did his best not to be a creep and work on his studies, carefully making notes about each of the monsters in the area that might be somewhat worthwhile, while memorizing the others, in case he ran into them in the future. The more that he knew, the more likely that the sergeant was to relent on her stance of keeping him here for training instead of letting him go outside. Not that the academy wasn't beautiful or well-equipped, but Carl had rarely been outside the mining town while he was growing up, and he had seen many kilometers of wilderness on their way here. Just getting to see it with a group would be an adventure, like the camping trip that his father promised on that mythical day off that he never got. The two studied silently for hours, until the sky started to change colors as sunset approached. Well, that's our cue to go back inside. If we don't get going soon, it will be dark before we get to dinner, and they don't light any of the academy grounds except the paths between buildings. Dana sighed, annoyed to have to stop her work. You seemed really into your studies. Carl noted. Yeah, the other two are good combat partners, but lousy study partners. They don't take anything seriously, and they never stop talking. Just being able to sit and study is a pleasant change. She agreed. As soon as they packed their things and stood, the bush around the gazebo opened again, allowing them access to the maze, but the moment that they stepped out, the world got incredibly dark, as if the sun had already set an hour ago, and the gazebo had been providing its own light. Crap, I can't see anything. Dana muttered. I think it's just because we're behind the bushes and in a cloud's shadow, once we're back outside it should be better. But I can see just fine, so if you take my hand, we should be able to make it out. Carl suggested. Dana's hand bumped his arm, then slid down to clutch at his fingers, and Carl realized just how dark it probably was to anyone else. None of the colors that he could see were ones he had names for, but the light was coming from the grass under their feet. It must be a form of bioluminescence that was outside the normal human range of sight, which meant that the darkness here was likely unnatural. They hadn't mistaken the time, someone had cast a darkness spell on the maze. Dana's hand was surprisingly soft and warm in his as Carl led the way back down the path, and her breathing was becoming more frantic as she nearly stumbled in the grass. "Don't worry, I've got you. Just relax and follow my steps," Carl whispered. Dana moved to his side, so Carl wrapped his arm around her shoulders, not letting go of her hand as they made the last few corners to exit the maze. Their spot hadn't been far in, with little chance of getting lost in the maze itself, but the walk had still been quite the pleasant memory. Dana sighed with relief when they made it back into the fading evening light, but she didn't move to step away from Carl until they heard someone softly laughing nearby, behind one of the trees. "Congratulations, you are the first ones out of the maze of romance. And such a cute young couple as well." The person behind the tree laughed. "Maze of romance?" Dana asked softly. "Didn't you know? This is the Academy's most famous make-out spot, thanks to the hidden bushes. We cast a darkness spell over them whenever we get bored to see who comes out as a couple, who leaves their partner behind, and who thinks that darkness blocks sounds and takes things one step further," the senior classmate explained. Dana blushed, but Carl had a brilliant idea. He leaned over to whisper in her ear. "If everyone believes that we're coming here to make out, nobody will bother our studies. We can be here all night and nobody will try to stop us." For a second, she actually fell for the trick, then she looked up at Carl and her cheeks blushed a little darker as she realized what he was actually suggesting. The two of them, alone in the Academy's top spot for couples. It would be a scandal among the mage class students, and the boys of the warrior classes next to them would certainly whine about her and Carl being together, meaning that the other boys didn't have a chance. But she didn't want any of them, and Carl seemed content to let her actually study, at least most of the night. Dana pushed the thoughts of what they might do during the times they weren't studying and nodded her agreement with his plan. "Tomorrow is an off day, we can come after breakfast to study," she whispered back. "In that case, I will pack a lunch." The two of them turned to leave, just as the sound of two people arguing came from near the exit of the maze. Whatever couple was coming out next was not happy with each other, but neither Carl nor Dana was interested in other students' drama tonight. They didn't even notice that they were still holding hands until Dana turned toward her unit in the dormitory, and was briefly pulled back by her grip. "Sorry, I forgot. I will see you in the morning," she stammered, then ran down the hall to her room. Carl was nearly too excited to sleep that night, and he was at breakfast first thing in the morning, just after the sun came up, and he decided that it must be somewhat acceptable to leave his room. But he wasn't the only one that was excited about their first day off since arriving at the Academy, and the common areas were already packed with students planning what they were going to do for the day. The consensus was that they should explore every bit of the grounds today so that they could find all the best spots for the next time that they had a bit of time off, but that would put a serious damper on his plans for a calm day of studying with Dana. She joined him while he was eating, looking just as tired as he felt after a sleepless night. "Good morning. It looks like we misjudged the best spot to study today." Dana greeted him as she sat down with a bowl of oatmeal and a beverage that was so incredibly bright green that Carl was certain it must be toxic. She softly giggled at the concerned look on his face, then sipped the drink. "It's an energy drink, they keep them in the fridge over there for students who spend too much time awake studying. It's not as bad as it looks," she explained. Carl nodded reluctantly. They had them at the corner store at home, but he'd never seen one that color before. The miners liked the ones that were mixed with coffee or juice, depending which side of their shift they were on. Carl tapped his mug. "I will stick with coffee, thanks. But if it's going to be far too loud to study in the garden, why don't we go to the patio in my room? It's plenty large enough, and there is a spell that isolates it from the rest of the campus. It's perfectly silent, and there is a good table out there. That actually sounds really pleasant. My room is incredibly loud, you can hear the explosions from the students on 3 sides practicing, and I swear if it was any worse you could hear them breathing." Neither of them noticed the many envious glances they were getting as they left the cafeteria, or the flurry of conversation surrounding whether they had known each other before they arrived at the academy, or if they had met for the first time on the way in. With all the studying that they needed to do during the first few weeks here, gossip was all that they had time for to distract themselves. The students were taken straight from school to the academy, so they had none of their old belongings with them except what they had at class. Some of the students from the larger towns had brought packed school backpacks full of memories, and they had to cram it all into the academy-issued backpack when they left the train, but Carl hadn't actually owned anything worth keeping. The only real restriction that the elites advised in advance was not to bring clothing, as the chosen students would be required to be in uniform at the academy, and outfits would be provided for special events. There was a single picture up on the wall, and the upgraded furniture in the room when Carl moved in, so at least his room wasn't as bare as some of them were, but it was the patio greenhouse that he was hoping would impress Dana the most. She stopped off quickly to get her books from her room, and followed Carl into his suite, staring in surprise at the dark colors and padded leather bed frame. "Well, this is, unique. I take it that there is room to study on the patio?" she asked. "Plenty. After you." Carl replied with a smile, and pulled the curtains open. Dana's eyes lit up as she saw the plants outside, and she rushed out onto the balcony to take a look. "Hey, this is a moonberry tree, and one of the fruits is ripe." She gasped as she stopped under a tree with small fruits that were slowly turning from green to white. "Oh yeah, I meant to look that up and pick it when it was ready." "Do you know that fruit?" Carl asked. "Moonberries are supposed to be super healthy and good for the brain. I saw them one time being brought to a fancy restaurant downtown," she replied. "Then go ahead and pick it, we can split it as a snack." Carl agreed. She reverently pulled the fruit down, and followed Carl down the path through the trees and bushes to the gazebo with the table. "These gazebos are really popular here, aren't they? It's the same style as the maze," she noted. "The chairs are comfortable, though, so I can see why they picked it. The greenhouse, as they call the garden out here, has been passed down between residents of the balcony suites. I didn't bring any of this, I just water it and pick up the leaves for drying, since most of the magical plant leaves are good for something." Dana looked out over the school grounds and smiled. "It really is absolutely silent here. I can see the students walking under us, but I don't hear a thing. This is a fantastic study spot." Carl smiled and opened his tactics textbook, the next in the stack of lessons that Sergeant Rita had left for him to do in his out-of-class time. This one would have been useful to have read before yesterday, which made him wonder if he was actually slacking too much on his studies. She hadn't set any sort of due date for anything, and she wasn't giving him tests, so he hadn't thought about it. But perhaps she was, and the training lessons were the tests. Carl felt like a bit of an idiot for not having at least read the titles of all the books he was given. If he had known what they were, he could have read the ones that seemed most likely to be needed for the next day in advance. Dana cut the moonberry fruit into pieces, and they snacked as they studied the morning away, feeling instantly refreshed every time they ate another piece. The tree only had a dozen or so fruits, so it wouldn't be possible to eat them every day, but one every off day to wipe away the stress and fatigue of the week didn't sound bad at all. The tactical manual was incredibly boring to read, and Carl was a quick study with the help of a refreshed mind and Hawk's input on the best ways to hunt prey, so his mind began to wander. There were so many different plants here, and while he had looked through the journal, he didn't memorize the use of all of them, especially the ones that didn't have any fruit on them at the moment. So, he switched books, reading through the details of the journal on the greenhouse instead, and discovering that there were a lot more fruits like the moonberry, but most importantly, there were a variety of teas, tonics and potions that could be made with the various plants, though some required a particular magical affinity. The previous resident had been what the seniors called a witch, and she had been quite adept at brewing potions, but Carl had very little experience with that. His kitchen at home wasn't big enough for more than one person to work in at a time, so he hadn't ever tried to usurp his mother's position making breakfast, and 2 of his meals a day were provided by the school and the mine, respectively. Pre-cooked and ready to eat. That was one of the advantages of working a short shift in the mine yard after school. You got a guaranteed hot meal, and it would be portioned for a hard-working adult. As he searched through the textbook, he noticed that Dana was getting increasingly excited, and beginning to glow slightly with some sort of magical effect. She had already learned one spell other than her initial magic since she arrived at the academy, and it looked like she was about to grasp another. He didn't actually know how fast spells were usually learned, but from the chatter in the common areas and cafeteria, it sounded like most of the students were still working on their initial spell, trying to master it before moving on. But according to the cook and the guard on the train, everyone had different capabilities, so maybe Dana was one of the fastest learners. The cook made it sound like he had never managed to get through even the basics of the spells he could have learned, due to a lack of aptitude, but she seemed to be the opposite. The easiest way would be to just ask. "You're really moving through the spells, onto a third one already," Carl remarked. Dana looked up and smiled. "I've got an excellent memory, and while my power isn't as strong as some of the others, I am excellent at new magic. I had my first spell under control before we even left the train, but casting it twice was all I could do. Now, I can get a third casting in, or I can channel the fog slowly, but Gil, the strongest in our class, can cast 5 magic arrows at a time, and do it repeatedly. His power is insane, but he's still having trouble controlling the direction and stability of the arrows. So, the early advancement is more about what you're talented in. I can see how having lots of power but no control would become a problem rather quickly in class. But having too little power, like the cook on the train, means that anything else doesn't really matter. They must have high hopes for you if they're setting you up to be a public figure, though," Carl suggested. Dana rolled her eyes. "The dance instructor said that it's because I'm a fast learner. You don't need to be really powerful to be famous, you need to be versatile. As long as I can make it to the upper end of Awakened before I graduate it should be fine, but Ascended would be best, according to the choreography teacher." Carl chuckled and Dana raised an eyebrow at him. "What do you think that they're training you for? Not many get a dedicated tutor, and you've got a whole dedicated class schedule. They're obviously grooming you for something special." He shrugged. "The first thing that they told me on the train was that it would be better to have a golem to fight for me, and that's how they want to guide the combat mages who can learn it. So, they're probably hoping that I will join the military or the government to do monster control. I don't really have a skill set that is good for much except combat or scouting, so that's most likely the only thing that they could think to do with me, and it's a unique class, so I don't even fit into the regular courses." Dana thought about it for a while. "Hawk learned another skill after you got him, right? I heard from the second-year mages that he can use wind barrier. Maybe you can teach him to use more skills, or you can learn to use more monster skills. That might make you more versatile. If you could do something like using the ability of the Ascended version of that cooling aloe plant, you could heal wounds. That would make you into a top medic all on its own." Carl looked at the plant. "That thing can heal wounds?" Dana shook her head. "No, that one can treat rashes, sunburn and numb pain a little. It's really useful, but it's a common-grade magical resource. They sell it at the drugstore, and in the supply room downstairs. There is a higher quality version of it, which can reach the Ascended grade, and that one can actually cure all sorts of wounds, but not illnesses or disease. I saw it in a nature drama." Carl's family didn't own a television, so he only ever watched what was on in public, and that was rarely a nature documentary. He had taken a few classes on magical botany, but they were pretty basic, and didn't really cover much on medicinal plants. They were more concerned with the ones that might kill you if you happened across them in the wilderness. "Well, I don't know much about raising them, but maybe it's worth looking into how to improve the aloe plant up another rank so that it can treat more wounds. There are plenty of special plants here, but the guide that came with the greenhouse said that they're almost all edible ones, snacks for the residents." Carl explained. Snacks that might help their abilities grow, but still snacks. They managed to study smoothly until mid-afternoon, when they were both too hungry for more research, and they headed down for an early dinner. I should practice my stamina training and then meditate for the evening to improve my mana, but can I come visit again? Dana asked with a gentle smile. I would love to have you over any time. Carl agreed. Studying was much more pleasant with her around, and she knew the strangest things. It was good to have a friend here at the academy, and the more that he learned about the way that mages advanced, the more ideas Carl got about how he could expand his own skills. Meditation sounded like it might be worth something as a technique. The crystal ball in the train car said that it could look into his beast space, so there should be some connection between that and the method to improve it. If everything was driven by the monster inside, it would be totally contrary to the other elites, whose whole goal was self-strengthening in some way. What do you think, Hawk? Is meditation the way to improve the space you're in? Carl asked. Dunno. But if it can be bigger, with trees, and mice, that would be good. Don't forget the mice. Carl was not about to put mice in the space alive, as he was worried it would bond them to him, and he would end up with a tortured earth mouse as a companion, right until Hawk killed it. That would be unfortunate, to say the least. So, when he returned to the garden after lunch, he lay down in the hammock in the shade of the pair of coconut trees, and closed his eyes to focus on the beast space. At first, nothing seemed to happen as he tried to envision a pine tree for Hawk to rest in. The space was just there and empty, but Carl could feel that it had the potential to be more, he just didn't know how. The next thing he tried was focusing energy into the space, like when he wanted to use rend. Adding energy while meditating might improve the space somehow, the energy had to go somewhere. Or so he assumed. It felt like that was doing something, but even after an hour, the changes weren't visible. It feels better in here. Keep doing that. Hawk encouraged. That led to Carl channeling energy and meditating on the image of the tree that he wanted to create for Hawk to live in. During hour 2, there was a sprig of a tree growing from the ground near the nest, a single pine branch in the darkness. It really was working, just not instantly as he had hoped. At the end of the night, the tree was almost as tall as he was, but Carl was feeling refreshed and empowered, as if the improvement had granted him some extra energy. That would be easy enough to test. Today was a class day again, and his first lesson was in skill control with the mages. The weekend seemed to have done them all a world of good, and they were all looking much more fresh and ready to practice today than they had been the last time he saw them on Friday. Welcome back everyone. We have an extra defender with us today. Along with Carl and Hawk, we will have Tori from the graduating class here to help motivate you all. The teacher announced with a smirk. Tori was a tall blonde girl around 18 years old, the graduation age for the academy, ascended rank according to her bronze badge, so she would be stronger than any of the students in this class individually, and wore her hair in fancy ringlets, along with the short pleated uniform skirt that was somewhat rare among the students, as almost everyone preferred the pants. She looked like the sort of girl that should be extremely popular in school, but from the looks on the faces of the students here, either she was one of the mean girls, or she was hated for some other reason. Of course, it could be because they struggled in their classes that made them resentful. But she was graduating as an ascended mage, so she wasn't some super prodigy that made everyone feel inferior about their skills. Now, are we all ready? Excellent. Begin when you are ready. Carl called Hawk, who flew up into the air, while Tori began to form small blue spheres, one after another, which floated around her in a circle. It was fascinating to watch. She just formed them in her hand, then let go, and they hovered around her, slowly orbiting. Then the attacks began, and Carl realized why everyone in this class disliked her. The orbs released small bolts of magic that intercepted the spells and knocked them off course, or in the case of the weaker mages, nullified them entirely. But the orbs didn't dissipate, they kept slowly sending out more attacks, and the number of them increased as she worked to form more spheres. Carl quickly noticed that they did very little to the fire and water mage attacks, but the solid attacks and the magic missiles had a terrible time trying to stay on course after she intercepted them. The water attacks were fine. Hawk had a personal vendetta against them for flowing around his rend, and that left Carl to deal with the fire mages. After a dozen spheres, Tori stopped making more, and had to focus on just maintaining the spell. It would only be a matter of time before she was exhausted, or the spells needed to be refreshed, but currently, a solid 3/4 of the attacks made by the class were being intercepted. Carl was working on pacing himself as well. He didn't need to overpower the spells to block them. Rend tended to split apart attacks and destabilize them even at lower power outputs. That allowed him to use far less than full power and still accomplish the blocks. With supervision and a bit of practice, he was getting very good at defending against attacks, but Hawk was improving even more quickly. The small bird was making a mockery of the water mage's attempts to land a hit, and they were starting to get creative in how they used their magic. Finally, one of the mages managed to turn his water bullet into a collection of small raindrops, which hit the target like a shotgun. After the Rend attack only took out a third of them. The mage had mastered a new spell entirely on his own out of pure frustration. After lunch was combat training, the physically taxing counterpart to the mental workout that the morning skill training was. Carl was certain that if they kept this up for much longer, he would be completely exhausted and just operating on autopilot within a few weeks, but Sergeant Rita didn't seem too concerned. "Isn't it a bit much to have high-intensity classes all day long? It's only 4 in the afternoon, and I'm so sore that I can barely move," he complained once the training was done for the day. "Fortunately, you have the garden on your balcony to help refresh you until your body adapts. Give it a few weeks and this will be completely natural to you," Rita insisted. "Is that even how it works?" The sergeant sighed at his whining and helped Carl to his feet. "That is precisely how it works, and the harder that you push yourself during the first few weeks, the faster you will adapt to the training schedule. Short-term suffering for long-term gains." Carl sighed. He couldn't actually prove her wrong, but he had a sneaking suspicion that as he got stronger the training would get harder, so he would never actually get to adapt to the training level. "All right, I'll go meditate and get some dinner then. It seems to help with the mental space where Hawk stays." Carl reluctantly agreed. The sergeant didn't argue with him any further. She just took out her notepad to write down her observations about his practice, and the remark about meditation helping. Carl knew that it would likely make it into his routine now that she knew, but it was for the best, as he was going to need it to keep the wind speed Hawk happy in his living space. Compared to that, the extra effects of growth were just a bonus, as the Hawk was very vocal in his mind when it needed or wanted something, so letting it get bored would be a disaster for his mental health. The cafeteria food seemed to be a bit different today. He had ordered the pasta special with a side salad, but the meal tasted a bit different than he remembered, and the energy content was definitely higher. Only a few bites in, Carl was feeling like someone had electrocuted him and energy was pouring into his body. He finished the meal, and was going to go for a jog to burn off some energy, but it seemed like it would be more worthwhile to meditate and try to integrate some of this energy into the taming space. Hawk was the main source of his power and advancement, so the more that he could do to help the beast grow, the better off he would be by the time that he graduated. But Carl was beginning to understand why some classes never managed to advance or even unlock their skills. If he hadn't picked up that egg and found compatibility, would he have ever guessed that petting monsters was the answer? Probably not. You would have to be an idiot to try, and the academy certainly wouldn't have given him the opportunity to touch a living monster, just on the off chance that it worked, and he didn't get killed. Once he settled down in the hammock, his preferred meditation spot, and began to focus the extra energy in his body toward the upgrades for Hawk, he found that the excess was transferred very quickly, and in only an hour he found himself hungry again. He could meditate as usual, but the tree was growing quickly in that mental space, and there were some blades of grass around it now. If he just kept loading up on energy, he could probably do much better now than he had before. What had changed wasn't clear, but he could ask the kitchen staff if the menu changed. It might just be meat from a different monster that was more compatible with him. If that was all that it took, he could request it all the time. The kitchen worker looked at him a bit strangely when he returned so soon after a heavy meal, and Carl gave her an apologetic shrug. "It seems that with the breakthrough in my abilities over the weekend, I've got some catching up to do. Even an hour of practice leaves me starving, so I hope you don't mind if I stock up on food to go. Carl explained as he began to load plates. Just tell me what you need, and I will bring it up in the service elevator. The older woman informed him with a smile. Did you change the recipe of the pasta special? It seemed different than I remember. He replied. Nope, same ingredient batch as last week, we didn't get anything in for that dish. Did you want to try a selection and see what works for you? I know that some of the classes get a taste for new things as they train. The berserkers in particular like extra spicy foods, and the more powerful they get, the spicier they want it. That sounds like a great idea. If you can give me a bit of each of the specials to start, I will pick the ones that seem best. Carl agreed. She began to load a plate with a little bit of everything, and Carl took it back to an empty table, where he began to work through them one at a time. The effect was the same as the pasta, his body was just absorbing much more energy from the food than it had been before, and the excess was building up for him to channel into Hawk's surroundings. Carl smiled at the cafeteria lady as he returned his empty plate. I think that the pasta and the meatloaf are the two best specials of the day, but whatever changed in my body, they're all better for my training efficiency. How much do you need for the evening? She asked, lining up plates on her counter. 2 each should be enough for the night. I'll come early in the morning so that I can have a heavy breakfast as well. The food arrived outside the room at the same time that Carl did, on a small cart pushed by one of the staff members. They had covered the loaded plates with foil to keep the heat in, but Carl could smell it following him down the hall, and Hawk was getting increasingly excited about the idea of both more food and an improvement in his living conditions. Thank you for that. I will return everything in the morning. Carl informed the kitchen staff worker. Just set the cart in the hall with your dishes, and we will come pick it up when we clean the halls. The worker explained. Then she walked back to the elevator, and Carl took everything inside so he could focus on eating and meditation. The food smelled delicious, and even the first serving, which had filled his body with energy to be burned off, wasn't enough to actually sate the hunger. Once he was settled into a comfortable meditation position in the middle of the bed, Carl began to focus on the improvements to the taming space. The excess energy was pouring freely from him into the space, causing the tree to grow, and the patch of grass underneath to slowly, but steadily, expand. Once that burst of energy was gone, Carl paused to pick a plate from the pile. The obvious choice would be the pasta dish, as he knew for sure that it was a good one, and he had it devoured in a matter of minutes, while briefly wondering how much he was going to regret his overindulgence in the morning. The energy flowed into him just as smoothly as it had the first time, and Carl poured it all into the taming space, then repeated the process with the meatloaf special. As he finished transferring the energy from that one into the space, a feeling of fullness, like he wouldn't be able to transfer much more energy, appeared in his mind. That was a good sign that this was not some bottomless pit where he was throwing energy with no end in sight, but the space itself was far from complete. As the space began to resist more transfer, Carl carefully moved the nest up into the tree, so Hawk could have a more natural spot to sleep, and looked at the small grass patch at the bottom. At this rate, it would take months to even fill the rest of the space with grass, much less add a sky and everything else it would need to feel like its own little world. But the feeling of power in his body was being influenced by the abundance of energy both in his body, left over from the meal, and from the beast space itself. Maybe he could get Sergeant Rita to test his strength next weekend, after he had more time to adjust. He might really have made it to the awakened standard, and not just based on the attack power of Rend. Now that the beast space was fully sated for the moment, Carl focused on seeing what he could do with the leftover energy. First on the list, since it was food-based, was to try giving the excess directly to Hawk. The bird's body happily accepted the power, but Carl couldn't tell if it was making any appreciable difference. It made Hawk happy, though, so it really wasn't a loss. They were partners now, and a happy partner was never a bad thing. For the rest of the night, Carl focused on using all the energy that he could muster to empower Hawk, who had finally reached the end of his growth phase, and had started to increase only in power, but not in size. Carl managed to finish the remaining 2 meals at breakfast, as Hawk was feeling hungry again, and wanted the filtered energy in addition to its meat and the daily allowance of berries to flavor his food. With the amount that Hawk ate, Carl felt like he might have restricted the consumption of junk food too much. It made a good seasoning for Hawk's meals, and it didn't hurt his appetite, so there was no real reason not to let him use them all the time. On the way back to the room from the patio to wait for Sergeant Rita, Carl went and picked another 3 mountain gooseberries. Now that you're fully grown, you can have more of the berries. They won't make you stronger, but I know that they taste good. Carl informed the overjoyed Windspeed Hawk. Good stuff. I will put them on everything. Hawk agreed. That gave Carl an idea. The meat that Hawk was eating was just plain meat. Normally, the discount cuts that his mother bought would marinate in a sauce overnight. If he squished the gooseberries into a bowl of water and threw the meat in with them, it would coat everything, just like Hawk wanted, without running them out of berries. He would set that up tonight, so Hawk's meals would be ready for tomorrow. A knock at the door let him know that it was time to get to work, and when he opened it, he noticed that Rita was giving a curious look at the cart full of empty dishes. Something changed in my appetite yesterday. It seems to be back to normal now, but I was just ravenous, and my body was taking in all the energy that it could get. Carl explained. That's relatively normal. It usually happens to warriors when their body advances a rank and needs to adapt to a new power standard. I suspect that you actually made it to the awakened rank in body last night, or Hawk did, and the energy needed to come from you. One of those 2 answers is most likely the correct one. How is his growth coming? Rita replied. He looks fully grown for a Windspeed Hawk. He was growing quickly again last night while I was feeding energy into him and the space in my mind, but then it seemed to settle. Carl called Hawk out onto the bed, and Rita crouched to get a better look at the proudly preening Hawk. He looks more mature now. The softer feathers are gone, and the pin feathers are larger and stronger than the last time I saw him. Your skill is brilliant. 1 week to bring a Windspeed Hawk to maturity. Even if your ability was just to train combat birds, I can guarantee that the Academy would still rate it as a top-notch success. Carl smiled at the sergeant. If it's a great success, that means there will be more resources, right? We're still finishing the ones you gave us, but now that Hawk has reached full maturity, his growth is slowing to a crawl, and it's going to take more than just my efforts to keep him growing at this sort of rate. Sergeant Rita laughed. If you can keep growing at that rate, what would the rest of the elites call themselves? I think it's natural that you would have to slow down at some point and consolidate your powers, but if you can keep feeding Hawk extra energy, he should progress toward the ascended rank from awakening in a relatively short time. I will find you what resources I can, though I'm not sure what the Hawk can use now that we've tried the 2 that seemed the most beneficial to it. Well, if there is an upgraded version of the Strength Stone, or some more powerful infused blood, that would be great. I don't know if the Air Stone will do much. He's still digesting the second one he ate, and the first was so powerful that it caused a huge breakthrough. But if there are other air-type resources, maybe they will help him as well. Every time that he improves, my body improves as well. I just need to train my skills and stamina to keep up, so resources for Hawk seem to be the most effective way for me to grow. Carl suggested. Hawk was definitely a fan of that plan. He didn't mind if Carl got strong, they were a team, but if the plan was to make him the most powerful Windspeed Hawk, then it was definitely a good idea. Their next stop was back at their usual training grounds, and Hawk was looking forward to being able to show up the mages of the class with his new skills. Now that he was fully grown, and his power was getting better, he could block many more shots to protect the targets. Carl could tell that it wasn't actually about the target, it was more about Hawk wanting to show off his skills and get praised, or cursed, by the mages. Both were fine in Hawk's mind, as long as they were recognizing his might. That was the important part in the Hawk's mind, reminding them all that he was the predator here, and all the mice were his. I swear that Hawk is picking on us. It gets better by the day, just to remind us all that we're beneath it. One of the mages announced, sweaty and exhausted at the end of the class. It's a Windspeed Hawk, do you really think that it has some innate grudge against mages? One of the others scoffed. Everyone turned to look at the water mages, whose fluid attacks drove the bird particularly crazy, and then back at the questioner. I mean in general. It's pretty obvious that the hawk has a hatred for water attacks. But I doubt that he hates mages in general. Carl smiled. If only they knew that Hawk really did see himself as innately better than humans, who couldn't fly, could barely see, and didn't even hunt their own meals. The fact that Hawk himself didn't hunt his own food was a matter of luxurious living in its mind, so that didn't count. At least, to him, it didn't. Instead of returning to rest, Hawk decided to circle in the sky for the afternoon while Carl trained his martial arts skills. His great hope was that he would finally find something that was able to be hunted in this academy. Unfortunately, there were no rodents, no pests, nothing at all wandering around the grounds. The spells that the mages had put on the academy, and the constant use of powers had long since scared everything away from the academy itself, and he didn't have permission to go out into the fields around the grounds to hunt for a snack. Carl's words had been, "Be where I can see you," and that didn't extend out into the fields on the far side of the wall. If Carl had told him to stay where the others could see him, Hawk might have just given up and gone back to rest inside. But while the hunting didn't work out as he had hoped, Hawk did find a few good things. There was a nice tree along the side of the strength training grounds, where he could rest his wings in the shade. There was a carving on one of the buildings that almost looked like him, there was an old lady who kept taking pictures of him, and finally, the truck docks. Once he could figure out how those things worked, he would be in for a treat. Even from up in the sky, he could tell that the buildings behind the docks were just packed full of good stuff. Carl mostly ignored Hawk's adventures, and only occasionally reminded him not to make trouble for anyone, or take food from strangers. Not everyone would know that he was Carl's Hawk, so some might try to poison or attack him like he was a wild monster. Sergeant Rita had another book full of information for them to study, this time on monster biology, in hopes that they would stumble across something that might help Hawk continue to grow at an accelerated rate. Every elite wanted to be famous, powerful, or both. That was the whole point of the training regimen here. So, her job as a private instructor was to do what she could to help Carl keep advancing and live up to the potential that the senior staff believed he had when they observed him on the train. If the final result was intense early growth, leading to stagnation and a growth plateau, that just meant that they didn't understand the next step in his training. But the next time that they saw a class like this one, they could use his experience as a baseline and start growing the new elite from there. Carl sat on the balcony of his room with a stack of textbooks, trying to determine if there would be some surefire way to help Hawk advance from the awakened stage to ascended without a large delay. From what he knew of the wind speed Hawk, their progression usually came from improved skills with Rend, along with an increased ability power level. The mana-infused monster blood should help with the second part, and they were doing daily training, which no wild hawk would ever have a reason to do. Mostly because they hunted for food, not for sport, so they wouldn't use their skills 100 times a day. That gave them some sort of advantage over the wild growth rate, but there had to be more that he could do than just grind their skills over and over. Hawk had already learned the wind barrier from the headmaster's wind beads, so the wind speed Hawk could absolutely learn new things from mystic resources, he just had to get his hands on them. A knock on his door distracted him from his confusion, and Carl went to open the door, finding Dana with a smile and a bag full of books, plus a small plate of food. "I brought a gift for Hawk. Someone told me that they had them around their house in the farmlands, and the Hawks really liked these, so I asked the kitchen to find one." She greeted him. That caught Hawk's attention, and he flew in from the other room to land on her shoulder and check out the plate. It was a small animal, skinned, but intact and raw, but to the wind speed Hawk, the smell was divine. It's an iron jaw mole. They're farmland pests, as they dig huge holes for their nests. They've got great jaw strength, as you would expect, but that's it. Unfortunately for them, they're even weaker than the earth mice in the fields outside the academy, and they've got no ranged attacking power at all. The trio walked back to the patio and Dana set the plate on the table, where it was immediately attacked by Hawk. Mind your manners, I don't need you getting blood splatter on the textbooks. Carl reminded him. In response, the hawk pushed the plate to the far side of the table, but didn't slow his pace, happily tearing the small animal to bits. What are you working on today? Carl asked as Dana set out a pair of notebooks, but no reference text. Mana control. According to the teacher, I still use too much for every spell, and that inefficiency is why I'm having trouble with multiple spells and my channeling speed. For now, they've asked me to just focus on magic missiles and fog, and not to expand my spell repertoire yet, or I will ingrain bad habits into new spells. So, I want to get my efficiency increased as quickly as I can. Dana explained. Hawk looked up with interest. That topic sounded like it would be useful to him too. He could kill more water balls that way, and taunt the mages. Taunting mages was way more fun than Hawk had expected it to be, especially when they weren't allowed to attack him directly. That sounds like good advice. I need to find a way to keep Hawk progressing now that he's reaching full growth. All this good food and the handful of special items they could find that were suitable for Hawks have brought him up to full grown in record time, but he is going to hit his natural bottleneck soon, and then it's up to training whether we can make the leap from awakened to ascended before the first semester is over. They studied in silence for a few minutes while Hawk finished eating, and then the bird flew up into the trees and brought them back a singed pear, perfectly ripened. Carl remembered this one from the guidebook. It was supposed to help refresh the body and remove stress. A common enough effect for magical plants, but useful when studying. Carl cut it into thin slices, and Hawk took one small bite before ruffling its feathers and turning away. The pear smelled incredible, but it was too sweet, not at all to Hawk's liking. The humans could have it. Carl laughed at the Hawk's disappointed look and cut the pear into slices for them to snack on. Then, Hawk stepped across the table and directly onto Dana's notepad. What are you doing, little man? Have we ignored you too much? She asked, and stroked his head gently. Hawk preened at the attention, then shook himself and focused. He raised one claw, and created a rend blade in front of him, then decreased the intensity to almost nothing, before bringing it back up again. Then down until it was almost invisible. Tell her about the waste. Hawk demanded. He wants you to understand that the harder you push yourself, the more mana you waste. Try what he's doing with your magic missiles, and I think you'll see, hold it in place and keep decreasing the power. The mana cost drops exponentially. Carl explained. Dana looked skeptical, but she did what he asked. The first few missiles nearly fired out across the academy grounds, as she had never before tried to hold them in place, but after a few minutes, she could hold and guide them where she wanted as she slowly reduced the power from the default full activation to barely a glow of light. How did you know to do that? She asked as she mimicked Hawk's cycle through the power range. It's instinctive for Hawk, and he taught me. By the logic of a wind-speed hawk, you should hunt with just enough power to take out your prey, so you don't waste more energy than you get back. Carl explained. So that's it. This is a huge breakthrough. I can see where I was going wrong. I was just focusing on the spell activation sequence, and letting it go. I thought that I was doing well by controlling the direction, but if I focus on the mana flow, I can do so much more with it. There are likely so many things that we can learn from magical creatures that we have never thought of ourselves. The teacher's directions aren't even this detailed, and I've never seen another student actually reduce the power of their spells. They just increase their endurance and cast everything at full power every time, but with better control as they grow. Carl thought about that for a moment and shook his head. No, the senior students have learned to control and split the power as well. I guess they just thought that it would be too difficult for a new mage. But it makes casting spells way easier. Even if you do it at half power, you should be able to cast at least 5 missiles for every one that you could before. Dana and Hawk spent the rest of the evening practicing their skill control together, while Carl focused on finding more about the growth cycles and power increase triggers of various magical beast species. There were so many, but Carl was certain that if he worked on it, he could find some sort of pattern to the triggers. It should be either something to do with their skills, their body's alignment to an element or some sort of environmental factor. He didn't believe that it was completely random and that it was all up to luck. With study, they should be able to trigger the advancements deliberately. The meditation and movement of energy to Hawk was certainly going to help, though he couldn't tell how much. But every meal since the advancement had given him a surge of energy, as he was absorbing the nutrients and embedded mana much more efficiently than a regular human would. That should be something normal for the elites, as the kitchens did deliberately prepare that sort of meal for every student, so the real difference should be that he could share the excess with Hawk, instead of wasting it. Once it started to get dark, Dana finished making notes on what she had learned, and then returned to her room for the night, while Carl prepared to eat one more late-night meal and meditate on transferring that extra energy to Hawk to help him grow. The only problem was that they would have to wait until there was a noticeable change to find out if these methods were working, and even then, they wouldn't necessarily know for certain which of the methods were the ones that had the largest impact. There was no exact measuring method, which was why they had just loosely grouped monsters into categories based on their power rankings, but that also meant that near the boundaries of those rankings there could be some uncertainty, unless the body or power went through a notable change. For example, when a devil cat went through the process of moving from awakened to ascended, it grew a second tail. That was a pretty simple and surefire way to tell. Many birds would gain a distinctive pattern on their feathers as they grew more powerful, and most mammals would increase in size in a sudden growth spurt. Wind speed hawks didn't go through most of that, they kept their appearance, except for the claws. Once a wind speed hawk reached the ascended level, their claws would turn from a dull black, to a translucent obsidian, and that claw material was an exceptional resource for elites learning similar skills. It could be ground up and mixed with monster blood in the same way as the strength stones, and drinking it would increase skill understanding. Haha, yeah, make them eat my claw clippings. They grow back quickly. Hawk giggled in Carl's mind, equating the broken claw parts to human toenail clippings. Just a shed waste product that it no longer cared about. Well, if we can help you grow to that level, we can help the others out then. We will show them how far ahead you are, just by being yourself. Carl joked, stroking the bird's ego for a moment before he began to meditate. In the morning, they both felt refreshed and a bit better than they had the day before, so that became their routine. Mornings with the mages, afternoons of martial arts training, and then evenings of book studies, while Carl worked on learning all that he could about magical beasts and the triggers that could cause them to advance, while Hawk worked with Dana on their mana control. His rate of growth was incredible, and while he had an advantage to begin with, thanks to his species, Hawk was rapidly outgrowing anything that could have been expected of a juvenile wind speed hawk. Normally, they wouldn't need to use the rend attack more than a handful of times in a day, as it was primarily for hunting, and occasionally for self-defense. But by the end of the week, he could keep it up for hours at a time. Dana was also progressing at a crazy pace with his help, and she now had full control over her magic missiles. It was quite impressive to see her hold them in place, or move them around the room with her mind. The process still drained her much faster than she would prefer, but it was a vast improvement on the first day that she started working with Hawk, when she didn't understand at all how she was supposed to control the mana flows. So, it was with greatly improved confidence that they headed for the meeting spot for the next practical skills meeting. The same group of 54 students were gathered in the field, waiting for the teachers to arrive, and Carl took his spot next to the other team leaders. Sergeant Rita arrived a few minutes later with the two mages, driving one of the academy's cargo buggies filled with gear. We have something new and fun for everyone today. These are the new experimental products from the Weapons Development Department at the Golden Dragon National Research University. What you all are going to do today is go on a little field trip. The danger will be a bit higher than usual, as you will be leaving the academy grounds entirely, and not just going to the outskirts, but the university has asked us to test whether these new weapons with their fancy technology can actually improve the user's strength by a whole rank. Sergeant Rita announced. The mages were more than a little skeptical, as their powers were based on mana flow and control, which were both internal factors. They didn't use weapons in the same way that the warriors did. If it was just for the warrior classes, it would be a great safety measure for elites in general, but not specifically for them. However, when they took the tarp off the cart, there was a box with everyone's name on it. The university really had come up with something for everyone, and the students began to become excited to see what it could do. Carl made his way to the stack of boxes, where Sergeant Rita was organizing everyone into a single file line to get through the stack more efficiently. She handed him a large box, and he stepped aside, trying to decipher how to open a box with no visible latches. The answer turned out to be a fingerprint scanner in the middle of one side, hidden beneath the paint. To students who grew up in the city, it was obvious, but the small towns didn't have any need for such high-tech security in their daily lives. They just taped the boxes closed and called it secure. Inside the box was a new set of gauntlets, similar to the ones that he already had, at least in external appearance, but they were lighter than the training units, and the claws on the fingers seemed to be made from some sort of actual monster claw, instead of alloy. What sort of difference that was supposed to make to his rend attack was a mystery, but there might be something else hidden under the nondescript black metal upper glove that covered his arm nearly to the elbow, which would help with mana channeling, or serve as some sort of amplifier for his skills. The only way to know was to test them, so Carl stepped away from the crowd, where the warriors were happily beginning to wave their new swords around, and gave them a flex to send a claw attack into the air. The power activation feels much more natural, even than when he is doing it barehanded. The gauntlets weren't strictly necessary for the skill, unlike a sword skill. He had fingernails of his own that would do the job, but with these new gauntlets on his hands, the power seemed to flow to the monster claws and form much more smoothly than he could manage on his own. It didn't feel like it was more powerful than usual, and the energy he put in was the same, but his recovery felt like it was faster than usual, as if the weapon was returning some of the expended energy to him. With these gauntlets, Carl was certain that he could fight all morning with ease, and not have to take nearly as many breaks during the defensive training with the mages. It would certainly drive his classmates insane to have that many more skills coming up to block their attacks, but they were getting better anyhow, so it could be good for them. It only took a few minutes to get all the weapons handed out, and for chaos to spread through the field where they had gathered. There were sword attacks and spells flying all around, a large stone golem standing to one side, and the ground was trembling from someone's magic. It was insanity, but the teachers were content to wait until the students had all begun to calm down before they said anything else. "All right, calm down, everyone. You know what's coming next. But this time there is a twist. This week, we will be putting you in pairs. There are 2 of each number in the bag. Pick one paper and find your partner for today's exercise. You will all be working individually in a large region, so don't expect backup if there are issues." Sergeant Rita explained, while the 2 mages looked excessively pleased with their ingenuity. The device that the university had made for the mages varied from person to person, but mostly, they were in the form of a small rectangular frame full of crystals and tubes that could be hung from the user's belt. Aesthetically, they were a strange choice, but better than the hooded coat with the wires running all down the inside that one of the mages was wearing. Dana had one of the boxes, a flatter one that was a little larger than a paperback novel. That gave Carl a great idea. If they were allowed to keep these prototypes, he could suggest putting a regular book cover over some of them so that they blended in with the Academy's usual apparel a bit better. That should also protect them from damage and dirt, which clearly wasn't a concern for the design team working on magician-enhancing tools. "Sergeant Rita, what are these gauntlets made of? Do you know?" Carl asked as she approached him with the bag of numbers. "Just various monster parts combined, as far as I know. It's supposed to be something about combining the aspects of magical beasts to create magic items." She replied with a shrug. Carl took a number from the bag, and waited for the rest of the students to choose. He had drawn number 17, but the look on the teachers' faces said that simply shouting your number to find your partner would not be tolerated. Or at least not before the numbers were all passed out. So, Carl decided to wander and check numbers with the others who had received their cards. He was at the edge of the group to begin with, and his path simply followed the sergeant through the crowd. The others were doing the same, but in an organized manner. They were beginning to line up based on the number of their paper, with number 1 moving over toward where Carl had been standing in the beginning. Carl caught on quickly and moved to roughly where he thought pair 17 should be, and found himself standing next to Dana, who was holding a card identical to his. Well, that makes it easier. We already know each other's basic skills, and they should work well together. You take the lead, Hawk Scouts, and I will deal damage from the back. She informed him with a smile. That works for me. How is your new tool? Is that mass of stuff really better than what you were using earlier? Carl asked. It seems to be, but we will find out once we actually have to use them. The box is a focusing device, and you use it when you're casting the spell to intensify the effects. It's a bit difficult to use properly at first, but with some practice, it should increase my magic power by quite a bit. Dana replied. Now, we just need to find out what we're going to test it on. Once everyone was sorted, the mages began their spell casting again in preparation to transport the group somewhere. This version seemed far more complex than the first time that Carl had seen it, and the effort was visibly draining on the two mages. That must mean they were going quite a bit further than the outskirts of the academy, which had been a simple and effortless spell for just the elder teacher. But they appeared in the target location just as smoothly as they had the first time, and Carl found himself standing next to Dana in a ruined warehouse, still stocked with bags of dry goods and one slowly leaking barrel of honey that had attracted a huge number of bees. We should move before we anger them. I don't fancy being stung by bees today. Carl whispered as Dana took in their surroundings. Hawk was eager to get out and see what was going on, but until they knew what sort of danger level they were facing, Carl didn't want to send him up blindly. Dana gestured toward a large hole in the wall that seemed to lead out to a main road, and the duo began to move, making their way out into a ruined village. This just happened. I can still smell fresh blood and gunpowder. Carl whispered. Both smells were unpleasantly familiar after a childhood of helping at the mines, and with his enhanced senses, courtesy of Hawk, he could pick them out much more clearly than ever. What do you mean? Dana replied softly. This village was attacked in the last day or two. That's probably why we are here, to help clean out the monsters that have tried to move in. I will send up Hawk now, so we know what we're up against, and then we can come up with a plan. It's a good thing that you have been working on your mana control because I think that you're going to need magic missile far more than the fog today. This would be a brutal crash course for the first-year students, even if they were the hand-picked best of the batch. They had only been at the academy for a few weeks, and they were mostly working with one or two abilities that were still at the common grade. That should mean that the threat level here wasn't too high, but if it were just common grade monsters, the townsfolk should have been able to chase them off. Perhaps the response hadn't come quickly enough and the elites had dealt with the stronger monsters too late, leaving just the dangerous local wildlife for the students to clean out. There are angry pigs. We're killing them, right? Then eat them. Hawk reported. Tell me exactly where they are in relation to me, and how many. I also need to know how strong each is, or how many of them are awakened or higher. Carl replied, training the Hawk how he wanted the scouting reports to be structured. 9 pigs, all injured. 1 with awakened power. 200 meters in my direction from the building. Oh, there are more monsters south. If you go that way, there are 6 goblins, none awakened. They're lazy, making a campfire. You know the routine, work first and then eat. Lead us to the goblins and keep an eye out for more monsters. The book said that goblins travel in large bands, so there are likely more of them around. Carl replied. There are some wild pigs that Hawk wants to eat, but there are goblins on the south side of town. That would explain why things went so badly here. Even if they're weak, they're smarter than most wild magical beasts, and they come in large numbers. We are going to have to clear out the 6 that are left here first, and then we can look for more stragglers and anything else. Anything else, meaning survivors, but it would be uncouth to say that out loud so early into their mission. Dana nodded grimly, not really ready to see a true monster in person and in the wild with just one other student beside her, but she knew that this was the training mission, and they had been sent here specifically to take care of this threat. Hawk circled the town, looking for movement and anything else that the other two might find. Work first, and then eat, so the faster he helped them get all the work done, the better. That meant that he couldn't miss any of the targets. I found more goblins. In a house, 4 doors up from you and across the street. I can see 2 of them from my perch. Carl relayed the message to Dana in a whisper, and then kept walking. What are you doing? She hissed. If they know that we have seen them, they will call for assistance instead of trying to ambush. Hawk has his eyes on them, he won't let them actually ambush us, just stay close to me and when they rush, you cast magic missile. Carl whispered back as he walked. Carl crossed the street, watching the building that Hawk had marked with his enhanced peripheral vision without turning his head. The goblins didn't have great eyesight, so they would assume that if he wasn't looking at them, he hadn't seen them, and sure enough, as soon as he passed, they charged out with a battle cry. It was just 3 wounded common-grade goblins, and 2 of them fell to Hawk's rend, before either Carl or Dana could respond. Carl took the last with a flex of his fingers, and the town fell silent again. Hawk, keep searching, that cry might have alerted the others. Carl directed. The hawk flew away, and Dana gave it a look of admiration. He's got great reflexes. She muttered. He's definitely a good friend to have on a day like this. He's gone to scout for more goblins, in case something heard and responded to that battle cry. Carl kept them moving south toward the edge of town, even when he felt the occasional pull of exertion, as Hawk took out lone goblins that had been hiding in town. He was not happy about the situation, as they smelled terrible and were inedible to him, but there was the promise of iron tusk boars in the distance as soon as he found and eliminated them all. They really prepared a brutal test for us today. Hawk has found 5 more wandering goblins so far, and we're still not to the larger pack of 6. Take out whichever ones you want when we arrive. Your spell is slower to cast than rend, so I will let you lead off the attack, and then I will keep them from getting to us. How are you doing on the multiple missiles effort? Carl asked. I can still only control 2 at a time, but once I get the spell started, it should be much faster to send the next volley. Are there any awakened rank goblins in the pack? She replied. According to Hawk, they're all common grade followers, there is no sign of a stronger leader. The elite who came here first likely dealt with the stronger foes and then left the rest, or they ran and came back. Carl replied. Carl caught a glimpse of flames in the distance, on the outskirts of town, and put a finger to his lips to signal silence from here forward. The goblin camp was loud, preparing for something, and they didn't even have a guard out when Carl led the way to the edge of the clearing where they had set up. Once they were close, he crouched, getting low to the ground so that his uniform didn't stand out quite as badly, and did his best to move silently. It was clear that there had once been many more goblins here, but presently only 6 remained, easy prey for the 2 elites. Dana focused and put a pair of magic missiles into the back of 2 of the goblins near the fire pit, while Carl took out the one closer to them. Then he aimed for the one who reacted the fastest, and another who was trying to run. Dana got the last of them in the back, and Carl rose to his feet to go make sure they were really dead. There would be nothing worse than having what they thought was a defeated enemy come from behind and ambush them, but as he made his way through the camp, Carl immediately began to regret moving in for a closer look. He had forgotten what goblins eat, which was mostly the flesh of the villagers they slaughtered, and the stench was overpowering. But after motioning for Dana to stay put for the moment and watch for reinforcements, he checked all the bodies, giving them all a quick stab with a pilfered goblin sword before moving back to their hiding spot. They're finished. Let's move back into town and take care of the rest of the targets, then we can kill the pigs and have some lunch before waiting to see what else we are supposed to be doing here. I think that this should be it, but I was expecting a bit more guidance. He explained. So was I. When they said that there wouldn't be much of a chance that we would be meeting the other students, I didn't think that they meant we wouldn't even be in the same town. What does Hawk say about the situation? Dana replied. Nothing else is moving. I even went up high, and there was nothing else around but the pigs. I even stopped at the houses, and there was no sound of heartbeats or movement inside. Does that mean that we're done, and we can have lunch now? Hawk replied, hopefully. Meet us before we go deal with the pigs. There is an awakened one there, and it might not be safe for you to go alone. Who knows what sort of ability he might have. The wild iron tusk boars were happily rooting through the town's garbage pile when Carl arrived, with Dana right behind him and the hawk circling overhead. The largest of them was Hawk's target for lunch. It was newly into the awakened rank, and gave off a sense of power that Dana recognized long before Carl did. It has magic. I'm not sure what, but it can use some sort of magical spell. She whispered. All right then, we ambush it. All three of us at once will attack the largest boar, and then we will deal with the others. How is your stamina holding up? Have you rested long enough since the fight with the goblins? Dana nodded. I held back, so the expenditure wasn't nearly as high. I am ready to fight. She moved to Carl's left, then climbed up on top of a small stone shed and lay on her stomach to get a good angle of attack. That should keep the boars away from her for a moment, until they could knock down the wall, but she wasn't so high that she would get hurt jumping down. Hawk, your dinner is served. Attack the big one when Dana does, with as much as it takes to kill it. I will deal with the others. Dana fired a pair of magic missiles into the awakened boar, and 6 streaks of rend came down to meet them, converging on its neck as the beast reared back to block the missiles with its tusks. Then Carl attacked, throwing rend attacks into the closest 2 boars and moving forward to attract the attention of the remaining 3. They were all close to awakened in power, and their hides were beginning to toughen, but it wasn't enough to keep his attacks from penetrating. Then Hawk arrived, sending out 2 more attacks into the back of the charging boars, while Dana targeted the last survivor, a greedy one who hadn't stopped eating as soon as the others had. Well, that was anticlimactic. I thought that it was going to be a much harder fight. Dana noted. Don't jinx it, we are still not back at the academy. But I will cut up these boars so that Hawk can get a fresh lunch, and we will bring them back with us. How he was planning to do that was a mystery to Dana, but after Carl pulled a textbook from his coat for reference before beginning to butcher the pigs, she assumed that he had some actual plan. Then, the first of them disappeared, just vanished in front of her eyes, and Carl moved on to the next. What the heck was that? Where did they go? Dana gasped as an entire 100-kilo boar vanished for the second time. There is a mental space granted by my powers. That's where Hawk stays when he's not out playing. I can store things in there, like meat, and it doesn't go bad. There is only one small issue that I've found. Only food can go in there. I tried to put my textbooks in, and it wouldn't work. But meat can go in and out no problem. Carl explained. What a strange restriction. But it is for your pet, right? So perhaps it's only things that are good for the pet that can go in and out. Why don't you try with a resource that you know he can't use later and see what happens? Dana suggested. That is brilliant. Perhaps the magic of the beast space will help me learn what will be best for Hawk. Trying to find a way to help him advance more quickly is my current topic of study, other than the basic training. Carl explained. Glad I could help. But shouldn't someone have shown up by now? It's getting close to lunch, and these practice missions usually only last an hour. Carl shrugged. Well, technically, they've got us all day. So, I suppose it's not a big deal if we have lunch here at the nearest house. No, scratch that, I heard from Hawk what is inside, let's just eat out here. Carl used his sword to cut some sliced pork to grill over a fire, using branches as skewers, while Dana prepared a fire. Give me just a second. I know the spell to create a small flame, I just haven't mastered it yet. We don't have to make fire the hard way, or go rummaging through houses looking for a fire starter. She explained. The village had been ransacked by goblins, so whatever they found inside the houses was not going to be pleasant. Dana was aware of the stories about goblin atrocities, but she really was not intending to find out firsthand what it looked like up close. It took 3 tries before she managed to get sparks to form and the dry branches to light, but after that, the fire started to burn quite well, and the duo waited for the heat to build so that they could begin to roast the meat. Do you think that this could be some sort of surprise survival test? Tomorrow is the day off, and we don't have classes for another day and a half, so there wouldn't be any delay to our learning if they had us stay here to hunt for an overnight trip. Carl suggested. I hope not. I don't know about you, but I didn't bring any sort of camping equipment. Dana joked. There was a whole town behind them, but without any sign of survivors, and no visible battleground, being able to search the town itself for supplies was questionable. There was no telling how much was left in town, and how much had been taken with the ones who fled. Well, if nobody comes for us by dinner, we will have to go looking for supplies to get through the evening. I don't know if we want to stay in town, as the ruined town will draw more monsters searching for food. That is a good idea. We should get settled in as if we were waiting for a conventional pickup after a mission. That seems like the best option, since this class is intended to prepare us for rescues and missions after we graduate. Dana suggested. The 3 of them settled in around the fire, waiting out the time until the meat was cooked, and deliberately ignoring the fact that there was a ruined and abandoned village right behind them. They would have to face the fact that numerous people likely lost their lives here in the recent past, but for now, they would focus on their lunch and the possibility that they didn't get all the monsters that were nearby. But 2 hours later, after they had finished eating, and Hawk had searched the town twice over, going into every open house to make sure that there were no survivors or other hidden monsters, but there was nothing. In fact, there were very few bodies at all, though there was quite a bit of blood in some of the houses, according to Hawk. Should we go back to where we started, in the middle of town? Perhaps there is some sign there that will let us know what we're supposed to be doing. I feel like we should have gotten some message by now, and that maybe we weren't supposed to be sent to an empty town. I mean, think about it. We're both technically still common grade, though I am already at awakened in peak power. They shouldn't have sent us out into the unknown unsupervised for too long. It would make more sense if we were here to deal with the iron tusk boars. Maybe there was supposed to be someone here to meet us, but they were gone before we arrived because of the goblin attack. So, you think that someone was supposed to let them know that we were finished? That makes some sense, since it is sanctioned by the Academy. Perhaps we could find something that would let us contact them. I mean, even a cell phone would do the job, and there should be a working landline in some of the buildings. Dana suggested. Carl got to his feet and sent Hawk back up to scout the town, in case there was anything coming for them, while they walked back to the town square. It was an eerie feeling, now that there was nothing around and moving. No birds, rodents, nothing at all. The town was just completely silent. But there were lights on, so it hadn't been completely destroyed, just left uninhabited. Just as when they arrived, the center of town was empty, but now, Carl wasn't looking for monsters, but signs that someone knew they were coming and might have left behind a message for them. The first thing that Carl noticed about the center of town was how clean it was. There was no sign of battle here, no indication that there had been a last stand to defend this place. So, logically, the majority of the inhabitants must have simply left, or fought to the end in another part of town. Reluctantly, Carl checked the large stone building nearby, whose doors were left open to the elements, and found that while the interior was a bit messy, there was no sign of a battle here either. So, either they left in advance, or the attack happened at night when nobody was at work. If the battle did take place at night and made it past the perimeter security that every village should have, it would make sense that there was very little to see in the streets. The goblins would have invaded homes, and by the time that the alarm was raised, most of the town would have been killed in their sleep. The government building still had power to the computers, so Carl whistled to catch Dana's attention and gestured for her to come inside. Do you know how to work this? I've never seen that operating system before. He asked. Oh, no problem. We used the same one at school. It's even still logged in. I wonder why their computers don't have a timeout feature when you're gone too long. She asked. She tapped a few keys and then clicked on the home button and smiled. It looks like they did leave us a message. There is a text file in the middle of the home screen. Dearest explorers and salvage teams. The residents of this village intend to return within 30 days of the posting of this notice, making the town's property ineligible for salvage. A surprise goblin attack with the threat of ongoing invasions forced us to evacuate to Safe Point Alpha, as designated on the government maps for this location, and once the region is deemed safe and the elites have finished their work, we will return. Mayor Dingwall. That's dated this morning. We were likely already gathered for the morning briefing when this was posted, but I think that a lot of the blood we saw was a fair bit older than that. Carl noted. Dana thought about the timing of the message and its implications, and then looked back outside. They said that it was likely there would be continued attacks. We only found a handful of stragglers, plus whatever goblins Hawk killed inside the houses. That doesn't really constitute an ongoing threat, does it? I think that tonight they are likely to come back again, looking for survivors and loot. I think that you're right. They are going to come back, not just the small scouting squad that they left here, but a whole goblin tribe looking for supplies. The book I read on monster biology says that they don't like being outside during the day if they can avoid it, so it will probably be after dark. That gives us about 7 hours before they might start to arrive, assuming they attack with the twilight. But what can we do to fortify and prepare for them? This building is solid stone, with a stone roof, so it's not too bad. We could lock all the shutters and wait here, or we could barricade this place and return to it after we hunt goblins in the town. They won't be expecting someone to be hunting them while they're scavenging for food. Carl suggested. The problem with that is I can't see in the dark. Maybe you can, but I definitely can't. I would be working blind, and I'm not a close combat fighter, so I can't really stay behind alone with my skills. Dana reminded him. Why don't you create a huge fog bank that hides the entire town? It will make the goblins easier to hunt one at a time, so I can send Hawk to ambush any of them he finds out in the open, and then we can fight whichever ones manage to make it here. They won't realize their companions are under attack right away if they can't see them, and the shouting won't lead them straight to us, so we can fight them in smaller groups. Unless there is a better building here in town, but it looks like the rest of them are mostly made of wood, and I wouldn't trust that the goblins won't burn them down to get us out if they're desperate. Alright, that plan works. I will start building the fog now, since it lasts until I want it to dispel. Once it hides the whole village, we should be a little more safe. How well can Hawk see through the fog? Dana asked. Keep it closer to the ground and it's fine. If you can see for 10 meters in the fog, that means that if it ends at 10 meters in the air, Hawk can see through it just fine. Even 5 meters off the ground should be enough to blind the goblins and still leave them visible from the air. It was a devastating advantage to attacking from above, and the goblins wouldn't be expecting a monster attack on their raiding party. Not many monsters would attack goblins, as they weren't edible. They would only attack if their territory was invaded, or the goblins made the mistake of getting greedy and targeting them. We should prepare a fire as well. Lanterns, something that will allow us to light the room so that we can see properly around the entrance once the fighting starts. The power might go out at any time if they're attacking. Goblins are pretty smart, so some torches would be a good idea. Dana added. There is an auto repair shop just down the street. I will get a bunch of oil and rags, then tie them around branches. That will work for torches to light the area, but I will look for an oil lantern as well. I'm not sure that they will have one here, but they were pretty common in the mines. The mechanic's shop was just down the block, and Carl approached as silently as possible, in case there were still goblins inside. Hawk said that he hadn't found any, but he was also under orders to either stay high in the air or out of sight so that he wouldn't get attacked before the real battle started. The building was an old cinder block building, darkened with years of soot all around the 3 bay doors, with a small office to one side. What he needed would likely be in the shop itself, but he also wanted to find a proper lighter and some food that wasn't just roast meat. There should be a vending machine inside, and if anyone came back to see it broken, they would just assume it was the goblins, since they trashed everywhere else in town. But strangely, the glass doors were intact, the windows unbroken, and the shop itself seemed undamaged. That could be an issue if it was all locked up, but when Carl tried the side door to the actual shop, it opened smoothly, revealing a dimly lit set of 3 bays, each with a car parked in them. Carl went to the first, and found a cigarette lighter in the cup holder, which went to his pocket. Then he noticed a grease barrel on a 2-wheeled dolly. That was perfect. It would burn slowly, it stuck to the rags for torches if the power went out, and there was a whole drum of it here on wheels. Carl loaded a large bag full of rags on the grease barrel, then went through the door to the front of the shop, where the distinctive smell of a workshop faded, and a pungent odor of herbs prevailed. Maybe that had something to do with why this place wasn't trashed. It was worth a shot, and Carl quickly found the source of the smell, bags of herbs soaked in fuel, giving off a rather obnoxious odor. There were spares in the front office, ready to be assembled, so Carl grabbed 2 and a small can of fuel to activate them. Then he made his way to the vending machine, which was unlocked and open, seemingly prepared for the likelihood that someone would be here before they returned. So, he grabbed a few bags of snacks and stuffed them in his coat, just in case they were here all night. "Hey, is anyone here? We're elites from the academy, here to deal with the monster issue," Carl called, just in case someone was hiding in this well-protected shop. There was no answer, and the room was deathly silent, so Carl returned to his work. He needed at least a few long sticks for the torches, and those should be found in the parts department. Any long metal or wooden rod would do, and as luck had it, they stocked cargo bars for securing freight inside trucks. 2 meters long, made of light metal and easy to disassemble to shorten them up a little. They would make great torch bases, so Carl grabbed 4 and brought them to the grease bin along with the scent buckets. There was a large length of chain nearby as well, so Carl added that to his pile of goodies and headed back out the way that he came in, carefully closing the side door so it didn't make a loud noise. Dana's fog was already spreading out from the government building, covering most of a city block and pouring down the streets. Given a few more hours of work, and she would certainly have the whole town covered, making Hawk's work easier this evening. "I've got what we need. Snacks, torch materials, and even a couple of bags of herbs that should get soaked in fuel to keep monsters away. The shop was completely untouched, so I'm pretty sure that they work. We can set them up in the entryway to the building and see if they keep the goblins away for the night," Carl explained. "Perfect. Once I finish with the fog, I will need some sleep, so if you want to rest now, I will wait for Hawk's signal that something is coming. It's going to be a long night," Dana reminded him. "Good point. Hawk's warning should wake me up, but if it doesn't just poke me or something. I'll rest on the couch at the back of the lobby, out of sight of the doors, in case something passes by." He had left the door open a crack, the same as they had found it, and there were only a few lights on in the lobby, but there was still a chance that a monster passing by the door would notice them. "Wait, first put the herb bags where you think they need to be. It will be too late to mask our scent if we do it later in the evening," she reminded him with a grim look. Carl was still hoping for the best, that there wouldn't be anything coming back tonight, but Dana was prepared for the worst, and that was a full goblin tribe arriving to clean out the town tonight, and finding them holed up in this one stone building. The bags were quick to prepare, and the scent rapidly filled the lobby, making Dana's nose twitch in irritation at the pungent odor. But if it kept monsters away from their resting spot, it was a good thing, and they might actually be able to rest until Hawk gave them the signal that something was coming. He was resting in the beast space right now, preparing for his night of activities, but he would come out once Dana was finished with the fog, or the evening approached. Some foods could only be hunted at night, and the wind-speed hawks, as a species, had a great sense of when the transitions would be, as that was the point when the nocturnal animals would be active, but groggy and not quite as alert as usual. But he didn't get to sleep that long. Dana woke them both up around 6 in the evening, an hour before sunset, to let them know that the fog was finished, and it extended out past the edge of town. Now, she was going to rest until the attack started, while Carl and Hawk could take over. "You know what to do. Head up into the sky and make sure that nothing is going to sneak up on us," Let me know if you see anything moving out there. The hawk took off into the afternoon sky, making a larger loop around the town to see if there was anything approaching, while watching for anything that might take the opportunity of the fog to move about. He was pretty sure that he hadn't missed anything during the day, but there were always ways to hide from him, so maybe like a mouse in a hole there were hiding monsters in the town just waiting to come out. He had gone 10 kilometers out, moving in a spiral pattern as he circled the town, when he found what they were waiting for. I found it. A whole bunch of goblins are headed to the town now. They're just putting out their fires and starting to move. Do you want me to follow them? He asked. Carl frowned. That was close to the worst-case scenario that they had imagined when they prepared for the evening. Keep tabs on them, but make sure that is the only thing coming our way. We can likely deal with a pack of goblins, but if there is something stronger than a common monster, we could be in trouble. He replied. Carl had an impression of where Hawk was in relation to himself, so he knew that goblins weren't too close to the town yet, and he had some time before they arrived, but not enough that he could count on making any real fortifications. What he should do was call the academy and make sure that this was part of the plan. Since they didn't know if the teachers were aware the town was empty when they were sent, it would be best to make sure. All he had to do was find the academy's phone number somewhere. Assuming that it was even listed. Contacting the elites wasn't something that a regular person could just do casually, so the number might not be easily available even with the computer here in the lobby. They should have most of an hour before the goblins reached the town, so he would wake Dana up in half an hour to get freshened up and have something to eat before the fighting started. The goblins are splitting up. They will be going all over town, but not in a big pack. Hawk did his best to explain the situation as the goblins got closer to the town's low wall. Alright, you can start working once they are in the fog and separated. Just don't get hurt. I will wake Dana now. Carl replied. He gently shook the mage awake and gestured toward the break room in the back of the lobby. There are washrooms back there, if you want to get clean and grab a drink before the fight starts. He whispered. How long do we have? Carl listened to Hawk's running updates and did his best to calculate. I would say about 5 minutes until they're actually in town, and 15 or 20 before they reach this side of town. They're about to reach the outer fog now, and they have slowed to a slow walk as they search. Dana disappeared into the back room and came back a few minutes later with a lunch box in each hand. They're still good. Or at least they smell like it. They were in the break room fridge, but I'm sure that whoever's lunch this was will forgive us. Do you know the academy phone number, or how to find it? We should probably call them to make sure this is part of the plan. Carl suggested as he finished the container of leftover spaghetti and the 2 sandwiches. Whoever brought this had a serious appetite. I can try finding it, but I'm not sure that it's a public number. Let me know if anything is getting close. Dana agreed. She sat at the computer to search for the academy's contact information, and Carl moved to watch the outside of the building on the monitor at the other desk. There were only a few security cameras, but they circled the building, and there was an extra one at the entrance. Wait, we forgot to check the other doors. Give me 1 minute and I will make sure that none of the side doors are unlocked. Carl hissed as he realized that they had missed an important step in securing their base. There was only one other exterior door, a fire exit at the back of the lobby, but when Carl reached it, he realized that it wasn't and couldn't be locked. But he had some supplies, so there was a chance to barricade the door. He went back to the front and got one of the cargo securement bars and the length of chain he had taken from the auto repair shop. The bar could be set across the hallway, and the chain looped around it and through the handle on the door. The hooks on either end of the chain would hold it in place, and the handle looked solid enough, bolted through the thick metal fire door. Carl didn't know for sure how strong a goblin was, but there was no chance that he would be able to pull that door open, even if he had someone along to help him. It took a few tries to get the bar in the right spot across the hallway walls, but once he had the chain pulled tight, the door was very secure, and they no longer had to worry too much about anything sneaking in behind them. They're in the fog. I will start to eliminate the goblins now. Hawk reported. They're in town. Hawk is starting to work now, but we've got a bit before they reach this side of the city. They're probably going to try to loot the houses as they go, so it might take quite a while before they reach us. Carl whispered. They're not all stopping. A bunch of them are running further into town through the fog. They could be near you soon. Do I scout or do I hunt? Hawk asked. They're not doing a methodical search, they're spreading all over town and coming our way. Get ready. Try to give us a warning when anything gets close to us, but hunt as much as you can. Carl checked the placement of the scent bags in the lobby, making sure they were going to fill the room to deter goblins, then put another one out in the back near the lunchroom, in case they had to retreat. Making it harder for the goblins to pick up their scent would make it easier to ambush them, and the more that they could kill before the tribe realized anything was wrong, the better. They are coming right for you. Maybe they can smell you. Hawk asked a few minutes later as he watched the goblins headed directly for the middle of town, next to the government building where Carl and Dana were hiding. Thanks. We're on it. Dana, climb up on that desk and open the window above you. You can fire magic missiles from there, right? That should give you a better angle on the goblins that are coming for the town square. I am going to step outside and close the door behind me, so I can attack them properly. Carl whispered. Dana didn't approve of that plan, but if they were going to fight the goblins, it was better if someone drew their attention away from her. If Carl was inside the building, he couldn't do it. But if he was outside and her scent was blocked from the goblins while she attacked, it could work well enough for them to clear out most of them with little risk. The real danger would be that they would get tired from the exertion of multiple spell castings. They would be restraining their powers, so the exponential mana cost as you approached your limits wasn't as much of a hindrance, but there were still limitations on how much they could do. Even Hawk couldn't hunt all night long without a break, that wasn't in his nature at all. What Dana needed to focus on was making the magic arrows more like actual arrows. Normally, they were glowing spears of magic. But she didn't want them to glow tonight and give away her position. The first goblins came as a pair, skulking through the street searching for something that they would never find, as Carl's, Rend, tore them both apart at the same time. Their bodies fell into a bush along the side of the road, next to the building that they thought would hide their presence, and Carl returned to waiting. The smell of goblin blood would certainly bring others to him, which was precisely what Carl wanted at the moment. They were all spread out across the town, so they wouldn't arrive in a group, but if they arrived a few at a time, they would be no match for him and Dana. Given his physique, even if he were just to fight them, Carl was fairly certain that he could take one or two goblins at a time without using skills, but there was a serious risk that he would be wounded, and neither of them knew any healing skills. Carl heard the rustle of a branch, when there was no wind in this fog, and turned to find another trio of goblins trying to sneak up on him. A streak of faint light hit one in the back, punching a hole through its chest, before Carl tore the other two apart with Rend. Even at a quarter power, which put virtually no strain on his body or energy, the 4 streaks of light shredded the goblins with ease. They might be strong for their size, but they were soft, and their hide was no match for his attacks. In the sky above, Hawk had realized the same thing. He used only the bare minimum of power to take out his targets all over town, saving as much as he could for later. Carl always gave him a reward for doing a good job, and it had to be an excellent reward if he managed to keep up the battle until all the goblins were gone. Unlike Carl, who simply fought where he was, Hawk had started his battle on the downwind side of the town. That way, the scent of goblin blood would be blown back across the areas he had already cleared, instead of wafting over the village, as Carl's kills were doing. Not that the goblins were all that concerned. Most of them were still focused on loading large bags of stuff from houses, and Hawk just had to wait to kill them until they came back out. But as they moved through the houses and didn't hear their fellow tribesmen anymore, they were becoming concerned, and that was causing more of them to move toward the smell of blood. You have more incoming. They can smell your fight. Hawk warned as he took out both a goblin and an earth mouse at the same time. Carl probably hadn't banned him from eating his kills. At least Hawk didn't remember him doing it, so he happily ate the mouse before looking for more goblins. It was a good night. There was work, but there were also mice, and a promise of rewards later. Maybe he could even convince Carl to give him a whole vial of that blood juice that was so good for his strength. Dana tapped on the windowsill to get Carl's attention and pointed through the fog to where a group of 4 goblins was trying to sneak up on them. It was a terrible effort, as their eyesight was not good, and through the fog, Carl could see much further than they could. What they were going by was the smell of blood, but there was none on him, or in the building where Dana was hiding, so they were on the wrong side of the square, out in the open when Dana's spell took 2 of them out before they even noticed they were in danger. Carl was about to attack when instinct told him to move, and he sidestepped while turning, barely avoiding being hit by a flying dart fired from a goblin blowgun. Using his full strength, Rend killed the creature and 3 of its companions at the same time, slicing them into pieces that fell into the grass. Dana took out the other goblins across the park, and Carl gave her a thumbs up in approval. He would have to be extra careful of those darts, in case they had some sort of poison on them. They didn't look like they would kill if they didn't, and that made them his largest concern in the increasing darkness. The darkness was also a benefit to Carl, as he could hear the goblins running into various things around town, where the lights in the houses had been broken or turned off. They might have a sneaky dart gun, but if they couldn't see him, then it wouldn't really matter what sort of weapons they had, they wouldn't be able to hit him. With that in mind, Carl shifted into the shadows of an alcove and waited for more goblins to be attracted by the noise and the smell of blood. He could hear Hawk hunting in the distance, the short shrieks of goblins as they were assaulted from above, cut off before they could get a full word out, but Hawk's narration said that he was still high in the sky, using the dark to his advantage while attacking down into the fog. The goblin tribe didn't stand a chance tonight, and they were so easy for him to kill that Hawk was barely trying, just using multiples of very low-powered attacks to eliminate the pests without tiring himself. Bird-type monsters were the reason that goblins lived in caves, and they had no real way to deal with an irate bird whose territory they had invaded. They could only wait for it to swoop, or run and hide until it calmed down. Another pair of magic missiles from Dana took out 2 more goblins on the edge of the central square, while Carl saw another scurry into the corner by a set of stairs. It had seen its comrades fall, but couldn't see the attacker, so it was hiding and waiting for its chance. He couldn't afford to let it warn the others, so Carl crept up to the stairs and then tossed himself into the air using the railing so he could see down at the hiding goblin. The height shocked him. Carl wasn't really used to the additional strength of his body, and he had thrown himself nearly 3 meters in the air, but it gave him a good view of the target and his, Rend, took it out with ease. Then Carl caught the edge of the roof beside him to slow his fall, and carefully dropped to the ground, limiting the noise he made on the sidewalk. The soft thump didn't seem like it would carry far, and Carl returned to the shadows in front of the government building to wait for more goblins to approach. Their eyesight might be terrible, but their hearing and sense of smell weren't, so they had to know something was up by now. The stench of goblin blood was all that Carl could smell, and he didn't even have any on him. Then, the sound of bare feet slapping on the concrete as they ran in his direction caught Carl's attention. There was a larger group coming for them, and as they reached the square, they started to shout, calling for reinforcements as they searched for the culprit. Carl stepped out into the street and cut down 2 of the closest goblins from a block away, where they were barely visible through the fog, even to his eyes. Dana hadn't started firing magic missiles yet, so she probably couldn't see them, but the goblins understood which direction they were under attack from and turned to run toward Carl, waving rusty blades and clubs as they screamed. Swinging his arm in a wide arc, Carl sent out a 3-meter-wide quartet of attacks which scattered the goblins, with some leaping to the side, some dropping to the ground, and an unfortunate few being torn to shreds. That made them stationary targets as the first magic missiles hit them, and Carl picked off a few more with smaller attacks that would be harder to see in the dark. More bare feet were running toward them in the fog, and a shrill screech of hawk hunting came from overhead as he followed his targets back toward Carl. It took a moment to activate Rend, and Carl couldn't do it as fast as Hawk could, but for a moment, the goblins were held at bay, creating a mess of bodies in the middle of town, and covering the blood in black blood that stunk of rot and metal. Then, the goblins were too close for Carl to keep them away with Rend, and he decided to switch tactics. He drew his blade and chopped at the closest one, breaking its arm and knocking its crude wooden shield aside before the blade cut deep into its neck. Dana focused on the goblins closest to him, keeping them from surrounding or bypassing Carl and heading for her, while Hawk worked his way in from the back. It was impossible to tell how many were left in the fog as Carl traded blows with 3 more goblins, trying to get an attack in without leaving himself open. They were surprisingly strong for their size, but not strong enough to be called awakened monsters, as they were learning as they failed to stop Carl's counterattack. A wave of sword light in the form of Rend sliced through the goblins in front of him, giving Carl some breathing space, but the larger attacks were hard on his stamina, and he wouldn't be able to do that too many more times. Instead, he retreated toward the government building, using smaller Rend attacks as he went, and the goblin pack began to falter. "I can't keep this up," Dana warned from the window above him as Carl reached the door to the building. "That's fine, you don't need to. Lock the window and take a break, I will defend the doorway while Hawk works outside. I think he has a bit more in him." Carl wheezed, winded from the exertion of fighting a larger goblin pack. "I have been going easy on them, small attacks is all it takes, and they're too dumb to fight back." Hawk gloated. "Just keep it up and get rid of the rest. Don't let them find a way into this building." Hawk circled the square, targeting the goblins who tried to leave the area in other directions, while seeing Carl standing in the doorway of the building, under the lights, drew more of them forward. Dana slumped as she climbed down from her perch on the windowsill, and went to sit in one of the chairs in the break room to recover and get some energy back. The snacks weren't much when you were used to roasted monster meat, but there was some of that left as well, and the break room was well supplied with energy drinks and a free coffee maker. The goblins were hesitant at first to approach Carl, after seeing him kill so many of their own, but mostly they were waiting for more numbers. Numbers were strength to goblins, and once they had enough, their courage was unbreakable. Carl leisurely cast Rend at the best targets, forcing them to keep moving or become lumps of meat, while Hawk gave him steady updates. "We are down to less than 10 of them now. Most are in the square, but there are some on the other side of town who are running away." Hawk informed Carl after 5 minutes of the cat and mouse game with the hiding goblins. "Don't let them get out of town. If we're going to make the area safe for the locals to return, we can't have them sending survivors back to wherever they came from. I will keep fighting these while you're gone." Carl sensed Hawk turning to find the cowards, and looked for a clean shot at the remaining attackers near the building. They were trying to sneak up on him, staying in the bushes around the other buildings, but that wasn't hard for Carl to pick out. What he didn't want to do was to attack too fast and tire himself out before they made a large push toward the door. Hawk said that there were less than 10, and with the one he had just killed in the rose bushes, that should be less than 6, but he didn't know how many were still hiding somewhere nearby and how many the hawk had found running away. The bird was too distracted with his hunt to give updates, but there was nothing moving near Carl right now. So, he waited, and then waited some more, until finally, one of the goblins came sneaking around the corner of the building, and tried to jump him. Carl didn't even turn his head as he flicked his finger and sent a blade of energy to cut the creature's head off, dropping it on the steps with a thud. Hawk finished his work and began to circle the town, looking for more targets, but there were none to be found. Everything in town was either dead or in hiding, which meant that all that remained was for the local police force or militia to do door-to-door searches and clear all the houses before the residents went back in. Hawk landed on the roof, and Carl opened the window for him, so he could come inside when he was ready. "I'm going to close the door and rest for a bit. Hawk, keep a lookout at the front of the building so nothing surprises us. Dana will switch with you in an hour or two." Carl informed the bird, making sure that Dana could hear his side of the conversation. They both needed the rest, and though they wouldn't be getting much sleep today, just relaxing and meditating would help a lot. That's precisely what Carl had planned. Some roasted monster meat to get the energy flowing through his body, and then meditation to refill his and Hawk's energy storage. With a bit of luck, they would feel refreshed again in a few hours, and they would be ready to face the next day, after calling someone to come find them. For the next hour, Carl rested and meditated, regaining most of the energy that he had burned through, while Dana did the same. Then they both got up to check in with Hawk and make sure that nothing had been happening around town. Make one more flyover of the place, and if there isn't anything changed from last time, you can return to the beast space and sleep for the rest of the night. I think that we've gotten through most of the threat now, and I will take care of getting us back to the academy in the morning. Carl informed his feathered partner. Hawk flew off, making his rounds over the town, while Dana went to search the computers in the office to find a useful phone number, and Carl guarded the door. I've got something. There is a government emergency line here, direct dial red phone. Do you want to make the call, or should I? She asked. You can make the call. Let them know that we're students sent out on a mission, the town appears to be clear, and that we could use a ride back to the academy. Carl listened to the one-sided conversation and tried not to laugh as Dana struggled to get anyone to believe her. No, we are students from the academy sent here to clear the monster infestation. Of course, I know the town has been overrun, and it was evacuated, that's why we're here. We are elites from the academy. Yes. No. Let me try this again. Sergeant Rita and Professor Mills sent us here on a mission, using a transport spell. We have finished clearing out the goblin tribe, and we need a ride back. Just contact the academy, don't make me take this to your supervisor. Oh, he's right there, is he? Put him on the phone. This is the awakened rank mage Dana, assigned with the awakened rank warrior Carl, to do monster control of this town. The goblin tribe has been eliminated, and we need you to contact the academy to pick us up, our phone was damaged. Yes, over 50 goblins were found and killed, the entire tribe is dead, unless there are some that left the area entirely. There are no more signs of goblins here. Yes, I understand very well what making a false report and impersonating an elite could mean. But as I'm not doing either, please send for an academy transport. Fine, sending for a military police unit works just as well. I will remain on the line until they arrive. At that point, Carl couldn't hold it anymore, and he began quietly laughing, using his arm to stifle the noise. Not for long, though. The sound of helicopters in the air alerted Hawk to incoming visitors only a few minutes later. Return to the beast space, I don't want any misunderstandings. They're all idiots, and they're not listening to Dana. Carl instructed. At least it will be light soon, so they won't be dumb and blind. Hawk replied. Dana sighed over the phone and dissipated the fog so that the helicopter could see to land. Yes, I know there is an unnatural fog here. I created it and I am dissipating it now. They will be able to land in under a minute. She was explaining over the phone. I will send Carl out to flag them down with a torch, that should be pretty recognizable, right? Yes, we prepared for a power outage, should the monsters be smart enough to cut the main power. You're not all that bright either, but you're right here on the phone with me, aren't you? Don't underestimate the monsters. Carl laughed as he grabbed a pole and tied a rag around it, then dunked it in the grease and lit it up. The torch created a bright flame with thick black smoke as the excess grease burned, but it was impossible to miss in the rapidly thinning fog. The helicopter didn't land, it just dropped a group of ropes, and a team of men in black uniforms with rifles in hand dropped into the town square and formed a defensive ring. They seemed a bit too paranoid by Carl's estimation, they should have been informed that the threat was already gone, but they seemed to take their jobs very seriously. Academy warrior Carl. The team leader shouted over the noise of the helicopter. That's me. The helicopter can land over there, we already cleared the town, so there shouldn't be any more goblins here. Carl shouted back. Instead of landing, the helicopter moved to a higher altitude and away from the landing zone, flying in a circle around the town, presumably looking for more threats. Let's get you to safety. Where is the mage? The team leader asked. Inside. But as I've told you, it's already safe. Look around you, there are no more living goblins. Carl repeated. The team leader hustled him back inside, but most of the team remained outside the building, searching the square, which was covered in dead goblins from an evening of battle. "I need you to put your index finger on the scanner for me," the team leader insisted, and Carl complied, scanning his identity the same way he had 1,000 times before, clocking in and out of the mines for his after-school shifts. Identity verified. Golden Divine Academy elite student, Carl. Awakened ranking assessment under review pending formal exam. The man looked between his identity scanner and Carl, then at Dana and back again with a surprised expression. "See, we told the guy on the phone what was happening, but it looks like nobody actually believed it. You are welcome to explore the town, though. It will still need to be swept to make sure that there isn't anything hiding in the houses that we didn't detect, and someone will have to clean up all the goblin bodies in the streets. I'm reasonably sure that's not part of our job description," Carl explained. "There are more coming. We were scrambled in advance from the base when we got the report that there were some kids pretending to be elites in the town, but they were already scheduled to be dispatched here to clear the village and find the goblins. It should be 200 men, so they can scour a town this size on their own. Now that we have determined that you two are who you say you are, is there any coffee?" The team leader replied. "Right here. There is a free coffee maker in the lunchroom. We weren't sent with overnight supplies, so we owe a couple of people for a lunch, but other than that, everything in the building is still mostly intact." Carl informed him with a smile. "Oh, that's an easy fix. You don't have them yet, as you're still students, but once you graduate you'll get a code generator app for your phones. Just write out the redemption code for anything that you need to use in the line of service, and they can apply for reimbursement from the government. I will put in for it today. It will make their overall damage claim easier to process with one pre-approval code in place." The team leader grabbed a couple of napkins from the counter, and wrote down a string of numbers and letters on each of them before stuffing them into the empty lunchboxes. Then Dana put them back in the fridge where they found them, and the rest of the team started to enter the building. "Sir, the area is clear. No sign of life anywhere in the area. We will secure the building now," one of the soldiers informed them in an extra serious tone. "You can relax, they're real elites from the academy, not kids playing pretend where they shouldn't be. I'm not sure why we didn't get the message, but when they say that they killed off the goblins, I believe them." The team leader informed his men, who began removing their face masks and lining up at the coffee machine. "Best news I've heard all day. I can't believe we got chased out of bed at 5 in the morning because some pencil pusher didn't know what to do with academy elites who don't have an authorization code yet," one of the men grumbled. The team leader set his mug down and nodded in agreement. "You have to understand, they're minimum wage assistants. The ones who answer the phone, that is. They live off the minimum subsidy for elites, and answer the phones at the call center for elites and government officials, but they're not elites themselves. They don't have much else, so they like to go on a power trip at work. Just give them your student ID number the next time they ask, and it will automatically transfer you to one of us. Their job is to deal with local bureaucrats requesting assistance, but when we call, they're just the receptionist. I'm assuming that the two of you are starting your final year, preparing to go into the military?" the team leader asked. "Actually, we're in our first year, and they were preparing her to become an idol. We are both in the practical skills special class, since we're a bit ahead of most, and they sent us here for training without any explanation. I would assume that they thought that there was still someone here to greet us, since the town was evacuated only a few hours before our arrival, but it is what it is. The situation is dealt with now." The Special Forces team all turned to look at Dana with smirks on their faces. "Oh, they're preparing for the next Archmage, are they? An idol's career is notoriously short, and her attitude is shit, so they're going to have to replace her sooner than expected. Don't get me wrong, her power is top-notch, and she will be one of the top elites for a long time, but as an idol, you can't be that horrible to your fans forever." One of the Special Forces team members laughed. "Does everyone just know everyone, then?" Dana asked as the soldiers laughed. "Well, there is only one academy for the elite students, you see. Other than the team leader, who is a bit older, we're all about the same age, so we were in school together. Once you're through the first year of crammed classes, you'll find that there is a lot of time to socialize and get to know each other. The most popular people in school become famous outside school as well, and there are only 100 or so of US per year who graduate at Ascended or higher. You're both reaching Awakened in your first year, so you're almost guaranteed to be part of that group, and you will know a lot of soon-to-be famous people. That's just how it is as an elite. That made sense. Only one rank above Ascended was Commander, and they were the sort of powerful people that everyone in their hometown would know by name. Either because they became politicians, or because they were so fantastically wealthy that they owned half the town. The lithium mines had a commander rank warrior who took the experimental treatments during development of the serum as the mayor, but most towns only had a few elites stationed there for security. Between the government stipend for powerful elites and their connections, it wasn't hard for them to get wealthy in only a few years and live in luxury wherever they had been stationed. Other than the two that were on duty at the door, the rest of the Special Forces team gathered to secure the two young elites and drink coffee while they waited for the main force of the army to arrive. "Did you find anything stronger than a common monster here?" the team leader asked as he got up to pour another cup. "Just one iron-tusk boar that was clearly awakened. If there was a leader among the goblins that wasn't at the common rank, I didn't notice. They're a bit difficult to tell apart in the dark, especially with the fog, but I don't recall any of them surviving a direct hit." Carl replied. "Why did you choose to cover the town in fog anyhow? Wouldn't that just make your job harder?" one of the Special Forces team members asked. "Not really. It makes it harder for the goblins to see where they're going, so they're attacking blindly until they're almost on us. But I've got a hawk as part of my class skills, and he's great at hunting in the fog. You see, if it stays close to the ground, he can see down into it, while they are looking forward and unable to see much." Carl explained. "Oh, so it is like the druids that have an animal companion instead of a beast form?" one of the others asked. "Sort of. It's a wind speed hawk, and he's just made Awakened rank. An actual magical beast, not just a hawk. Now we're talking. That would explain your confidence in hunting in the dark. Those things are a menace." The man grumbled, remembering a time when his team was attacked by one. They all sat and waited until the team's radios announced that the trucks were reaching the town limits, and the army was spreading out to do a full search of the town. Well, that's the end to happy fun time. They will want us all on standby in case they find something. They've got rifles, but they're not elites, so they will call for us if they find anything more than a lone injured goblin," the team leader explained. Then he led them all out into the open area in front of the building, what Carl had deemed to be the town square, which he now realized was actually used as an open-air market, but all the stalls had been packed away until its next open day. Today was Sunday, the usual off day for most laborers, so it would have likely been opened, if there were anyone left in town. But the empty space had made it much easier to fight last night, and eliminated most of the good hiding spots for the goblins to sneak up on them. More goblin corpses here. Requesting sanitary cleanup. Goblin cleanup at 6th and Main as well. And at 7th and Main. Carl smirked as the reports of bodies strewn all over town came in, and the Special Forces team tried not to laugh. "You really did just set a wind-speed hawk loose in the fog, didn't you? There are dozens of them here, which makes sense for two elites fighting together, but there are random bodies all over town, one at a time. You would have to be pretty sneaky to get them like that without alerting the others." The team leader commended them. It was an excellent tactic. With Dana's fog, not only didn't they see Hawk, they didn't see the bodies of their tribesmen either, so they just kept doing what they were doing until he had time to get to them. A few minutes later, the command vehicle, an armored sedan car, reached the center of town, and promptly ran over a goblin corpse, spreading the stinking blood all over the undercarriage. "I hope they don't want us to get in that. The smell is going to linger for days," Dana muttered. "Don't worry about that, you will be returning with us to the academy. I already sent for approval from your teachers," the team leader whispered. A sharply dressed officer in his formal uniform stepped from the sedan car with a grimace on his face for the smell of dead goblin that his driver had just run over. "Greetings, it is a pleasure to meet you both on your debut mission. I am Base Commander Colonel Ryan, in charge of the purge of the town today." He greeted them, sounding much more enthusiastic and less professional than either Carl or Dana had expected. "Greetings, Colonel Ryan, but this isn't our debut mission, this was a training mission from the academy, we're not up for graduation this year." Dana replied with a sweet smile that seemed to relax the officer even more. "Not a debut mission? Well then, I guess there is no need to plead for tickets to your inaugural event. But to have sent just the two of you for an incident of this magnitude is incredible. To think that a pair of elites in training could be this powerful." He gushed. Carl didn't miss how the Special Forces team all rolled their eyes at his flattery, but with the enhanced peripheral vision, he didn't have to turn his head to see them clearly, so the man didn't notice that Carl's attention wasn't on him. "I have 200 men scanning the town now in pairs. They shouldn't take long to do a door-to-door sweep and search every home, then we can return to the base to wait for one of the older elites to come pick you up." The base commander informed them. "Sorry, Colonel. There are already arrangements in place to bring them back with our team. We will be extracting them to the academy as soon as we have verified that the mission is complete, and the town is safe for residents to return to. Unfortunately, there will be no time for photo shoots or any publicity events this time, but I'm sure you understand. Security is paramount for the academy, after all." That was when Carl realized what the colonel was after. He was trying to make friends among the younger elites, networking to expand his connections in the future. It was probably part of his job as a base commander to be in the know about everything that was happening at higher levels, but it was a bit strange for both Carl and Dana for someone with that sort of influence to have an interest in them. With so many soldiers moving through the town, it almost felt like things were getting back to normal. There were people in the streets, hurrying about their business, workers with wheelbarrows cleaning up, even a fire truck had been pressed into service to clean the streets of goblin blood, as the stench was becoming unbearable in the sun. But in the minds of the common soldiers, it only reinforced how terrifying the elites were. These two were still students, and already they were tearing through entire goblin tribes that would have taken their whole unit to safely deal with. Everywhere they went, there were more goblin bodies, and even Carl hadn't bothered counting how many of them Hawk had dealt with since they arrived here. All that really mattered was the number that were still alive, and when they could be finished with this assignment and go home to a proper meal. In the distance, at the town's garbage dump, a filthy fire was sending thick black smoke into the air as the soldiers used diesel fuel to ignite the bodies of the goblins, purging them so they wouldn't spread disease through the area, and eliminating the worst of the evidence that monsters had actually overrun the town. From what Carl could hear on the radio in the base commander's car, they were instructed to clean up as much as possible so that the residents would feel safer when they returned, as if the disaster had been mostly prevented, not dealt with after the fact. It was one of the small political niceties that helped the people feel confident that they were being looked after, and in this case, it could have been much worse. If they had waited for the army, the goblins would have looted the majority of the houses and caused massive amounts of property damage during the overnight hours. The Special Forces team leader observed the progress with satisfaction. "They will send a cleaning crew through in the afternoon, as it appears that the town really has been cleansed, but the soldiers will remain for most of the week, just in case. We can start getting ready to head back. Was there anything else that you wanted to make a note of before we leave?" "Yes, these herb packs, I want to either know what is in them, or bring one with me to analyze at the academy. They seem to be an effective monster repellent, and it kept the goblins from trying to go straight for us in the government building." Carl noted. The team leader opened the bag in question, sniffed, and then nodded. "I have the recipe for this. It's a pretty common pest deterrent, but the herbs for it only grow in a few areas of the country, this being one of them. I didn't know that it would work for goblins, but it works very well on insect-type monsters, as well as regular bugs. The local mosquito repellent deterred goblins? Perhaps it just masked the scent of humans so that they didn't realize the area was inhabited. But if it worked, and Carl gave the team leader a thumbs up to signal that he would want that recipe later. Excellent. Then we are off to the academy. Base Commander, we will return this evening with a full report for you. The team leader announced. Thank you, Major. I will look forward to the detailed exploits of these two outstanding trainees. The helicopter returned as they were speaking, and landed on the roof of the building, which was accessible through an internal stairwell that was marked, smoking area. You look more excited now than you did when we arrived. One of the team members noted. I've never been in a helicopter before. Dana and Carl replied in unison, then burst into laughter at their synchronized thoughts. Well, we can change that. Hop in and fasten your harness. The academy won't forgive us if you get injured on the ride home. The team leader informed them with amusement clear in his expression. Yes, sir. The helicopter lifted off and turned toward the east, flying high over the treetops, and roughly following a river. It's beautiful from up here. Dana spoke into the microphone, nearly drowned out by the noise of the helicopter. It's like nothing you'll get to see on the ground. You two did good down there. I don't know what the academy originally sent you to do, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't for the goblins. I checked while we waited, and the other teams of students all went to take out a handful of magical beasts and then called for a ride home the first afternoon. The team leader informed them, now that there were no more curious ears around to overhear them. I thought that might be it. There was a group of wild iron-tusk boars near the town. That was a nice light start to the day, and at first, we thought that might have been it, but then we realized that all the houses were empty, and they hadn't just brought everyone inside to wait. Carl agreed. So, you just started to scout the town for goblins and then killed them all until we showed up? One of the other Special Forces soldiers asked. We thought that we might have underestimated the teachers, so we cleared out all the goblins and then called in on the hotline in the government building, but they didn't believe us and threatened to send the military police. That ended up being you, and they asked that we stay on the phone until you arrived so they didn't have to put out a search warrant for us. Dana laughed. The soldier rolled his eyes in amusement. They're a bunch of idiots. I'm sure the boss went over proper protocol already, but calling them is usually a last resort. Getting in contact with a military unit or the academy directly will make your lives a lot easier. Do you think that they're going to give you a promotion after this? I see you've still got the first-year common grade badges on, but there's no way that either of you is still common grade. We saw the fog and the bodies, that is definitely beyond the skills of two common trainees. We will see. If they do, it will be great. You know how it is at the academy, power gets respect. So, if we can get them to give us the black badges, we will at least be able to show off to our fellow first-year students. Carl agreed. The Special Forces team laughed at their own memories of school. They were also among the first to advance, so they knew very well that there were plenty of social benefits that couldn't really be quantified about being the first with the black badges. Then later, when you moved up to the Bronze Ascended badge, usually in your second year, you were among the real powerhouses. With the body enhancements of the warrior classes, Ascended rank brought about huge changes to their physique, and it was at that point when they could be called truly superhuman. Carl could already jump up onto the roof of a single-story house, but that was still plausible, by elite standards. When you could throw someone over the house, then you were getting into the feats associated with the Ascended. We're not far from the academy now. It will be about another half an hour before we arrive, but you should prepare yourself for a lot of questions from the students. It is the off day today, and you're returning in a Special Forces helicopter. I wouldn't call that subtle, so your friends will want to know what you were up to. The pilot laughed as he gestured to a spot in the distance that should be the academy. The helicopter wasn't flying particularly fast, and the side doors were open, allowing the team members to let their legs dangle out the side while they were held in by a safety lanyard. Normally, that would be concerning, but Carl had seen them rappel down ropes from that same position, so it couldn't be too dangerous, no matter what it looked like. As they got closer to the academy, they could see all the students out in the yard relaxing and studying, and Carl could see all the heads turn as they noticed the sound of an incoming helicopter. It wasn't the sort of noise that you would hear every day, so it attracted a lot of attention, especially when it started to set down on the helipad next to the main building. The doors were open, so everyone could make out the two white and gold student uniforms among the dark green Special Forces outfits, and the innate need to know all the school's gossip kicked in. The teachers should be out here soon. They want a statement from you on what happened during the mission, so I wouldn't count on keeping your day off. The pilot informed them as the rotors began to slow to an idle. Yeah, I was afraid that would happen. But hey, if you guys put in a good word for us, maybe we can get those black badges right away. Carl joked. The men at the door unhooked themselves and stepped down to offer a hand to Carl and Dana as they exited the aircraft, while Sergeant Rita and two teachers that Carl didn't recognize were jogging across the field toward the helipad. It looks like we're in for it right away. Sergeant Rita is my personal tutor. Carl informed the team member beside him. She's not all bad. But if I recall, she really loved her physical fitness, so as her student, it might be difficult to see. The man joked. She is pretty good, honestly. But I've got a class that nobody has seen before, so she's always pushing for every bit of new information. This report will be a long one. Carl explained. Dana seemed to recognize the other two teachers, so they must be from the mage classes, and they were gesturing for everyone to come meet them, not just Carl and Dana. Carl, Dana, it is good to see you back in one piece. The mages said that they were monitoring your vital signs, and you weren't heavily injured, but we got the message that the town was overrun after we sent you. Tell me, what happened after you got there? Sergeant Rita demanded the moment that they were far enough from the helicopter to speak somewhat normally. We found a pack of wild boars on the edge of town, so we hunted them and packed them up for meat, then we went to take care of the goblins that were around town and the group that they left on patrol. That part was easy, as it was almost all common-grade monsters. We had Hawk clear the ones he found looting in the town, and then we went to the government building to see if they had left us a message or something. It's not like we're sent anywhere at random, so they should have known that we were coming. But we didn't find anything, so we assumed the mission wasn't over, and we set up a fog trap for the goblins that would return that night. We managed to eliminate the entire goblin tribe by morning, and then we called these fine gentlemen for a ride home. The Special Forces team leader smiled and nodded along, then gave Carl a gesture of approval. Short, succinct, but covering all the major steps of the plan. I approve, excellent summary. The soldier chuckled. I will expect a full report by tomorrow morning. But before that, we all need to have a meeting. It appears that the base commander has some fine things to say about you all, and it has raised some questions here at the academy. Sergeant Rita informed them. And that is my cue to retreat. Have a good afternoon, cadets. The Special Forces leader laughed. Oh, no. You're coming with us. We need a full report from your team on what they found when they got to the town, body counts, the state of the students' combat readiness, and anything else that the mages come up with. Since the students claimed to be awakened rank when they reported to the phone operator, we need to determine if they lied to a government official. The soldiers smirked at her assertive manner, as the sergeant didn't actually outrank them. She was just the messenger passing on the bad news that they would not be returning home so easily. Well, we've got just the thing for the testing, then. We have an entire Special Forces team of trained officers at the commander rank who are willing to test the two students right now if necessary. I believe that not even the stuffiest of bureaucrats will question our judgment if we can show the results. He replied. With that much of a power gap and their level of experience, it wouldn't be a problem for them to somewhat accurately gauge the performance of the attacks made by Carl and Dana, but this particular team had their own estimation method. I will have Lieutenant Keyes set up a series of barriers, each one at 10% increments of his total power. There is no doubt that he is in the middle of the commander rank, but there is a big jump between ascended and commander, the power nearly doubles. If they can make it to 50% of his barrier at full capacity, I would say for certain they can put out ascended level damage. If they can make it to 25%, it should be at least awakened level damage. That's straightforward enough, and then we can just have them repeat it to prove they have the stamina for a fight. I don't think that will be an issue either, after seeing that they could cover an entire town in magical fog and kill goblins all night long. The teachers from the mage department were much happier than expected with that plan. They were around the same power level, and they would have used the same general testing method, but having an official examination done by the army would remove all questions about bias in the testing. They were the instructors of the students in question, after all. If someone thought that they had passed too easily, it could hurt the teachers' reputations. Sergeant Rita pointed to a building at the side of the compound. Let's do this in the practice gym. It's set up with all sorts of protective walls so nothing gets damaged, and we don't have the whole school as an audience. Carl shrugged, not concerned one way or the other. He knew that he could pass this test. But Dana was happy to get out of the public eye, just in case the teachers were not convinced that her magic missile was up to the standard for an awakened mage. She had been holding back quite a bit all night long, but the goblins were pretty soft targets, and they were easy to kill even with a third of her total power. Getting away from the crowd just wasn't going to happen, Carl realized once they made it into the gym. There were viewing boxes up on the second and third floors, and with the scene that they had made, arriving with soldiers and going straight to the gym with a group of teachers, they had gathered numerous curious students that were anxious to find out what was going on. Normally, only the senior classes would be off campus at this point in the year, so seeing two new students coming back from somewhere was gossip-worthy all by itself. Seeing them coming back like this, and getting a full welcoming committee from the school that wasn't the disciplinary committee, was even more juicy of a story. Alright, who wants to go first? The mage known as Keys asked as he set up a row of glowing squares along one side of the room. Carl stepped forward. I will go first. I will do it alone first, then with Hawk, since we're a team, but the testing is supposed to measure the elite. Keys nodded toward the barrier squares that he had set up, and two of the other team members set up cameras, while the teachers took out a set of sensors. These measure energy disturbances. They will give us a pretty good idea of how much power you are using on each attack. We would like you to use all your power on each strike, even if you know that it will break the barrier. There is a sensor dummy behind that, made of armor plate, and it will measure the residual impact if your attack isn't dissipated. The teacher explained. That should be simple enough. I will send a full-strength rend at each of them, and we will see what the barriers say. Carl agreed. As soon as he stopped speaking, Carl sent the first attack at the barrier that should be 10% of the mage's total power. The barrier shattered without any hesitation, and the plating behind the barrier lit up with the impact. Not bad. Keep up the pace, and then we will have you continue your attacks on the barrier that you can't break to test your endurance. The teacher reminded him. The second attack likewise shattered the barrier without issue, but the third left the rend attack visibly dimmed. The fourth barrier seemed for an instant like it was going to hold, but it also flickered and collapsed, nullifying the attack the same way that Carl had been nullifying attacks against the school's mages during practice for the last 2 weeks. After seeing that, Carl knew that a simple rend was not going to take out the next barrier, no matter what he tried to do, and the teacher wouldn't call multiple concurrent attacks a win for actual attack power. So, he held the rend on the claws of his new gauntlets, and slashed at the barrier with his hand. The brute force did what the ability alone could not, and the fifth barrier cracked, but held together for 2 attacks, and only collapsed when Carl hit it a third time. Carl coated the claws on both gauntlets and fiercely attacked the 6th barrier, leaving claw marks on the magical shield that quickly reformed to a smooth surface. For 10 minutes, Carl beat on the magical barrier with no sign of it collapsing, then he stepped back to catch his breath. That's what I've got. He informed the professors and the gathered Special Forces team. The Special Forces team leader nodded in satisfaction before speaking. Impressive, combining the skill with a physical attack noticeably increased the total damage output, and you've still got your pet in reserve. There is no doubt that you are at the awakened level. Being able to reliably break the 3rd barrier until you are exhausted would be enough for that. If you could have gotten through the 5th in a single attack every time, we would call it the minimum for Ascended, but you're not quite there yet, even with the physical and magical combined. We allow the warriors to enchant their swords, so the methodology is sound. You have our certification that you are indeed an awakened rank elite. The teachers and Sergeant Rita conferred for a moment, and then the longer-haired of the two nondescript teachers cleared his throat. The teaching staff is in agreement. You are promoted to the awakened rank, he declared. Student Dana, please step forward to begin your test. Sergeant Rita requested as the Special Forces mage recast the spells. The team leader leaned over to whisper to Carl as Dana mentally prepared. The reason it has to be one attack is that if there was an actual mage on the other side of that barrier, they would be reinforcing it constantly to keep their defenses up. If you can't break it in one shot, you can't hurt the mage. That made a lot of sense. The commander rank mage on the Special Forces team had just put the barriers there, he wasn't doing anything to upkeep them. But a magical beast with a barrier ability wouldn't let you just keep attacking without even trying to defend itself. Unfortunately for Dana, Magic Missile wasn't well suited to this test, or to combating creatures with magical barriers. It was more of a multi-target, dispersed damage type of ability. But it could be condensed to fire all the mana she could gather into a single spell. It would be best if she held back a bit until she knew what she needed to break the barrier, though. Unlike Carl, who had an easy time using multiple rend attacks, her magic drained her stamina rapidly at full output. But she focused her magic missile into a single full power bolt and shattered the first two barriers in rapid succession, then the third, which nearly nullified her missile, but which shattered smoothly enough that the teachers gave a satisfied nod. You can split it into multiple missiles, and we will still count it as one casting. We understand the limiting nature of the spell. The professor encouraged her. So, the fourth was a barrage of 5 missiles, the last 2 of which made it through the broken barrier, but the 5th remained solidly intact, only glowing briefly the same way that the 6th had for Carl. She tried multiple attacks, long sustained barrages, heavy single attacks, but nothing worked. The 5th barrier simply wouldn't break for her. That's good. We have seen enough to know that you can sustain awakened rank magical output. Congratulations, Student Dana, you have been promoted to the standing of awakened rank mage. Cheers went up all over the waiting rooms, as the 2 first-year students were officially promoted, and the teachers handed over the black embroidered student badges to go on their jackets. You're not free yet. I still want those reports done, and that means you too, Mr. I'm Special Forces now and too cool to call my family on the holidays. Sergeant Rita added, looking at one of the team members with a hard glare. The entire team burst into laughter at that, and Carl marveled at the twist of fate that must have been for their relatives. Having 2 successful awakenings in the same family was incredibly rare, from what Carl knew. But then it could just be that there weren't many big families in the mining town, so it just hadn't happened to anyone he knew. It was quite possible that certain families had much more luck than the average in awakening their talents. The so-called blessed families, as the nobility referred to themselves, but for a compatibility with the serum, and not their relation to royalty. Sergeant Rita led them all out of the gymnasium and into a classroom, where the computers had already been brought to the screen for an official mission report. I want everything, the general insists on no less than 1,000 words, and then you can leave. She announced, and closed the door behind her, leaving Carl and Dana with the bemused Special Forces team inside. So, that's the infamous cousin that you're so afraid of, is it? You know that you're stronger than she is now, and higher ranked, she can't bully you. The team leader joked. What does strength have to do with anything? That woman holds a grudge like no other. The man muttered, making his team members smirk. They had obviously been over this before, though they hadn't met her in person, and the air of friendly camaraderie set Carl and Dana at ease as they sat down to begin their reports. The tapping of keys filled the air as everyone got to work, ignoring the previous conversation in favor of getting the unpleasant part of their day out of the way as fast as possible. The warriors had a clear advantage here, Carl included, in that their bodies were enhanced, so even if they were not the greatest typists, their hands were so fast that they could still easily type out the entire report as fast as they could frame it in their minds. The reports from the Special Forces team were more detailed and structured, as they had done them 100 times before, but Carl and Dana did their best to not forget anything that they had done or seen after they had arrived in that town. "You two got quite the first mission, didn't you? I can't think of the last time I talked to someone who got to do something as amazing as a pair mission against an entire goblin tribe for their first time out," the team leader announced once he was finished his writing. "Unless you count Jenny, but I think that we all know her story isn't quite as verifiable as this one," one of the others added with a short burst of laughter. Carl looked up in interest as they joked, and the team leader filled him in. "She was a student a few years younger than us at the academy. She was with a 4-person team, looking for herbs in the forest for her first mission. According to her, she ended up meeting with a mystery man that she said was one of the local elites, who was in the woods for the same reason. Long story short, she was pregnant when she returned to the academy. She only found out 2 months later, when she started getting morning sickness," he explained. Carl avoided the mental math that told him there was something wrong with that age gap, but since he didn't know exactly how old Jenny or the elite in question were, he decided to keep silent. For all he knew, it could have been a cover story for a relationship with someone else entirely. Dana looked up from her work. "Jenny Starpepper. She's from my hometown." The team leader nodded. "That's the one. Have you met her kid? I heard he's adorable." Dana shook her head. "Calling him cute is being extremely kind to him. He's just going into elementary school now, and they have to put mittens on him to keep him from clawing at people. The word around town is that his father was a berserker, and the rage skill got passed along to their kid, who can't turn it off. But that's mostly just gossip. She's married to one of the bankers now, and their younger two really are adorable." They all quickly finished their reports and chatted while they waited for Sergeant Rita to return. They could have gone looking for her, or simply left, in the case of the Special Forces team, but when they got back to base they would have to work again, to do the report for their own commander, who would expect something other than a copied and pasted version of this report, and they were in no hurry to do that now that they were comfortable here. "Can we meet your hawk? You've been talking about him, but I haven't seen him since we arrived. Is he flying outside somewhere?" the team leader asked. "Actually, my class created a separate space for him. Hawk, come out and say hello," Carl replied. The bird appeared in the air in front of him, then settled onto the top of one of the monitors and warily stared at the new people. Dana gave him a slice of jerky from her pocket, and Hawk's mood immediately improved. He would gladly meet more people if there was food involved. One of the team members nodded his head and whistled in appreciation. "Awakened rank wind speed hawk, male, and my ability says he's under a month old, but that's far too young for him to be fully grown." Carl nodded. "My skills helped him grow much faster than usual. I hatched him on the train on the way here, so that's as old as he is. We're just hoping that I can keep him growing at this rate so that he can become a true elite among magical beasts." The soldier nodded. "Well, it's not impossible with a bit of energy and some resources. All beasts grow based on what they eat. It's not a precise science, but what I do know, as a hunter, is that they will instinctively search out stronger creatures or plants to eat, and if they don't get them, their growth will either stagnate or they will get weak from starvation. The more powerful the beast, the more powerful the food source must be. That's why there are a limited number of truly powerful beasts, there simply isn't enough food for more of them in most regions." "Oh. That's a useful class skill," Carl noted. "Yeah, my talent is to know where and how to hunt things that I have seen before. I can see the hawk, so I know where one would usually find them, as well as some of their habits, and I built up the rest of the knowledge through observation and practice." He shrugged. "Well, it's still useful to me. I was going to request some higher-ranked foods for him, to try to force progression. I started absorbing nutrients much more efficiently a few days ago, so it should be good for both of us," Carl suggested. just don't overdo it. If the difference is too great, you won't be able to absorb anything. It would be like going back to your first few days, before your body adapted, when you couldn't absorb proper nutrition from the foods. Carl considered the information that the Special Forces team had presented him with. If it was true that the quality of the diet limited a monster's growth, it made perfect sense that most wind speed hawks never made it past the awakened rank. Their favorite food was the earth mouse, a common grade monster. Eating that every day would give them a steady source of nutrition, but of a limited quality. If they were going to advance further, they would need higher quality food, but their usual hunting targets couldn't provide that. They were capable of hunting larger targets, but larger bodies would bring scavengers and other predators, which would interfere with their usual hunting grounds and force them to move. So, they would end up trapped in a vicious cycle where they could only rarely eat higher quality meals, and they would slowly grow to awakened rank as they got older. Hawk was certain that he would make it to the commander rank, just like these Special Forces men, but that was largely wishful thinking on his part, and unless Carl could provide the diet he needed, it wasn't realistic in the time they had at the academy, much less in the short term to overtake Sergeant Rita like Hawk wanted to. But the academy should be able to provide him with at least that much assistance. If the food in the cafeteria was common grade monster meat, then just increasing it one rank should bring about a new growth spurt for the Hawk. That would be the first thing that he requested, other than more of the mana-infused blood with the strength stones in it. Hawk loved that stuff, like Carl had loved ketchup on chicken nuggets when he was little. Though, the bird's actual dietary requirements had slowed a lot since it hit maturity. Now, it was relying more heavily on the energy provided by Carl, and not eating multiple times its own body weight in a day. Hawk was still a little glutton, but when the total amount was under a kilo of meat a day, it was much more reasonable. At the rate that they were going, the awakened rank boar meat would last Hawk for months, and it seemed that the meat left in the space would not spoil. Or at least it didn't spoil as quickly as it would in a refrigerator. Since we're here at the computers, we should send a letter home. I can send it to the mayor, and he will print it for my parents, since they don't have a phone or a computer. Carl suggested. You know that almost everything about your life is currently confidential, right? They will censor any information that outsiders are not supposed to have, like the location or layout of the academy, plus any details of your training. The team leader reminded him. That's fine. Just a little update to let my parents know that all is well is enough. I know that some of the other students are more eager to get away from home, but I was just eager to get away from the mines. Carl laughed. The shortest of the team members reached over to pat him on the head. That is understandable. I came from an island fishing village. There are no options there but the fishing boats or the cannery, you work on one or in the other. The day I left was the happiest day of my life, but I still send a little something to my parents now and then. The others nodded in agreement. There are money transfer limits, but we can still send them enough to be doing well. My dad is an accountant in the capital, and he still loves his job, but he's one of the most boring people I know. My mom always tries to convince him to agree to going somewhere fancy for dinner when I visit, but he likes roast beef and potatoes so much he'd have them for every meal. One of the others laughed. Dana smiled as she wrote a short letter home, not directly referring to her rank or class, but letting her parents know that she was doing well, and that the academy was treating her well, with a beautiful room. She omitted the part about it being so loud that she preferred to study on Carl's balcony, but her parents would take that the wrong way, no matter where she was. Carl kept his nice and simple, telling them that he had finally gotten a proper growth spurt to catch up to the height of his classmates, and that he was making friends and meeting plenty of new people. The soldiers thought that was hilarious, given the circumstances, but it was the sort of letter that could be sent home entirely unredacted. Most would want to include details of their training or their rooms, which would be scrubbed by the academy staff before the message was sent. While they both knew that they wouldn't be getting a letter back any time soon, as the academy wanted them to focus on their studies, not the life they had left behind, it was still comforting to know that their parents didn't have to worry about them. Carl looked over his letter with satisfaction, then hit send and clicked the button that confirmed the message would be viewed by Academy staff before being sent to an outside address, even if it was a government email address in his hometown. Alright, that should take care of the important parts. Now I just need to talk to the kitchen to work up a new diet plan for Hawk and I can start on the next phase of my studies. He informed the others, then sighed in relief. The team leader gave him a comforting pat on the back. That is always the fun part. We were the third year of serum injections, so when we were here, nobody knew anything about how to keep progressing. They hadn't even had any graduates yet the first year that we were here. But it's all about going with what feels right. For the mages, it's mostly focus and practice. For the hunters, druids and rangers, being at one with nature is a major part of their growth. I think for Carl here, it will be mostly about keeping Hawk growing. The official position is that the serum is the future, but we've learned something interesting in the last few years. The classes can be passed on. Some of them can be taught to older people who never got the injection but have potential, and others can be inherited by children. I don't think that it will be long before they start looking for ways to optimize the serum to give the best classes to those with the most potential. Dana gave them an excited look. You think that is possible? I mean, if they could make a whole corps of golem mages, it would be huge for both the army and for major construction projects. I heard that was what they wanted to try to teach us all, just to see if we could learn the spell. More than just that. I think that they want to find an option that can be taught to people who aren't compatible with the serum. I know there have been some attempts to teach sword skills to students who don't have the compatibility with the serum. They've been a failure so far, the same as trying to teach them magic, but that could just be a lack of mana. Who knows, maybe they will happen upon something good, but that's in the future, and you two are too young to be worrying about your children's future. The team leader laughed. Their laughter was cut short when Sergeant Rita returned with the headmaster of the academy, as well as the old mage who worked the transportation magic and two men in expensive-looking suits. It is good to see everyone in such high spirits. We were just in a meeting about the incident when your reports came through the system, so these fine gentlemen came to speak to you all before they left. The headmaster informed them politely. If the headmaster was sucking up to them, these two had to be someone important, but Carl had no idea who they might be. There were too many important people in the world, from elites to government officials and even royalty. Royal Prince Axel, Overlord Drake, it is a pleasure to meet you in person. The Special Forces team leader announced, while everyone else gave a hasty bow for the royal. Carl did his best to follow along, but he had no idea if he was doing the formal bow properly. It wasn't exactly the sort of thing that came up in class as a kid. The bullier of the two men, with his long black hair in a tidy braid, smiled back at them. No need to stand on formality. We're here on business, not in our official roles. I wanted to see the promising newbies, and to hear firsthand how they feel about seeing the real threat to the nation. That must be Overlord Drake, as Hawk felt the man's power and warned Carl that he was dangerous. Overlord Drake, it's an honor. I must say, seeing goblins for the first time was more disgusting than anything. They smell terrible, especially when they're dead. Carl replied. Dana nodded her vigorous agreement, and the two men smiled back at them. That wasn't quite the response I was expecting. Weren't you terrified to have come across real monsters? The Overlord rank warrior asked. I don't think that it even occurred to us. The first group we found was only the 6 of them, and we were confident enough of taking them out, so by the time things got dangerous, we were already past the initial shock. Carl replied. Dana nodded her head and added. Goblins are horrifying creatures, but they're so filthy and disgusting that it kind of overpowers any sense of fear, you know. The prince, with a slight smile on his delicate features, shrugged his shoulders. I wouldn't know. I have seen many things since I graduated, but I have never met a goblin in real life. I am told that the smell of them is somewhat revolting. Why does he look like he's in charge? The big guy is way stronger than he is. Hawk asked Carl, unclear about the human hierarchy. His family rules this whole area, so he gets respect as a future leader, not for the personal power he has now. Carl replied mentally. Oh, like the cub of a big predator. I understand. That was close enough for Hawk to guess where everyone's proper spot in the rankings was. It was critical in his mind to know what was prey, what was not, and what looked like prey but could bring a very dangerous threat your way if you tried to eat it. Was there anything that we could do to help the two most promising students of this class grow? The prince asked the headmaster, preparing to leave now that he had made his determination of the character of the people they had been speaking about. Well, Dana is a standard mage, her first spell was magic missile, the same as yours, so anything that you can tell her about your own advancement might help. Or perhaps the Royal Library has a useful spell that might assist her. But Carl is a unique class. He has a deadly pet wind speed hawk that imparts power to him as it grows. That could be more difficult, Your Highness. The headmaster replied. What spells do you know now? Prince Axel asked Dana. Magic missile and fog bank. The prince thought about it for a moment and then held out a hand behind him, then realized that he hadn't brought his assistant into the room. If you have some time, I will give you a spell tome. It's a talent hand behind him, then realized that he hadn't brought his assistant into the room. That I learned when I strengthened my inscription skills. In theory, if you are compatible with them, you can read it and immediately learn a new spell to a proficient level. He explained. I have all the time in the world, Your Highness. Dana chuckled. Right, first-year student. You won't be going far, or at least you won't be gone long if you are. I will have my assistants deliver the spare one I brought to your room later. Drake reached into the inner pocket of his coat and held out a small red book. It looks like this, but likely thicker than this one. This is the attack skill that we have been trying to teach all our warriors. It's a wide area attack skill, great for clearing groups of monsters. Perhaps Carl would like to try. Carl looked at the cover of the book, which was just blank red leather. What is it called? He asked. Rend. It's not a difficult one, but it is powerful, thanks to the bleeding effect that it has on targets that survive the initial hit, and we are hoping that all the warriors can learn it by the end of their second year. Drake replied. Carl sighed and shook his head. Rend is the basic skill of the wind speed hawk. It is currently the only skill that I do know. In that case, I think that I might have something good for you. After Rend, there is an advanced version of the skill known as Shred. They're similar in function, but Shred is much more deadly at the same rank and leaves jagged wounds that make it difficult to stop the bleeding if they lack magical healing. I will get someone to bring you a skill book to see if you can learn it, or teach it to your hawk. If either one of you knows it, you shouldn't have too many problems fighting above your level as an awakened warrior. Overlord Drake announced. Better than Rend? Is he being silly? Rend is the greatest skill in the world. Hawk complained. It's an improved Rend used by more powerful creatures. Trust him, it's a good thing. Carl replied. Then he bowed politely to the powerful warrior. I would appreciate any help we can get. I don't know what the limits of this class are, but if we can learn some more powerful attack magic, it would be incredible. The headmaster reached into a bag hanging from his side and pulled out a book that looked the same as the one for Rend, but with a bit of silver trim on it. I have a spare copy with me, just send the new one to my office and I will give this one to student Carl. The headmaster suggested. That is much easier. My assistant should still be waiting there, and he has one with him. It looks like the lull is over, if these two are anything to go by. It has been a few years since any really outstanding students began their training, and we were beginning to worry that it was only luck that brought us a flood of geniuses in the first few years. Overlord Drake announced. The headmaster handed over the book, which was warm and soft in Carl's hand, and everyone stared at him expectantly. Go ahead, try to open it and see what happens. The headmaster insisted. Carl gently flipped open the manuscript, and a flood of power flowed into his body. Skill learned, Shred. Pet skill learned, Shred. Hawk popped out of the beast's space and landed on Carl's shoulder to show off, making sure that everyone could see the blood-red feather streaked through the cream color of his legs. Wow, I was not expecting that. But where did the book go? Carl asked. It vanishes if someone who can instantly learn the skill uses it. I have to tell you, that was a shock to the inscriptionist teams when they first learned of that little bit of information. They cried for a week when they found out that the books they were making would just vanish to strengthen others, since they couldn't use them themselves. Drake laughed. So, there are limitations? Carl asked. The prince nodded. Very strict ones, though we don't really understand why. Certain books can exclusively be used by those with certain types of mark, but it varies from skill to skill, and even ones that are similar might not work for the same person. But when there is one that works like this, it saves so much time, and the user will be able to activate the skill at full force, the same as they could for their first skill, with none of the failures or half-power activations in the learning phase. Dana was beginning to get excited about the prospect. And the elites that have an affinity for inscription can just make these? That is incredibly powerful, even if they're not a combat class. The prince shook his head. They need an original copy to work from. The only ones they can make are ones that we have managed to find an original working copy for, or that were created with the help of an elite that has mastered the skill well enough to teach others. The total number of spells that we have tomes for right now can be counted on my fingers, but Rend, Shred, and Golem are the ones that we focus the most on, since they are all advanced skills, and are harder for elites to learn on their own. Things like Guard and Slash we don't need to use a book for, you can just teach the warriors the skills. Dana nodded in understanding, and the prince got a curious look on his face before he took out another book from his pocket. How about you try this one? It's not one that I can use, and our marks are the same, but I haven't actually had anyone else try it since it was copied out. He suggested, passing her the book. Dana focused, and flipped the cover open, showing an intricately detailed set of notes and diagrams. That's what I thought would happen. It's a vine whip spell that we found in some ancient ruins. We gave the headmaster a copy for the library here as well, but we haven't found any class but the druids, the ones with the animal paw mark, that can actually use it. Carl examined the book, trimmed with the same silver the shred tome was before speaking. That makes sense. The one working as a guard on the train said that his powers didn't activate until he touched a tree, so their bonds to nature would make them the perfect candidate to use a vine spell. If there are others that are animal-related, I might be able to use them, while the mages should be able to use ones that are related to their first spell, right? I'm not sure what the mages' limits are, but from what I have seen, everyone has their own niche. The prince nodded. Exactly. We all have our niche, but nobody knows exactly how to tell what the limits are. If there was some way to accurately define the powers of the elites, or tell what skills they would be able to use without having an identical class mark test the ability as a reference, it would save us so much time and effort. Too many of us have wasted months trying to learn a new ability that was simply impossible for our class. He was going to continue, but a knock on the door interrupted them, and a group of men in servant uniforms stepped inside. Your Highness, there is an urgent matter at the capital, we need to go. The first man to enter announced. That is fine. Pass this young mage a copy of the golem spell so we can see if she can use it. Then we can leave. Dana accepted the golem spell book and hesitantly stroked the cover, hoping that she would be able to use this one the way that Carl did, Shred. After a moment of hesitation, she flipped open the cover, and the book vanished. Prince Axel and the other mages didn't look surprised, but Dana was nearly vibrating with joy as she learned the spell, improving her repertoire to 3 spells in total. Now cast it, and we can see how it turns out. Each mage has a different golem, based on their proficiencies, and it's the best way to tell the forward path for them. Prince Axel explained. Dana cast the golem, which came out looking more like an ancient statue, white marble and distinctly lacking clothes, other than a loincloth. As soon as she saw it, she blushed bright red, and she was about to dismiss it, but the teacher stopped her. It will come back the same way every time. But a stone golem is a good one, second only to the iron golems in versatility. Most of the students get a clay, wood or sand golem, which aren't as strong, though the sand golem is quite difficult to damage. The clear visualization of the human form is actually a sign of superior mana control, which improves its agility, and it should be as physically strong as a monster at your rank, so it won't be weak in battle. The professor explained. Once you learn the mage armor spell, you can dress it in proper clothing. The prince whispered in a teasing tone. Karl examined it for a few seconds, wondering why it looked so familiar, even though he had seen numerous golem spells cast by students since he arrived, and one of the other team leaders in the Saturday group had a large mud golem among his spells. Then his mind went to the training golems in the rooms that the other two members of his team on the first day chose. That was where he had seen this sort of detailed golem before, but those were both armored, and not in some sort of semi-nudist classical art style. The teacher smiled at Dana's embarrassment, but his satisfaction was immense. Not only had two of their first-year students made it to awakened rank this week, but the senior elite saw fit to grant both of them and the school some new abilities to teach the students. Nothing was going to bring him down off that high today. How well can a stone statue stand up against a magical attack, though? Dana asked, as she had never personally fought against one before. The stone is magical as well. Though it looks like a simple statue, hacking at it with a regular sword will do nothing, and hitting it with an awakened rank spell will only do minor damage most of the time. The professor explained. It appears that I no longer have the advantage in numbers or in power. Karl joked as Hawk gave the statue an evil glare. Every Hawk knew that stones were hard, and it probably wouldn't break easily if he attacked it, so the big stone guy was a threat to his position as top pet. It was just a good thing that it couldn't fly, so it was unable to steal his scouting spot. Sergeant Rita patted Karl on the shoulder as she consoled him. Just wait. Once we find a suitable target pet, we will try getting you to bond with another monster. But the advantage that you have in growth rate is definitely way above most of your classmates. Drake, the burly overlord rank elite that arrived with the prince, smiled at Hawk and then sighed. I always liked birds. I will make sure that the academy gets approved to try feeding him some special resources to see if he can either learn some new skills or advance faster. If nothing else, we can at least spare him some of the ascended and commander rank monster blood to mix with the strength stones. That concoction should keep him growing at a steady pace for a little while, until his body has reached the limits of its natural potential. The labs have tested that already, and it works on almost all monsters. The big elite explained. I would appreciate it. The faster he grows, the faster I grow, which helps both of us keep going. I think that once he has reached commander rank, it might be difficult, but Hawk has confidence that he can make it there with just a little help. Karl replied. Drake nodded in satisfaction. Good, keep up that confidence, it's key to become strong. Once you lose confidence, you start becoming more cowardly. Once you start down that path, it's difficult to turn around, and you have to spend time undoing the mental damage you did to yourself. So the aura of dominance that all the stronger elites gave off wasn't just the arrogance of the strong, but a mental trick to keep themselves from falling off the path to greater strength. That was not going to be an easy attitude to emulate, but keeping a certain level of confidence shouldn't be too difficult. The prince's assistants were tapping their wrists, indicating that he needed to hurry up, so Karl and Dana both bowed politely and looked toward the door, hoping to excuse themselves from any more formalities now that they had gotten all the benefits without upsetting anyone. Yes, we should all get back to our business. Don't forget to dismiss the golem, they're not allowed in the hallways. Prince Axel agreed, then gestured for his assistants to hand over the information that they had brought him and walked out of the room. Sergeant Rita smiled at the students as the senior officials left. Well, I must say that went better than any of us could have hoped for. If you're done socializing with the soldiers, you should get something to eat and then meditate or practice to consolidate your gains. New spells and skills can be tricky the first few times even if you have used a skill book to learn them, so don't overestimate yourselves. The Special Forces team leader chuckled. Not that we would know, none of them were publicly available when we were in the academy. Carl and Dana headed back for the main floor of the dorms, where there should be dinner served right now, and silently hoped that the other students had not noticed who got out of the helicopter. That hope was in vain, as the moment that they entered the cafeteria they were surrounded by other students that they trained with, including all the others from the special training class. "Alright, spill. What happened to you two that you came back a day late in an army helicopter? That is badass, by the way, but our mission barely took an hour." One of the other first-year students asked, while the girl beside him nodded. "Well, you see, it was just a minor lack of communication. The town we were sent to, with the intention of having us eliminate a group of iron-tusk boars headed by an awakened rank beast, had been overrun by goblins an hour before we left. It was too late for the academy to see the update, so we were delivered to an empty town with no idea what we were supposed to do. We just killed every monster that we could find and waited for someone to come get us. They didn't seem to be in a hurry to do that, so we called in the morning when we were sure that the goblins were all dead." Carl explained. "And how does that relate to you both having awakened rank black badges now?" one of the other students asked. "The special forces team that came to get us vouched for us, and they let us do the test when we got back instead of waiting until the end of the semester or having to beg a professor. We both passed, so we got the badges right away." Dana informed him with a smug smile. "That's just not fair. If we had been the ones to get sent there, we could have been the first to get our badges." One of the other students complained. "We nearly got killed by a single shadow cat, and it hadn't quite reached awakened yet. If we had to face off against a whole tribe of goblins, we would be missing persons right now." His partner reminded him. "It wasn't that bad." The boy defended himself. "Other than the 70 stitches, the broken hand and the loss of your sword?" one of the other students asked. "It was just a little mistake, the cat caught me by surprise." The students laughed as Carl and Dana made their way to the counter to grab a meal, and quickly rearranged their seating pattern so that the two of them would be placed in the corner, where everyone could see and talk to them. "It looks like you two are famous today, so you might as well enjoy your time in the limelight. Now, tell us more about the fight with the goblins," one of the students insisted. By the time that they were done, it had been nearly 2 hours of giving every minute detail of their overnight adventure, and Carl was becoming increasingly certain that they had narrated the details of each action that they had taken more than once. If Hawk could talk, they might have dragged it out for another hour, since the students wanted a blow-by-blow recounting of the entire fight on a level that not even Sergeant Rita's official reporting required. But it felt good to be popular for the moment, and with the black badges, they would be entitled to some extra credits from the school every week to upgrade their rooms and lifestyle. Dana's first thought was to get some soundproofing for her bedroom so that she didn't have to hear the neighbors training at every hour of the day, but Carl was stumped. They were going to bring him resources for Hawk free of charge, and he wasn't sure what he needed. Plus, his room was perfect the way that it came. Sure, he could redecorate, but that wasn't really necessary, and they had to be in uniform on campus, so even if he was a fashionista it wouldn't matter. He could get some more notebooks, and maybe a tablet so he could digitize all his information, but that was about it. When they finally escaped the cafeteria to head to their dorms, the sounds of explosive attacks were echoing through the hallways. The noise was coming from the 2 doors on either side of the stairs, where the large square rooms for warrior training were. Dana sighed in resignation at not being able to sleep, but Carl had a better idea. "There is a hammock on the balcony if you'd like. It's quiet, and the only one likely to wake you up out there is Hawk, unless it starts raining. I don't know if the spell around the greenhouse balcony actually stops rain, since it hasn't happened since we arrived." Carl offered. As soon as he said it, Carl realized that he should likely get an award for the most awkward way to invite a girl to spend the night in your room ever, but she clearly needed the sleep, and even when they got to his door, he could still hear the first-year students frantically training on their day off. The news that 2 of the students had made it to awakened rank had spread like wildfire, and everyone who thought they had a chance to be next was working hard, as well as those who were a long way from the goal, who realized that they might be the first to be shunted to the slow progression courses. Nobody wanted that. It was a necessary part of the academy's curriculum, and they weren't really the slow classes, they were the regular classes, but as time went on, the top third of the class would be moved up to special training, leaving the others behind. Carl was among that group for all of his training, while Dana was already there in the Saturday classes, with a good chance that she would be gaining a personal tutor in the next few days. They were already way ahead, and only gaining more ground on the rest of the class as they got the sort of special treatment that the true elites enjoyed. But while the special treatment that the most powerful got was enviable, the fact that they seemed to be together as a couple was enough to provoke jealousy in the hearts of many students. Carl woke up the next morning to the sound of laughter and stomping feet. It wasn't a combination that he associated with his room, which was normally silent, and for a moment, he was completely disoriented. "Hawk, he's not a perch, I am trying to train the golem to fight." Dana's voice laughed. The sense of confusion faded, and Carl hurried to get dressed before heading out to the balcony, where a nearly naked statue was doing some sort of kung fu, while Hawk sat on its head and chirped directions that neither the golem nor Dana could understand. "He says that the foot is too high, and it makes you vulnerable to leg sweeps," Carl informed the mage as he stepped outside to meet them. "Oh, good morning. I hope you don't mind, I used the shower first. The plants are all watered as well, and I think that hammock is enchanted. I might not have slept for long, but I haven't felt this refreshed in a long time. I was meditating, but Hawk was bored, so we started to water the plants, and then I thought I should try out my new spell. The golem is good at smashing, but I think if it's used by someone who actually knows martial arts, it will get better. The golem responds to mental commands, but I know almost nothing about combat in that sense, so all I can tell it to do is basic attacks." She rambled as she adjusted the golem's movements, so its steps weren't as high. "If it works that way, you'll have to get the teachers to let you sit in on some of the fighting classes I attend. I use clawed gauntlets to fight, so it's almost the same as martial arts, even when I'm armed," Carl suggested. "Or you can help me teach the golem. Once I understand the basics, it should be enough to get started," Dana suggested, with a determined look at her summon. "Alright, let's start with the 3 basic combat stances, and then we can move to the guarding positions, since he already understands the basics of punch and kick from the spell." Dana led the golem to mimic Carl as he moved, and the golem caught on incredibly quickly. They weren't intelligent in a true sense, but the spell allowed the golem to be slightly adaptive, and the more it fought, the better it would do the next time that it was summoned. The understanding was mostly the mage's, but either the system or the spell itself enabled it to retain skills it had gained when dismissed and resummoned. After about 10 minutes, Carl and the golem began to shadow box, holding back their powers so that they didn't actually injure each other, though they both had awakened rank physiques, at least in theory. Carl hadn't had to test that yet, but he hadn't been injured during training since the day that his absorption of energy from food had improved, despite taking just as many hits in training. However, kicks from sparring partners and a full power punch from a stone fist would be an entirely different experience, he assumed. "Alright, now that I've had a morning workout, I need to shower, and then we should go get some breakfast before classes start. Will I see you again after class?" Carl asked. "I'll be back after dinner to study. I suspect that we're both going to be busy today, with all that happened this weekend." Dana agreed. She was completely right. By 4 in the afternoon, Carl was completely exhausted from the upgraded training regimen, and Sergeant Rita still had more plans for his day. "Now that you have been promoted to the rank of awakened, you are considered somewhat of a proper elite, though you are still in school. Normally, this class comes up in the 2nd semester, but we need to start going over the duties and responsibilities that come with the position of an awakened elite, and the chances that you could be called to assist with attacks whenever you are off campus. Well, theoretically you could be called to them when you are on campus as well, but there are plenty of senior students to go through before it would be your turn, as we award credits for outside duties, and there is a waiting list," Rita explained. "Wait, there is a waiting list for the emergency responses around the academy?" Carl asked. "That's the part that caught your attention?" "Yes, the senior students all want to have them to pad their resumes, and for the extra resources that they can get. Especially if they're graduating at awakened or barely into ascended rank. But right now, it is important that you know the basics, like how to send a message to elite operations, the emergency contact numbers, and a few other things that would have helped you out on your last trip. I'm sure you're aware that the phone call could have gone more smoothly if you knew to give them your student ID number as an introduction, so you would be transferred to someone with a functional brain, but you could also have contacted the elite force stationed at the airbase directly and saved some time. Also, there were other elites in the area that you could have called on if things went wrong, they just didn't respond because the mayor sent the signal that they had all evacuated safely. With the civilians gone, the military could take their time. While the sergeant's explanation made a lot of sense, as it was undoubtedly safer to hunt for the goblins in the daylight, it would have made more sense to do the whole job the first day and not wait until the second day to deal with the rest of the goblin infestation, after the homes had been looted overnight. But, Carl assumed that this wasn't the only thing that they had to do, so he wouldn't hold it against the soldiers for showing up when they were ordered to. Alright, let's see that data. I will start memorizing it before dinner, then keep working on it after class until I have it all down. Carl replied, resigned to the overload of data that was coming his way. The information turned out to not be all that bad. He had a few dozen items and protocols to memorize, but once he had seen them, they were mostly common-sense items, and they wouldn't be difficult to remember at all. He wrote down the emergency call numbers and essential protocols for meeting elites with high positions on a cue card, and took it down to have the supply room laminated on his way to dinner, but other than that, there wasn't much that he couldn't remember on the first day. The top of the class has finally graced us with his presence. How does it feel to be the most elite of the first years? One of the second-year mages from his morning skills training joked when Carl entered the cafeteria. I'm not sure, you will have to ask Hawk. Carl joked as the worker passed him the daily special, a fried noodle dish with large chunks of monster meat in it. That's probably true, his skills are insane. I heard that they're going to move up your studies again, does that mean you're not going to get to practice with us in the mornings anymore? The blonde boy asked. I don't think they are planning to take me out of that training so soon. I heard from Sergeant Rita that they will change my close combat training partners, but they were already preparing to do that. Part of my ability seems to be faster learning speed, so I'm doing really well in the mixed martial arts class, but I still can't block magical attacks fast enough or in large enough numbers that the morning class needs to change. Carl's reply made the other mages in the room laugh. If one elite could block all the attacks from 24 of them, did they really deserve to be assigned the same rank? Even if he could block half of them, it was already an unfair advantage at the same peak power level. But the nature of his skill, that the rend could separate into multiple parts with a single cast, made it much easier to hit multiple targets, and the mages had to admit that both Carl and Hawk had impeccable aim. Again that evening, when Carl went up to his room after dinner, the hallways echoed with the sound of students furiously practicing, and he knew that Dana would be waiting for him to let her in. He didn't even have to wait after knocking on her door, she answered instantly, as if she had been standing right behind it, and had her school backpack at the ready, packed with her books and a change of uniform for the morning. I asked about a soundproofing measure for the room, but it's not cheap. We would need to take on at least one more mission at the same level as the last one to afford it. She apologized as she closed the door behind her. Carl winced at the sound of echoing attacks from the neighboring rooms. It's still a good place to practice, and once the others calm down it shouldn't be too bad. I can see why all the senior students like to spend time outside, though. Even here in the hallways it's loud, so in their rooms it must be terrible. On the far side of campus, in a meeting room facing a wall of security camera feeds, the school administrators watched the two young students walk into the second-floor greenhouse room. Are you certain that this won't lead to a premature pregnancy? I feel like we should separate them, for the good of their planned career paths. An older woman insisted. Despite the appearances, they're two pure souls. I think that even if they were sharing the same bed, we wouldn't have to worry too much about it. Besides, there are prophylactics available for free, and we can have their individual counselors recommend long-term birth control injections for both of them. The headmaster replied with a shrug. They're advancing much faster than the others, despite not having the strongest starts. Should we put a camera in the greenhouse room to see what sort of training they're doing? One of the other board members suggested. The headmaster made an annoyed sound and shook his head. Feel free to ask them, but I will not allow cameras in the students' dorm rooms. There are standards here, and I won't bend on that one. Every one of the elites had some secrets of their own, and when they were exposed, they could expose weaknesses of their class and abilities, which could put the elite in danger from the human sort of enemies. It was better that the students could keep those weaknesses to themselves, the headmaster had decided when he was appointed, and for 10 years, it had been working very well for everyone. Which one should be reassigned, or are we going to separate them into career training paths as planned? The leader of the Elite Career Training Oversight Board asked. The Beast Master is going to become a strategic asset if he can bond more than one pet. I say that we allow them a bit more flexibility than the other class leaders. Let them practice together, a solid bond between the two will help reduce his reluctance to go along with the testing later. The board's lead researcher suggested. The first old woman to speak gave a derisive snort. You think that having a friend is going to make him more likely to go along with your plans to throw him into danger and study the growth rate and reactions of the bonded monsters? I know that young men can be hormonal, but he's not an idiot, he will just run away from any real threats, and you'll never get your data. And if we send the cute idle girl with him? The researcher asked. Absolutely not. I have over 7,000 hours of work already planned for her, including 3 albums, hundreds of public appearances, and an advertising campaign for whatever the cause du jour is in 5 years after she has graduated. The celebrity development officer of the board insisted. The lone military officer in the room just rolled her eyes. She's a mage, and a powerful one if she keeps growing at this rate. Just like the Archmage, there is no reason that she can't have actual missions rolled into whatever song and dance nonsense you had planned because of her cute face. You are going to have to adjust your expectations. If she makes it to commander rank before she graduates, she will have too much authority for you to pressure her into showbiz anyhow. Carl and Dana had no idea of the extent that the elders were making plans for their future. Instead of worrying about those sorts of things, they were busy studying, and trying to find ways to grow their powers more efficiently. The fine control work that Dana had been doing with Hawk had helped her immensely, and Carl's growth rate didn't seem to be slowing at all, even though they hadn't gotten any new resources yet after his advancement. It was almost as if his powers were just reaching maturity, and like his body had in the first 2 weeks here, they were beginning to enter the growth phase, where he would start to truly blossom and show off the real potential of his unique class. While Dana worked on training the golem to operate as their frontline combatant, Carl worked on constantly improving the mental living conditions for Hawk. It felt like the more that he improved the space, the faster Hawk was growing, and even after a few days of work, he was certain that he could see the change in the bird. It wasn't getting larger, but the power was improving, and the luster of Hawk's feathers was improving, as if his health was getting better, despite there being nothing wrong with him to begin with. The minute changes in monsters as they advanced was a field with very little study done on it, as the leadership felt that being able to identify the general power rankings of the monsters was more important than guessing the exact progression rate of wild beasts. So, Carl was only able to guess by what he was seeing, and if he was right, then after only a few more months, Hawk would likely make it to the ascended rank, and his claws would begin to darken and turn glossy. That growth level was feeding back to Carl, and his body was getting stronger every time he woke up in the morning, but more importantly to him, as a former late bloomer, it was not just getting taller, but he was getting toned. Not in a burly and muscular sense, more of a professional athlete, lean muscle mass way. The 3 of them, Carl, Hawk and Dana, kept up that same routine all week, with their regular classes all day and a new addition, the social adaptation lessons, as Sergeant Rita called them, where they learned all sorts of small things about interacting with other elites outside the academy, as well as some geography and important figures that were not well known to the general population. A regular elite wouldn't be calling on someone like the president without a very good reason, but there were dozens of powerful and reclusive elites and older magic users that were important enough that they should receive an invitation to everything, even if you knew that they would never show up to your event. Ironically, the headmaster was on that list of people who should be notified of and invited to all major social events, even though it was common knowledge that he rarely left the academy. Not inviting him would be seen as rude, and his staff would be left in the dark about the event when others asked him about unexpected events that might have happened at it. Finally, it was time for the special class to assemble again for their weekly training, but when Carl and Dana arrived at the grounds, they found a pair of new faces among the crowd, and a new professor waiting there as well. The older mage in charge of the class raised a hand to get everyone's attention, and the group fell silent, eager to find out what was going on. Today, we introduce two new promising students, Jenna and Brittany. Both are first-year mages with exceptional growth rates, and I hope that you all get along. The teacher paused, and the team leaders realized that the numbers no longer worked. There were 6 teams of 9. Plus 2 didn't leave them with even team numbers. That meant someone was probably leaving for special training or a mission again. Yes, as you have guessed, 2 of our students will be shifted to another specialized class. The government's Bureau of Elite Development has determined that they will be guiding these 2 toward smaller group missions, and therefore their days will be better spent with another professor. The old mage informed them with a heavy dose of annoyance in his voice. These were his students, and he didn't like the bureaucratic meddling any more than anyone else did. He just didn't have the political power to stop them from doing it in this case. Carl and Dana will be training for individual and small group missions, and I wanted them to have a chance to say their farewells to the whole group before they go off with their new professor, Colonel Valerie Brawless. Boris. My name is Valerie Boris. The woman snarled at him, looking like every student's worst nightmare. Her uniform was so heavily starched and pressed that even standing here in the heat and wind, there was no sign of the creases relaxing, and with the sides of her head shaved under her cap and the gold-lensed aviator glasses she wore, she gave off an air of unwavering uprightness and adherence to military regulations that no teenager would possibly enjoy. She was probably still under 30 years old and a powerful elite from the first batch or the initial testing, but her appearance made it challenging to tell her exact age. It is a pleasure to meet you, Colonel Boris. Carl and Dana replied in unison, causing the woman to turn and look down her nose at them. You may call me Professor Valerie. She replied curtly. Understood, Professor. Even Sergeant Rita was distinctly not looking at the woman, keeping her eyes forward toward the rest of the class, as if she was signaling that the 2 of them had nothing to do with one another, and that her duties were to the advanced group training class. The colonel looked around the field one last time, appearing dissatisfied with something that she saw, then gestured for Carl and Dana to follow her as she turned and walked away without another word. I owe not so evil woman an apology. This one looks much more evil, I bet she doesn't even believe in snacks. Hawk muttered in Carl's mind as they walked. Professor Valerie led Carl and Dana out of the field and behind the gymnasium building, where she had a military sedan car parked, with a driver waiting for them. Climb on in, time is wasting, and I am under orders to have you back here before dark. She instructed as she settled herself into the front passenger seat. It was obviously a sanctioned trip, as she had just been introduced as their instructor, but it seemed odd to both of them that they would be taken off school grounds on the first day by their new professor for small group combat, or whatever she intended to teach them. No words were spoken until they were out of sight of the academy grounds, and then the professor turned back to look at the students in the back seat. What we will be learning is not for the ears of the general population of the academy, or for the busybodies watching the security footage. As you were informed earlier, I am from the Bureau of Elite Development, a division of the National Security Agency, and I will be teaching you the essentials of how to operate as a pair. It is not guaranteed that you 2 will be working together after graduation, but the Bureau sees promise in you both, and we intend to guide your growth. There are certain things that the Academy can't or won't do for you, but I am under no such restrictions. Have you both managed to get a grasp of the new abilities that you were taught over the weekend? She asked. We have. Dana replied, somewhat stiffly. Excellent. Today we are going to introduce you both to some real experts. Sergeant Rita isn't bad, but she coddles the students too much in the first and second years. The colonel insisted. Carl considered rebuking the woman, as the sergeant was an excellent teacher and she had put in significant effort to help him get this far, but it was probably wiser not to anger the colonel and get Rita into trouble with her superior through no fault of her own. The car stopped at a warehouse 10 minutes away from the academy, on the outskirts of a small town. The door opened, and the driver parked off to the side, next to a military bus. "Follow me, and meet the rest of the teams," Valerie informed them, then straightened her uniform with a gust of wind magic and strode away. "You get used to her," the driver whispered as Carl and Dana were getting out of the vehicle, and the smile on his face helped assure them that this wouldn't be as terrible as they had been fearing. The colonel led them into a side room where 10 other pairs of elites were gathered. A few of the pairs were clearly soldiers, but most were in civilian clothing. "Welcome back, Colonel." They greeted her in unison, all giving sharp salutes that made Carl and Dana feel out of place in a room full of professionals. "At ease, everyone. Meet the new students, Carl and Dana." According to the Academy Board, Dana is slated for an abbreviated career as an entertainer, followed by an extended career using that fame for messaging, while Carl is designated as a test subject for his unique class. Someone at the top sees promise in it, and they want to exploit it. The two students stood there stunned at the blunt revelation that their entire lives were actually being planned in that level of detail only weeks after they had started at the academy. It was disconcerting to say the least, but from the responses of the others here, it was either not unusual, or it was not going to pan out the way that the board wanted it to. "So, they've come to us for what? An introduction to elite society? Or did you have other plans?" one of the men in civilian clothing asked. "For small group combat training. They both made it to awakened rank already, and there is a good chance that both of them will hit commander rank before they graduate," Colonel Valerie explained. "Oh, so we're going to pull rank and drop them out of their life plan? Now that does sound fun." One of the women in military uniform laughed, and nudged the man standing beside her. "You know they're looking at us like we're working for Central Intelligence, right?" The partner replied with a huge smile on his face that made him look much less frightening. "Oh, yes. Introductions are in order. Everyone here is an investigator for the Bureau of Elite Development. We not only guide promising young elites, we also ensure that the others are living up to their duties, and solve problems when an elite reaches a bottleneck in their growth. The department normally operates in pairs, so that information won't be lost if an investigator is compromised. That means they are the perfect people to teach you paired combat skills. They will also cover a number of other subjects during the semester that we will be working here, and if I determine that more intensive study is needed, one of your regularly scheduled days may be shifted to this training center," the colonel informed them. The woman standing next to Dana wrapped a friendly arm around the girl's shoulders and smiled. "Relax, she might be a bit intense, but I'm certain that you will have much more fun here than you did in that regular training class." Dana giggled, and the woman gave her a questioning look before Valerie spoke again. "I am not certain that we can guarantee such a high level of enjoyment. Did you know that their last mission turned into the elimination of a goblin tribe that was looting an abandoned town? Compared to that, I fear that our training sessions might be a bit dull. But we do have some advantages that the other professors do not. For example, Nala is an inscriptionist. Once you have mastered the spells that you are working on, she will be able to make you copies of new skills to be directly learned. Also, I have arranged for an outing in the near future to look for infant monsters with high potentials to complement Carl's wind speed hawk. The Bureau of Elite Development is intensely interested in the possibility that you might be able to contract more than one monster and gain additional powers from the process." The odd collection of elites that were called here from the Bureau of Elite Development seemed like a cheerful bunch to Carl, and even more so after they were given no real restrictions on how to deal with the two new recruits. They were all used to working in pairs, which was so they had someone to watch their back as much as it was intended to prevent corruption, as the colonel had suggested, so giving them a warrior and mage combo was perfect for their preferred fighting style. "I think that what we should start with is actually more of a skills development than tactics. Normally, we would work with students about to graduate, so they would have a half-dozen skills in their repertoire, but I am assuming that you two both only have one each." One of the warriors in civilian clothing suggested. I have two now, thanks to Overlord Drake, and Prince Axel gave Dana a golem spell book. Plus, she knows fog in addition to her base magic missile already. Carl explained. The man looked impressed, and turned to the ginger-haired female soldier beside him. It looks like they really are on the path to fame, they're meeting all the right people already. Don't mind Josh, he's jealous that you got to meet the prince. You can call me Anise, and I will be helping you with your adaptation skills. One of the most important things you can do with your abilities is learning new ways to use them. The more creative you can be with them, the more useful even the basic skills will become. For example, the fog spell. It's not considered one of the more powerful spells, but did you know that you can condense it in just a ring to create a solid visual barrier? That alone will give you a huge advantage in combat, as you can block off the view of your enemies while you escape. If you block a spot in an alley, it becomes much easier to run into a building without being followed. Anything pursuing you will have to guess what building you went into. Or you can cast it over the outside of a moving vehicle and make them crash. She explained. Dana was shocked by that last suggestion. Do the elites get into conflicts with other people a lot? She asked. We do. Most of the elites are a different story, but the teams here don't just guide the other elites toward more power, but away from taking the wrong paths in life. Sometimes we will be sent to deal with elites gone rogue, drunkards and abusers. But the same techniques can be used against intelligent monsters. For example, the mithril tiger. They're smarter than most people you will meet, and if you want to lose them once they're following you, it will take a lot of effort. The full-grown ones are on the strong side of commander rank, and even 2-on-1, it can be difficult for elites at the same rank to take them out unless they're caught in the open. Anise agreed. Carl didn't quite understand the crossover between this conversation and his own skills. Rend and Shred seemed pretty simple, but the versatility of fog seemed to be pretty high if you could use it to blind the target. That would take some real practice, but as long as it was possible, then there shouldn't be a problem for Dana to figure it out. The mages took Dana off to one side of the room to explain whatever they wanted to do first, while the other half of the group gathered around Carl. Alright, we're going to try something different. Have you ever attempted to just hold Rend on your hands? One of the men asked. Yeah, that's not a problem. I can hold it in place on the gauntlets for as long as I need. Carl agreed, and coated his hands in the Rend attack, lighting up the claws of the gauntlet with faint violet light. Nice, you understand the basic concept that we're going for then. What you want to do is learn to set it in place somewhere, and not have it move. Think of it like a string, or a snare being placed. The soldier suggested. Carl conferred with Hawk, who thought that it should be possible, but if they wanted it to stay on an object that wasn't attached to their own body, they would have to see it. Alright, I think I can do it. Carl agreed, and then focused on creating a Rend attack that crossed the space between two pillars, using them as anchors to keep it in place, the same way that he wrapped it around his gloves to enhance the claws. Oh, that is superb. Well done. Now, to see if it actually works or just looks like it does. He tossed a metal bar against the thin beam of light and it cleanly cut in half, clattering to the ground in two pieces. Carl gasped in shock. That's brutal. I can see how that would be an incredibly dangerous way to use this ability. The only problem is that if I don't watch it to keep it in place, it won't stay. Rend doesn't want to be stationary, and Shred is even more violent. I doubt that I could keep that one stable at all. That's fine. The more practical uses of this skill modification training are to create snares and trip lines for passing monsters and to stop them from following you. If you can learn to do multiple stationary traps, you can block a path well enough that a pursuer won't be able to just step or jump over, and you will have time to either regroup or get away. Alright, that is good enough for me. Not dying is always priority one. Carl agreed. I take it you came from the woods, where there are a lot of monsters. One of the civilian-dressed women asked. Nope, the mines, where we're always worried about the roof collapsing on us a kilometer underground. Carl replied with a chuckle. So, not dying is priority 1. Getting the job done is priority 2. The rest of the day was spent on improving the new ways that the teams had come up with to use the Rend skill. Mostly Carl worked on his control to keep a strand of it stationary, but they also worked on disguising the skill, as some monsters would recognize the Rend ability and have a trick to deal with it. For example, some beasts with tusks could take the Rend directly and let it break against the tusk, doing little damage to their body. But if you made it look like a different skill, for example having the Rend form not as a streak of energy but as a disc or a spear, it would confuse them, and they might not be able to deal with it. Dana had done something similar during the fight, by dimming the light from her magic missiles. The small alterations to a spell could make just enough of a difference to get you through a tight spot or to get an edge on your competitors. Alright, everyone, you've had your fun. We will meet back here again next week at the same time. Colonel Valerie announced at precisely 4 in the afternoon, the usual ending time for classes. The Saturday classes were usually a bit more flexible with their timings, but Carl was fairly certain that her personality didn't allow her to run overtime without prior written authorization. If she was off schedule, she was definitely the sort of person that would be bothered by it. See you two next week. Don't forget to practice, if they give you some leisure time. We will be making up a lesson plan for you. One of the mages laughed. The colonel hurried the students back to the car while the others changed tasks to planning for something, obviously in a rush to get them back to the academy on schedule. The drive was a quiet one as Carl and Dana both focused on the things that they had been learning for the day. Learning new ways to use skills was entirely different from just learning the skill. Instead of just gaining knowledge, you had to work to change the way that you thought about, imagined and solidified the spell. It was a different way of using the knowledge that you knew, a way that ran contrary to how you had been thinking about your skills. It was more of a test of mental flexibility and creativity than anything else, and for Carl, it was draining in a way that normal training was not. Eventually, he was certain that he would get used to it, but today he was oddly exhausted and glad that tomorrow didn't have any plans but staying in to relax and practice. When they were back on school grounds, the colonel put back on her, Professor Valerie, friendly facade and her expressionless professionalism turned to a polite smile that was somehow still completely devoid of emotion. So, what did you think of the first day of special training? Was it everything that you had hoped for? She asked, looking at them in the rearview mirror of the car. It was certainly something unexpected, that's for sure. I never thought about trying to use my skills that way, but it is going to make a huge difference the next time I come up against monsters like that goblin tribe. Carl replied. Hawk was in full agreement. Rend was his ability, he should be best with it, but they had weird human ideas on how to make it work that would be great for harvesting meat. Especially pigs. Pigs were stupid, and he could make them stampede in rage, so they would trip over the Rend wire, or get their tusk stuck on it, and he could attack their soft and juicy underside. Hawk, go have a snack. Your food daydreams are distracting. Carl reminded his partner. Hawk wasn't wrong, though. Plenty of creatures could be made to charge in rage, and they wouldn't be looking closely enough to notice the thin string before they ran into it. They would be too focused on what he was doing, and the trap could be set in advance. Dana turned toward her noisy room with a soft smile on her face. Let's see how the neighbors like me now. I've got some great ideas on how to make the golem and magic missile work together, so I will be practicing them late into the night. Carl laughed at her comment. The booming noise of the neighbors practicing their attack abilities could still be sporadically heard. They hadn't given up on their goal of being the next to reach awakened rank yet, but the stomping of a stone golem would be horrendous where the magic missiles were normally silent. I think that I will focus on trying to improve the actual power of my abilities. Stretching the attack out the way they want puts a lot of drain on my mental abilities, so I need to work on them first and control second. Carl replied as she waved goodnight. But before he turned in, Carl realized that he did actually have some academy credits after their away mission, and he didn't need to change his room, so he could spend them on some resources for Hawk. He headed back downstairs to the supply room and waited for the clerk to answer the bell. Welcome back. I saw you headed off campus this morning, so I didn't expect to see you today. What can I do for you, possibly a uniform repair? The man asked. Nope, my uniforms are fine. We were just doing some off-site training, not a mission. What I need is an awakened or ascended rank strength stone, and some ascended rank monster blood if you've got it. Carl replied. Ah, the strengthening mixture. Be careful using too strong of a potion when you've just broken through. It's best to mix a little bit into a shot of water and see how that works out for you. The clerk warned him. Thanks, I will be sure to portion it out slowly if you've got the good stuff. Carl agreed. The man opened the computer to some sort of inventory screen, and entered Carl's identification by scanning his badge, then frowned. You're still a bit short on credits. I can get you an ascended rank stone, but no blood, or both at awakened with the credits you have. Carl nodded. He had expected that a simple mission wouldn't get him too far, even if it was the most common of items. I will take the ascended rank stone, and I will mix it with the blood I saved from the mission. I still have a fair bit of awakened rank boar blood. Carl agreed. He actually had the whole boar, so he would be able to get half a liter or more of the blood out of it, enough to last Hawk for weeks at the proportion it should be mixed with the crushed stone. Pleasure doing business with you. Do you want that stone ground fine or coarse? I'm assuming you aren't going to try to eat the thing intact. The clerk asked. Ground as fine as possible. It mixes better that way. Carl agreed. And there you are. Good luck with your training. As soon as the transaction was done, the man disappeared into the back room, leaving Carl holding a small bag of powder, like some illicit drug transaction. Carl placed the powder in his beast space and mentally formed a bowl to pour boar blood into. Hawk was already prepared, and happily drained the beast, then slowly swirled the concoction with his claws until he had the desired consistency and an even distribution. A quick lick of the claws to clean them brought a happy trill, then he began to dip the boar meat in the bowl like he had seen Carl do with chicken at dinner. Carl ignored the bird's antics and sat on his bed to meditate the afternoon away, continuing right through until morning as Hawk adjusted to the change in food and the feedback strengthened Carl's body and mind. It looks like we might not have to slow down, buddy. Carl informed Hawk when his alarm went off for breakfast. I told you, we will be stronger than that sergeant in no time. Hawk agreed. That was the first time that Carl recalled the bird calling her by rank instead of just evil lady, or not so evil lady. Hawk was getting smarter, he was certain, and he was beginning to remember names for people. Fortunately for the both of them, today was the weekly day off, and they didn't have any major plans, other than continuing their basic training and meditation schedule. But a lack of plans didn't mean they weren't going to do anything. First thing in the morning, before Carl had even gotten up to go to breakfast, the supply staff was at his door with a delivery of upgraded food products for Hawk, various meats, sausages with infused resources of some kind, and a pungent ointment that the label said should be applied to the claws to help them maintain their flexibility and not become brittle. That gave them plenty of work to do after Carl had finished eating, as Hawk was a fairly picky eater when the food product was not meat. The sausages had been created with humans in mind, so Carl would eat them himself if necessary, but some of the order seemed to be completely plant-based. It looked like meat cubes, but when Hawk poked them, they were just wiggly and soft, definitely not meat. Carl thought that they might be tofu of some sort, created with a magical plant to help strengthen the body, but Hawk resolutely refused to eat them. The spicy sausages were an instant hit, and Hawk didn't care that they had visible herbs in them. The cheese sausages as well. He made a mess of himself as he tore apart the juicy cooked meat tubes, but Hawk was instantly in love with the flavor of cheese. Carl made careful notes of the response to each food product, as well as Hawk's estimation of the absorbed energy content and any reactions that his body had to the food. Only one caused an unusual reaction. The spicy sausages that Hawk loved gave him a stimulant boost and made him hyper, a fact that Carl noticed, but Hawk did not. They might be some sort of drug to the wind speed Hawk, but his thoughts were as clear as always, just faster and more easily distracted. Once Hawk had a sample of everything, Carl tried the rejects, and found that while they were edible, none of them were going to make his favorite foods list. They were all easy to digest, which was a small blessing, and Carl spent most of an hour meditating to burn through the energy before he got up to water the plants and check for any ripe fruits or flowers that should be harvested. He still had to use the manual for that, as most of them were only just beginning to change from when he had arrived, but a few were more prolific. The berry bushes in particular seemed to be constantly flowering and growing more fruit as they were picked, and the tea trees constantly dropped leaves that needed to be dried. That took him nearly to lunch, but he had a small collection of fruits in the beast space now, in addition to the berries that Hawk liked to season his meat with. I should go do something today. Carl mused to himself as he finished eating again and meditated away the excess energy to improve the beast space. It was really beginning to take shape, and he had most of a clearing worth of grass forming around the single tree already. Next he was going to create a small bush. Hawk liked to fly around the balcony and dodge the branches, so a bit more scenery would be good for him, Carl thought. How about a lake? A bit of water would be good, so I can practice my diving for fish. Hawk suggested. That shouldn't be too hard, just like the grass, he only had to focus on adding the lake bed to the nothingness of the space. Don't you think that it's getting larger in there? I swear that it used to be much more crowded, and you didn't have as much room to fly around. Carl asked as he began to work on the lake. I agree. I used to have to make small circles around the tree, but now I can fly for a few minutes before I have to turn around. Do you think that this place will get bigger as we get stronger? I could have a whole world to myself once we get powerful enough. Hawk suggested. Maybe that was the goal. The space was getting more powerful and larger with effort, and naturally, it would become an impressive home for the wind-speed hawk, but asking for a whole world was on a whole other level. Awakened level was only going to take him to a kilometer or so in diameter at this rate, and the density of the world inside the space seemed to be improving in a linear way, while the size had made a jump at some point that Carl hadn't noticed until now. That would be another item to add to his mental list of things to track. Dana came over after lunch, intending to study and meditate in the silence of the balcony. But Hawk had other ideas. He had far too much energy after his change in diet, and he needed to burn some off, so he wanted to play. By play, he meant practicing their skill control together, since his and Carl's were too similar to be entertaining. So, she studied new ideas and techniques between rounds, while Carl focused on expanding the lake to the size of a pond from a puddle. He worked on that until mid-afternoon, when the urge to go do something crept up on him again. We should see if there are other things to do on the day off. They have to have some sort of entertainment that isn't working. Carl suggested. There are movie rooms, the games lounge, and a few other facilities that we haven't explored yet. Or we could go to the pool. Dana suggested. The pool was technically a training area for aquatic specialists, but on the rest day, it was simply a leisure spot for everyone to hang out, swim and relax. The problem was that it meant there would be a crowd of people around, and neither of them were really the social butterfly sort. Being the first to awaken rank in the first year would draw a lot of attention, and they were hoping to let the furor die down for a few more days before they went out to mingle with people who didn't have anything better to do than ask questions about their training regimen. How about the movie lounge? Just sit and watch a movie and eat popcorn. Carl offered. That sounds excellent. But even better is the fact that nobody will crowd us and ask loads of questions because there is a movie playing. Dana replied, nodding in satisfaction. So, that was how they found themselves side by side in a dark room, eating junk food and trying not to laugh as a group of girls ahead of them in the small theater gushed about how handsome the star of the action movie they had picked was. According to the boy they had seen leaving when they came in, it was just starting again, for the third time that day because the girls had put it on repeat and nobody was brave enough to argue with them when it was actually a good movie. After the movie, they took dinner to go, and ate on the balcony as they watched the sunset. Carl couldn't help but feel that they might have just been on what would pass for a proper date, but by the time that he worked up the courage to say anything about it, Dana had fallen asleep in her chair while meditating. Carl moved her to the hammock where she usually slept and placed her bag on the table where it would be easy to find, then turned in for the evening and forgot all about the stress of academy life for a night. After waking up late and rushing to get showered and fed before class, morning training still managed to go even more smoothly than usual with the innovative ways that they had come up with to modify rend. Instead of a simple claw streak, Carl focused on expanding and stretching them as they flew, and then cut a second pattern perpendicular to the first, creating a square grid of rending attacks that took out a whole swathe of spells at once. It wasn't perfect, as some managed to fly through the pattern, but with a minimal energy cost, he could block 5 or 6 out of 20 spells in a volley. Is that even the same ability anymore? I mean, it looks the same at the start, but that's all they have in common. One of the mages complained. It is. It's just an extended reach version of the attack. If you notice, it's shorter range as well, as I can't stop it expanding once it has started, so it destabilizes if it flies too far, unlike the original. Carl explained. So, it's similar to the process that led to creating the water shotgun, except not as extreme of a modification. I like it. One of the other mages replied with a gesture of approval. Even the teacher thought it was impressive, and horribly difficult to evade if it was thrown at you that way. The best that anyone could do was to block it, there would be no evasion. That would be a nightmare for the rogues and the agile monsters, who weren't well known for their ability to take a hit. Alright, that's it for today. See you all here tomorrow. The instructor shouted seconds before the bell rang, giving the mages time to finish one last spell. Carl and the mages relaxed through lunch as Hawk preened and showed off his new red feathers, the change from learning a second skill. Everyone had seen them all morning long, but they hadn't had a chance to really admire them with the hawk flying around above them. You know, I have never seen a wind-speed hawk with feathers like that. I've got my tablet with me, and the photo analysis doesn't even recognize it. It says that it's a mutation and not a strength progression for the species. One of the mages explained. One of the others gave an excited look, eager for all types of new information. So, you think that Hawk is on a whole new path forward now that he's learned another skill? Usually, monsters that reach maturity in the common and awakened ranks will have one skill at the most, and they rarely learn another. Since learning that Shred's skill changed his feathers, I think it might have been part of what he needed to break through the racial limits for a wind-speed hawk. At least, it certainly doesn't look like it was a detrimental change, and Shred is supposed to be much more powerful. Carl nodded. Hawk thinks the same thing, that he will be able to advance quickly. With my help and maybe another skill as he gets toward the top of ascended rank, I think that he can make commander way before I graduate. The mages sighed. None of them in that class would be making commander before graduation. In fact, it was unlikely that more than a handful in their year would show that sort of potential, but Carl was already looking past the awakened rank and into ascended when they had barely started their first semester. Common grade. What was that? He had barely even touched on it before he had left it behind. That alone was enough to let his training partners know that he was abnormal in the growth department. They finished lunch and went their separate ways, leaving Carl to face a grumpy Sergeant Rita all by himself when he reached the training grounds for the martial arts class. Did you enjoy your new training regimen with the Bureau of Elite Development? A bit more exciting than the usual group training in the field? She asked, and Carl realized that she wasn't upset at anything that he could control. She was mad that her authority as his development guidance counselor and personal tutor had been usurped by people from higher up the government food chain. It was definitely different. They focus on working in pairs instead of in a bigger team, so the whole mindset is different. Really, doing both would probably be better, but there are only so many days in the week. Carl replied carefully, not wanting to volunteer to give up his leisure time. I am glad that you think so. Now, with your official advancement, we are changing your training partners to someone more durable. Meet Tank, he is the Berserker combat instructor, and you will be helping him demonstrate the ways for unarmed and agility fighters to deal with Berserkers today. Carl decided that Rita was definitely taking out her frustrations on him. That guy was huge. Good afternoon class, I hope that you all ate well, but not too well. Rich foods will make you sluggish. The elite known as Tank greeted them. As you heard, my name is Tank, and I am a part-time teacher here at the academy, as for most of the year I am out hunting monsters. Today's lesson will be a simple one, like the berserker fighting style is simple. Now, you may think that simple means easy to defeat, but you couldn't be further from the truth. I have heard that our volunteer for the day is quite durable, and he has an assistant. Carl, please call for your wind speed hawk, and I will begin the demonstration. Carl stepped up to the giant berserker, and the teacher dropped into a combat stance. First, go with your instinct, and guide your hawk to assist you. It will help the others see how the usual tactics against a martial artist won't work on a berserker. Professor Tank instructed. Carl immediately threw a net of crossed, rend, attacks, and stepped to the side, intending to kick the knee out from under the teacher, while Hawk went for the obvious attack to the back of his armored head. They had learned that the neck was well defended in the training outfits, and this man was likely too powerful for the attack to work, but if Shred hit the back of his helmet it might leave him dizzy. The execution was flawless. Shred hit his helmet a split second before Carl's foot hit the teacher's knee, but that's where everything went wrong. The hit to the head triggered the berserker's rage, and Carl's foot simply bounced off the huge man's leg. Then, faster than Carl could react to even begin to dodge, one massive meaty hand had backhanded his chest, sending him flying. Professor Tank smiled at the class, while Sergeant Rita helped Carl to his feet. He was in a daze, disoriented from bouncing across the ground. That, young students, is called unstoppable. The reason I showed you that first is because it's an ability that can be synthesized with magical drugs, so those of you who are in the army might run across it among other nations' soldiers in the future. Unstoppable is a basic skill of the berserkers, most start with it. You cannot knock them over without immensely overpowering them, any part of their body is equal to their entire mass. Also, while the attack to the back of the head from the wind speed hawk, Shred, I believe it used, will trigger berserker rage, which increases their power and movement speed multiple times. Now, the common grade berserker students in your year aren't all that scary yet. But they will be. Instead of what you would normally do, which is taking them down with a throw or leg sweep to put them off balance and make them stationary targets for abuse, you want to aim for vital areas, soft spots, and nerve clusters. That will slow the berserker down until the damage piles up enough that rage wears off, and they start feeling the pain. He explained to the class. Carl frowned. So, basically, we dodge and avoid getting turned into paste until repeated attacks start showing their effects, but no leg sweeps and avoid hits to the head? Tank nodded happily, like a child receiving a present. Just like that. Also, avoid the face and the crotch. Not because the attack won't work, but because it tends to cause an instinctual bump in the rage effect, and you might get hurt during training. The other students laughed. Of all the bad ideas they had generated so far, punching a man 3 times their size in the dick was one of the fastest to be dismissed. The hits to the face were only second to be dismissed because half of them couldn't reach his face without jumping. Carl prepared to continue, then asked one last important question. Does the berserker class make them huge, or are you just naturally that size? It makes them more muscular, but the height is all natural. I'm not even the tallest of my brothers. Tank gloated. Were they from some species that Carl didn't know? The people at the mines were shorter than average, as it was a benefit to be smaller in the narrow shafts, so the larger families had moved on generations ago to find more suitable work. But Carl was reasonably certain that humans weren't supposed to grow more than 2 meters tall, much less 2 1/4. Carl tried again, ducking under the professor's guard to land a kidney punch, while Hawk went for his lower back and then the backs of his knees. Carl had to tumble to the side to dodge the counterattack, but Tank was holding back on the speed that he had shown earlier when enraged by the hit to the head, and Carl managed to land a solid hit to the sternum before a kick sent him flying again, but this time he was able to twist enough to land on one knee and slide to an ungraceful stop. Don't underestimate a berserker's strength. Carl here is awakened, with the physique of an agility-type magical beast, but even with that advantage a berserker at his rank could shatter ribs with a solid hit. While they will usually wield weapons, that doesn't mean that their melee abilities are any less damaging than your own class's. Especially when they are in solid armor. Tank explained as Carl circled him, looking for an opening. Tank threw an attack, and Carl blocked it with Rend. That gave him an idea. He had ranged attack powers, but he wasn't fast enough to get away from the professor to use them. However, he could wield them as a shield, as well as the way he had been using them as short-ranged attacks. The professor threw another punch, which Carl knocked up over his head, just as Hawk hit the elbow and completely redirected the strike. Tank was unstoppable, but those attacks would have either cut through or thrown someone his size to the ground with the amount of power that the duo had put into them. The deflected arm left his side open to attack, and Carl quickly sliced 3 times, while Hawk distracted the berserker by attacking his chest and stomach, soft areas that he had to block with the one hand that was in position. That's much better. I didn't think you had it in you, but that Rend really packs a punch. Tank announced with a smile. Now, in the advanced armor, those attacks didn't cause me anything more than a bruise which will heal in seconds, but against an attacker at your rank, even wearing awakened rank armor, that last combo might well have taken an arm off before slicing open his side and making his insides become his outsides. The berserker finished. But most of us don't have slicing skills like Rend. One of the students complained. You're a monk, right? Bring your weapon and come up here. Carl, you can take a breather while I demonstrate how to fight a berserker using pressure points. The whole class gave the boy sympathetic looks for becoming the next volunteer, but Tank wasn't planning to wait at all, and was impatiently gesturing for the boy to come forward. Right, berserkers didn't feel pain. So although he had bruises from the attacks, he didn't feel them. Carl watched carefully and Hawk rested in the beast space as the fights continued, with the huge professor giving each of the students a chance to try against him. Carl had been the only one who really stood a chance, as the rest had all been training only against their own styles or had specialized in grappling and submission techniques, which wouldn't work on Tank. But you didn't get to pick and choose your targets in a fight. There was a threat, and you had to deal with it, so this sort of training would be incredibly valuable to them later. Carl knew that there were many species of giant humanoid monsters as well. Orcs, trolls, ogres, owlbears and many more. This sort of training would work on them as well, with only a little modification. It was hard for Carl to imagine what a troll or ogre might look like in person, but after seeing Tank, it became a bit easier. Ogres were supposed to be close to 3 meters tall, so they would tower over the berserker the same way that he did over the agility warriors in this class. That was a terrifying thought, but they also wouldn't be in armor, so there was a chance that Rend would actually cut them apart as it was intended to, as long as they weren't too much more powerful than he was. As the day progressed, Professor Tank showed off a dozen different fighting styles, and the students began to wonder if he had taken this job just because he was a battle junkie and there weren't constant threats at a level where he would be sent out. Fighting the students gave him a chance to let off some steam, even if he couldn't go all out. But there were other students here as well, and some of the stronger ascended rank seniors from the other training group of the class were enough to actually make him work for his victories, not like Carl and the first-year class, who he just toyed with. The mixed martial arts instructor raised his hand to get everyone's attention. Alright, that's it for the day. Professor Tank will be working with a different class tomorrow, but don't forget the lessons you learned today. Integrate them into your fighting style, and prepare for his return later this week. That would be easy enough. None of them were likely to forget this day anytime soon. Carl headed back toward the dorm rooms to begin the studies that he had been assigned on monster biology, intending to spend the evening focusing on finding ways to make Hawk stronger. But when he rounded the corner, he found Colonel Valerie standing at the door to the dormitory waiting for him with her trademark frown on her face. "Student Carl, follow me. We have numerous things to do today before dinner," she announced as she started walking. Carl sighed while Hawk gloated and dug into the pile of meat in the beast space. The new strength stones with the awakened rank boar blood were doing great things for him, but Carl had to rely on the feedback and work while Hawk ate. The colonel led him toward the next building and into a private classroom, where one of the pairs from the last training day were waiting. It was a warrior and mage pair, like him and Dana. They had a large selection of pills, loaded needles and food products set out on the table waiting for him, making Carl pause at the door in concern. "Are we not concerned about interactions between multiple treatments?" Carl asked. "Not particularly. All of these are known to work together occasionally, and we are not sure how many, if any, of them will actually work on you." The colonel replied with a shrug. "You know that deadpan voice is why everyone thinks that you're a heartless bitch, right?" The other woman in the room asked, forcing Carl to nearly swallow his tongue to avoid laughing. That definitely wouldn't go over well with the uncompromising colonel, but despite her hard glare at her subordinate, she did relent a little and explain her idea. "These treatments aren't as nefarious as they look. Each of them is carefully chosen to enhance an aspect that you have already shown an aptitude beyond the normal in. The pills are mental stimulants more commonly used on psychics and visualization-type mages. The injections are all magical equivalents of steroids, and the foods are specially prepared combinations of materials that are intended to trigger skill understanding breakthroughs." The other two in the room nodded in satisfaction, as if that was enough of an explanation for Carl to just accept that he was going to take over a dozen treatments all in one sitting, possibly with a short break in between for everyone to take notes. "Alright, where do we start?" Carl asked reluctantly. "With the mental improvement. From what we have deduced based on your reports, you meditate to improve the conditions and power stored in the mental space that Hawk inhabits, correct? So improving that mental ability should help both of you. Compared to a physical enhancement which only treats you, it is clearly the better option." The lone man in the room nodded in agreement. "These are all well-known and tested treatments. Both of us have taken them already without side effects, though they didn't do much for me other than increase the speed that I learned new skills." The speed with which he learned to improve his skills was a huge part of Carl's combat power, so this could actually be a big break for him, Carl decided as he picked up the first little paper with a single glowing green pill on it. "That is a dragonite pill. It's made with the empowered bones of long-dead dragons that have crystallized. It is mostly for mages, as it gives a notable improvement in mana growth, but it also has incredible effects on intellect and mental strength." Colonel Valerie noted as the other two moved to their laptop computers to take notes. Carl popped the pill in his mouth and was about to wash it down with water, but the pill dissolved, and his mind seemed to be flooded with golden light. Power seemed to be flowing into him at an incredible rate, and the world within the beast space began to grow at a visible pace. "Well, it definitely worked. It's like a golden light in my mind, and I can see the improvement in the beast space already," Carl explained, so the others would know what was happening. "Excellent. Give it a few minutes to settle and we will move on." Hawk trilled happily as he flew around in the space, absorbing the energy until the feeling of the space returned to close to its original state. Now that it has settled and Hawk absorbed a lot of the excess energy, it feels like the improvement is noticeable, but not as strong as it felt at first. Carl added. "So, it helps the Hawk as well. That is impressive. We will prepare another dose later, so that you both get the full effect." Valerie noted. "Perhaps we should double the dose of everything that we have spares for," the female mage suggested. "That is a valid theory. If Carl and Hawk share everything, we are actually dosing both of them, so the increased dosage could be necessary for some of these treatments to work properly," the warrior noted, running his fingers through his short brown hair. The colonel took out a briefcase from a safe in the room and set out another whole array of pills, except for the one Carl had already taken. Dragonite is a restricted substance, and difficult to get. We don't have a second dose, and it's not something that the Academy usually has access to," she explained, then gestured for Carl to continue. Carl took the next two pills, and a warm feeling washed over him while his thoughts seemed to become a bit more clear. It wasn't a big change, and everyone seemed disappointed, but Valerie gestured for Carl to move on to the next. "That one smells good," Hawk noted as Carl picked up the pills. "Let's hope it works." I have no idea what it is supposed to do. The pills dissolved the same as the Dragonite pill had, and suddenly the proper method for activating his skills became clear in Carl's mind. How to make them more efficient, more powerful, faster to activate. Everything about the two skills became clear, and then the whisper of a third skill entered his mind as Hawk gained new insights into Wind Shield. Carl couldn't use it yet, but as Hawk's understanding improved, the feedback coming from Hawk's advancement was giving him glimpses of the method. That one is incredible. I understand my skills so much more clearly now, and even Hawk is having a breakthrough in understanding, despite his knowledge level already being incredibly high, as Rend is an innate skill to his species. Carl explained. Wonderful. That pill can be hit and miss. Some people don't understand much, while others make great strides. We will keep a note in your file so more will be available once you have learned more skills. The Colonel replied. The next pill vanished with a swirl of energy into the air around him, as if his body was forcefully rejecting the pill. Well, that was different. Something about that one is incompatible with him, despite the effect being nearly the same as the second one you took. The mage commented as her fingers flashed over the keys, making a note of the strange energy phenomenon. You don't think that it's a matter of saturation, do you? Like when you eat too much and can't eat more? Carl asked. The other three shook their heads. No, we typically give this entire course at once, either the strength or mental improvement, and that has never happened before. The Colonel replied. The next few mental improvement pills were absorbed without fanfare, or any immediately noticeable effects. That was disappointing, but the last pill in the line looked more like a gemstone, and Hawk was getting excited just looking at it. This is a crystallized mana drop from a higher-ranking beast. Normally, it is for increasing mana pools in the mages, but it should also be useful for your Hawk, so we brought it with us. She added. Carl took the object in his hand and Hawk immediately stole it, pulling it into the beast's space where he tucked it in his nest. You know, I'm supposed to eat that. Carl reminded him. It will be better here. I can slowly absorb all of it this way, instead of you getting a stone in your stomach. Hawk says that it's better to slowly absorb it in the beast's space to help his growth. I can feel the energy flowing into him, but it could take some time before the effects are obvious enough for me to tell what it is doing. Carl explained. Well, that's fine. We have a bit of time while we move on to the potions. I hope you're not afraid of needles because about half of these are injected, while the half without needles are taken orally, but the plunger-type baster reduces waste on the walls of the container. Valerie explained. Well, I'm not the biggest fan, but if it's all for the sake of rapid growth, I'm not going to argue. Carl replied. The mage smirked. Make a note, subject's mental state has improved his understanding. He now understands in advance that expletive-laced inside thoughts are the key to interacting with the Colonel. Colonel Valerie glared at her, but Carl realized that the two were actually good friends, in some strange way. The man loaded the needles into a mechanical injector, and gestured towards Carl's chest. You need to take your shirt off. We will inject them into the upper arm. The other optimal spot is the buttocks, but it's a bit forward to ask you to drop your pants without warning. He joked. Carl removed his jacket and the simple white uniform shirt and set them over the chair beside him. All right, this will hurt. I'm not going to lie or sugarcoat it. Just mentally prepare yourself, and we will wait for the injection to settle before we move on to the next. Carl nodded and turned his head away before a pain shot up his arm and across his chest, feeling like his body had been set on fire. Here, drink this, you will need it. The mage's voice was a distant whisper, but she poured the drink into Carl's mouth as he clenched his eyes closed to keep the painful light out of his eyes as his body burned. The drink seemed to contain some sort of energy, and the burning of his body faded as it absorbed the power. Then, the power began to flow back into his mind, and Hawk suddenly shot up in size, going from Hawk size to larger than a turkey or a condor in a matter of seconds. Hawk was a gangly and malnourished giant, but he was slowly filling out as the bird frantically tried to fill its ravenous belly. Hold up, something in that one made Hawk grow uncontrollably. He's huge and starving, but there is food for him in the space. Give it a few minutes before we do anything else. Carl explained, still holding his eyes closed, though he was unable to meditate with the pain. All right, notify us when Hawk has stabilized, and we will give you the second dose. Colonel Valerie agreed. Hawk panicked a little at that news, but Carl had already known that the colonel wouldn't give up on a treatment that was producing results so easily. It took half an hour before Hawk was settled, and the kitchen had already delivered a special order of monster meat for him to eat during the second dose by the time that the pain in Carl's body faded. Just keep your eyes closed. The food bowl is beside your hand, just move it into the space for Hawk. Your body has stabilized along with his, but there is one more dose of that to go. Colonel Valerie insisted. You ready to be a giant hawk? Carl laughed, while the bird trilled happily at the influx of ascended monster meat the kitchen had brought him. Not all of it was his preferred flavors, but at the moment Hawk didn't care what animals it had come from, as long as there was a lot of it, and it was all energy-rich to make up for the energy that he was lacking. It only took a few more minutes for the bird to demolish the food shipment and decide that he was ready for another round of the special treatments. Carl nodded to signal that he was prepared to continue, and the pain spread through his body from the left side this time, overwhelming his mind, but the effect on Hawk wasn't as extreme. He didn't grow any more, but his body filled out with powerful muscle. Now he looked like a proper hawk again, but larger. He finished the meat bowl and flew up around the space in joy, then cried in despair as he realized that his nest was too small for his new body. Carl worked to change the shape as quickly as he could under the circumstances, while Hawk made sure not to lose his precious new stone before he settled down into the tree. Satisfaction flowed from his mind as power flowed in from the stone in the nest, and then the space itself seemed to change. It was growing, but it reached a plateau where Carl had expected the quality to improve. Only that wasn't what happened. The space seemed to split, and the growth went to a second space, separate and barren, the way that Hawk's had been when he first bonded with Carl. Do you think that spot is made for someone else? Like, we have improved the size of your resting spot enough that it's time to improve a home for a new friend? Carl asked his feathered partner. I think so. I can't go into it, so it's not a separate bedroom for me. Hawk replied, annoyed that not all the growth was going to his space. There was still room to fly, but he was much bigger now, so shouldn't the room to fly have expanded proportionately? What happened? The warrior asked after a few minutes of Carl trying to stabilize both his mind and the new beast space. The mental space seems to have reached a plateau. The injection increased the size along with Hawk, but then it stopped, and split into a small second space. The quality didn't improve. I will have to do that myself with meditation, or more of the first set of pills, but this is a whole other space. I think that I might actually have the ability to add a second pet now. Carl explained. Carl opened his eyes and noticed the smiles on the faces of the 3 Bureau of Elite Development workers. Their gamble had paid off, and if Carl could now add a second beast, his effective power would multiply. The second thing that he noticed was that the table was empty, with 2 used multiple injectors and 2 empty shot glasses on it. He had assumed that he was 2 out of 12 injections into the process, but they had injected them 6 at a time, and the second shot was the second dose of everything. No wonder that hurt. It was like my body was on fire, but the second time faded much faster, and Hawk didn't have an explosive growth spurt. Instead he filled out to proper wind speed Hawk proportions, but over a meter tall, and with a wingspan that looks like a little over 3 meters. Carl explained. Colonel Valerie gestured impatiently, and Carl called Hawk out to stand on the empty table behind him. The mage whistled in appreciation, and Hawk preened, accidentally puncturing the steel desk with his claws. Well, the claws haven't gone translucent, so he's likely not at ascended rank yet, but he is a huge pretty boy. She cooed, then stood up to go pet Hawk's head. It's definitely a mutation again, like when he learned Shred, but this time it was physical growth. There is no record of this happening to a wind speed hawk before, but then I doubt that anyone would have been crazy enough to give a wild one that same sort of treatment just to see what happened. The warrior noted. Interesting. Hawk, could you please claw at this barrier for me? The mage asked. Wait, the room is too small for him to fly around and attack the barrier, and it won't hold up to an awakened rank rend attack if he succeeds. The warrior stopped her. Right, sorry. We can do actual improvement testing tomorrow after the regular classes. I'm not sure if you noticed, since time passes differently when you're absorbing that much energy or in pain, but it's been over 2 hours already, and it is almost dinner time. The mage agreed. Just enough time to finish up as planned. Colonel Valerie agreed with a gesture for the food on the tray. Hawk delicately sniffed at them and then shook his head. There is no meat, I'm going to rest. He announced, then vanished back into the beast space. He says there is no meat, so he's not interested. Carl explained as he examined the various dense squares and puddings. Each of them should help with the understanding of a skill. The rest of the squares were passed out to the relevant classes today with promising results, so go ahead and try them one at a time and let us know if anything happens. The colonel agreed, looking a bit less severe for a moment. The results really must have been good if the head of the elite development department had a soft spot when they were mentioned. Carl bit into the first one, which tasted a bit like burning rubber smelled, then waited before shaking his head. If anything happened, he couldn't tell. One after another, he went through them until he got to the one that smelled like freshly welded steel. As soon as he bit into it, he could feel the energy, but then the flavor became familiar and a glimpse of insight on how Slash was an introductory and inferior version of Rend filled his mind, giving him ideas on how to use lower power attacks with more energy efficiency. That one is Slash. I see it as an inferior Rend, but I think that I could use it, or something like it, using Rend as the base skill and then stripping away most of the benefits to use a more energy-efficient attack. Carl explained. The warrior looked vaguely offended, while his partner chuckled. Well, that's one way to look at it, I suppose. If you use Rend as the basis and strip away the bleeding effect to have just the sword light, it would create something like Slash. He eventually agreed. Now, let's see what else you can get out of this pile. A few more were eaten with no real changes, but the last one tasted like stone dust, and Carl sensed the familiar feeling of a golem, but the energy was so foreign to him that his body immediately rejected it. I think that should have given me insight into the golem spell, but my body just rejected it straight away. The taste was familiar, like the magic of the spell activating, but my body isn't compatible with that. Carl explained. Interesting. All of these should taste like regular food, but none of them seem to have tasted like that to you. Perhaps it's a result of your bond with Hawk, who is more sensitive to all sorts of magical abilities and threats. I will put it in the report with a note to investigate. The mage informed them. That concludes the day's special programming. We will bring you a fresh uniform, then you can return to your room. Carl looked down at his body, and noticed that while he was only a little more bulky, he was absolutely shredded. There wasn't an ounce of visible fat on his upper body, and he could feel the itchy feeling of a beard coming in on his face. That was a new experience for him, as he never really grew more than a bit of a scraggly mustache before, but this felt like a full beard. Carl judged his body, then his uniform, and put the shirt and jacket back on. They were a bit strained in the arms and chest, but they still closed. Oh, I see where this is going. Undo the top 2 buttons, and you'll get all the ladies with that physique. The mage joked. Colonel Valerie gave a faint smile, then shook her head. That fitment is not within academy regulations. We will get you a fresh uniform and a razor before you leave this room. Daniel will help you shave if you haven't done it before, and I will take Alice to guard the door to prevent any curious eyes from seeing you before you are ready. The uniform was brought in, and the 2 women left the room, while the warrior gave him an assessing look. We should cut your hair as well. It got really shaggy with the rapid growth. Don't worry, I've got practice and I will keep you looking good for that little mage girl. The sly wink that Daniel gave him made Carl blush, but the warrior was all business as he took out the electric shaver from an academy bag and dug a set of clippers and scissors from his own kit. It was a shorter process than Carl had expected, as the hand speed of an elite was so much higher than his mother, who usually cut his hair. In 15 minutes, he was dressed, the waist hair was in the trash and everything was clean to Daniel's satisfaction. "Well, that's the best I can do, the rest is up to you. Good luck with the romance." The warrior laughed as he gave Carl one last twirl to make sure his haircut was perfect. "Thanks. Honestly, this is overwhelming, everything is changing so fast that I don't even wear out clothes anymore before they are discarded for a new size. Heck, I didn't even have that set long enough to launder them before outgrowing them." Carl laughed. "You should be settled now." "Well, close to it. The first advancement or two are the largest changes, now you've just got to grow into your body. You're powerfully built, but it's still immature. Give it a few more years of regular training, and all that fancy muscle will become much harder, and you will be able to apply it more effectively. Old man strength is a real thing with the elites." Daniel laughed. "It's a real thing with the minors as well. Some of them are much stronger than they look." Carl agreed with a smile on his face at the memory of an old man from the third shift showing up a supervisor from the city who couldn't get a rusted gate open. They left the room, and the three adults split off with a short nod toward Carl, who headed straight for the dining room. It was filled with excited voices of students who had gained something from the day's treats, and the ones who had special training for the day because there wasn't a special advancement food for their skills. The first-year mages in particular were freaking out, as 4 of them had mastered Golem in one class, while the rest of them were on the way to learning the spell. It was a huge moment for the mage trainees, and they had earned the right to gloat for one day. The warrior classes mostly worked on improving basic skills with the food, and Carl wondered if Dana had gotten special treatment as well, as she already knew the Golem spell. She might have gotten the same food buff that the others did, to elevate her skill with the spell, but she had been in the special training with him on Saturday. Then she came into the room, accompanied by one of the women from the Elite Development Department, who looked concerned that she would collapse. "Are you all right?" Carl asked, walking over to take over the assistance needed to keep Dana on her feet. "Yeah, we did a bunch of mental enhancement training, and it left her a bit dizzy. Not all the treatments went as expected." The older mage explained with a meaningful look at Carl. That look meant, "Don't discuss this in public," so Carl nodded and helped Dana through the line to get dinner, which the soldier Dana came in with carried to their table before sitting down to join them. "It looks like the special training was much kinder on you. I expected you to be in worse shape," the woman commented. "The last few lessons helped a lot and allowed me to focus. Not all of them worked, some of them were completely ineffective, but enough of them worked that the colonel almost smiled." Carl replied. The woman smiled. "Well, now that is a new one. She doesn't do that much. In fact, we all thought she had her sense of humor surgically removed when she got her oak leaves." That was a reference to the rank insignia for the lieutenant colonel, one military rank below where Colonel Valerie was now. "Jill, be nice. You know she will chew you out the way that she did Dave if she hears you," Dana whispered. "She's too busy berating him to come back this fast. But I will see you soon. Probably tomorrow to get the updated notes on how you're doing. Carl, it is good to meet you. I will be taking over as Dana's personal tutor, so we will be seeing each other every morning." The petite blonde informed Carl with a smirk that made Dana blush. It took a moment to register, then Carl was blushing as well. The mage knew that Dana usually slept in his room, and not knowing how Carl's room was laid out, had made the logical leap to the fact that rooms normally only had one bed in them. Carl didn't let that little bit of judgment change his plans for the evening, though. Hawk wanted to show off to Dana now that he was so much bigger, and she wanted to get a decent night's sleep while the other students were going even more crazy with their training regimen. They had all gotten a bump in power and skills today, and that had renewed their flagging faith that they would be able to progress to awaken before the end of semester exams when the ranks would all be reviewed. As soon as they were back on the balcony, Hawk popped out of his space and landed on the table, being careful not to damage it with his claws. "Holy crap, is that Hawk? What happened to you, buddy? You're massive." Dana gasped before pulling the bird into a hug. One of the treatments caused an extreme growth reaction. It took him a lot of food to recover, and he's still working on filling in the muscles, but he's definitely an impressive beast now. Carl explained. "Well, now he's going to need a lot more food, but I'm sure that the academy can keep his belly full." Dana laughed. That would be another issue after he graduated, Carl realized. The elites got a stipend, but he would be spending a massive amount on food if he couldn't regularly hunt for powerful monsters to keep Hawk fed. Then there would likely be a second monster as well, since the beast space had split. That meant two ravenous beasts looking for sustenance, and it would have to be suitable to their rank, which would not be easy once they were much more powerful. It wasn't like any grocery store actually had overlord rank meat in stock, or even commander rank for that matter. Once you got past ascended rank, the monsters became incredibly dangerous to even larger towns, so their population was controlled in the inhabited regions, meaning that Carl would have to go looking for them if his energy wasn't enough to sustain his team. Hawk squawked happily as he tried to explain the new things that he had learned, so Carl translated for him, while the bird had a deep conversation with the mage. "I also got plenty of gains, though not in quite the same way. Look at this," Dana announced, then cast the golem spell, which created 2 copies of the stone golem, both as impressive as the first had been. "One of the treatments gave me the insight to multicast spells that I know. So, 2 golems, or 6 magic missiles. It doesn't do much for fog unless I want to make 2 layers, but it's really powerful, even if it is a bit hard on mana. I have more of it now, and I recover much faster as well. Those pills were a miracle." She sighed. "We went through a round of pills as well, then there were injections of physical enhancement potions. The idea was that I needed the mental abilities for Hawk space, and the strength to actually fight. There might be a second beast coming soon as well, but I'm not sure when the academy is going to set that up. I will be holding out for something good, a beast that can fight and get along with Hawk." Carl informed her. "That shouldn't be too hard. Hawk is easy to get along with." The bird flapped his wings in annoyance, and Dana began to laugh. "Oh, I see the problem, you don't want to share, is that it?" Hawk nodded and took a piece of meat out of the beast space. He threw it in the air and swallowed it whole, trying to explain the issue to Dana in a way she would understand. "Oh, they might try to steal your food." "Yes, that would be annoying." She agreed. They both sat and meditated for a few hours before turning in for the night. They knew that they would be getting up early, but when the knock sounded at the door promptly as the sun came up, neither of them was ready. Carl slid his pants on and answered the door, finding Jill and Rita both waiting outside. "Give me a few minutes to freshen up and eat, then I will be ready." "Isn't it a bit early?" he asked. "It is. But we have a big day again today, and this is Dana's first day with Jill as her personal tutor." "She is here, right?" Rita asked. "Yeah, in the hammock on the balcony, probably still sleeping, since the area is soundproof. Jill can go wake her up, but be careful, Hawk and a golem or 2 are likely both active in there." Jill laughed. She was a commander rank mage, she wasn't particularly concerned about the golem, but Hawk could be an issue if he didn't want to let her near Dana. She couldn't afford to hurt the bird, but even with a magical shield protecting her, it would be challenging to get around an angry Hawk. She came out a few minutes later, laughing and cursing with her hair all messed up. "Did you know that Hawk is completely miserable if you wake him up?" "But what did they do to him?" "That bird is massive." She asked. "Him up. But what did they do to him?" "That bird is massive." She asked. Sergeant Rita gave Carl a curious look. She had gotten a brief summary from Daniel and Alice, but they had been on their way out and hadn't filled in the official report yet. "One of the treatments made him grow," Carl explained as Hawk waddled into the room, barely able to fit through the patio door unless he tucked his wings tight to his body. Are we sure that's even still a wind-speed hawk? I doubt that there is a mouse that could feed his appetite any more. He will be hunting deer and wolves soon enough. Rita asked. Hawk panicked for a moment, then remembered something that he had seen Carl reading. There are the giant swamp rats, the size of dogs. They are a kind of mice. He suggested, hopefully. Hawk says giant swamp rats still count. Carl relayed, while the women laughed. The giant swamp rats were an awakened rank monster, so he 2028. Could hunt them already, but Rita was more excited to see if his power had grown proportionally to his body. If either his stamina or raw power had leveled up by a significant amount, he would be a menace in combat at the awakened rank. If it were both, he would be pushing the limits of what could be called an awakened monster. Sergeant Rita led Carl to the morning training, where there was a new face waiting for them. Alice, the mage who had been in the room for Carl's treatments yesterday, was sitting in a chair by the door, and waved happily as Carl walked in. Rita frowned as she realized who the woman was, then turned away, as if by ignoring her, the woman would go away. But Alice didn't make any move to get up, she just sat by the door as Carl took his position and called Hawk out. Goddess, what did you do to Hawk? He looks like he wants to eat us. One of the mages gasped. It's not a big deal, a treatment just made him grow to a giant size. He's only a little stronger than he was. Carl replied. While that was reassuring, the fact that there was a giant monster in the sky above them was enough to intimidate all the students at least a little bit. It was an instinctive reaction to a large flying predator that could possibly carry away a full-grown person. It wasn't likely, his actual body was only a little over a meter long, but with the wide wings and long tail feathers, he looked much more imposing in flight. Their first few spells were a bit hesitant, but once they realized that Hawk was blocking them the same as always, they began to get back into the swing of things, and work to overcome his increased number of attacks, which were traveling at a higher speed today than they remembered. The mental improvements that both Carl and Hawk had gained were helping with both the targeting speed and the ability to rapidly form and send the rend attacks at the target. Carl heard Rita's voice as she talked to Alice and split a bit of his attention from the attacks. Don't you think this is a bit too easy? I mean, they're not even attacking the defenders, just the targets near them. Alice was asking. It is the safest way. We can't afford the sort of fatal incident that happened a few years ago. Even if you put a barrier on them, there is still too much of a risk. Rita replied. They're not going to break my barrier, and it would be better for the two of them if they had to actually avoid and block attacks, instead of this bodyguard scenario where the attackers are only concerned with the target behind them. Alice replied. Are you the tutor, or am I? Rita was definitely mad now, and Carl was tempted to continue listening as they lowered their voices to argue, but that would take too much of his attention from the task at hand. The class paused at the half-hour mark for their usual 5-minute breather, and Carl grabbed a water bottle for himself and Hawk, squeezing it to spray water into the open mouth of the oversized bird, since he couldn't easily drink out of a bowl without making a mess. All right, everyone back at it. But we are going to change things up a bit this time. Your skills are improving, so you will be aiming at moving targets. That means not only will you have to hit a moving target, but Carl and Hawk will have to defend moving targets. The professor in charge of the class instructed. Carl couldn't tell if that meant that Rita or Alice had won their argument, but it would make the class more interesting. It was also going to be a real challenge for some of the students who had struggled with their aim at the start of the year. They were better at hitting stationary targets, but Carl would have to make sure that he didn't get himself hit. He had the Academy's training armor, a long coat and helmet, but that was only a limited level of protection that should keep him from being seriously injured if he took a direct strike from one of these spells. But then, they were mostly on the low side of awakened, and his body was getting much stronger, so perhaps they wouldn't actually be too damaging through the coat. When he hit tank with full force spells, it barely bruised him, but he was 2 ranks above Carl and Hawk. The mages in the class were using limited power to extend their stamina, a quarter or less of their ability. That seemed safe enough. The spells began to fly toward the targets, which were now much closer to the ground, and Carl moved to make interception easier. His presence between the mages and the moving targets frustrated many of the students, as even if Carl didn't successfully intercept the spells, they couldn't hit the target with him in the way. But now that they were coming toward him instead of over his head, the attacks were easier to target and block. The vertical axis was nearly removed as a factor, and attacking straight forward would hit many more spells if he used a wide arc or the net technique of overlapping rend attacks. But that also put the mages in the line of fire, so he had to be careful about his range so that the abilities dissipated before they reached the attackers. They weren't wearing armor, and asking the teacher to constantly intercept his counterattacks would probably put the older mage in a bad mood. Now, that's much better. See how much more combat effective this is? Alice was asking Rita, letting Carl know that she had won that round of their exchange, at least for the most part. The mages were still attacking targets behind him, but they were at least throwing spells in his direction, as the mage from the Bureau of Elite Development had wanted. Carl tore a wide arc in the air, using full power, and stopped a dozen spells at once before the 4 streaks were finally dissipated and the air between the two groups was clear. Damn it, they really increased the difficulty level, didn't they? We're all attacking at the same height, so he can burn energy to intercept us all at once. One of the mages realized. But that burns his stamina as well, so he won't be able to do it all the time. He's just blocking the ones that are most likely to hit himself or the target. Everyone who messed up their aim might have a chance if you can bring it back on target once you're past him. One of the others commented. But they had forgotten that Hawk was in the sky above them, attacking downward, so he could still hit the attacks that tried to correct their trajectory when they were past Carl. I told you that they had real promise. You didn't need to get involved so quickly. Carl heard Rita mutter as the class was ending, while Alice smiled back at her. The two elites were like oil and water. They both wanted the same thing, but they had very different ideas about how it should be done, and they simply seemed incompatible with each other. No matter what the goal was, Carl could see that they would have a hard time getting along. After the break for lunch, with both Rita and Alice eating in tense silence at his table and scaring the other students away, it was time to go to the mixed martial arts class for his physical training. Tank was back again, ready to continue his lesson, while Daniel, Alice's partner, was sitting on a blanket at the edge of the training ground, waiting for the others to arrive. Come on over and get comfortable. Good to see you again, Rita. He greeted them, then waved at Carl and gestured for him to join the class as usual. Carl wasn't the only one who could tell that Rita was annoyed at this point, but there wasn't much that she could do. There was no rule stating that the people from the government couldn't come sit and watch the class, and they weren't interfering with anything but Rita's development plans, which was within their operational authority, Carl assumed. Carl, you will be training with Tank today, while everyone else trains what they learned. Sorry about your luck, but you're the odd one out, and Sergeant Rita is busy at the moment. The professor informed him with a smirk. Sergeant Rita would much rather be training than busy, Carl was sure. But Tank turned out to be an excellent combat instructor, with a profound understanding of both martial arts and armed combat. Today, the big man had a wooden training sword in his hands, while Carl wore the training gauntlets that he had obtained from the train. Those should be good enough to block, but be aware that my strength is far above yours, so you don't want to try to overpower my attacks, just deflect them so you can counterattack. If you can do it with your abilities, that's even better, just keep the power level down so that you don't chop through the training weapon. After some time, you will be used to the sparring limitations, but it is best to err on the side of caution for now. Tank explained. All right. Are we having Hawk rest for the afternoon? Carl asked. For today, yes. He got his training in the morning, and a growing beast needs a lot of food and sleep. But he will be watching, so you can consider this a theory lesson for him. For now, the two of you can fight together, but once his power level goes up, it is unlikely that your body will be able to keep up. Not many classes can claim the physique of even the more fragile magical beasts. He explained. So my job in the future is what? To train the beasts about combat and let them go at it. Carl asked as they exchanged blows. Dunno, that's above my pay grade. But I would assume that for a class that focuses on monsters, making them stronger and teaching them all the things that they wouldn't naturally know will be a big part of your job. How many wind speed hawks are familiar with martial arts? How many of them even understand the intricacies of various magic spells? It might not seem like much, but your hawk already has a massive advantage over other beasts. Tank emphasized the word beasts with a chop of his sword that Carl barely deflected as he spun out of the way. It was easier to start an attack from the side or the back of the berserker, as he would be facing Carl before it was finished, and the extra time would allow Carl to prepare a defense that would allow him to keep moving. Hawk was impressed with the huge man's understanding of animals. As a wind-speed hawk, there were numerous things that he didn't know at birth. Normal hawks would have to survive their first learning experience to begin to understand things like mage attacks, but he had gotten to practice dealing with them every morning. Plus, the berserker man advocated for naps and food, so he was definitely wise. By the time that they finished, Carl was exhausted, and even Tank had broken a sweat, which impressed the other students far more than Carl thought that it should. Sure, he was a monster in combat, but he was also still vaguely human, so a 3-hour training session of that intensity was sure to work him at least a little. Carl might not be as powerful, but he was fast enough to keep the berserker moving, a technique that Tank advocated for, as most of the berserker-type opponents would have a time limit. Enraged magical beasts usually burn through their energy reserves at an incredible rate, so if you could hold out for 5 or 10 minutes, they would exhaust themselves. Even most of the drug-induced berserker states wouldn't last more than half an hour before the user would crash and be left in a far worse state than when they started. For that reason, they would go all out while they could. They knew that they had to win within the time limit, and they would get desperate as it got close. So, the agility-type fighters could string them along and wear them out, then finish them off once they crashed. Cardio was incredibly important for agility fighters, who couldn't always finish a fight with a single strike. Alright, that's it for the day. See you all tomorrow. The instructor called, and the group began to disperse back to the showers, or to their rooms to shower and change there. Carl was one who preferred to shower and change immediately, which left Rita and the pair from the Bureau of Elite Development waiting for him to come back out of the crowded locker room in the small building beside the training field. Do they always hold this class outdoors? Daniel asked. Rita nodded. Unless the weather is bad. The grass is softer than the gym floor, and the mats aren't a realistic footing scenario. Most of their fights will be outdoors, so it's better to train in the field than on the hardwood. Understandable. Alright, I think that we learned what we needed today. I will see you both tomorrow. Daniel agreed, then waved as he left, with Rita glowering at his back. It looked like being up at the crack of dawn was going to become a regular thing, Carl decided, as Sergeant Rita and Jill were at his door first thing the next morning. Rita had a book with her on monster biology, but this one was different. It focused on the innate skills of various monster skills, instead of just giving an overview of the species. It was written from the perspective of a researcher who was trying to develop more ways to strengthen the skills of the elites with similar abilities, and for Carl, it was much easier to understand than the vague descriptions in most of the other textbooks. By the end of the week the Bureau of Elite Development will probably have a plan to bring you before other juvenile monsters, either newborn or still in eggs, for the avian and reptile species. I don't know what they will find you, or if they'll even give you options other than the ones they prepared, but now that they're convinced that you can bond a second pet, they are determined to try. What you need to do is understand the skills that they have so that you can build a proper team out of your tamed monsters. You can focus on a specific skill set, like stealth and scouting, or a generalized combat team that can take on most threats, but you don't have much time to make the decision before the next step happens. She explained. They were seated at a table in the cafeteria, which was still almost empty so early in the morning, but that gave him nearly 2 hours to go over the various species in the book before he needed to get to his first class. These tortoises, exactly how large do they get? I think that the text is incorrect. Carl asked. Rita looked at the book and shook her head. No, that's right. They grow between 18 and 25 meters long. They're a saltwater species, but they can happily live nearly anywhere. If all your pets grow as fast as hawk, I wouldn't recommend that option if you are given it. There aren't many situations where you will have room for a 20-meter-long turtle. It's too wide to even fit down most city streets without damaging the buildings on either side. The thought made Carl laugh. A massive roadblock of armored shell, just blocking an entire roadway to prevent a target from fleeing. Then there was the demon croc. Technically, they were an alligator, but at an equally impressive 25 meters long and able to run at over 100 kilometers an hour in short spurts, Carl imagined that the shape of its snout was the least of anyone's concerns when meeting it. Then there was the red gold panda. At a maximum height of 20 centimeters high, it was adorable, but its innate skill was vampirism. If it bit you, it could drain a human of blood in a matter of seconds. If we knew what they were going to bring, it would really help. Carl sighed as the time ran out, and it was time to go to morning accuracy training. Best to be prepared for anything. The more you know about monster skills, the better that you will be able to plan for the skills that the ones they do present can use. Sergeant Rita replied with a shrug. Rita's mood only got worse as Daniel and Alice came to watch the training all day long. By the time that the day was finished, she was visibly annoyed, but the other two seemed to be enjoying the show, and they were happy to give training hints to the other students who were training near Carl and Tank. Originally, Carl had assumed it was the fact that they were here from the government that had annoyed Rita, but some of it seemed to be personal. They obviously knew each other from before this week, and were close enough in age that they should have been in the academy together. The number of elites was small enough that it was a bit like a small town, everyone knew everyone in their age group. It was a strange thought, as Carl had always viewed the elites as a sort of untouchable existence that was above the common people like the mine workers, but now that he was here, it had a similar vibe to the mining town, but with a different sort of hard work and less of the black lung. The daily training became predictable, with Tank increasing the difficulty every time that Carl thought he was getting better, while the evenings of that week all went the same. Eat, train, then Dana would come over in the later evening so she could actually sleep, as her neighbors had realized that she was torturing them back with the golem which didn't have to be summoned all the time. But what they didn't know was that while the golem had been practicing his line dancing until the small hours of the morning, Dana had been asleep on the balcony of Carl's room. Her daily training had also intensified now that she had Jill as her personal tutor, and she was so exhausted that she had to be literally carried out of bed some days to get ready after Carl had left with Sergeant Rita. Unlike Carl, who just hurt everywhere from physical training, her mind was completely frazzled from the requirements of her mana expansion training, leaving her feeling sleep-deprived even in the middle of the afternoon. Perhaps that was what the colonel had meant when she said that Sergeant Rita went easy on him. He hurt everywhere, even in places he didn't know could hurt, but he was still functional, and it was clear that Dana wasn't going to make it much longer at this rate when the Saturday training session rolled around and Colonel Valerie was the one that met them at the door in the morning after breakfast. "Good morning, Colonel. We are ready to go." Carl greeted her at the door, then winced as she patted him on the shoulder in greeting. Dana was awake, but in a daze, not in any shape to be vocal, so Carl was doing the speaking for the both of them. Colonel Valerie seemed to recognize that, and she didn't push for more speech out of them as she led them to the car and back to the same training warehouse from a week ago. The teams all smiled as they saw the two bedraggled students stumble in, leaning on each other to remain upright. Carl, because he could barely walk, and Dana because she was half asleep. Well, they made it through Hell Week, but I'm not sure if they're in any shape to make it through one more day of training to make it to the day off. One of the mages laughed. Alice, the dark-haired mage that watched Carl's training every day, smirked at him and gestured toward the pair. "Try them, I think you will find that they're in better shape than they look," she suggested. The teams moved closer to begin an attack routine, and the two students responded in unison. Dana summoned a golem and Carl called Hawk out, letting the giant bird fly freely around the warehouse. Colonel Valerie gave a rueful chuckle, and the team members backed away with a smile. "Well, that might not be the ingrained response we were hoping for, but it works, I guess." One of the warriors agreed. I can still fight, just not as energetically as usual, unless you've got some painkillers. I swear that my bruises have bruises right now. Carl replied. Good thing that you can fight a ranged battle, then. Should we wake Dana up and get this started? The man asked. Dana didn't open her eyes as she answered. I'm awake. What's our first activity? This week is not as bad as last week. We want to see how the two of you work together to defend a spot in the middle of the warehouse against multiple attackers. But we will have to call Hawk back because there isn't enough terrain set up to sneak up with him hanging out in the rafters. One of the warriors explained as he began to equip a set of training armor. The helmet had a face shield, and a neck protector, giving the attacking team full coverage as well as the shielding from their mages, so they shouldn't get hurt no matter what Carl and Dana did to them, but in the eyes of the attacking team, there wasn't much they were likely to do in that state. This was an essential part of the first week's training, learning to function on limited sleep and while exhausted. It wasn't as severe as the military put the regular soldiers through, at least not in the physical sense, but the students were also younger, and the mental exhaustion was undoubtedly just as great. Alice led Carl and Dana to the center of the impromptu maze, while a group of the warriors scattered through the crates that made up an approximation of either narrow alleys or an office building's maze of walls. Carl wasn't sure which it was meant to be, as he hadn't personally seen either, but it was going to make it easy for them to get close before they were detected. Carl's eyes were much better than human, but his hearing hadn't changed much, nor had his other senses, but his eyes could only see for a few meters around them. Set the golem to guard this spot and I will set up traps. Then you start spreading fog, but in random banks around us, it doesn't have to encompass our position. Carl whispered. The random fog banks might confuse the attackers, and Carl would set traps using rend, as they had taught him last week. They didn't have much time, as the warehouse was not a huge place, but Carl worked quickly to get traps set up on most of the routes into the center by putting them just into his line of sight. There were a few routes behind him that he couldn't keep visible, so the golem would guard those approaches, and that would have to be enough warning for them. The team approached silently, for the most part. The sound of someone bumping into a wall in the fog alerted Carl to their approach, but he couldn't be certain if it was an accident or a deliberate distraction. Then there was another from off to his left, and a sharp intake of breath as the warrior stopped short just before he would have run into the trap. Carl carefully added one more trap, down by the ankles and a half step further than the first, which was at chest height in the fog. There was a full second of silence as the warrior checked the trap in the dense fog, and then a crash as he ducked under it and hit the second line, falling out into the open only a few steps from the central area Carl was guarding. Carl sent a shred attack his way, and the warrior raised his hands as the attack slammed into his helmet. That should be the signal for out, because after that, he lay on the ground and played dead. There was another footstep and a soft chuckle from behind him, as the next man in line assumed that Carl had gotten the drop on him, then a loud cuss as he stepped on the trap line and retreated around the corner. That made the others much more careful, and Carl nearly missed the next one until the golem surged forward to attack down a corridor. It was going to pursue the target, but Dana called it back to them, waiting to see what the warriors would do, and smart enough not to let the golem out of her sight where they could trick the simple reactions of the automaton. A few seconds later, they came all at once, making Carl and Dana both lash out with spells as fast as they could for the next few seconds as the warriors dodged and parried, until they found blades at their necks, marking the end of the defense. Not bad. We have one chased off by the golem, 3 downed by traps, and 4 more downed in the final rush. Now, grab an energy drink and something to eat, we're going to go over some more effective defensive measures using the skills that you both have. Colonel Valerie congratulated them with a nod of appreciation for their effort. That was the best praise that they had managed to get out of her yet, and Carl was sure that it was a good sign that she was warming up to them a little bit. Carl sat down with the warriors, one of whom was still nursing a sore foot with his boot off. As you can see, the most effective strategy against many targets is actually the feet and legs. They're not as protected, and while the target will be careful what they step on, that also means they will be hesitant to approach you. Daniel explained, taking on the role of the spokesman after having watched Carl in his regular classes for a week. That makes sense. The boot has to have some feeling, or you won't be able to walk as smoothly, but that also means that the armor is limited. I wasn't expecting someone to actually step on the trip wire, though. Carl agreed. That made the other warriors chuckle. Thin wires in the fog is a great combination technique, and it was what we were initially planning to suggest. There are only so many different ways to use rend, but if you treat it like wire, then you should be able to make a number of quality traps, as well as set up ambushes. Our discussion today will be less about new ways to use your technique, and what we should be finding you for a second pet attempt. If you had someone who could fight at your side in that situation, like the golem, you would have increased your potential defenses by a lot, and it might have been enough to deal with all the attackers. The official position is that we should have you try with more newborns or eggs, as that was how Hawk started. If you try to bond a larger, aggressive monster, there is a strong possibility that it would remain hostile to you and waste your talent until it is put down. There is also the chance that a lost pet might not be able to be replaced. The classes that can summon a familiar or helper pet are like that. Once it's gone, it is gone and they can't do it again. Your class is unique, and you can bond with actual monsters, not use magic to summon a mouse or cat-level common animal, plus you can bring them into that space in your mind, that nobody knows the limitations of. But that is why we are being cautious, there is a lot of potential there, and we don't want to make a fatal error. Daniel explained. Carl nodded slowly. The explanation made sense, but the space felt more like it was a nest, a home for whatever lived there. It didn't stop existing when Hawk was outside, and the second space was just sitting empty, waiting for Carl to build a nest for something else. Alright, what did you have in mind? Is there like some strategic reserve of monster babies for study or something? Carl asked. The team laughed and shook their heads. No, what we're going to do is go for a little adventure. There are a few tame species of monsters that the scientists study, but those aren't what we need for an elite that cultivates combat pets. Instead, we are going to head to the southern plains and go find you a proper monster. The place is infested with them, and they're all brutal killers. They have to be to survive there among their own kind. So, the initial plan is to drive around until you find one that feels promising to your class, then hunt it. We have surveillance, and we've marked nearly 100 nests and infant monsters, so there is a good chance that we can find what you need. Look at the hawk. He started out as an egg in the kitchen, and now he's one of the largest birds of prey that I have ever seen. Most birds his size, even the monstrous ones, are flightless, but his body is light and powerful despite his size. If another pet went through a similar advancement, we could be looking at a whole new strain of monster that is more deadly than any other on its level. Daniel was clearly excited as he finished his speech, and the others were preparing to bring out the maps to show Carl the possible matches that they had found. We've got everything from snakes to badgers to a crystalline mammoth cub tract. So whatever you think would be best can be available. Daniel added. A crystalline mammoth would be a nightmare for anyone to fight against. They were supposed to have incredible magical powers according to folklore, but the book said that it was a result of their hide reflecting and changing any attack sent against them. Plus, they stood over 5 meters tall and could crush armored cars with just their feet. Having one would be cool, but feeding one could be much more difficult than keeping Hawk happy. One of the others gestured to spots on a map they unrolled. We have also prepared for the possibility that your skills only allow you to bond with birds, so there are 6 different powerful potential avian partners who have eggs in their nests. Now, actually getting the eggs won't be easy, but that's why we're here. We will send 2 teams with you to gather the new pet, and then we will impose a full blackout on the information so that it doesn't leak out until you are ready for others to know. If it is a baby, you will need time to help it grow, and nobody wants everyone to know their true power if they have the chance to hold a secret skill back for emergencies. Daniel smiled at Carl's hesitation. We're all on the same team, but we're all competing for the best jobs, the next promotion, that special chance that will give us something that we want. Having a little something in reserve can help impress people at just the right moment. Carl smiled at the warriors as he understood the logic. Alright, when do we leave? Now. I will go get Alice, and we will take Jody and Anise as well, so that Dave and Jill can stay to watch over Dana as she recovers. They will likely spend the night here, resting and practicing through the off day. The academy is too loud to really focus, so having a night to just sit in silence should be appreciated. Daniel explained. Jody was the stereotypical blonde, handsome ladies' man, while Anise was a short but muscular ginger woman, and both were among the military half of the Bureau of Elite Development Agents. That seemed to be a deliberate choice by Daniel as he led them all to a military vehicle which was far better suited to off-road use than the car that they had taken from the academy. How long will it take us to get there? Carl asked as they got in the truck. Not long, we're close to the region that we want to start the search in, so we will drive a few hours and stop at a way station for the night. It would be better to search for the targets when we're all fresh and rested. Mistakes happen in the dark, and I despise writing incident reports. Daniel replied with a teasing smile. They didn't wait for any long goodbyes, they just headed out and followed the highway south, intending to make their destination in time for dinner. That was still going to be difficult, Carl realized as the sun set, and they were still driving, but a few hours after that, they were pulling up to a walled town that opened the gates for them and let them in to park next to a small motel, with a row of units in 2 levels, and gun turrets on each end of the roof. I take it that this place is a bit more dangerous than it is at home. Carl commented with a gesture toward the guns and the spotlights that were mounted on every building near the wall. A little bit, but mostly it is a precaution against larger predators trying to break into the city. Nobody wants to run to the wall for every emergency, so they build turrets on their workplace instead. Alice explained. Daniel checked them in, and Carl found himself alone in a small room with a single bed and a television. It wasn't anything special as far as hotels went, but it was quiet, so he spent the next few hours meditating and working on the new beast space to prepare it for occupancy. Get something cool. Hawk demanded. And what do you think would be good? If you say a messy eater so you can steal the scraps, I will have to remind you that you mostly eat in separate spaces. Carl replied. Something that will scare targets. Maybe a huge snake. Everything is afraid of snakes, even if they're easy to chop with rend. Carl thought for a second. I think that it would be best to get another smart species. We work well together because we can communicate easily. If they can't follow the same instructions, it will just make it harder to fight. That rules out snake monsters. They're dangerous, but not intelligent. What about a warbear? They're smart. We should get a warbear. They were also 7 meters tall when standing on all 4 feet, covered in heavy natural armor and infamously ill-tempered, peak overlord rank monsters. A warbear would take on anything without fear, from a juvenile dragon to a main battle tank. I don't think we will be in a mood to celebrate if Mama Warbear finds us trying to steal her cub. Carl reminded Hawk. The Windspeed Hawk and the Warbear actually got along well, as the Hawks liked to chirp for assistance when they wanted a partner to take down prey, and the Warbear would happily kill anything that walked on its territory. But it didn't consider birds a threat, as they stayed off the ground unless they were hunting, and they were smart enough not to hunt anything that the warbear liked to eat. Carl drifted off to sleep a few hours later, and woke up to the sound of a warning siren. He quickly threw on his uniform and got up to see what was going on. As an elite at the awakened rank, it was part of his duty to respond to these sorts of emergencies, even if the town was prepared. They had the 4 escorts from the Bureau as well, so he wouldn't be in any real danger, but if it was a monster attack, there was a chance that it might lead him to an opportunity to find his second partner. As soon as he stepped out the door, there was a man in a police officer's uniform pointing at him. You're an elite, right? Ranged or melee? The policeman shouted. Either. Where do you need me? Carl asked. On the wall. It's a locust swarm. The officer was obviously panicking, and Carl wondered why a bunch of tiny insects were causing so much panic to people other than the farmers. Jody and Daniel were outside a few seconds behind him, while Alice and Anise were up in the tower on top of the hotel, and were already preparing to start casting spells. "Hawk, stay inside. They're shooting at anything that moves." Carl warned his partner, then ran to the wall a few meters from the hotel. The swarm was hundreds of meters wide, and behind them, there was nothing. Not branches or grass, nothing but bare dirt and locust droppings. That explained why the villagers were terrified of these things, and they were much larger than Carl had read about in the book. These were a common grade monster species, and larger than his forearm, instead of the size of his finger. Nothing was trying to eat the locusts, as Carl had expected of this insect buffet, and he quickly realized why. Every one that the locals shot was instantly devoured by those around it, leaving nothing behind. With that sort of cannibalistic instinct, not even Hawk would want to attack and have most of his food stolen before he could retrieve it. Carl shook himself out of his reverie and sent a constantly widening set of rend attacks into the front of the locust swarm, tearing dozens apart with each of the 4 attacks. That wasn't even close to enough firepower to slow the tide, but the power consumption was low, and Carl was throwing them out twice per second. The mages were the ones that made the first real change in the tightly packed ranks of the swarm, by using fireballs to burn huge holes in the pack that quickly filled with other locusts eating the bodies and caused the front line to waver as the insects were distracted by the prospect of food left behind. That made for an even more densely packed group, and Carl changed to creating a net with 2 rend attacks and stretched it into a thin wire, which took a bit more power, but which tore apart a large patch of the locusts. The more of them that were destroyed at once, the slower their progress got, buying time for the locals and their guns to get in position and begin defending their homes. The buildings would likely hold up against the swarm, Carl assumed. But the gardens and everything else would not. The land would be left completely barren after the swarm passed, and they would have to start over from nothing. "Welcome to the South." A man with a rifle and a cart full of equipment greeted Carl as he made it up the ramp. "Quite the morning. What do you have there?" Carl replied as he continued to attack. "Automated flamethrower turret. If we have to retreat to the bunkers, they will burn most everything that tries to get into the town. Bloody locusts will even eat the metal when they get close, not much else you can do." Carl kept up the low-power attacks as the locust swarm began to dwindle under the combined firepower of the town and the efforts of the elites. Jody and Daniel were currently using rifles, as they were close combatants, but they were highly skilled with them, and every shot counted against the pure numbers of locusts. "How long can you keep that up?" The man beside Carl asked as another fence of 4 rend attacks tore apart the front lines of the swarm. "Long enough. They're going to be here before I'm worn out." Carl replied. "Perhaps not, lad. Just wait. Once they're close enough we will start with the explosives, and that should thin them out quick, fast and in a hurry." The man informed him with a smile. The first explosives were a line of landmines that the swarm set off, tearing apart the entire front line of insects, and then the one behind it as they reached the second row of mines. That was over a quarter of the insects in a few seconds, but they were leaping into the air now, flying over the minefield. That made them easier targets for rend, as now they were right at Carl's eye level and the attack would tear through multiple ranks of them before dissipating. Then the city's police force began firing grenade launchers into the swarm, hitting some in the air, and others on the ground. The rifles were having a harder time against the flying insects, but Carl and the mages were not. The exploding magical fireballs and crimson streaks of energy were stopping everything that the grenades didn't, and the flying portion of the swarm began to descend in order to eat the bodies. That set off more of the landmines, and the number of attackers began to fall to the point that they hardly seemed like a threat anymore. But even a few could run amok through the town, and each of them could kill a human, then use the body as nutrients for more locust eggs. Carl began to sweat with exertion, and Hawk was pushing to come out and assist, even if he was standing beside Carl on the wall. "It's all right, buddy. We're almost done here. One more minute and they'll be all gone, then whatever cleanup the town does can start." Carl replied, placating the bird for a moment as he slowed his attacks to avoid overtaxing his stamina. The locusts made a field of green blood and body bits in the distance when the alarm finally sounded again, marking the official end of the battle, and the start of the cleanup effort, which would ensure there were no survivors or viable eggs left behind. "Thank you, Elite. Might I know your name?" The man beside Carl asked politely. "Carl, awakened rank student at the academy," he replied, and the man chuckled. "I must say I'm a bit jealous. You did an impressive job here today. Your skills are well suited to town defense against the swarms of weaker monsters. Come back again sometime and drinks will be on us." Daniel laughed as he came over to the pair. "No getting the students drunk so young," he reprimanded the local. "Bah, you city folk are too uptight. Out here in the sticks, we start drinking beer with breakfast as soon as we can walk." Carl chuckled. "That was because the water was no good, so you had to filter it, and beer came ready to drink." His own family had done the same thing, though they thinned the cheap beer with the more expensive drinking water for the kids. "Still, we're headed out into the long grass, so no drinking this morning, even if the beer is free with breakfast," Daniel cautioned Carl with a frown. "Got it, boss. No drinking before we go monster hunting." It took a few minutes before things had calmed down enough that the staff returned to the restaurant next to the motel, but there was hot coffee in the pots, and the 4 agents were happy with that until the cook returned to take their orders. Alice was the first to address their plans for the day. "As we've all been vividly reminded, the South is not a safe area, and it belongs more to the monsters than the people. So, we will have to watch every move that we make as we travel further from civilization. The first spot that I want to stop is here, by the river." I don't know if Carl gets some sort of calling to his potential partners, or if it will be a conscious decision every time, but there should be a wide variety of options along the riverbank. Most monsters need to drink, so they will have to go there eventually. The optimal targets would seem to be the stone-skin rhino, the golden dire bear, the giant crocolisk and the armored ape. They were definitely aiming to get Carl a tank for the next pet, but they were right, those would all be great options. The stone-skin rhino could spread its armor over nearby targets, the golden dire bear had an extremely impressive strengthening ability, the armored ape also had armor magic, and the crocolisk was basically a living tank. Carl would put it at the bottom of his list as it didn't have innate magic that he would be likely to learn, but as far as combat power, it was certainly near the top of the list. Since I gained Hawk's, Rend, skill, I think that another innate skill would most likely be passed on as well, so it might be just as important to pick a good skill as it is to pick the toughest of monsters. Carl suggested. "We could go a bit further and try to find him a giant Sero," Daniel suggested. "You think that a giant armored lizard with rhino horns is what anyone would want as a pet?" Alice asked. The warrior shrugged. "It's a herbivore, so easy to feed. It's huge, armored, and it has the rapid regeneration, innate skill. When it activates that ability, it will heal from the most egregious wounds in seconds. How would that not be useful?" Jody smiled. "I just think it will be amusing to see someone try to fight an ancient lizard the size of a small elephant." Carl had never heard of such a creature, but it sounded terrifying. Their drive took them out of the grassland, and down a road that led through a marshy area, where the crocolisk could be found. There were other magical beasts in the area, ones that hadn't been flagged as the most likely ones to build a strong team with Hawk, and some of them were not shy about being around the roadway when they passed. For example, a large antlered animal roughly the size of their truck, with long legs, and a thick neck that promised those broad antlers weren't just for show. "What exactly is that?" Carl muttered as they passed it by. "Southern moose. They're not a magical beast, but most of the common grade beasts won't mess with them," Alice replied. That was understandable, the beast was massive. Up ahead they spotted a few smaller magical creatures, and the others watched Carl carefully to see if he had any sort of response to them, but Carl was just in wonder at all the scenery, unlike anything he had ever seen before. "First up, there should be a stone-skin rhino nest around here somewhere. It is further back off the road, so we will have to walk in to find it. One team will come with you, the other will stay to guard the truck so we don't have to walk home. Daniel informed him seriously. All right. Let's go see what we can find. Carl agreed. According to the map, they would have to pass by a bit of the marsh, then they would be back at the river, and that was where they were likely to find the rhino nest, as well as many other predators. Stop. Don't leave the truck. It looks like we found one of our options early. Alice ordered, and Daniel abruptly, but silently, pulled his door closed again. Off in the trees, there was an enormous furry creature with a mottled pattern of golden spots through jet black fur. That should be the golden dire bear that they had informed him of, and it had a small cub with it. The problem was that they were together, and the mother was paying close attention to her young cub, which meant they wouldn't be able to sneak up on it and see if Carl could bond it. The mother is commander rank, and she doesn't look impressed to see us here. How about we go a little further along? Jody suggested. Carl considered the options for a moment. The golden dire bear would be a good team member, especially as they grew so naturally powerful, but getting into a fight with one on the off chance that the cub would forgive him and work together seemed risky. We know where they are now, we can come back later, perhaps with some meat, and see if that puts her in a better mood. Daniel agreed, while Jody began to slowly drive until the bear decided that they were no longer a threat and went back to watching her cub. It's a bit further from the river, but up ahead here there are some survivors of the giant lizard breeds. There aren't many of them left, at least not outside the breeding farms in the west, but any of them should be a viable option. They're not dragons, but there are some drakes among them, and almost every species has some sort of innate skill. Jody explained as he turned down a dirt path. They drove for another 10 minutes, when Jody stopped the truck and pointed to the far side of a clearing where there was a large group of animals, roughly the same 2 meters tall as the golden dire bear had been on all 4 feet, but with thick scales and 3 horns on their wide heads as the Sero were described. They were happily munching plants with beaked mouths, which made Hawk happy, and they seemed to be non-aggressive and less threatened. Those are a subset of the Sero. They're less than half the size of the ones we were looking for, and they lack the full extent of the healing ability, but they have a rather unique racial skill that you might like. These beasts can coat themselves in magical lightning. They use it both as armor and as a weapon when they charge. Jody explained. There are eggs in the nests, and they're closer to us than to the beasts. Do you think that we should take a little trip out and see if we can get one to test? Daniel asked. Carl agreed that they looked like they would be a suitable option, and they had heavy scales all over their body that looked impenetrable, as well as the 3 long horns and the armored head. Let me. I will be in and out in seconds. Hawk suggested. I will send Hawk. Carl informed the others, then opened the door a crack to call the bird out into the open. Hawk streaked through the trees, and as soon as he grabbed an egg, alerting the herd to a predator in their midst, Carl called him back into the beast space. He could feel the egg, the life form inside of it, and it had been pushed to the other space when Hawk entered his home, but it was not ready to hatch. There was something missing for Carl to form a bond with it. I think it's a possibility, but I need to do something, and I'm not sure what. Carl informed the others, as Jody began driving again. Slowly, as if the bird had nothing to do with them. Then we will keep looking. Place the egg here in the padded bag, and we will hold on to it in case it's the best option. Alice explained. In the taming space, Hawk shook his feathers, and something else moved to the secondary space. Did you get something on you? Carl asked curiously. Not sure, what happened? Hawk asked, unable to see the other space or its contents. There is a tiny egg. Like minuscule. Carl explained as he examined the egg. There is another tiny egg there as well. I think that it was on Hawk when he came back. I'm not sure what it is yet. Carl informed the others. Can you bring it out? Or is it too fragile to move easily? Alice asked. It looks very soft, not like a bird egg, but there is something alive in there for certain, I can feel it. Carl explained, then moved the egg to one of the padded bags. The others looked at it in horror, and Alice opened the door. "Get that thing out of here. That's a bloodbath spider egg." Carl looked down at the egg. The bloodbath spider was an urban legend. They were an invasive predator from a nation to the east, and survived entirely on blood, like a mosquito. But unlike the common mosquito, they grew to the size of a small car and had mandibles that could tear through steel to get to what they wanted. They were supposed to have been hunted to extinction, but it seemed that there were still some hiding out here in the wilderness. Carl was still admiring the soft egg when the truck made an abrupt turn, circling back the way that they had arrived from, and Jody increased his speed. "You know that it is an egg, right? It's not hatched." Carl reminded the playboy. "Yeah, you say that now, but where is Mother Bloodbath? They lay their eggs on the strands of their web. If Hawk came back with a spider egg on him, he broke a strand of the web as he flew over to get the other egg. They don't lay many eggs at a time because it would overpopulate an area too quickly, so they're probably going to be very protective," he replied, beginning to panic. "The mother can bite through the armored roof of this truck." Daniel whispered to Carl, explaining the situation more clearly. They had 4 fully trained and high-ranking elites, but precisely 0 who fancied walking home after their car was demolished by a giant spider. Carl moved the egg back into the secondary beast space. If they didn't find another option, this bloodbath spider hatchling would do very well. It looked like the spider and the lightning Sarrow might be his only options if they were picking today, because Jody was headed straight back to town, and he wasn't even slowing down when they got near the river, where the other options on the original list should be. "Well, it appears that I've got 2 choices. How about I hold them both, and see which one I can get to hatch and bond first?" Carl offered as the town walls came back into sight. "2 is enough." Jody agreed. Alice looked ready to disagree with him, but the other 2 looked like they were on his side with the plan to not spend any more time in the wilderness after the day that they had. They had only run into a few predators, but they were the worst possible ones to anger. At the very least, they would wait one night before going back out again. The academy had given permission for the trip, and they didn't have a set schedule, so they could stay out here for a week if they needed it. As long as the answer of whether Carl could bond another monster was clear, they could take all the time that they needed. Once they were both safely set in the secondary beast space, the 2 eggs seemed to be coexisting without any issues, but they couldn't be moved to Hawk space anymore, which made Carl wonder if he was going to have to move one of them out the minute that the other one hatched and bonded. There was one easy way to find out. Carl began to meditate and pour energy into the space, which flooded into the eggs. They were both immature eggs, though of more powerful monsters than the Windspeed Hawk, and the change was immediately noticeable. The embryos in the eggs began to develop at a massively increased rate as the space increased in size to accommodate them. He should probably pick one or the other well before they hatched, but both were growing so well that Carl didn't want to change anything yet. There was always the possibility that he could have multiple beasts in the space once they were bonded. Perhaps this second space was for unbonded pets in waiting. The first to hatch was the Sarrow, with small horns smashing through the eggshell, and a sense of mingled joy and relief flooding Carl's mind as the small reptile bonded with him. As Hawk had done, the beast began to grow rapidly out of its awkward newborn phase, but the Sarrow wasn't as helpless as a baby bird, and he was screaming for food already. Carl focused, and found that he could move the creature to Hawk's space, but he felt like a visitor there. It wasn't his space, but the small prehistoric-looking beast began to happily graze on the imaginary grass that Carl had made, and its body fleshed out with the influx of energy. So, Carl kept adding more energy to the second space with the bloodbath spider egg, which was still growing and maturing. "What are you up to?" "We're here." Alice asked. "I need to focus. I think that the eggs can both be hatched and bonded." Carl muttered, not opening his eyes. "All right, just follow me to a hotel room and you can finish your work," Alice instructed as Jody parked the truck. The others went to talk to the staff, while Alice led Carl to a room, then closed and bolted the door while she waited there with him. "If that spider hatches, and you can't bond it, you will need one of us here to keep you safe." It will be weaker than you, but they're fast, and they can dig inside the skin, which makes victims panic. She explained. Carl hadn't considered that possibility. If he couldn't bond it, he likely couldn't keep it in that space either, but he wasn't sure that either he or Hawk could handle it running wild in the hotel room. A tiny spider running loose would be a nightmare to catch, but Alice was a mage, so she likely had some way to deal with it. Carl forged ahead and kept the progress going on the spider egg in the secondary space, growing it to the size of a baseball, with a transparent membrane that held a large black spider inside. It was almost ready to hatch, and the space had been expanded by quite a bit, though the quality of it still seemed very low compared to the first space. In retrospect, that was the wrong course of action. But Carl had no way of knowing that until the egg hatched, and the pain hit his mind. The moment that the spider egg hatched, the two beast spaces in his mind were nearly torn apart, with a third trying to form, and the imbalance between the complete space and the incomplete one was not allowing them to find a common distribution rate to form the third space. "I need high-energy food, whatever you can get," Carl informed Alice with a pained wince, feeling like his head was going to explode. "What is happening?" the mage asked as she sent a message on her phone to the others. "Both of them hatched too close together for me to equalize their living spaces. It is trying to create a third space in my mind, but the second is not ready to be split, and the first can't give up the energy that it already has." "I need that energy," Carl demanded. "It's on its way, just hold on for a few more seconds, and we will get you something," Alice explained. The reserves for Hawk were almost all raw meat, which Carl would have a horrible time digesting, but there was some roasted chicken in there, which Carl pulled out as a stopgap measure until he could get something with more energy. "Does it have to be meat?" Alice asked frantically. "Anything with an awakened energy level or better," Carl replied as the energy influx from the chicken flowed through his body. Jody rushed in with a bag from the truck, and began pulling out supplies until he got to the prepackaged meals. "These are all ascended rank meat for the main course, and the other dishes should be decent. They're made for commander rank elites on energy-intensive missions," he explained as he tore the first pack open and handed it to Carl with a spoon. A cold ration pack was not exactly fine dining, but it was edible enough, and the energy flow was enough that the immediate pain was fading, while a sense of mental stress was settling in as a third space began to form. Both of the hatchlings were drawing immense amounts of energy from him, and even after Carl did his best to feed them what power he could absorb, it wasn't enough. "I need monster blood and large amounts of magical plants for the new beasts. I think that things will stabilize once they are fed and not drawing energy straight from me," Carl explained, while otherwise completely focused on feeding himself and keeping his focus well enough to stabilize the newly formed space. Magical plants were something that they had plenty of, since the plants didn't have to be edible to humans. Daniel brought back what appeared to be an entire hay bale, while a few minutes after that, Jody returned with a 5-gallon pail full of blood. The shrub was put into the newest area, as the baby Sero seemed to be the more placid of the two, while the bloodbath spider took its name literally, and accidentally fell off the rim of the bucket into the blood before climbing back out to drink more carefully. "You need to keep eating," Alice advised him as Carl began to relax. That made him open his eyes, and look at his hand as he reached out for more food. "What the hell? What happened to me?" he gasped as he looked at the skeletal thin arm in front of him. "You tell us." "You suddenly started to wither, and it's still ongoing, though not as fast as it was at first." "You look like hell," Alice replied. Carl dug into what looked like a set of plates from the buffet, piled high with whatever could be grabbed, and tried to form his thoughts. "The monsters don't share a space the way that I expected them to, or rather, they can't. I didn't realize that until the third one hatched and bonded. It needed to form another mental space, and I wasn't prepared. It drew the energy it needed from me, and it looks like I barely managed to keep up. If the beasts hadn't been hatchlings, they would have needed more energy to stabilize a space at their power level, and I would most likely be dead right now, or one of them would have broken free. There is a cap on the size, but not on the power density of the first space that I have reached. But there is a minimum requirement to properly bond a new pet, I know that now. One separate mental space, with as much or more stored energy than the creature being bonded has. In the future, it would be best to keep going with hatchlings, unless I have time to form a space for them in advance and to stock it with massive amounts of energy. But right now, I need a lot of food for growing beasts, and to try to recover what was spent. I don't even know how long that will take. Have any of you ever seen anything like this before? Carl explained. Jody frowned. I have, but it was the result of a hostile spell, not backlash from an ability. It looks like there are dangers to overextending yourself in this way. But are the two new beasts really stable? Carl inspected the beast spaces. Yes, they are stable, at least for now. They are going to need some time before they're ready to actually begin training, but they are stabilized. Then our priority is to get you back into functional shape. We will help you eat and try to regain energy tonight, and then in the morning we will determine if you need to be hospitalized until you can regain enough of the lost mass to be safely moved back to the academy. Alice informed him with a pitying look on her face. I guess I had better get to work on my recovery then. What do we have for higher rank foods? I will let you know when it's too much for me to digest efficiently. Carl sighed. Start with this salad. It might taste awful, but it's the most potent in the group. It was prepared for us to recover quickly from injuries, so it has healing properties and a commander rank base. Alice offered. Carl took the first bite, and energy flooded his system at a rate faster than anything he had ever experienced, then began to drain into all three of the beast spaces as fast as he could eat. It took immense focus to keep some of that for his own body, but after a few bites, he was getting the hang of splitting the energy 4 ways. The mental strain of the new spaces was diminishing as the energy influx became greater than the beasts need to draw from him in order to stabilize their early growth, but the pounding headache that Carl had was only getting worse. It felt like someone was kicking him in the skull from the inside, but he had no idea what he should do about it. Then, after a few minutes, and 3 of the 4 salads, Carl found the reason. A new voice broke through the pain and whispered in his mind. This food is good. Is there more? The placid voice was coming from the newest of the spaces in his mind, which was currently occupied by the Cerro, who was happily munching away on the plants as his body grew from its hatchling state. I will get you more before that runs out. Carl agreed. That was enough to reassure the creature, and with it the pressure on Carl's mind. At least, some of the pressure on his mind. The bond with the bloodbath spider was still not strong enough, and while the creature seemed happy with the situation that it was in, the bond between them still needed work until Carl could speak to it mentally and ensure that it wasn't going to escape and run rampant through the town. Hawk had a habit of wandering out of the space any time that he wanted, but Carl was fairly certain that he could keep the beasts in the space if he wanted to. Once the bond was formed, they would obey his orders without too many questions, and asking that they stay inside was a simple enough request. With the singular goal of stopping the pain in his head, Carl kept adding energy to the spaces, working to strengthen them while he rebuilt the damage that was done to his body as well as he could with the excess energy that he could spare from the process. A few minutes later, a man in a white coat came into the room, carrying a large box full of various potions and assorted tools that Carl vaguely recognized as medical devices in his distracted state. He's stable, according to my skill, but he's got a long way to go. I will give him a regrowth potion, and I hope that your overseer will cover the cost. These things aren't cheap. The doctor informed the other elites in the room. Daniel laughed. We were sent here directly by the Bureau of Elite Development. We can put it on the expense account, no need for a reimbursement filing. That was the best news that the doctor had heard all day, and with that magic promise of a direct billing to the expense account, he was eager to break out all the best treatments to get the young student fully recovered from whatever mishap he had sustained. Might I ask what caused this? If I know, I might be able to treat it more effectively. The doctor asked. That's a fine question, and we really don't know the answer. He is a strange class marking, and he bonded a wind-speed hawk-type magical beast to him in order to gain power. On this outing, We wanted to see if he could add more monsters and expand his powers. Well, it worked, and he added 2, but there was some sort of backlash. It was too much mental strain, but then it started siphoning off his body as well. Alice explained. What 2 monsters? The doctor asked. A Sero, probably one of the smaller lightning adept varieties, and a bloodbath spider, both hatchlings. She explained. It is possible that the bloodbath spider was not getting what it needed, and it fed from the elite's body instead. Did you find some food for it? Hatchlings are born hungry. He asked. We did. There is a lot of awakened quality blood for it and a smaller amount of ascended because we weren't sure what it would be able to digest. Alice explained. The doctor pulled another set of potions out and began to set up an 4 drip for Carl, to make it easier to keep feeding him potions until he recovered. I suspect that a lot of the issue will be blood loss, and extreme dehydration. Did you say that the Sero has lightning or regeneration as its primary racial skill? The doctor requested, with a notepad in his hands. We would assume lightning, as they were the smaller variety at the nest, but it's freshly hatched, and we haven't seen the bonded animal's ability yet. That was good enough for the doctor, and he added more rapid healing medication to the bag, and an electrical insulator on the stand. One thing that he didn't want was for his expensive treatment to get shocked into uselessness if the monster broke free during treatment. He needn't have worried so much about that particular pet. It was perfectly happy eating in the beast space, with little to no motivation to do anything else right now. The bloodbath spider, on the other hand, was glutted on monster blood and bored, looking for something to do, while it was stuck in a featureless space with barely enough energy to be comfortable. I will add more features later, so that you can start making yourself comfortable. Carl placated the spider. At least a tree to build my web in, something. The spider complained, not understanding the intricacies of building the contents of the space. Carl took a branch from the pile of food that they had brought into the room for him to feed his pets, and moved it into the fist-sized spider's area, near the bucket of blood. That's a start. It sighed with relief, then set about making a nest in the branch, with stringers that ran to the bucket, so it didn't have to walk across the unnerving nothingness to get there. An hour later, the doctor switched the medicines in the 4 bag, and Carl's body began filling back out to something closer to his natural state. It wasn't a full recovery, but the elites in the room were feeling a lot better about his chances of not only surviving this mishap but coming out better for it. The 2 monsters that Carl had bonded would both grow up to be extremely powerful without any additional help, but the evidence showed that simply being bonded to Carl would help them grow to be smarter and stronger than usual in a much shorter time. Between the hawk, the armored body of the Sero, and the bloodbath spider, they would form a combination that very few elites would be able to take down once they were fully grown. The bond grew as Carl stabilized the spaces all through the next day, and after a few glasses of straight monster blood, they were beginning to make progress on returning his body to its normal state. Currently, the feedback from the 2 new monsters wasn't great, and mostly it was them drawing from Carl and Hawk, who was also eating heavily to sustain the burden of their 2 rapidly growing hatchlings. But already Carl could feel that the demand was decreasing as they grew in power, and soon it would reverse, with them beginning to strengthen his awakened grade physique. The bloodbath spider in particular. It was born on the strong side of awakened rank, going by its physique, but nobody in the room really knew what its innate skill was. It could tear apart an armored car with its mandibles, and smoothly cut through monster flesh with the claws at the end of its legs, but pure power wasn't enough to explain its deadly reputation at its level. Just after lunch, the best sign that the bonds were normalizing appeared. The Sero, who insisted its name was Thor, after someone in the room had mentioned the mythical god of lightning, had settled in to sleep off a heavy meal, and Carl received a mental impression of a new power. Refreshing lightning, create a lightning barrier around the caster that damages enemies and increases healing speed. Thor's lightning isn't just lightning. It is a magical effect that also slightly increases healing speed. I just gained access to it, but I don't dare use it in bed and hooked up to the 4. At least not the first time. Carl informed the others. Whoops of joy filled the small hotel room, and the weary elites began to celebrate the fact that there didn't seem to be any lingering damage to Carl's body from the mishap. Now, we just need to find out what the ability of the bloodbath spider is, and we're set. Alice cheered. Carl checked on the spider in his mind. It had gone from the size of a baseball to the size of a volleyball overnight, and it had consumed nearly a third of the bucket of blood that they had provided for it. But it was happily sleeping in the hammock it had made in the small branch it had been given, and wasn't ready to answer questions yet. Give it a bit longer. They're both sleeping it off, and I need to do some more strengthening of the spaces before they grow any more powerful. The incredible body growth speed is great in theory, but I wasn't prepared to contain them, and I'm still worried that they will grow faster than I can keep providing a home for them. Hawk was good that way. His initial power level started low, and he grew with practice, but these two are growing powerful quickly without any training at all. He explained. That's fine, take all the time that you need. Should we get you more of the monster blood to drink? Jody asked, concern clear on his face. It's fine. I think that the initial lack was due to the spider, and once we got a bucket of blood in there for it, I just needed to replenish what I lost. Carl sighed. That was completely unexpected, but they had gained valuable insights into the bonding process, and the possible side effects of bonding to something beyond your level. The spider still hadn't made direct contact with his mind yet, though he could feel its curiosity about where it was and what Carl was. They were lone predators by nature and had only recently taken to protecting their young as their numbers dwindled. Before that, they were nomadic, and once they mated, the females would lay single eggs every few days as they traveled, spreading their clutch far and wide. For most of the day, they all rested, moving past the excitement of the night before, and just before dinner, the doctor came to remove the forestand and the needles from Carl's arm. It looks like you're healed well enough to be in the clear now. Not all elites heal faster than normal, but you should be alright on your own, and you will just need some training to rebuild the muscle mass that you lost. The doctor informed Carl with a professional gaze. Thanks, document. I will get to that as soon as the headaches are gone, and I'm feeling less dizzy. I think it should be within a day or so. Possibly, right after dinner. Carl replied. The doctor got back to tending to the rest of the frontier town, which Carl had learned was as much a military outpost as a town. They might not dress like it, but most of the townsfolk were low-level elites, people who never made it past common grade, and who signed up to work for the Defense Department. Like the doctor, who could make various medicines, but nothing amazingly powerful by magical standards, they were still elites, but doing the most dangerous sort of job by keeping the wild monsters restricted to the south and not moving into the more populated areas. Let me stand up, and I will see if this lightning is enough to help me recover. Carl suggested. Outside. Try the first time outside, in case you can't control it properly. Daniel reminded him. The first few attempts to stand up were shaky, but Carl was feeling better by the step, and once they were out in the parking lot, he was ready to give the refreshing lightning a try. Soft blue light crackled over his body, and Carl felt his body strengthening, while the sleeping Thor woke up for a moment to see who was under attack. Once it realized that it was just Carl healing himself, the newborn beast went back to sleep, secure in its small home and tired from the effort of growing so much. Impressive. The muscle mass is growing back at a notable rate, recovering from the damaged and dehydrated tissues, your skin is clearing up, and your pores are getting cleansed. You even smell faintly of ozone. It's a healing effect and a spa treatment in one. Jody noted with glee. Unfortunately, I can't put it on anyone else. But I think it's going to be a fairly reliable defensive technique. Carl agreed. The last thing that they needed to do to determine the usefulness of the ability was to test it. Alice raised a barrier in between them, and gestured toward it with her fist. With just the lightning up, give that a punch as hard as you can. It will tell us how your muscles are recovering, as well as if the lightning can already stand up to an awakened rank impact. If it can't, it will break around your fist when you hit the barrier. She explained. Carl snapped a fast punch at the barrier, and frowned. His strength wasn't fully recovered, and the physical strength wasn't as high as he would have preferred, but the lightning crackled against the barrier, making it glow bright blue, and held firm. Well, it's an awakened rank ability, for certain. Carl will need to keep the lightning up as much as possible for a while, but the barrier is as good or better than that awakened rank training armor. Alice informed the others. Is it safe to touch? As in, can you sit down in a chair without scorching it? Daniel asked. Carl took a step back and saw the faint scorch marks where he was standing. I'm going with no. Even through my shoes, it's burning the ground. But it's not burning off my uniform, which is a big win for my dignity. Carl replied with a shrug. Yeah, best not to tempt fate. You aren't recovering as fast as the big Sero or the Trice with their indestructible, innate ability, but it's still much faster than I had expected. Daniel agreed. I feel well enough to sit for a proper dinner now, so how about we go eat? Carl suggested as he released the refreshing lightning ability. Eat? A soft feminine voice hissed in his mind. Are you hungry for something different? Carl asked delicately, hoping to make a good first impression on the spider. No, blood is life, life is power. I need a bigger nest before I lure prey. She replied. The spider reminded Carl of when Hawk was a baby, all about food. Always with the mice requests. Of course, if he hadn't had a massive growth spurt, those requests might not have stopped, but the focus on making the beast situation right for comfortable eating was the same. The group sat down to a proper dinner at a restaurant down the street, while the spider peered out of Carl's mind, content in its small nest, but intrigued by the world around them. They killed it and burned it. Why do they do that to the food? The spider asked. For humans, it tastes better this way, and we can digest it more easily. Carl informed her. Interesting. I will try some. Carl put a bit of steak in the beast's face, and the spider happily tore it apart before eating it in delicate bites that directly contrasted with the ferocity used to portion it. Not bad, it simulates the warmth of living food. Humans are strange, but smart. It is very tender, and they put something on it for flavor as well. I approve. Carl smiled at the response, and Alice gestured for him to share with the group. My new spider friend gives her compliments to the chef. She approves of making the meat hot and tender, as well as the seasoning. Carl explained. Does she have a name? Alice asked. Carl knew she was listening, so he waited while she came up with an answer. Even if you don't, that is fine. I can help you come up with what you would like to be called later. He soothed the spider. What should I be called? For I am the bringer of death, the one that all are fearful to speak of, the shadow that stalks the night and haunts the dreams of prey. I am power and stealth, what name could suit such a mighty being? Carl could sense the immense pride, but it was for her speech, and not for herself. She was very proud that she had come up with something good, and she had no concept of what an edgy emo teen was, so she had no idea how much she sounded like one. She hasn't yet picked a suitable name. If I come up with one, we will decide on it later. Carl informed the others. We will come up with something suitably impressive for you. But maybe it will be simple. Thor named himself after the god of lightning, so perhaps you would like to be named after the spider goddess, Arachne. Carl suggested. There was a pause as she considered it. The spider didn't know anything about human gods. Is she a cool god? She asked. Very cool, and the most talented of gods at weaving. Carl agreed. That name is too coarse. I will be Ray, short for Arachne. She decided. Change of plans. She will be called Ray, short for Arachne, the spider goddess. Carl explained to the group, who were all waiting, while he had a silent conversation in his mind. Hawk, Thor and Ray, all superb names. Daniel complimented the beasts before continuing to eat. Please let us know when we can meet her. Alice replied with a smile, and Carl felt the spider looking out of his mind. Later, not now. It is too bright and too far from my nest. Maybe tonight. She isn't fond of bright places while she's still growing. Carl explained. Oh, that makes sense. We will meet tonight if she is up for it, and then after we have done some basic tests tomorrow we will head back to the academy. I'm sure they're concerned about you, and Sergeant Rita is probably going to murder me for ruining her lesson plans again. Alice laughed. Carl gave her a questioning look, and the mage continued. Well, you've got 3 pets now, right? Hawk is well versed in working with you, but he's never worked with the others, and they haven't done any survival training at all. Once they are back at the academy, the sergeant will want them all trained to work in a team for safety and to enhance their power. She explained. That got Thor's attention. There is safety and power in numbers. Together is much better than alone. On the way back to the hotel, Carl called out to Thor, who immediately began to run in a circle, sniffing the other team members so that he would recognize them as friends later. Then he came to stand by Carl's feet and looked around for something to eat. There isn't much food out here. But there are more friends. When we get back to the academy, I will introduce you to other trustworthy people as well. Carl explained. The lightning Sparrow was the size of a large dog already, up from the ostrich egg size that he started from, and his horns were already beginning to grow. One on his nose, above the thick-beaked mouth, and 2 more on the armored frill that looked strangely like jade stone, slightly shiny, with wavy white lines through it in a pattern that spread down all its scales and thickened to pure white on its belly. The tail ended in a large armored ball with small studs all over it, like a living wrecking ball, but Thor was careful not to smash people with his tail as he ran around. The townspeople looked at them like they were crazy, wandering around with a baby lightning Sparrow, but the creature was happy like a puppy and not attacking anyone, so they didn't voice their complaints about the danger of bringing monsters into town. Humans don't get big, do they? Just wait, I will be big enough to take care of you soon. Thor informed him with certainty that made Hawk laugh. Carl hadn't realized that the beasts could hear each other when they talked to him, but Hawk certainly could hear Thor. Thor wasn't worried about Hawk, though. His scales were so hard that the average wind-speed hawk would only pose a minimal threat to him, and they would be unable to drag him away into the sky with his size. Hawk still might not be able to lift him easily, but with Rend and Shred, the winner of a fight between them was unlikely to be Thor until he grew up. Humans don't have to be huge, they're smart. Haven't you been looking at all the strange things they have made? This place is like one huge web for hundreds of them. Ray added in her gentle voice. Thor didn't understand. Webs weren't a danger, they were just silk strings. But there were plenty of humans here, a whole herd of them that stayed in one spot, so they must be strong somehow. Thor took in everything that there was to see, and relayed the information to the others. Ray didn't want to come out in the light, and Hawk knew that they were likely to shoot at him if he flew around town. Jody led them to an open field near the edge of town, a sport field for the local school, and then stopped the group. Let's get everyone out now. I know that Ray isn't comfortable in the light, but we're all friends here, so it should be all right. He announced, using his tone to imply that it was more of an order than a suggestion. Hawk happily went to stand by Thor, but Ray hesitated, still uncomfortable being in the open and around anyone in the light. Carl went over to stand in the shade of some trees at the edge of the field, and Ray relented, exiting the beast space to hide in the branches. If there is a threat, I will pull you right back into the space if you don't notice it first. Just focus on the space, and you can return to it when you are close to me. Carl informed the skittish spider. Isn't she coming out? Jody asked, and Carl sensed Ray's smug smile even without looking at her. She's a bloodbath spider. Her body adapts coloration to her surroundings. She's in the tree, you idiot. Anise reprimanded him, speaking for the first time all day and startling everyone. She was normally quiet and let the boisterous blonde man do all the talking, but when she did speak, her reprimand brought him to an instant stop. Oh, right. Yes, there she is. Jody stammered, while Alice openly laughed at him. I like your friends. They're funny. Ray giggled. Miss Ray, would you mind attacking a barrier spell for me, so we can see how your abilities are growing? Alice asked politely, before making the barrier in the branches of the tree, so the spider didn't have to come out. Ray inspected it for a moment, then her body surged with power, and she descended upon the barrier in a frenzy of violence. As soon as she attacked, Carl understood the brilliance of the bloodbath spider's evolution. The energy on her front claws and mandibles adapted as soon as she first touched the barrier, and insight flowed into Carl's mind. Offensive adaptation, passive ability that allows attacks to take on a more efficient form based on the target. Alice whistled in appreciation as the blows rained down on the barrier until the spider exhausted herself and backed up to the trunk of the tree, annoyed that the barrier didn't break. That is impressive. Just on attack power, you would certainly be ranked as Ascended, though the actual energy level is much lower and at the bottom end of Awakened. Alice informed her. Then the mage turned to Thor. Would you like to try as well? She set up the barrier on the ground, standing as tall as herself, and Thor ran off into the distance, then coated himself in lightning before charging forward. The beast hit the magical barrier with a bang, and rebounded, lifting himself up off the ground and hurling himself back half a meter. Then he laughed, ran off and came at it again. This is awesome. Thor cheered as he slammed into the spell again at a full run. Be careful, or you're going to break a horn. Carl laughed as the lightning Sero made for a third pass. Horns are hard. They will be fine, the lightning isn't breaking. Thor replied, then slammed into the barrier again, lighting it up and flinging himself into the air. How his neck is fine after that, I have no idea. I've never seen an animal seriously injure themselves in a charge, but it's not normally that violent. Daniel joked. Thor roared in pride, and slammed into the barrier again before laughing and panting. We will have to work on your cardio if you're going to play with the barrier all day long. Carl informed him. I don't know what a cardio is, but I trust you. Thor replied as he caught his breath and prepared to go again. The group sat in the grass and watched Thor charge the barrier over and over, while Ray laughed at him and Hawk lazily circled in the air over the field. Once they had realized that the monsters were with the elites in the field, the local citizens' panic had subsided. The elites had seen stranger things in their time than a few tame beasts, so although they were deadly, the townsfolk quickly realized that they weren't a threat. Once it started to get dark, Ray finally came down from the tree, blending into the grass as well as she could until she was hidden behind Carl's back where he sat at the edge of the field. That let her observe the humans from much closer, while Hawk and Thor returned to their spaces to rest. We now know what allows the bloodbath spider to be so deadly. Lovely Miss Ray here can adapt her attacks to whatever she is targeting, so it's the most efficient option for destroying it. Carl was explaining to the others. Hey, why are you telling them that? She protested. So they can come up with a way to help you make it even stronger. Carl replied. She had to think about that for a while, as did the other elites. Can you do it, since you're bonded with her? Alice asked. I can, but not as well as she can. Carl agreed. He couldn't modify his gloves or even his fingernails with the ability like she could her claws and mandibles, but the energy from Rend could be altered to some degree when it was held in a layer over them. Alice brought up another barrier, and Carl focused for a second before throwing a full-strength shred at it. The spell changed from red to golden as it hit the barrier, and the field filled with golden light as the spell was dissipated. Pain lanced through Carl's skull, and he cradled his head in his hands. It looks like I'm not quite at full recovery yet. The energy draw still makes my head hurt after a single attack. Once the spaces are in better shape, I think that it should be fine. A week, maybe 2. He explained. The others sighed in resignation. They would have to explain that he was injured during a training mishap if he wouldn't be healed before they returned, and they really didn't want to have to fill out the paperwork involved in returning an injured student to the academy. Why don't we give it another day here, and you can meditate with the lightning barrier up the entire time except for meals. Then we can judge whether it will take the full 2 weeks to completely recover. Daniel suggested. That's not a bad idea. I will start as soon as we get back. I understand now how to hold the barrier tight to my body so it doesn't burn things through my clothes. Carl agreed. Daniel gestured for him to try, and then grabbed Carl's shirt and nodded in satisfaction when he didn't get shocked. That works for me. I will go buy a good cushion or a beanbag chair for you. If you're going to meditate that long, comfort is important. The warrior informed the group. Carl ushered everyone into the space, against Thor's protests. He was tired, but he wasn't done with the barrier game yet. You can play again later. There are more mages at the academy who can create them, and Miss Alice will be at most of my classes to make them while I work. Carl explained. Thor was excited, but Ray wasn't much less eager to test that barrier again. She would take some time to figure out how it worked, and grow a little more, then she was certain she could find a way to destroy it. If it existed, she could eventually find a way to tear it apart to get to the good bits inside. Maybe that was it, she might just be lacking motivation. She would ask Carl to put food inside the barrier when she was ready to try again. That should help. Or she could practice on Thor's barrier, and try to break it right before he could ram it. That would be fun too. The fact that Alice was a commander rank mage made no difference to Ray. It was just a matter of time in her mind before she would be able to smash that barrier with a single strike. Carl had 2 goals that night. First, he would create a nice shady set of low trees for Ray to rest and make her web in, and he would make a training field for Thor to run around. That Carl had 2 goals that night. First, he would create a nice shady set of low trees for Ray to rest and make her web in, and would be enough to keep the 2 of them happy for a little while, and the standard of having decent plant life corresponded to the level of beast space development that Hawk needed when he first advanced to awakened rank power. Carl was assuming that the development of the space that was needed would be the same for all beasts at the same power level, and he would just have to keep up while they went through their initial growth phase, so the space didn't fall behind and cause him this same mental pain again. Being unable to use the abilities that he had was a huge step backward for his personal power, even bigger than the degradation of his body that had yet to recover. Jody returned not long after they reached the hotel with a large beanbag chair and a smile on his face. This one is perfect. It is filled with glass beads. They're an electrical insulator, so the shock shouldn't travel anywhere, even if it leaks from Carl, he announced. That wasn't quite how magical lightning worked. It would melt the beads, but nobody bothered to mention that, as a beanbag chair was precisely what they needed, and even if the lightning leaked and melted the beads, it should form a more comfortable seat for Carl tonight. Once the recovery process was complete, Carl wouldn't have to split his energy into healing himself, and the development of the beast spaces would improve, but for now, the teams were more worried about avoiding a lingering injury report and light-duty training modification appeal to go with the incident report that they were already going to have to do. Carl started with the easier parts, the increase in the quality of the 2 spaces, and the addition of simple grass to the ground. Instead of the short grass that Hawk liked, it was longer grass. Ray liked to hide in the long grass, and Thor liked the way that it tickled his belly scales. No judgment. Then Carl left Thor's mostly empty, as all the other plants in the space were going to be food products. The power density of both was increased evenly at the start, but after a few hours, Carl began to experiment and found that Ray actually required much more power in her space to relieve the strain on his mind. Her species was the more powerful of the 2, and her power was growing more rapidly as well. The side effects of that could be problematic later, but the short-term benefits would be huge. By the time that the sun came up in the morning, Carl was no longer feeling the drain of the 2 monsters on his mind, and he was beginning to feel an influx of energy instead. Each of the 3 had a different feeling to it. It was difficult to describe, but Carl likened it to the feeling of wind in his hair, grass under his feet and a comfortable blanket. He briefly stopped for breakfast in the restaurant downstairs, which had amassed a huge amount of meat, blood and magical plants to restock his pets, then returned to his meditation. If he ever returned here, he would owe them a huge favor for helping him out with the feeding duties, as he now had weeks' worth of food stored for everyone, and someone had even found him another strength stone to mix with the blood for Ray. That was a winning combination, according to the bloodbath spider. The extra energy in the blood was helping her body form, which was improving the feedback, which in turn was restoring Carl's body and increasing the quality of her home. It might not look like they were getting much done, but the three monsters were undergoing a massive strengthening. Even Hawk was getting in on it now that the other two had stabilized. The three spaces seemed to feed off each other and the monsters within. That helped the others grow as much as it did Carl, and hour by hour, they were actually getting further ahead of him on the strength scale. It didn't feel like a problem, as long as the strength of the beast space held up, it didn't matter how strong his own body was. It was improving, though. He was stronger than before he had arrived, if not by much. That news was a massive relief to the others at dinner that evening. Seeing Carl recovered and glowing with power assured them that they had made the right choice in bringing him here and letting him bond both monsters. There was a short-term setback, but now they were ahead and still gaining. Do you think that there will be any long-term damage? Alice asked as Carl finished his dinner and prepared to go back to meditation. Not really. There will be a definite reduction in maximum growth speed, with 3 spaces to enhance instead of 2. I will be spending most of my spare time in meditation, with little time for anything else until they are full-grown. But after that, the extra space means what I can provide will be split 3 ways, and it will be up to the feedback from the monsters to progress. Until I reach the higher side of commander rank, that shouldn't be a big issue, as their natural growth will provide a significant portion of the strength growth we need. But after that, it's going to be a hard grind, and then I will either have to find another way to keep us growing or find a 4th partner with even higher potential to pull us all up. I'm not even sure that will be realistic, though. You saw what happened this time. Even if I prepare, how much strain will an overlord or royal rank monster cub put on my mind? They're even more intelligent than these 3, or so I have heard, and their energy requirements have got to be immense. So, you're saying that your class will have a minimal impact on the growth of the monsters beyond their adult peak? Alice asked. Not quite. It will have a much larger impact on the ones with lower innate potential, and then after that bonus from the early growth phase ends, we will be looking at years and not weeks or months to move up a rank. I can't guarantee that it will hold true forever, but with the scaling once Hawk was full grown, and the power difference between the levels that is described in the textbooks, I would say that making commander would be relatively easy, but it might be pushing it to make royal before graduation, and then monarch by age 25. Of course, a new pet, a new technique, or even just a better understanding of how to leverage resources for growth could shorten that considerably. Alice laughed out loud, drawing the attention of the others in the restaurant. Don't let the others hear you call royal before 18 years old a slow progression rate. Even I'm more than a little jealous, and I'm still a young maiden. She reminded him quietly. Carl was fairly sure that neither of those words applied to Alice anymore, at least not from his perspective. But who was he to argue with her self-assessment? Daniel tapped the table to get everyone's attention. We will be heading out in the morning. Carl has recovered enough to return to his regularly scheduled classes, and the pets are both bonded and growing smoothly. That completes the conditions of our outing, and the Colonel will not be happy if she finds out we decided to take a little vacation after the job was done. There was no doubt about that. Colonel Valerie had a bit of a human side, but it was hidden deep under her adherence to rules and regulations. To say that Ray was excited about the car ride was an understatement. The bloodbath spider naturally wanted to travel to spread their brood and find a mate, and as they gained intelligence, that instinct turned into a form of wanderlust. Being able to cover this much ground in one day was wonderful for the young spider, who watched everything from the safety of her growing nest within the low trees and bushes that Carl was creating in the space for her. On the other hand, Thor had no interest at all in the scenery. He was content to munch all day long as long he was certain that he wasn't being left behind. Even compared to Ray, he still had a lot of growing to do. Most of her size would come from her long legs, with a comparatively small body, so she was going to reach full maturity before he would, but he also had a solid and durable body to form with armored plates that needed time to solidify. Hawk was more eager to get back and show Dana their new friends. She had 2 golems now, but Carl had 3 pets. They weren't outnumbered anymore, and with the amount that Thor was growing, they wouldn't even be the physically smaller team for long. It was a good thing that the Lightning Sero was content to remain within his safe space because he wouldn't be able to wander around the balcony for long. Carl was more worried about Dana's response to Ray. The bloodbath spider was a sensitive soul, and having someone be terrified of her at first sight would be a heavy blow. Not everyone was terrified of spiders, but monstrous spiders the size of a small table might be a different story. They drove through the day, and classes were long over by the time that they made it back to the academy. From the direction that they arrived, Carl realized that they had actually detoured around to the far side of the area by nearly 50 kilometers because there was only one road leading in and out of the academy, and it ran alongside the railroad tracks. Keeping the academy isolated was best for both safety and security, but he hadn't realized how remote this region was until he was paying attention to the trip during the daytime. Alright, everyone will need to fill out a mission report for the morning, and this one is going to be significantly longer than usual, with the progress that was made. I will let you all rest for now, and see you all later. Alice instructed the others while looking at Carl to ensure he knew that meant him as well. The academy and the government would naturally want to know all about the new pets, as well as the backlash from bonding too when his mind was only ready for one weaker pet. Normally, he would omit the speculative parts when he made a report, but this time it seemed important enough not to skip, so he added it to his report, along with a note about how trying to bond a fully grown monster might be a disaster if it was significantly more powerful than he was. Not to mention that fact that if it wasn't significantly stronger than him as an adult, then bonding it would be a mistake, as it would hinder his growth. A brisk knock at his door after dinner alerted him to a visitor, and Carl let Dana in, noticing how he looked a bit panicked and exhausted. What happened? Did they come up with new training for you as well? Carl asked as she flopped down on the bed. You could say that. The choreography and singing teachers have decided that we're not paying enough attention to them with all the cutbacks in their allotted time. They have to split the afternoons now, and they have been prohibited from issuing homework, as Jill decided my magic is more important than their department's plans. So, they're going crazy every day to pack everything they want me to learn into the time that they have. Dana explained, staring at the ceiling. Have you eaten? I can grab something and bring it to the room. I have some new friends after this trip, and they could use a bit more variety in their diet. Carl suggested. I did. Jill brought something to the end of choreography class, and I ate before coming over. I think that she's trying to pull me out of the classes entirely, but someone senior to her isn't going for it. Carl smiled. In that case, would you like to meet someone? She is a lovely fuzzy bloodbath spider, and she likes meeting people, but not in the bright sunlight. Dana smiled. You bonded a spider? He nodded. And a lightning Sero, but he's sleeping right now. Ray is growing more smoothly, and she wants out to explore the room. Dana nodded, and Carl brought the spider out to sit on the bed next to her. The two stared at each other for a few seconds, then Dana smiled and Ray moved closer, as if to get a better look at her. So, this is a juvenile female human. She's cuter than the other ones. Tell her that I say hello. Ray instructed. Ray says hello. I'm not sure if you can shake hands safely, given her claws, but she's very friendly. Carl explained. Do you know about magic? I need to study some spells, and it was too loud in my dorm for that. It was great for focus training, with the random explosions from the neighbors' rooms making it harder to keep the spell stable, but for reading, it is just distracting. Dana asked the spider. I know about magic. Lots of animals use magic. What is reading? Carl briefly explained the concept of books, written language and learning from recorded information, which shocked the young spider. That is great. You don't even need them to be nearby to learn from them. Books are good. I will watch her technique. Carl laughed. She's still quite young, and hasn't seen enough books to learn to read yet, but she wants to watch you. I need to meditate to improve the power level in her mental space, but you two are free to work. Ray ran out onto the balcony and disappeared into the foliage, then followed Dana to the gazebo and began admiring the hammock before creating one of her own from webbing. Bloodbath spider web was very versatile. It could either be flimsy enough that the smallest of disturbances would break it and alert the spider in its web, or it could be strong enough to hold a 100-kilogram monster in place despite attempts to escape. What she used this time was the stronger kind, but without the stickiness, so that she could more easily move about and watch the reading process below her. Carl settled in to meditate, listening to Ray's reactions as she admired the pictures in the book and contemplated what the runes would mean. Dana was narrating things to her, thinking out loud, as she worked on the assignment to improve her spell formation speed. Ray wasn't much help, as she only knew one ability, but the moral support seemed to be helping the two of them bond. With Ray outside, it also reduced the strain on his mind a little, as she was burning her energy and not using his to actively grow. Carl realized that this would be a great advantage to him, and he worked much harder on her space, getting it further ahead of Thor's space, in balance with the progression speed of the two species. The next morning, Carl completely forgot to warn Jill about the spider on the balcony, but when she failed to return with Dana after a minute, he went in to check on them and found her wrapped up like a cocoon, and glowing with power from her hastily raised magical barrier. "Thanks for finally coming to check on me. Now, would you kindly ask this young lady to let me go so that I can get my charge to class on time?" Jill requested. Carl considered the look of restrained rage at being attacked for a second time by Carl's pets when she went to wake Dana up, and for a moment, he contemplated whether it might not be safer to leave her there. But she could break out easily enough, she was just waiting for him to do it so that she didn't have to fight with the bloodbath spider. "Ray, you can let her out. She is Dana's teacher, she won't hurt her, just wake her up for early morning instructions before breakfast," Carl instructed. "That sounds like torture to me." The spider replied suspiciously, then vanished into the beast's space, which was now becoming much more comfortable after another night of work by Carl. "Alright, she's definitely not a morning person. But she won't attack any more today," Carl informed the teacher, who gave him a pointed look. "Right, the web." Carl activated the enhanced rend on his index finger and cut the surprisingly durable webbing down the front, releasing Jill to shake Dana awake. "See, she's not even just vibrating the web, she's shaking her like some animal," Ray informed Carl in an insulted tone. 5 more minutes. The young mage complained, and Carl smiled. It was the same thing every day, but her schedule was so packed that she couldn't waste any time in the morning. Carl walked over and gently rocked the hammock, then plucked a string by Dana's head, which she should hear vibrating next to her ear. "Fine, I will get up," she mumbled and opened her eyes. "How did you do that?" Jill asked in shock. Wise advice from the bloodbath spider. She knows all the best ways to operate a web, Carl explained. Jill looked down at the mass of spiderweb on the ground, then picked it up, expecting a mass of loose strands now that it had been cut open, but the strands were stuck to each other and interwoven, creating a form of blanket. "You know, this is actually pretty well made, all things considered," Jill noted as she admired the soft white silk. "Carl brought me a silk blanket. That looks comfy." Dana agreed, while Carl tried not to laugh. "No. A certain someone thought it was appropriate to wrap me in webbing when I tried to wake you up the first time. Now, we need to go, or we will be late. Carl, we will be borrowing your shower, there isn't time to make a detour across the floor," Jill insisted. "You cut the times awfully close. Go ahead, I will head down and eat first while I go over my day with Sergeant Rita. I'm sure she has a few questions about my mission report anyhow." But Rita didn't lead him to the cafeteria, she led him to the staff lounge, where they could talk without the curious student ears listening in. The teachers were all privy to the official reports, so there was no point in hiding it from them. Carl and Dana had been the talk of the staff for a while now, and once the new pet was spotted, everyone would be gossiping about it. Start at the beginning. There was a lot in that report and I want it play by play from the time that you left the academy, she instructed. Carl went over the trip, the early morning locust attack, and then got into the sighting of the golden dire bear. So the other pet, the one named Thor in your report, is a golden dire bear? Rita asked. No, we left it alone. Picking a fight with it and stealing its cub seemed like a monumentally bad idea when it was ready to charge our truck, so we left and went looking for something less hostile. Carl explained. He realized his mistake. In his report, Carl had only briefly mentioned the species of the pets, and had been referring to them by name for the rest of the document, so a cursory scan would be confusing. We were headed further into the trees, and away from the river, when we came across a clutch of lightning sarrow eggs, while the herd was on the far side of the clearing. I sent Hawk to recover an egg, then brought them both back into my mental space. But it wasn't just the one egg. There was a bloodbath spider egg stuck in his feathers as well. So I set about hatching them both. Carl explained. And of course, nobody realized that would be a terrible idea until after you were injured. She replied with an eye roll. Exactly. I didn't expect them to hatch that close together, and I was unprepared for the requirements that each of them must have a separate space, even though they can move to the other beast's space. So I had to mentally form the third one in a hurry when the bloodbath spider hatched, and that put a lot of strain on my mind and body. The extra mission time was to recover enough to stabilize the bonds, and now I'm back to as good as new, or something close to it. Carl agreed. Can we see? One of the teachers at the next table asked. Of course. Ray, do you want to come see people? Thor, if you come out to say hello, they will rub your head for you. Carl instructed. Thor bounded out, nearly knocking one of the teachers out of his chair before stopping himself, while Ray appeared, but hid under the table on Carl's thighs. Oh, she's shy. All right, we will admire her from a distance. The older mage who taught his morning accuracy training class said softly, with a gesture for the others not to scare the spider. Thor had no such restrictions, and the large dog-sized animal happily bumped against people, asking to be patted, nearly spearing a dozen people before realizing that his horns were going to be in the way if he kept charging at them headfirst for attention. Is this the lightning sarrow variety? The smaller ones? One of the teachers asked. Yeah, he will get about 2 meters tall, if he's the size of his parents, so he will be big, but not elephant-sized. Carl agreed. The teacher happily rubbed at the scales on Thor's side. He's going to be beautiful with these deep green and white scales. Have you decided what sort of training he will undergo? Not yet. That's what Rita is glaring at me for, I think. And maybe the fact that there is a giant spider climbing up her leg. That made the teachers burst into laughter, but Ray was intrigued by the sergeant's uniform, and she wanted to find out what the buttons were made of. The button, as it turned out, was made of blackened brass, and after poking at it for a few seconds and then rubbing her mandible against it to see what it felt like, Ray gave up on the button and returned to her space to avoid the attention that she was getting while out in the open. Once she's fully grown, I think that she will be more open about being outside, but for now, she is much more comfortable in places where she can camouflage herself, especially dark places. Carl explained. We won't force her out where she's uncomfortable then. The leader of the mage training agreed, while he rubbed Thor's head. One new and friendly pet was good enough for the teachers, but Rita had brought Carl here for an actual reason, and not just to talk about how his weekend went. Are you healed well enough to begin full training schedules again? The notes said that there had been some mental damage, and there is no good way to quantify that. She asked very seriously. I feel better, but the only way to know for sure is to actually start training again and see if the pain returns. The 2 new spaces have advanced enough now that I am getting feedback from the pets, and not needing to constantly feed the spaces to keep them contained, so it should be alright. I'm not sure how much training I will be up for, though. I am going to need a lot of time to work on mental strength just to keep ahead of their growth rate. Carl explained. Alright, then we can go to the morning classes as scheduled. The afternoon classes will be changed starting today, as the decision has been made that there is not enough training for your pets now that there are 3 of them. Sending Thor out to get his head rubbed is not officially training, no matter what the other professors tell you. Rita reminded him. What exactly they were going to teach Thor was a mystery to Carl, but as they finished their breakfast and headed for the training field for Hawk to practice, Rita got a much better idea. Thor is a growing boy, and he needs his exercise, so what we're going to do today is to have you sit and meditate while Hawk blocks the attacks, and I will bring some mages from the early ascended class who are working on barriers to help Thor practice his skills. As soon as he heard the word barrier, Thor's head perked up in the beast's face. He loved the barrier game, and it would be even better with more barriers. Won't that be a waste for the other students? Carl asked. A few of the nearby mages laughed and Rita shook her head. Taking full force awakened rank attacks repeatedly will burn through their mana faster than you might suspect. The goal is for them to keep the barriers up as long as possible, while Thor rampages through the field building up his muscles. Normally, they have the students from the awakened rank warrior classes smash at the barriers all afternoon. Setting them up for Thor won't be any different. But who is that? A new pet, I take it? The mage student beside Carl asked. Yeah, a lightning Sero that I just bonded. The teachers are all in love with him, and he adores the barrier game. Once you see him play, you will feel thankful that you got Hawk instead. Carl joked. The students got set up, and Hawk took to the sky for his daily training. It only took a few seconds for Rita to grab 4 of the students who were working on barriers, and to instruct them to set them up at different angles around the field, making a cube of sorts. Go, have fun. Carl instructed, and Thor ran out of the space at his best stumbling run, still a bit uncoordinated, in the way of newborn animals everywhere. But when his horns hit the first barrier, and it wavered slightly as he bounced away, the mages knew that this training would not be easy on them. There was no rhyme or reason to the attacks, he charged at whatever one he saw, as long as it wasn't the one beside him. That was too close to get a run at, and he wanted to run as much as possible. In actual combat, that would rarely be the case. They would sweep and spear with the horns to tear apart their enemies, but there was just something satisfying about charging at the glowing magical walls. The mages that were attacking the moving targets below Hawk had to work hard to pay attention and not laugh as Thor trumpeted happily, a long warbling note like a military war horn, and continued to charge at whatever barrier managed to come back up first. It had only taken him 20 minutes to smash them all, and the first break wasn't scheduled until the half-hour mark. But if they weren't up, he would wait until one was. The students could all see his disappointment when he had to wait, and that silent judgment, that they weren't good enough to even be a long-term play toy to a monster like him, was wearing on them. They had thought that the barriers they had made were exceptionally impressive, and they were a rank above him, but when there was no offensive power to deal with the threat, it didn't take long for him to smash through their mana reserves. The lightning barrier only stabilized his body and prevented him from breaking his horns. It had collapsed multiple times already, but even without it, a lightning Sero had incredible raw power. Thor lay down in the grass when the break was called, and a few of the warriors from the group of warriors that was training on the ascended barriers came over to get a better look. You know that technique has some merits. We use skills and swing our weapons, but he's basically throwing a 100-kilo dinosaur coated in lightning at them. I bet if I grabbed John and swung him at the barrier, we could do even more damage. One of the boys laughed. Don't even think about it. Just be glad that they didn't send him to us to test our guard ability because someone would have gotten seriously injured. The other boy laughed, while Thor panted in the grass, replenishing energy for the next round. He has to be tired, right? He's been running wild for half an hour. One of the ascended mage students asked. You would think so, but no. His natural recovery means that by the time the break is up he will be ready for another round of the barrier game, and you had better be ready to play, or he will be very disappointed. Carl informed them. Thor perked up at the mention of play, and the mages all groaned to themselves as they realized that trying to contain a monster was not as simple of a task as they had expected it to be. If it were an attack, they would have to keep the barrier up and attack at the same time, without letting the barrier fail, or they would be in trouble long before reinforcements could arrive. Thor was almost tired when the morning classes ended, and he returned to his space for lunch, but Hawk was having a glorious time. Without Karl there to take up half the work, he got to just freely attack anything that he wanted, and according to the students, he had an uncanny talent for picking off the ones that were actually going to hit the moving targets, while ignoring the ones that would miss. Even when they sent out a cluster of attacks, he would just knock a portion of them out and let the others fly past the target. It was incredibly energy efficient on his part, and it wouldn't have been possible with the stationary targets, as the mages would rarely miss those. They were even beginning to take note of who Hawk seemed to totally ignore because their aim was so bad. Those mages were going to have to improve quickly because the rest of the class wouldn't let a giant bird make a mockery of them forever without joining in on the fun. It was after lunch when things took a drastic change. Sergeant Rita, as well as the duo from the Bureau of Elite Development, had decided that martial arts training, now that he had sufficient proficiency to deal with minor threats without resorting to skills usage, was no longer the most efficient use of his time. Instead, the afternoon would be a group training exercise for Karl with the pets. Coaxing Ray to come out and play might be difficult, but today's practice was on the basics of working together against a target that was stronger than they were. It was a situation that would inevitably happen in the future, and with 3 of them in the team, they could now easily work on group tactics. We have enlisted a small group of volunteers, and they will be your targets today. The goal is to intercept the 3 infiltrators and disable them without seriously harming them. These are all guards, so they know how to fight, but they are all at the ascended rank, so you can't just go all out with the attacks like you did against Tank and the barriers. Alice was explaining. That got Hawk's attention, but Thor was disappointed. If he couldn't just smash them, it would be much less fun. But Hawk's explanation that these exercises were practice for being an adult was enough to get the growing young Sero on board. Ray considered the situation for a few moments, and then came out to climb up Karl's back and look at the battleground from relative safety. All right, everyone is on board. The targets are instructed to take it easy on you, but they will be attacking in your direction with actual attacks. They are wearing training armor, but they are not going to be magically shielded so that you can take them down naturally. I will step in if someone looks like they will be seriously injured. The mage instructed, while the volunteers smiled at the sight of Thor prancing around in the grass, eager to play. They got into position, out of sight around the corner of a building, with Karl as their target. They would try to grab him, as abductions by foreign agents were a real threat, while he and the beasts would work to prevent that. The idea was to give them limited response time, in as realistic of a scenario as they could concoct within the school grounds, which meant the volunteers were close, so that Karl didn't have large amounts of time to prepare. It didn't make much difference, though. The 3 beasts could communicate with each other, and since Hawk could see the attackers, as soon as the practice team was given the order to begin, and charged, the beasts were right on them. Thor held back on the full force charge, and instead shielded himself with lightning against the lead warriors, slash, and then threw him into the air with a horn between the legs that had Alice bringing up a barrier to soften his fall. Thor turned on the other 2, who had raised their guard, to deal with Hawk's rend, while Ray had launched herself off Karl, and hit the barrier at a tremendous speed, which allowed her clawed legs to tear right through it. She landed on one of the men's legs, and he panicked as he realized that she was a bloodbath spider, which let Hawk's attack hit him without resistance, pummeling him unconscious through his helmet. The last man didn't fare much better, as he could only parry Thor's attacks for the next second as the Sero flailed its horns at him, and then Ray was there on his back, tearing into the armored coat with gleeful abandon. Break. That's a victory for the defense team. You know, you don't have to take down the strength of your defensive abilities, just the attacks. Alice announced. We didn't. The hawk and the spider combined tore through them faster than we could bring them back up. I've never seen a rending attack shatter a guard barrier like that. The winded man who had been pummeled on the back by Ray announced. The training that Hawk has gone through so far has done wonders for his attack strength, but Ray is a very fast learner, and her offensive adaptation innate ability makes deleting barriers a breeze. Just wait until she's fully grown, barriers a rank above her won't even slow her down. Carl praised his shy teammate. Can we test that, so we can make a better strategy? The one who had been thrown into the air asked as he limped over, nursing an injury to the groin from Thor's horn, despite the armor. He stabbed his sword into the ground in front of him, and activated, guard, which Ray took down almost instantly with a strike from her mandibles and both front legs in unison. The pure smugness of her attitude was clear to everyone, and Carl couldn't help but smile. Do you have a stronger defensive ability? He asked. No, we trained as covert bodyguards, we don't usually use powerful defensive abilities, but parries and sudden strikes. Maybe we should try the next one without the pets already deployed. It will be good training for everyone. He suggested. Also, that would give them a few more steps before they were noticed, and perhaps his testicles wouldn't have to meet the horn of a lightning Sarrow again today. The team came at Carl again, spread out and sneaking up on him through the dorm building, with one even leaping out of the window. Now. Carl ordered the beasts, sending them into the battlefield. Hawk moved to intercept the flying target, while Ray spit out a large mass of web to trip another, and Thor went with his signature charge, throwing another man high into the air with a flick of his thick neck. The three of them crashed to the ground at the same second, and Rita blew her whistle. Carl, how did you know that they were coming? She demanded. A side effect of bonding Hawk. I have fantastic peripheral vision, and I can focus on any spot I can see without moving my head. I had all three of them located before they attacked. Carl explained. Then was it necessary to throw me again? One of the men wheezed, climbing to his knees. Thor had gotten the same target twice in a row. Although he didn't spear the man between the legs this time, the two upper horns made for an excellent tossing platform, and he had peaked well over 5 meters in the air. He didn't injure you this time. I mean, with the hit. The sudden stop at the end looks like it wasn't much fun. Carl amended. Are they aware of what is happening around you before you call them out? One of the men asked. Probably more than I am. I don't know how much they can actually see, but they do have a solid awareness of their surroundings. Carl explained. Alright, so it's not easy to sneak up on you either. We should check on Agent A, he looks a bit rough. The wheezing man replied, referring to the one that Hawk had intercepted. Alice rushed over, and noticed that the man was conscious, but having a deep moment of personal introspection as he stared at the sky and began to question his life choices. Is anything broken? I have healing potions from the witches. Alice offered. Just my pride. Can you fix that? He asked, and Alice noticed that there were 6 deep scratches in his training armor. Not only had Hawk knocked him out of the air, his attack had broken the man's guard and Hawk's claws tore up his armor before dropping him on the ground. It feels like we were the ones who got ambushed. The third man agreed, nursing a twisted ankle. Rita and Alice both sighed, but it was Rita who spoke first. I can already see that this will not be a viable training method in the long term. They already understand basic strategies and their response time is fast enough that it will be very challenging to actually ambush Carl even if they are resting. We will have to come up with another method of preparing them for combat. Ray gave her a pointed look, which the sergeant returned for a moment before shaking her head. Even I can tell what that look means. The only way to truly train for combat is to be in combat. Carl knows enough martial arts that he should be alright in a fight, but the academy wouldn't approve of putting you all in danger just to get better training results. She reminded the spider. Hawk would agree to let us go outside. Ray pouted. Hawk's mind became curious, and the spider beamed the mental version of a smile at him. If we were hunting outside, you could eat them after you killed them. She announced. This is not a democracy, majority rules don't win here. Carl informed them in his best stern tone. Ray had already found Hawk's weak point. As soon as she mentioned food, the wind-speed Hawk would be on board with whatever she wanted to do, and Thor would go along simply because that's where everyone else was going. You look like you're having an intense discussion. Alice noted as Carl talked to the beasts. They all want to go outside to train. I don't necessarily disagree with them, as our training options are limited here, but it is safe here, and safety in numbers is a good thing. Carl replied. Thor bobbed his head happily as he heard those reassuring words from the boss, and the instructors did their best not to laugh. They had been brutally bested by the lightning Sero twice in as many hours. But still, it didn't feel like the creature was a threat, he was just too friendly. Let us discuss that for a few minutes. There are groups of students looking to go outside on missions, and we might allow you to lead one of them, as long as there is a second awakened rank or higher member, as you are still a first-year student and untested in the field. Alice explained, earning herself a glare from Rita. Daniel wisely sat at the back of the field, as he had been doing all day, and avoided drawing attention to himself as the two argued over the appropriate course of action. The student training missions were normally not dangerous, certainly no worse than the goblin tribe had been, and Carl was much stronger now than he had been even that recently. With the addition of the two new pets, he alone would rampage through a goblin tribe. Nothing that they could do would significantly injure a lightning Sero unless they managed to swarm it and pin it down. That seemed unlikely with Hawk and Ray both in the fight, even if you didn't count Carl himself as a combat asset, as he would be mostly watching out for the other students. The outcome seemed inevitable, and after 20 minutes of discussion and a few tersely worded phone calls, the ladies returned with a smile on both of their faces. You will be allowed to lead an away mission. Student Dana will be going with you, along with 8 of the common grade first years. It is a herbal resource gathering mission in a lightly monitored area, and there will be emergency assistance available on a 10-minute helicopter ride, should you activate the emergency beacons. Sergeant Rita informed Carl. Understood, Sergeant. Thank you for this opportunity. Carl replied as seriously as he could while trying to ignore the excitement of his beasts. They were finally getting to somewhere that there might be mice, and Hawk was overjoyed at the prospect. The mission was to start the next morning, and they would be delivered by train to the location. There was no road near where they were going, but the train tracks ran only 20 kilometers from the location of the suspected magical resources. That would be close enough for them to hike in, and it would be up to Carl and Dana to make sure that the team didn't get lost. With Hawk on duty, that should be a simple matter, as he could see where they were going from above, so Carl didn't have too many concerns about the situation. There were also no reports of major beasts in the area, only some of the ever-present wild boars and a few small monsters that like to live in the forest. That could become an issue for most teams, but it would be a great test for them, Carl thought. The small monsters were all common grade, and he could deal with them in a matter of seconds, but they would be a good opponent for the students who were still struggling with their early growth. Also, having Dana along with her pair of golems would be enough security against the larger creatures that very few things would dare to attack them. The golems didn't take much upkeep, and by now she should be able to get them to follow complex orders without much distraction from her other casting, which would make them excellent guards. They all called it an early day, as the supply train arrived at 3 in the morning, so that supplies would be sorted and ready for pickup by the time that everyone started to wake up. But that also meant that if you wanted to catch the train out, you had to be at the tracks by 3:30 in the morning, or 4 at the very latest if they were slow unloading. The train didn't wait for groups to come to them unless it was an urgent mission, so being on time was a major part of your responsibility. That was how Carl found himself waking Dana up at 2 in the morning, much to the protests of both herself and Ray, who was sleeping above her in the rafters of the gazebo. It's time to go. I'm going to water the plants quickly, and then we need to grab breakfast and get on the train. Carl reminded her. Ray disappeared back into the web in her space, while Dana got up and ready. They both met their team at the cafeteria, with the lone night shift worker on staff for occasions such as this. But there weren't enough of them, they were still missing 2 people, and it was getting close to 3 in the morning. Does anyone know what rooms the other 2 are in? We should go wake them up. Carl insisted. I do. They're just a few doors down from me. One of the others agreed with a vicious smile that said she would enjoy waking them up much more than most. 3 students came back down 10 minutes later, and the girl who went to fetch them settled back down with her breakfast, while the two boys looked rather lost and half asleep. "Cook, can we get some food for them, and some lunches to go? We've got ration packs in the gear that the school provided, but I think a nice fresh sandwich would be better," Carl asked as he finished eating and got the last two stragglers settled. "I will get them something to go. The train is already here, so you should be going if you want to make it before they're unloaded," she reminded him with a smile, then handed over a tray full of brown bags, two of which were much larger. Dana worked to usher everyone out as they finished their meal, for the kilometer walk from the school grounds to the train stop on the ring around the academy. "Did anyone bring a light? I can't see a thing," one of the warriors complained as they left the academy grounds and began to walk down the road. Everyone looked to Carl, who was leading the group, and he shrugged. "Sorry, I forgot for a moment that I'm the only one who can see in the dark. I've got a flashlight in my pack, and there should be one in everyone else's as well." The packs were issued to them by the supply room, dropped off in their dorm after they were approved for the mission. So, they should have everything that the academy thought the student needed for the trip, as they weren't expected to plan out their whole gear set during their first year. One by one, the students brought out their flashlights and spun the cranks to charge the batteries. The academy knew that they would forget to bring spare batteries, so even the camping lantern that was in Carl's pack as team leader was powered by a hand crank charger. The lantern also had enough battery storage to charge the emergency phone, which served as their lifeline to civilization. 10 of you, then?" the train's usher asked with a gesture toward the passenger car. "Yes, sir. I've got the mission order right here," Carl replied. The man looked it over, then picked up a phone mounted to the wall and confirmed the drop-off location with the engineer. "All right, climb aboard and stow your bags in the overhead compartments. We have a few more stops before yours, so you won't be there until lunchtime." Carl settled into a seat at the front of the train car, where Dana promptly fell asleep on his arm, and the rest of the team did their best to get a few more hours of rest while they traveled the morning away. They napped, meditated, and played games until the conductor gave them the warning that they had one more hour before drop-off. That was when Carl decided it was time to get them all ready to move. "All right everyone, have your lunch early, use the washroom, double-check your gear and make sure that you have your weapons ready. Not in your bag, but on your hip and available for use at a moment's notice. While it isn't likely that there will be monsters next to the stop, we will get off in the wilderness, and there won't be anyone there to clear the area," he warned them. "Got it." The team agreed, while the conductor nodded in satisfaction to see that the team leader of this first-year mission was taking things seriously. Not all of them did, especially an easy mission like this one was supposed to be, but it always made his life easier if there were no injured students when the train stopped to pick them up again. The train pulled to a stop in the middle of nowhere, and the students rose to their feet. "Good luck, young elites. Just flag down any train you see passing by in the other direction, and it will take you back to the academy, or close enough for you to walk in," the conductor explained. "Got it. We will see you soon." Carl agreed, and led the others out the door. Dana brought up the rear of the group, making sure they were all off the train, and when Carl called out Hawk to scout for them, she called her pair of golems to guard the back of the pack. It was quiet out here, other than the sound of the train beginning to move again, but that didn't necessarily mean safe, just that they hadn't noticed any threats yet. The students were all incredibly nervous, flinching at every sound of their teammates moving in the long grass, but as Carl led them into the trees toward where they should find the magical plants they needed, they became almost petrified with fear. That couldn't be natural, they had been so excited a moment ago, but when Carl searched the area, he couldn't find a reason for it. The feeling seemed to fade quickly as they walked, until finally, one of them pointed out a small weed growing near the tree trunks. Terror weed. The pollen causes a mild reaction that causes a fear response. It's the plant's natural defense mechanism, someone must have stepped on one in the grass, he explained. The students all felt a little foolish when that was mentioned. The first thing that the warriors learned was to watch where they put their feet. They needed a solid footing for their sword skills, so the ground under them was as important as the enemy. But someone had still stepped on a common toxic plant. Everyone, put your masks on. Who knows if there are other dangers like that in the area, and we don't need anyone poisoned on the first day of the trip. Do we have a healing class with us? He asked, while mentally going through the students' descriptions he was given. I can do a minor heal and a poison cleanse. The lone druid in the group mentioned. And I have healing potions, but we're here to get materials for more. One of the two witches added. Perfect. We will save the potions for as long as possible, as the warriors will mostly heal pretty quickly. As I discussed on the train, if we are attacked, fall back to form a ring, with the casters in the middle. No, that's not because they're weaker, but because they're squishy. The warriors are the shield, while the casters are the primary damage. The golems will back you up, and my beasts and I will range outside the defensive circle. Carl reminded them. He would have liked to actually practice the maneuver, but according to Hawk, the first plants that they were searching for should be only a few hundred meters away. There was another spot marked on the map, many kilometers away, but Hawk was certain that he had found them just up ahead. Once they got the first target, the mission could be considered a partial success, and everything that came afterwards would just bring them closer to completion. Definitely found it. Bright blue flowers shaped like shoes. Hawk informed Carl, with a mental impression of where they were. Keep an eye out for threats. I don't want you getting ambushed as you fly over. Hawk laughed a little at Carl's concern, as he was hundreds of meters above the trees, but he appreciated that his human cared enough to make sure he was safe. Carl adjusted their course, pretending to follow the map, and within minutes they were standing next to a field full of beautiful blue flowers. These are the ones, right? He asked. Yes, but everyone, please stay out of the clearing. Only 1 in 10 blossoms has the magical properties of the plant, the rest are all decoys. If someone breaks the wrong one, we will have come here for nothing. The witch pleaded. You heard her, stay here while the witches gather their ingredients. Hawk will be watching from above, and I will be right here at the edge of the clearing in case something is hiding in the flowers. The two witches moved delicately through the field, avoiding stepping on any of the flowers as they picked the ones they wanted. The plants weren't going without a fight, though. Multiple times, the witches stopped right as they were about to pluck and grabbed a different one, then continued on their way. Once they had a few dozen in total, they returned to the others with careful steps. That's enough. You can't pick too many, or you will kill the patch, and we hope to come back here again soon. The plants are smart, and when they sense that they're going to be damaged, they will pull their essence back to their roots, which renders the flowers worthless for potions. That's why we had to be so careful. The more outgoing of the two witches explained. Alright, on to the next one. Carl agreed. It's not far, 100 meters south. Hawk informed him. The next should also have been much further, but if Hawk had found some that weren't on the map, that was even better, as their collection wouldn't remove a listed herb from the directory for the other students who wanted to do a mission near here. Hawk thinks that he has found another of our goals already. Move as silently as possible so that we don't disturb the wildlife. Carl reminded the others in a stage whisper. The students began to move, but a whistle from Hawk drew Carl's attention. He had seen something dangerous, and it was close. Everyone hold position, Hawk sees something. Carl whispered as he raised his hand in a gesture to stop. White cloth, 2 figures, running your direction. Possibly human, but maybe not. Hawk warned him. Humanoid monsters were rare, but poachers, aggressive hill folk, and foreign soldiers might not be. They didn't have enough information about the area's human population in the data to be certain. Carl's keen vision caught sight of the white cloth moving toward them at a run through the forest, a full second before he managed to associate the clothing with its most likely owner. Those are clergy robes. No more than 150 centimeters tall, I think that they're students from one of the seminary academies. Carl informed the others, then moved to intercept the 2 running figures. If he was wrong, he had all the advantages, and if they didn't want to stop, he could just have Ray tie them up until they calmed down. The two came barreling through the trees, then paused when they saw the academy uniforms, and began to gesture wildly. "You have to get out of here. There is a giant monster in the sky." One of them shouted. 3-meter wingspan, kind of brown with a creamy belly and red streaks on its legs. "That one is trained, he's with us." Carl informed them, and the two clerics simply stared at him as if he had grown another head. What now?" "That sounds terrifying." "But no, there is a giant beetle flying this way. It killed our lesson proctor, and he was an ascended high priest." The young boy exclaimed. "How far have you been running?" "We are all elites, and we are hunting for magical plants in the area. There are 10 of us, with 2 strong awakened rank leaders." Carl tried to calm the pair. Clerics weren't known for their combat power. They would empower the weapons of warriors and their healing magic was remarkable, but as far as actual fighting abilities, they were just humans with swords if they were even carrying them. These two weren't. "That might be enough. Can you fight an ascended rank beast?" the boy asked hopefully, while the girl beside him did her best to hide her face. "I can confidently say, yes. We can fight a lone ascended rank monster. If there were a bunch of them, we would lead you away with us, but one is something that we can defeat." Carl replied with a gentle smile. Hawk was getting excited as well. Most beetles didn't fly well, they only flew a short distance and then landed. His genetic memories told him that beetles were crunchy and nutritious, though he wasn't sure that this one was a species that could be eaten. Ray was likewise excited about the prospect. To the bloodbath spider, all insects were prey. The sound of crashing through the trees brought another trill from Hawk, who had spotted a large black figure headed their way, covered in blood and reeking of death. That had to be the beetle, and it was tracking the 2 humans. "Everyone in position, get the clerics to the middle of the circle," Carl ordered, doing his best imitation of Sergeant Rita. He did it so well that even Dana responded, ushering everyone into position, while her golems remained outside, ready to face whatever threat Carl had noticed. The crashing through the trees was hard to miss as the beetle chased after the escaped prey, so Carl called out the other pets in time for the students to get used to their presence. "These two are Thor and Ray. Do not attack them," he warned the others. The students stared in confusion at the sudden appearance of the lightning Sero, who was already the size of a small bear or a huge dog, but it took them a few seconds to find Ray, who had appeared in a tree and instantly hidden herself. The beetle came in sight, and lightning flashed around Thor's body. That caught its attention, and the creature began to charge, keening in a way that made Carl feel like the creature was starving and desperate for food. "Wait for my signal. Thor, block the initial charge, then move out of the way for the students to retaliate," Carl called. The beetle flapped its wings to fly at Thor, then crashed to the ground as Ray tied them together above its back with a spurt of spider silk. The muscles that moved the wings weren't particularly strong, and it couldn't break free as Thor charged into it, flipping the creature on its back with a jab of his horns. "Now!" Carl ordered as Thor moved away, sending his own attack to join the combined spells of the mages. They wouldn't actually do much damage to the ascended rank beast, but as his shred tore apart the chitin, and the wings were held up, exposing its vulnerable sides, even the common rank magical attacks proved relatively effective. With a screech, the beetle tore its wings free of their confinement, and charged at Thor again, drawn to the largest threat. The students paused their attacks, waiting for an opening, while Carl moved in for the kill. Thor's lightning wavered and flickered out of existence for an instant as the two beasts clashed, and the beetle began to celebrate its impending victory, a split second before Ray landed on its head and began to stab its eyes out with her clawed feet before tearing into the chitin of the beetle's skull. Carl helped that along with a condensed, rend, to the back of the creature's neck, and the bloodbath spider moved in for the kill, tearing through the hole to sever the muscles. The giant beetle fell to the ground with one last desperate flail of its wings, trying to dislodge Ray, but it was far too late. The strength left its body, and the spider began to tear the shell open to get at the good bits inside. "Don't go getting yourself covered in bug guts, there's no river nearby to clean off in," Carl warned her, just as Ray was about to take a dive directly into the carcass. She grumbled out a complaint and pulled the head into her beast space, while Thor gave it one last kick for good luck. Problem solved, everyone. We will keep an eye out for more dangers, but the beetle threat is gone. Where are the cleric students? How far did you run, and how many more were in your group? Carl asked. They both just shook their heads. There was just us and the high priest out gathering herbs. I don't know how far we ran, we just ran. Carl nodded. I will have my hawk go look for the scene of the battle. I know that the church has some formal burial rituals and such, right? The two young clerics nodded numbly, not quite sure how to process what was going on. Well, then we will get it all sorted out so that the high priest is taken care of. Don't worry, we won't just leave the body here in the wilderness. Carl informed them. There likely wouldn't be a body to leave in the wilderness, but a little white lie wouldn't hurt anything, and if there was a blood-soaked keepsake that the beetle didn't eat, it should be enough for their purposes. It would make both the cleric students and the other elite students feel a bit better about the situation, Carl decided, then wondered when he got so casual about death. Meat is meat. Hawk replied, unconcerned. Ray wholeheartedly agreed, but Thor just shook his head. Fragrant leaves were better than meat any day. With the responses of his pets, Carl began to realize how much their way of thinking was influencing his own. He should be horrified by the situation. But the calmness of his pets affected him just as much as their excitement did, and he just couldn't bring himself to be suitably agitated about the situation as Hawk searched for the site of the original battle by following the beetle's trail through the woods. I have found it. It didn't finish eating, it just took the good bits and then chased the others. I think I can fit it all in this bag they brought. Hawk informed him helpfully. That was a disturbing thought. Pack him up and bring him to the beast space, we will make sure that he makes it to a proper burial. No, wait, I will ask the clerics if he should be buried right there first. Carl replied. What is the burial ritual for high priests? Should I have Hawk preserve the remains of the body, or should he be buried on the land? Carl asked. The older of the two clerics took out a small book and began to flip through it. I'm not sure, that isn't supposed to happen. I mean, this is a safe zone, there shouldn't be anything stronger than a weak awakened beast here. He mumbled as he flipped through the pages. Oh, here it is. Yes, he should be brought back to the church for a burial in state, thanks to his high station. There will be 3 days of mourning for the clergy surrounding the funeral, and some other things that don't really involve you, but please preserve the remains. The student replied. Carl relayed the message, and Hawk did his best to get all the bits into the large herb-gathering bag that they had brought, and began the flight back to Carl. Once he was close, Hawk shifted the bag into his beast space, while Ray claimed the beetle body, leaving the area strangely empty. What just happened? One of the elite class students asked. My beasts have a separate space where they can store food for later. Ray put the beetle away, and we will strip the good parts of chitin for trade to the academy. They pay for monster parts, since they can be used in armor and weapons, as well as some magical items. Carl explained. Oh, that's right. Will you ask Ray if I can have one of the horns? Beetle horn is on my list of ingredients, but I never thought about keeping it from the giant beetle. Ray broke the horn off with some effort, and ejected it from her space. It was just a solid lump of chitin, and completely inedible. Therefore, it was worthless to her. The student stared at the horn in reverence. You know, it died so fast that it never really sunk in. That was an ascended rank beast, wasn't it? I can feel the power in the chitin, but it died so easily. Carl smiled. That's partially thanks to Ray's specialty. She's excellent at finding ways through chitin. Plus, my attack power is high, and with its wings lifted, the less armored sides were exposed. The students were making mental notes, in case they had to fight something like that again. The shell that covered the wings was the strongest part of the giant beetle's body, so normally you wouldn't attack its back. But with the wings lifted by the spider's silk, that left it vulnerable to attack, and Carl's ability had left an open wound for them to target. Now, we're near the next herb that we came here for, so let's keep going. My apologies to our new friends, but we still have a mission to complete. I will make sure that you make it back safely, though if your pickup point is further afield than we're going, I will bring you back to the train tracks instead. Carl added. That's good enough for us. I don't know where we were supposed to be picked up, the high priest was responsible for that. But there are other groups from the seminary school out here somewhere. The train dropped us all off only a few minutes apart, so we might find one of them before you go. The young cleric replied. One of the warriors smiled at the boy. But in the meantime, we're counting on you and your holy magic. The boy nodded, and the shy girl gave them a thumbs up. Holy magic was the one thing that they were confident in. They had been out with the high priest mostly to serve as pack mules as he picked herbs, and not as much for training as the warriors of the elite academy were. To the church, obedience and subservience were more important than combat skills, and serving the high priest on his mission was good training for their future works of service to the community. What is next? Didn't Hawk say that there was something nearby before the emergency happened? Dana asked. Just this way. Hawk is already back up in the air looking for more threats, so we will just follow his path toward the next set of herbs, and then we will move on to the third marked location. Carl agreed. Technically, he would be skipping the third location marked on the map, since it was either at or very close to the battle site, but if they couldn't find that resource elsewhere he might lead them there at the end of the trip. The way that he had planned to bring them would go right past the battle, but with Hawk's discovery, he could change the route to make a big loop around it and end up back near the tracks as they finished. If that covered everything that the group needed, then they could skip a few potential resources and head back satisfied. Though, if the clerics needed some of the others, he would gladly bring them around to help gather. They had enough trauma for one trip, so putting a good memory on top might help. Carl seemed to recall hearing that somewhere as a kid, perhaps from the school counselor after one of the many incidents down below in the pit. If anyone had felt relaxed about this easy mission when they arrived, they didn't feel relaxed anymore. The whole group was on high alert, searching the woods for anything that might be a danger. Carl let Thor lead the group on the ground, following Hawk's guidance, while Ray hid in the beast's space with the remains of the giant beetle that she was carefully dissecting to improve her understanding of exoskeletal species 4, offensive adaptation. Minutes after they started moving again, an angry grunt caught Carl's attention, and the crashing of a large animal through undergrowth drew the attention of everyone else. 3 tree apes. Common grade. They don't look tasty. Hawk reported as the creatures approached. We have a small pack of apes in the trees incoming. Group, you know what to do. It is up to you if you want to attack them or let them pass. Carl informed the others, which made Dana smile at him. They could attack anything that moved, but that would anger everything else. So, if it wasn't hostile, she would prefer not to make it hostile. One of the mages shook his head. They normally don't attack people. They just like to shout at them from the trees. If they don't attack, we should keep moving, since they will scare off any other small monsters with the noise they make. The group patiently waited, and moved in a triple column, putting the warriors on the outside with the mages and clerics between them and the golems at the back. But the tree apes behaved just as the mage had anticipated, and they remained in the upper branches of the trees, screaming at the humans, and occasionally throwing nuts and berries at them. The monkeys thought that the whole thing was hilarious, and they laughed as the warriors swatted aside the projectiles, but they didn't come any closer, and they didn't do anything that would provoke an all-out attack. The spot is just ahead. Should I scare the monkeys away? Hawk asked with a hopeful tone in Carl's mind. Sure, go ahead and get your snack. Carl replied, likening the monkeys to junk food. I told you they don't look tasty. Hawk replied indignantly as he folded his wings and dove out of the sky. He hit the monkey at well over 100 kilometers an hour, nearly shredding its body as he pulled it away from the branch in his claws and returned to the sky. That was what a normal bird of prey would do, as they had all the advantages when they were flying. Some of the students didn't realize that was Hawk at first, and they began to panic at the presence of another powerful attacker, but that only helped the tree apes make their decision. The humans were afraid of that thing too, so it would likely attack them next if the ape tribe left. Hawk peeled the ape apart and took one tentative bite before discarding the body, which bounced down through the branches as the rest of the tribe scattered. Good work, they're still running. Carl congratulated Hawk, just as the bird speared down to get another of the tree apes and bring it into the sky to use as a projectile. But this time, it wasn't on the apes. Instead, he found a lone black maned bear and circled up to an altitude of 500 meters before diving hard and releasing the corpse. A flap of his wings sent him on a glide path over the forest, and the bear roared in anger as the body smashed down right where it had been standing a second earlier. "Why are you angering the bears?" Carl asked as he heard the noise. "Why would I not anger the bears? You should have seen it, it was hilarious." Hawk replied. "I hate that I can't argue with that. It probably was hilarious. But the others are already freaked out enough without an angry bear coming their way. Do you know how a wind-speed hawk usually learns to fly? I mean, not me in the space, but other ones." Hawk asked. "Don't they just flap their wings in the nest until they can take off?" Carl asked. "Nope, they'd remain in the nest forever that way. Once they're grown enough to fly, their mother pushes them out of the nest. They either learn or they hit the ground." Hawk replied. Carl's smile caught the attention of the warriors at the front, and they were suddenly very worried about the safety of their low-risk training mission. Did they get two awakened leaders not because Carl and Dana were both in their first year as well, but because they were going to need more than one? What was out here that was making the monster man so happy? He was already so much more powerful than anything that should be in the area. Perhaps he forgot that the rest of them were not looking forward to actually meeting monsters on this trip to get resources. The sound of the angry bear retreated into the distance as it moved out of the territory of the annoying bird, but the group's tension level didn't drop any lower until they made it to the next spot, a section of fallen trees where an awakened rank moss grew abundantly all over the deadfall. "This is what we are here for, the best of the resources in the region." One of the warriors quietly cheered. Carl's confused look let them all know that he hadn't had time to study the properties of the resources here, only their locations. So one of the warriors helpfully filled him in. "The moss is dried and then lightly roasted to create a tea that supplements the strength stones for classes that have physical enhancements. I don't know if it will work for your class, but a kilo each of that moss will keep us for the entire school year. You can't use too much, it will just be a waste, but a cup in the morning will make nearly as much of a difference as a strength stone twice a month." The warrior explained. That was more often than Hawk was going through strength stones mixed with blood as food seasoning. So, it should be a good resource for the pets, and Carl would have to get some. "It looks good." Thor agreed, letting a bit of drool slip out of the corner of his mouth. "Alright, do the mages need this resource? Or should we split it between the people who can use it, stopping at a kilo each, so it doesn't go bad before everyone can use it?" Carl asked. "Mages can't use it, it won't do anything beneficial for us unless we're weakened. But the witches can use it in recovery potions, so they will need at least as much as the warriors." One of the warriors explained. The pair of witches looked grateful that he had stood up for them, and the resource-intensive needs of their potion making. "Is there anything else I should know before I harvest this? Parasites, dangerous creatures that like to live under it?" Carl asked. The group all reluctantly shook their heads, and Carl drew his short sword from the scabbard at his hip. The rest all thought it was a bit odd that he didn't take the sword out to fight, but he carried it anyhow, though they didn't say anything. The team leader was responsible for loot distribution, according to academy regulations. Carl looked at how the moss grew, down the top of the logs, and the one side, but not the bottom or the other side. If he wanted it to keep growing, he had to leave enough in the right spots that it didn't ruin the moss bed too badly. So, he cut diagonal stripes across the log, removing thin strips amounting to half of the moss on each log, while leaving the rest securely attached. That should grow back over, he assumed, and then it could be harvested again. Where did you learn that? Dana asked as Carl cut the careful strips from the moss. I'm actually just guessing here by the way that it grows. But I'm only taking half, and leaving the other half in the way that looks like it will grow back the fastest. Moss spreads from the edges, you see, and only grows well on the sunny side. So, if I only take half and leave as many good edges as possible, then it looks like this. That should be the fastest pattern to grow back, and by my guess, I've cut nearly 20 kilos of wet weight moss from this one tree. I haven't even touched the other ones yet, and we've got enough to fill all the warriors' and the witches' requests. I just need to grab a little for Thor here, and we can be on our way to the next spot. He explained. I don't suppose we could spare a bit more. There is an awful lot of it growing here. One of the warriors suggested. The witch closest to Carl nodded in agreement. The academy expects you to provide for your own when it's not a standard part of the growth plan, and it's not like they accept these items as a trade-in, at least not from the first years who are supposed to be looking out for themselves first, but normally, we would never see so much of an awakened rank resource in one spot. If this was up on the market, we would be rich. Well, until we all got arrested for trafficking controlled substances to the masses, but you get my point. We could earn plenty of favors from the other students in class if we had a bit to trade them, you know. All right, I will harvest another log. Carl agreed with a smile. He cut the same stripe pattern on one log, and then had Thor quietly move the log hidden behind where he was working into the beast space. A beast his size would need a lot of the moss to equal out to a cup of tea a day, and a bit added to his usual diet every morning would help him grow big and strong. But even the lightning Sero realized that the herb should be rationed. He ate a lot of higher rank plants as his general diet, but this one was special, and the effects were limited, so it was more of a treat than a basic staple of the diet. The second batch was spread the same as the first and stuffed into backpacks, while Carl looked at the map to see what was up next. They were going to go around the battle from earlier, and that would bring them to one of two spots. Either a spot that might have another strengthening herb, or one that was known to grow crystals that helped focus and increase the mana pool growth rate. Carl decided to lead them to the crystals first, in the interest of fairness. If anything went wrong later, at least they should all have gained something from the trip that way. It would also help the clerics that they had rescued, so they wouldn't go home empty-handed. The signs of monsters got more prominent the further that they went, and Carl began to question whether the intel was wrong, or if this was actually what they considered a low-risk area in the wilderness. He knew that there were countless monsters in the wild areas, and that large portions of the land barely held any humans, but he was seeing signs of magical abilities and trees that had been downed by something powerful enough to claw through them. That was no common grade monster, and most of the marks were too far up to have been the giant beetle. Even Thor was becoming nervous with all the signs and scents of predators, but he had a large pack with him now, and he wasn't as concerned as he would have been if he were alone. He trusted Hawk to find anything really dangerous, and the bird was currently circling their destination, making sure that nothing was hiding around the cave. He hadn't checked the inside, but the surroundings were clear of any large animals, and a few more of the small ones as well, as Hawk was feeling a bit hungry after all that flying. The crystal cave is just ahead. Remember, we haven't checked the interior yet, so I can't say if the crystals are there, as the report said there would be, but I can say that Hawk found the cave right where they said it was. Carl reported. The mages shared an excited smile, while the warriors prepared their minds for the charge into an unexplored cavern system. If they found the crystals near the entrance, they wouldn't have to go far in, but if not, they would need to explore, and that brought a whole new realm of danger with it. Hold up. Dana warned them as they approached the clearing outside the cave entrance. I saw some unique plants in the clearing. They're not on the list, but I recognize them from the botany books that I had to read. She informed the team. Carl looked carefully, and began to smile. One of the plants was a winterberry bush. Not powerful, but he would have to pick some for Hawk, who loved the flavor. I already got some. The smug bird informed him. Carl checked the mental space and found that there was an entire bush there, planted in the ground as if it would keep growing. Maybe it would. Carl didn't really understand how the spaces worked, but he was feeding them magical energy, so it wasn't impossible that a magical plant might survive in there, although the majority of the ground was just a mental image. Dana addressed the group. There are plants with narrow spiny leaves. Collect the leaves without letting them touch you or your clothing. We will want as many as possible. I need 4 warrior volunteers. 4 hands went up, and Dana sent them out, then she pointed to another plant. These are tiger leaf weeds. They're exceptional for fire magic training. All the mages should gather at least a few of them. They are eaten one at a time just before you try to learn fire magic, so dry them and save them. The mages began to move out, so Carl gathered the rest of the warriors. We are on guard duty, but as you move, keep your eyes open for these purple and white berries. They're delicious. Not much of a magical effect other than slightly refreshing, but they're a great seasoning for oatmeal. That made the warriors smile. Oatmeal was not only a staple of the breakfast menu at home, but it was also in the breakfast pack of all their travel rations. Being able to flavor it with some fresh berries would make their first morning in the wilderness much more enjoyable. The team made their way carefully across the field, grabbing everything that they thought might be valuable, while being careful not to kill the plants, even when they needed a portion of the roots for their training. It was a bit odd seeing these strong warriors being so delicate with flowers and weeds, but if it meant that they could come back here in a month or 2 and harvest the same resources again, it was well worth the effort. Although they had met up with a group from the clergy, it was rare for people to head this far into the wilderness, and with so much ground to cover, and only an aerial scan to indicate that there might be resources, the chances were that nobody else would return here after the report was filed that they had harvested in this region. It took them nearly an hour to finish their work and make it to the cavern, where all the team members realized that they had a real problem on their hands. They had found so many other resources that they had filled their bags already, and they were only at the 3rd stop. Well, technically the 2nd stop, as the first one hadn't been one of the intended map points to harvest resources. If we pack the moss a bit more tightly we might make room for one more stop, but if it's a large leafy plant, or a flower that shouldn't be crushed, we will be really short on space. One of the warriors noted. They had loaded up with the moss, but the mages had filled their bags with the flowers and leaves here in this field, where they had actually come to gather crystal from the cave. Alright, same formation as before. I will keep Hawk in reserve, but here in the darkness, we will have Thor and Ray. Carl explained. He felt Ray's amusement at the thought of Thor stomping around happily smashing all the crystals that they were here to gather. On second thought, I will keep Thor in reserve as well, and Ray will help me with the scouting duties on point. The golems will take up the rear, and the rest of you mingle your ranks, warrior then mage. You all know the drill. He amended. The group adjusted their positions and prepared their flashlights with a rapid round of cranking the chargers, just to make sure that the batteries were absolutely, completely charged. Unlike Carl, who had very little reason to be afraid of the dark, the others were much more comfortable in the light. Ray decided that was the perfect excuse for her to scout ahead, so she would be out of the range of the lights, and vanished into the cave. It's shiny in here. Oh, pretty stone. That's for me, and a bit of glowing moss for my nest, and a mushroom. Ray happily narrated her scouting mission. Just remember that we're here to help the others level up so that they can catch up to us, so don't loot everything before they get there. Carl laughed at the bloodbath spider's excess. They're not valuable, just pretty. You can come in now, the entrance doesn't have anything scary in it. Carl stepped inside, and for the first time noticed that there was something strange about his night vision. It was never truly dark in the academy, with the lights in the yard, the dim lighting in the hallways and all the other light sources around. But inside the cavern, before the others entered with their lights, Carl could see in a whole new way. Not how Hawk saw in the dark, as that still relied on some level of light being present, but how Ray saw in the dark, through a combination of thermal imaging and echolocation. Each footstep made his surroundings seem more vivid, and he could see the difference where there was cold water running over the warmer stones. It was no wonder that Ray liked it in the dark, she was perfectly in her element. Then the group followed behind him, lighting up the tunnel with their lanterns and flashlights, and Carl's night vision naturally shifted back to the more detailed low-light resolution that he had inherited from Hawk. Ray had been correct, none of the students were interested in the remains of the interesting objects that she had found, and the spider carefully led them down to the first chamber of the cavern system. "There's one. I see one of the crystals," a mage whispered. One wouldn't be nearly enough, but it meant that there were, or had been, some here. "Leave the first as a marker that they are still here, and let's move further into the cave to check for more. Ray, do you see what that one looks like? That is the type of crystal that they need," Carl commented. "On it. There is another good room up here, but something is in it. There is a pond in the middle, and I can sense something moving under the water," Ray reported. "Stay back, and we will approach it as a group. There is a cavern up ahead, with something living in the water. Ray doesn't know what it is, so prepare for a fight," Carl reported. He moved slowly to the entrance, where Ray was hiding directly above his head, blended in with the stone of the wall, and followed her gaze to the softly glowing waters of the pond. It was magnificent, giving off a dim glow of magical power, and the bottom was lined with crystals. There were hundreds of them in this room, but something felt off, like taking any of them would bring about a backlash. "Wait before you pluck any of the crystals on the walls. I have a feeling that they're related to whatever is in the lake," Carl warned the group, who were about to go into a frenzy at the sight of so many resources. They paused for a moment, but it was obvious that they thought he was being overly cautious on nothing more than the word of a spider. One of the warriors used a stick that he had brought in with him and splashed the surface of the water, waiting for a response, but there was nothing, just ripples in the placid surface. The mages hesitated for a few more seconds, then one of them used a knife to pop a crystal from the wall. Still no response from anything, and the others smiled in victory. The mage took off his glove to examine his prize, and a flash of light filled the room, engulfing and blinding everyone, as well as forcing Ray back into the beast space. "I told them there was something here," she muttered as she waited for her eyes to adjust. The first to adapt was Thor, who had been sitting with his eyes closed as he chewed, and he relayed the situation to Carl. "There are things here. Dangerous things, I will go out and chase them away." The lightning Sero took action as he spoke, and his bugling call to arms echoed through a much larger space than Carl had expected. They couldn't be in that same cavern, unless it had collapsed. It sounded more like they were outdoors, next to a mountain valley. The noise was enough to hold whatever was there at bay for the few seconds that it took Carl's eyes to adjust, but what he saw was nothing he could have anticipated.